Chapter 271 Crows rushing towards you. But the incarnation of death had already been released. And Gushi couldn't say anything. He could only let the incarnation of death plow towards the enemy again. Then Gushi turned around and issued a new order. After 3 waves of attacks from the skeleton archers and skeleton mages. Arroyo attacks. Under Gushi's command. The undead troops behind began to attack. Among the newly summoned undead, there are no skeleton archers and skeleton mages. So these 2 arms still exist. Their attack followed the incarnation of death, clearing the place where the strange spearmen stood just now for the last time. Then Arroyo led the spearmen to attack. Also rushing out together were the undead troops, who had just summoned their souls. Except for some of the undead, who were of suitable military types and quickly collected. The rest of the undead were left to their own devices. Now they were released directly and rushed towards the stunned enemy. At this time, where the incarnation of death rushed through, the melted metal turned red again because it was ignited again. And the evil star shadow of the incarnation of death also began to absorb the heat on the metal. But something happened that Gushi didn't expect. Because the heat is absorbed, these metals cool down quickly. They were not all sucked into the black mist of the incarnation of death. As Gushi imagined, this situation surprised Gushi. But if it hasn't been sucked away, it hasn't been sucked away. It has melted into one large piece. And it must be completely dead. Looking at the metal beach covering the ground, Gushi felt somewhat worried. However, after watching his undead troops rush to the rear on the metal and fight with the black-robed cultists behind them without causing any problems, Gushi naturally breathed a sigh of relief. The black-robed cultists in the back were actually nothing. But there were more of them. But their levels are roughly between level 3 and level 5. The vitality is not extremely strong. It is only led by the boss. Not even a hero. When they rushed behind the strange spearmen, they were plowed by the red dragon. And it happened to be the tail flame of the red dragon's breath. It didn't burn them to death. But the incarnation of death that followed them rekindled the flames that were about to go out. This time, the black-robed cultist who was about to be burned to death was burned again. And the incarnation of death took this opportunity to draw the burning black-robed cultist into the black mist. At this time, the evil star of death is considered normal. Slowly, a bright red ghost appeared in the black clouds. They circled around the incarnation of death like satellites. Every time they flew to the edge of the dark clouds, they seemed to want to break out. But they were unable to, and could only stand there and wailed loudly. This situation is more terrifying than the previous black fog and the black fog with the crystal end storm. But to Gushi, this was like the real spark nightmare. If he couldn't do this, what would he call a nightmare? After the incarnation of death rushed through, the undead troops behind came over again. Arroyo's troops moved very fast. When they rushed here, there were not many black-robed cultists left. These spearmen didn't think much at all. They raised their hands and stabbed out the spears in their hands. The black-robed cultists survived the attack of the flames. Faced with such a forest of gunfire, they were really even a little bit confused. There was no chance to resist. These black-robed cultists were stabbed to the ground without even lifting the knives in their hands. And then several more shots took away their lives. The last undead, who came by themselves, only had time to clean up the battlefield. And they didn't even have a chance to pick up cheap last-hit shots. For them, this trip was almost a waste of time. After fighting all the way to the gate of Aladovita City, Gushi heard a new reminder in his ears. Ding! Temporary mission. The core progress of the transformation has changed. 2 waves of enemies have been killed. After 15 minutes, the 3rd wave of enemies will appear. Please be prepared to fight. Hearing the voice, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. Clean the battlefield. Then withdraw. Move faster. And prepare for the next battle. Although the fight went quite smoothly this time, Gushi did not take it lightly. It is impossible for such a large strategic fortress to only have this small number of troops. I am afraid that the most difficult ones will be placed in the 3rd wave. In fact, Gushi didn't know that there was a reason why he fought so smoothly in the 2 waves. The more than 3,000 troops at the beginning are actually just the introduction. There is actually a boss in each wave. In the 1st wave, if they had focused all their efforts on dealing with the strange creatures and not noticed the sacrifices of the black-robed cultists, then a powerful strange creature would have been introduced in the end. If there is no death incarnation in the 2nd wave, the molten metal will recombine and become a powerful metal creature. This is the most terrifying part of these 2 waves of attacks. As a result, Gushi was beaten to death without knowing anything. That's why I wonder why the enemy is so weak, and whether all the power is concentrated in the last wave of attacks. So after the beep sounded, Gu Shi, apart from arranging his men to clean the battlefield, did not waste mana to summon spirits. Instead, he looked up at the sky, thinking about which Aladovida would fall down next. After looking up for a moment, there was no reaction from the 5 irido-dimensional mirrors above, which made Gu Shi a little confused. He looked around with some confusion, and suddenly found that in a certain tower of Aladovida, at the highest window, 2 aristocratic boys with dead fish eyes were holding hands and looking at him. Even the necromancers, who had level 6 knowledge of the undead, still stared at Gu Shi like crazy. But Gu Shi had no time to pay attention to that now. He still had to keep an eye on the other Aladovidas in the sky. At least he needed to know where the enemy came from, and how to position himself later. This time I took advantage of my positioning. If it goes so smoothly next time, this temporary mission will be completed. At this moment, all the mirror images of Aradavida in the sky flashed, and then a large number of crows flew out from Aradavida. These crows rushed towards each other at a very fast speed. When Gu Shi saw this situation, he quickly ordered, "Get ready for battle. Corpse flies, gargoyles, and red dragons are flying. The incarnation of death is coming. Stop all the crows in the sky." When Gu Shi gave the order, the first batch of crows had already rushed to this floor. Only then did Gu Shi realize that they were similar to the crows in the Victoria Tower. They were all about the size of golden eagles. As he rushed downwards, his pointed beak was pointed directly at the people on the ground, as if he planned to kill Gu Shi's men immediately. Chapter 272. The third wave launched in advance. Air combat and boss. Didn't we agree on 15 minutes? It's only been a few minutes, and I haven't even finished cleaning up the battlefield. You have no moral integrity. Go to H.L. Bone Storm. Gu Shi raised the cold wind staff and directed it towards the sky with a burst of output. This time, Gu Shi's bone storm was directed towards the crow rushing down from the sky. When the first wave of crows rushed down, they were swept in on the spot. The bone fragments cut off their feathers and cut their muscles, making them unable to control the direction of flight. They went from charging forward to smashing down. At this moment, Gu Shi's flying troops rushed past the crows that were shattered by the bone storm and continued to fly upward. Death Incarnate rushed to the front. In fact, at this time, the incarnation of death should use Crystal Storm for better effect. But now Gu Shi didn't have time to let the incarnation of death go back to replace the kit, so he could only use the Spark Shadow to deal with those crows. When the incarnation of death rushed upwards, it was not the red dragon that followed the incarnation of death, but the poison flies. They are the fastest moving unit under Gu Shi. Next are the red dragon and the gargoyle. As they rushed upward, they stopped when they reached an altitude of about 300 meters. It was not because they could not rush up anymore, but because the second wave of crows rushing down had been blocked by them. It was at this height that they fought with the crows. At this height, there was nothing Gu Shi could do to help them, because all his spells couldn't reach there. Now we can only look at the capabilities of the incarnation of death and the flying troops themselves. Gu Shi was relatively confident in his men, not to mention other things. 30 red dragons were enough to sweep through everything, not to mention that he had a level 12 death incarnation there. The power of the flames directly dyed the sky red. As soon as the crows rushed down, they were dragged into the flames, and their bodies were immediately set on fire. These crows are not phoenixes, nor do they have the ability to be reborn in flames. If they are burned, they will be burned to death. Those who bypass the range of the fire are also dealt with by gargoyles and corpse flies, so there is no need to worry about them flying downwards. As for close combat with the crow, there is no problem. The red dragon and the incarnation of death are both existences that can fight in close combat. The crow is big, but it is still much smaller than the red dragon. The red dragon can often kill a crow with just one bite. Not to mention that the red dragon can also attack with its claws and sweep with its tail. These are normal attack methods for dragons. Often a dragon can easily deal with 3 or 4 enemies at the same time, as long as the enemy is not too powerful or big enough to suppress the dragon. Ordinary battles are not a problem for the dragon. Although the 30 red dragons are all level 7 dragons, they can easily fight against these crows. Looking at the situation in the sky, Gu Shi felt a little comforted. Although he couldn't help, the current situation was not too outrageous. But at this moment, an accident happened. Gu Shi, who had been watching the battle, discovered that all the mirror images of Aladovida in the sky were gone. The situation is not right. Everyone, pay attention to your surroundings and strengthen your defenses. Just when Gu Shi was giving the order, A large number of locusts came from outside the city gate. These locusts were as big as fists. When they rushed in, they were at least 5 to 10 meters high from the ground. When they pounced on Gushi, the momentum was so strong that it seemed to be able to bite everything into pieces and eat it. As soon as Gushi saw these locusts rushing towards him, he immediately raised the cold wind staff. Death Ripple. Following Gushi's order, a black ripple spread outward from him. Wherever the ripples passed, the undead under Gushi did not react. But the locusts were in bad luck. They died as soon as they were touched by the ripples, without even a chance to react. Seeing the locusts falling to the ground like raindrops, Gushi didn't relax at all. He understood that the situation of these locusts was the same as that of the corpse flies under his command. They were counted in groups. As long as one of them survived, they could be resurrected at any time. So when the locusts landed on the ground, Gushi immediately raised the cold wind staff and sent out a few more death waves, even because he was worried that the scope of influence of the death ripples would not be enough. Gushi ran to several locations with the evil coffin. He did not stop until the entire Aradavada was cleared. Looking at the pile of locust corpses on the ground, Gushi was speechless. What's going on with this third wave of attacks? Is it so fierce right from the start? First there was the crow attack, and now there is the locust, which is not enough for anyone to play with. If you say crow Gushi, he will admit it. After all, crows are frequent visitors to the Victoria Tower. Gushi had also seen the status of crows in the hearts of the British people, and even the royal family in Victoria Tower before. But what the hell are locusts? He has never heard of them. Britain has a tradition of raising locusts. With this thought, Gushi hesitated for a moment, faced the locust corpses piled on the ground, turned around and roared, "Come here! A skeleton wizard who can set fire to these locusts. I don't want this corpse." As soon as Gushi's order was given, the skeleton mage who mastered the fireball technique took action directly and threw fireballs at the pile of corpses. Gushi also carefully observed his surroundings to see if there were any enemies that might appear. As the locust's body was burned, Gushi finally relaxed a lot. He was about to look up to see how the battle between his men and crows was going in the sky, when suddenly something happened in the flames. A strange creature with locust legs was crawling out of the flames. Gushi noticed that the locust corpses that had not been burned since he appeared were quickly concentrating on this person. It can be seen that this is an insect monster pieced together using the corpses of locusts. It seems that this is the final boss. Use locust corpses to piece together the body. Right? I don't want you to know what the necromancer's corpse explosion package is, but I am not a qualified necromancer. Gushi pointed the cold wind staff at the guy whose body had begun to solidify. Corpse explosion. Corpse explosion. Corpse explosion. Gushi's secondary corpse explosion is not very powerful. After all, the vitality of locusts themselves is not very strong. One locust only has 1 point of life. Therefore, when Gushi uses Death Ripple, he can easily kill a large group of locusts. But Gushi was very stuck, and every corpse explosion would interrupt this person's devouring of the locust corpses. After a few times, this person also became angry. He yelled and rushed towards Gushi. At this time, Gushi looked up at the air battle still going on in the sky and ordered decisively, after a corpse explosion, "Everyone launch an attack. Kill this guy and we will win." Chapter 273: A Devastating Explosion. After Gushi finished speaking, he pointed at the huge figure made of locust corpses. At this time, the position Gushi was pointing to happened to be the position he had observed before. After using corpse explosions several times, Gushi had already understood the enemy's situation and knew which locust corpse to blow up, which could temporarily confuse the enemy. Gushi planned to take this opportunity to make this man temporarily unable to control the situation and give his men a chance to attack. Didn't you see that when Gushi attacked, the skeleton archer and skeleton mage behind him attacked at the same time, focusing their fire on the huge figure? But Gushi still underestimated the fighting wisdom of this giant boss composed of locusts. He was assassinated by Gushi several times in a row, so how could he not have Gushi's corpse explode? When Gushi was preparing for the corpse explosion, he swung his hand forward, and the locust corpses that were originally about to fly towards him flew towards Gushi. At the same time, he kicked his legs back and jumped back. He has already locked into a position where there are piles of locust corpses. As long as he falls and is given 10 seconds, he can form a completed body. When he attacks again, no matter how many undead there are, they won't be able to stop him. But he never expected that when Gushi saw this guy retreating, he knew something was wrong and quickly added another corpse explosion. Now Gushi didn't care about anything else. He just wanted the other party not to swallow more locust corpses. At the same time, several thoughts flashed through Gushi's mind, thinking about whether he should use another spell to deal with the enemy. At this moment, Gushi's movements suddenly stopped, and he suddenly felt an uneasy feeling welling up in his heart. Gushi didn't think much, pointed the cold wind staff in the direction of the enemy, and shouted, "Everyone get down." Then Gushi himself hid behind the evil coffin, and the incarnation of death appeared directly in front of the cold wind staff pointed in the direction of the enemy. Gushi spent all his mana and teleported the incarnation of death fighting in the sky in front of him. After Gushi finished all this, he heard a bang from where the boss landed. A big explosion shook the entire Aladovita. The locust corpses piled into a hill flew over on the spot. All the locusts were ignited and made a crackling sound when flying. Although Gushi's men were very obedient, they all fell down immediately. But they didn't have the incarnation of death, and the evil coffin was blocking them in front. After being hit by these locusts, the people who were hit were turned upside down, and many were killed. After this wave of impact was over, Gushi finally stuck his head out. He found that the sparks and evil shadows around the incarnation of death that were blocking the front were greatly reduced. But Gushi didn't pay attention to this at all now. He looked at the big crater that was blown up in the square in front of Aladovita in surprise. And he didn't understand what was going on. It was obvious that the boss was about to succeed. So why did it suddenly explode? At this time, a dragon roar came from the sky. Gushi looked up and saw that because he had lost the incarnation of death, the crow that had been suppressed and beaten actually fought back. Looking at the situation in the sky, Gushi pointed upward. Death incarnation. Come on! At the same time, Gushi held up the cold wind staff and headed towards the big pit that had been blown up. At this time, Gushi only had one thought in his mind, which was to see what happened just now, and why there was such a violent explosion. Jumping into the big pit, Gushi turned over the soil, and soon discovered a situation. There are also locust corpses mixed in the soil, as well as some corpses from other enemies. But there is something obviously missing here. That is the metal that had been burned by the red dragon's flames, and had all its heat sucked away by the incarnation of death. Gushi thought about it seriously. He seemed to have considered collecting the whole piece of metal before to see what happened to the large piece of metal. It's just that the sudden appearance of the crow disrupted his rhythm, so he didn't have time to deal with this thing. Then a large number of locusts appeared, and Gushi only had to use the death ripples. He had no time to care about this. In Gushi's mind, it was too late to go back and deal with it after everything was over. The result was that he was able to save Gushi just because he was in time. The corpse explosion technique that Gushi used just now did not hit the locust corpses, but the melted metal. This is formed by the corpses of more than 2,000 strange spearmen. No matter how weak the original strange spearmen were, their lives added together are definitely beyond the imagination of normal people. As soon as Gushi's corpse explosion was activated, a large satellite was naturally launched. The boss, which was pieced together from the corpses of locusts, was blown to pieces in this explosion before it was fully formed, even destroying those locusts. His corpse was blown out, knocking over many of Gushi's men. It can be said that all this was an accident, but it also allowed Gushi to see the powerful effect of the corpse explosion. If there had not been this wave of corpse explosion, if this boss with unknown fighting ability had really been allowed to successfully get up, it would be hard to say whether Gushi's troops could win. Unlike now, as long as the battle in the sky is over, the mission this time will be considered completed. Thinking of this, Gushi quickly looked up to the sky. He had temporarily teleported the incarnation of death down just now, which had affected the battle in the sky. He didn't know what the current situation was like now. When Gushi raised his head and looked upwards, he found that the incarnation of death was grabbing the neck of a huge crow and opening its mouth to spray the dragon breath of death into the crow's mouth. The crow was almost the same size as the incarnation of death. While flying, Gushibian could also see some light blue wind lines. It is obvious that this crow is the boss in the aerial battle. If the incarnation of death was not there, and this crow was allowed to fight in the sky, Gushi's men would have suffered heavy losses. The situation is different now. The incarnation of death has grabbed the big crow, and the death dragon breath is sprayed directly at the opponent's mouth. This is almost Godzilla's trick. Gushi didn't think this crow could withstand such an attack. Sure enough, under the impact of a wave of death incarnations, the big crow lost its last vitality. At the same time, Gushi noticed that the light blue wind line that was originally hovering over the big crow jumped onto the incarnation of death. It looks like Death Incarnate is getting another attack kit. At this moment, A tingling sound came from Gushi's ear. Temporary mission. The progress of the core of the transformation has changed. The third wave of enemies has been killed. Please occupy the main building of Aradavida. Chapter 274 Occupy Aradovi. Gushi was stunned for a moment. He had to occupy the main building by himself? Can't Luna just go there? Although he was puzzled, Gushi turned around and headed towards the central fortress of Aradavida. The undead men under him also followed suit. And no one had time to take care of the chaotic battlefield. What are you doing here? Clean up the battlefield and take care of the injured troops. If you don't take care of the undead, you won't be able to recover on your own. Seeing all his men crowding around him, Gushi was speechless. And can't you go to the city gate and guard it? We haven't completely taken over this place yet. Are you waiting to be robbed if you don't deal with it now? Under Gushi's order, Robbie and Arroyo quickly left with their troops. Judging from the direction they were heading, it seemed that they had really listened to Gushi's orders. Robbie quickly walked towards the nearest tower. He clearly wanted to explore the situation inside the tower. Arroyo led his troops around the blasted crater and came to the gate of Aladovida. It can be seen that they are preparing to prevent enemies from taking the opportunity to attack Aladovida. At the same time, the undead soldiers under Gushi began to clean the battlefield and pack up the things that they had not had time to pack just now. After all, the battlefield had not been cleaned for 2 consecutive battles. Although the big explosion just now must have blown up some things, the rest was enough for them to clean up for a long time. After dispersing all these troops, Gushi entered the central fortress. After entering here, Gushi finally understood why he had to occupy the main building by himself in the end to occupy Aladovida. It turns out that this central fortress is really too big, but it is only 3 stories high on the ground. And there are towers at the 4 corners on the top. The northeast corner tower is garden-shaped, and the other 3 tower groups are square. It can be said to be a centralized defense. Work and residence are integrated. After entering here, Gushi saw that the doors were marked with the functions of each room. But the more this happened, the more Gushi felt that this was bigger than a maze. There are almost all functional rooms here, and there is even a St. John's Church on the 2nd floor. I don't know what I was thinking when I first built it. Anyway, this central fortress shocked Gushi. At the center of the central fortress, Gushi finally found the core point of the main building, the residence of the British royal family. After entering here, Gushi finally understood why the mission required him to come and occupy the main building. If you haven't walked through it, you won't know how big the main building is. I don't know how many rooms there are to occupy. After Gushi enters the central fortress, an undead will be placed in each room. Although he cannot guarantee that there is someone in every room, he can guarantee that there is a ghost in every room. After people were deployed to all the rooms in the central fortress, a voice finally came to Gushi's ears. Temporary mission. The core progress of the transformation has changed, and the main building occupation has been completed. Temporary mission. The core of change, completed. Task reward. Random undead building design drawing, large, *3. Core building design drawing *1. Note 1, as a castle, Aladovida can only be placed on the battlefield when the level of the Death City reaches level 17. Note 2, as the military core for controlling the city of Aridov. Aradavida can connect cities of different eras. The roads to the Tudor and York dynasties are now open. Note 3, Aladovida is a huge maze and a huge treasure house. Every building here has its history and contains countless treasures. Please look for the corresponding information. Otherwise you will have to occupy the center of the White Tower of the fortress. Note 4, the open door will also attract the enemy's attention. Seeing that the temporary mission was completed, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was really over. At the same time, 4 pieces of jewelry of different styles appeared in front of Gushi. It seems that this is the random undead building design mentioned in the reward. Among the 4 pieces of jewelry, the one that attracted Gushi the most was a square black gemstone. In fact, this should be a sapphire, but the color of the gemstone is a bit dark, and it looks black in the past. When Gushi reached out and picked up the gem, a sharp wailing sound came from his mind. Star Curtain Cemetery, large, used 2,500 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build a Star Curtain Cemetery, large building, in the city. After completion, it can train 20 zombies every week. Before construction, a level 1 evil temple, large, needs to be built. This piece of information made Gushi feel relieved. It was a cemetery used to train zombies. Although Gushi was not sure why the cemetery was related to the Star Curtain, it finally filled the gap for Gushi's undead troop training. Now that there are training sources for zombies, there is even a complete set of training sources for ghosts. And there are also vampires. The next thing to look for is the training tombs of corpse witches and liches. I hope there will be good news for the next two. Gushi reached out and picked up another eagle-shaped ring. Eagle spider nest, large, use 2,500 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build an eagle spider nest, large building, in the city. After completion, 20 black sandalwood spiders can be trained every week. Before construction, a level 1 evil temple, large, needs to be built. Spider? Gushi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He thought about it seriously and found that spiders were indeed a type of undead. But spiders were generally the root chosen by necromancers, who took the poison root. Just like the corpse poison flies Lukai gave to Gushi. They were all poisonous soldiers. Gushi had no intention of taking that route. It was not the right time for the design drawings of this building to come out. However, Gushi thought about it, and realized that this could actually be placed in the magic plant area. The environment there was really not suitable for other undead types to survive. But spiders were different. Their survivability was strong enough, and they could be placed there. As for the land issue, it is no longer a problem for Gushi. Going out of Eridavita, you can connect to Gushi's Eridavita city. The Eridavita city during the Tudor dynasty and the York dynasty. Just imagine how many plots of land there would be. Coupled with the land in the mist outside Eridovi city, Gushi didn't need to worry about insufficient land for building buildings. What he needed was that he didn't have so many architectural plans and resources. As long as there are enough resources, Gushi can build everything. When Gushi divides the city, it will no longer be arranged by district, but can even be divided by age. It feels beautiful just thinking about it. Chapter 275, Harvesting the Design Plan. As the design drawing of the second piece was opened, Gushi's eyes fell on the third piece of jewelry. It was also a ring. But this ring looked quite ordinary. There was not even a ruby on it. Only a piece of amber is set in it. Dead-Eye Laboratory, large, used 3,500 resources, 15 units of stone, and 15 units of wood to build a Dead-Eye Laboratory, large building, in the city. After completion, it can train 10 Dead-Eye musicians every week. Before construction, a level 1 cemetery, large, needs to be built. As soon as this architectural design drawing appeared, Gushi was stunned. He really didn't understand. What kind of military unit was this? In terms of demand, a level 1 cemetery must be built first, which shows that this is a unit of the same level as ghosts. And the output of 10 people per week also shows this. But a musician in the lab? What a weird combination. Gushi looked over the architectural design drawings over and over, but did not find any different information. It seems that this really needs to be built before we know the truth. Now Gushi could only temporarily put this doubt in his mind, and turn his attention to the last piece of jewelry. The first three are large-scale architectural design drawings. So the last one should be the core architectural design drawing. After controlling the Death City for so long, Gushi has actually understood some of the situation. The design drawings of most of the core buildings have been engraved in the city's meeting hall. As long as the city's level increases, it can be built directly without the need for blueprints. The emergence of separate core architectural design drawings often represents changes in urban attributes or some directions. For example, human cities do not have buildings like the Soul-Calling Tower and the Dark Sky Curtain, but they can build them by obtaining architectural blueprints. Gushi looked at the metal-like jewelry in front of him, hoping that this should be a core building exclusive to mankind. Stables or Brotherhood. One improves mobility, and the other improves morale during defensive battles. With this thought in mind, Gushi reached out and picked up the metal. Astrologer's Tower. Core used 3,000 resources to build an Astrologer's Tower, core building, in the city. After completion, the weekly horoscope can be turned on, and the horoscope effect will affect the output in the city every week. Astrology? Only then did Gushi realize that he had heard someone say that astrology actually had a great influence on urban development. But he had never received astrology information, so he didn't know where the influence was. Now it seems that it's not that he didn't get the information, but that he hasn't built the Astrologer's Tower yet. Without an astrologer to help Gushi, naturally no one will tell Gushi what the situation will be like in the next week. It's different now. The emergence of the Astrologer's Tower will bring Gushi something new. At the same time, Gushi believes that astrologers do not just have this little power. There must be something else here. But Gushi doesn't have anything right now, so he can't guess anything by guessing. After thinking for a moment, Gushi put away all the architectural plans and walked out of the central fortress. which was the White Tower of Aladovita. Here Gushi discovered that the layers of mirror images of Aladovita in the sky had disappeared, and everything was exactly the same as at the beginning. Grown-ups. Luna, who had entered the central fortress when the battle began, appeared next to Gushi. Have you seen the other two Aladovi cities? We have seen that there are two very large cities, either of which is much larger than our current city. Having said this, Luna paused. Is there something wrong? I found that except for the fact that the three Aradovi cities share the node of Aradovi Tower, the rivers have not changed. Gushi was a very smart person, and just after Luna said that, Gushi understood. Dockside? Yes. The dock area is also the key to connecting several cities. Now Gushi's expression became serious. There are many important buildings in his dock area, including two core buildings and a Keel laboratory. If these places were occupied by others, the situation would be quite bad. Luna, I've always wanted to ask. If we want to move the building to another place, what do we need to do? If you demolish and rebuild, the architectural design drawings will not disappear just because the building has been built once. After demolition, the resources will not be reduced. It is just a waste of time. The impact is not that big. If you are worried, you can actually build the new building first and then demolish it. We didn't have enough land before, so we had no choice. But if we win two Aladovi cities from different periods, the land will be enough. As long as we are given time, we can arrange each city reasonably. Luna also knew that Gushi had obtained a lot of architectural design drawings this time, and he had taken back a set of those architectural design drawings from the Go series. When the question was asked now, Gushi probably wanted to readjust and rearrange the city, so Luna naturally explained everything clearly. That's okay. Gu Shijin didn't expect that the original design drawings could be reused, but after thinking about it, Gushi thought it was very reasonable. It's just that his own land is relatively small, so he doesn't repeatedly build certain buildings. Now that there is enough open space, Luna will propose the situation, but it's not necessary for now. Our base is still in the original Aladovi city. We can only get in touch with those two Aladovi cities from different periods, but we don't have the strength to conquer them yet. I'll let the wine lady handle this matter. At least we need to know the information about the two Aladovi cities before we have a chance to take action. Now we have occupied all the small and medium-sized plots in the city. This time we captured Aladovi city and gained 15 points of city experience. With the addition of the small and medium-sized plots, the level of the Death City should be enough to reach level 4. Yes, that is enough. Then let's rush to level 4 first. After level 4, our target will first be placed at the water network defense line, and how many plots of land can be hidden in the sewers? You don't know this, right? I understand what your lord means. By the way, the next time I upgrade the core building, I'll target the Soul Summoning Tower. Even if I can't put the Soul Summoning Tower on the battlefield during battle, I can always use it in defensive battles. The fighting in the demonic plant area has been quite fierce during this period. Without building a Soul Calling Tower, many souls were wasted. I understand. After determining the goal, Luna also showed a firm look in her eyes. Chapter 276 Station and Black Spear Camp. While Gushi and Luna were discussing the future development direction of Aradavita City, all the towers and buildings of Aradavita were also occupied. Luna would tell Gushi from time to time what the newly obtained tower was called and what its purpose was. For example, the tower next to the White Tower is called the Blood Tower. It is said that a king and his brother were nailed to the wall of the Blood Tower. Further back there is a building called Queen's Row, which was used to imprison the queen. The one connected to the city gate is called the Lion Tower. In the past, a large number of lions, bears and wolves were kept here. Anyone who wants to enter the Aladovita Tower needs to pass this level. But now, the gate of Aladovita is open. Not to mention lions, bears, and wolves. There are not even any defensive soldiers. In addition, there are observatories, prisons, churches, execution grounds, zoos, and small docks in Aradovitalis. If it weren't for Luna's explanation, Gushi wouldn't have known that such a castle could have so many functions. At this time, Gushi's undead soldiers had also cleaned up the battlefield. In this battle, Gushi suffered a lot of losses. All the 15 gargoyles were killed. Most of the red dragons were only slightly injured. They could just go back and recuperate. Some corpse flies were also killed in the battle, but their record was quite good. They killed all the crows and ensured the safety of the battle on the ground. Looking at the crow corpses piled in front of him, Gushi hesitated for a moment and said, Send them to the tavern and see if they can make something out of them. At the same time, Gushi looked at the 30 red dragons. They all had some injuries more or less on their bodies. There is a treasure house and a mint behind the Aradavida. The area there is quite large. You can rest there. I will ask the wine girl to bring you food. You should drink some. Hearing this, all the red dragons nodded. Of course they drink some. Then drinks and food will be brought to you. But your mission is to stay here at Aladovida. If someone attacks Aladovida, you will be responsible for the defense. When I need you, you must fly to the city gate and wait for my order to attack. Gushi specifically said this to the red dragon because the red dragon is a living creature and they are not suitable to live in Aladovi city. Stay there, and they will soon be sent to the Dragon Bone Laboratory to serve as experimental subjects there. Instead, it would be more beneficial for them to stay here in Aladovida. At least, they won't be affected by the negative energy in Aradovi. As for the strange power everywhere outside Aladovida, it has little impact. After arranging the red dragons, Gushi looked at the various garbage piled aside. He rummaged through the garbage. But before he found anything good, Arroyo led his troops back. Grown-ups, did you find anything? My lord, I discovered an outlying tower outside the city. Gushi thought for a moment, and then saw that the troops led by Arroyo had obvious signs of having just fought. It seemed like he was coming back from a killing spree outside. Go and have a look. Gushi thought for a moment. And there was nothing going on now anyway. There were so many things, and he didn't know when he would have to check them out. So he would go with Arroyo to check them out first. It didn't matter. Upon hearing this, Arroyo quickly led Gushi towards the place where he had just returned from the battle. After leaving the lawn with the guillotine, Gushi and the others walked out of the city gate. At this time, Gushi discovered that Arroyo was heading in the other direction of the city gate. After entering here, there is a 30-meter wide walled causeway. Gushi noticed that the 6 outermost towers and 2 bastions are at the end of the passage. It is obvious that that is the real defense of Aladovida. Focus. However, Gushi was certain that there were no such buildings before he came. Did you just come here to kill me? Yes. There are some weird shadow-like beings in these towers. They are not very strong. The boss is about level 5. So I just killed them. Gushi walked around the area and almost understood what was going on. This should be the overlap of the Aradavida buildings from several periods. The buildings that were originally supposed to be destroyed were preserved. And the newly built buildings in the later period also appeared automatically. After taking a look around here, Gushi understood why Aluyu was so excited. These 6 towers and 2 bastions turned out to be a large garrison together. Building name, City Defense Tower. Level 7. Garrison troops, 0/6. 6 troops can be stationed. Station heroes, 0 to 1. 1 hero can be stationed. Station bosses, 0/12. 12 bosses can be stationed. Station soldiers, 0/1200. 1200 soldiers can be stationed. 1200 is the number of soldiers stationed in the building. The number of hero commanders and boss commanders is temporarily 0. Garrison troops, no limit. Ancillary buildings, weapons depot, left bastion. Station soldiers attack +3. Ammunition depot, right bastion. All station soldiers have unlimited ammunition. Note, when a building reaches level 7, it can be stationed with heroes. And when it reaches level 15, it can be stationed with leaders. Looking at the properties of this tower defense group, Gushi knew why Aluyu was so anxious. He has always wanted to have a system. Now this is a pie dropped directly from the sky. If you don't eat this pie, Arroyo will not be able to understand his ideas. Okay, I know what you're thinking. But there are some things I need to tell you in advance. Aladovida is quite critical to me. I can only give you the permission to station one of the 6 troops. When other landowners' stations are built in the future, you and your troops must move away. Arroyo also understood that the spearmen he brought were not suitable for defensive warfare. And Gushi's request was reasonable. So Arroyo immediately responded, Sir, please rest assured. As long as there is a suitable place for my residence, I will give it up immediately. Okay, you stay here first. As for your troops, they are called guns. Gushi shook his head when he said this. I see your troops are covered in black and gray recently. This should be a new skill. Let's call it the Black Spear Battalion. I hope you can work hard to improve yourself and bring the Black Spear Battalion to a higher level. Upon hearing this, Arroyo immediately bowed to Gushi. My lord, please believe that it won't be long before the Black Spear Battalion will become the most elite Black Spear regiment under your command. After listening to Arroyo's words, Gushi also burst into laughter. Okay. Then I'll wait for your application to be promoted to the camp. Chapter 277 An Unexpected Gain. After dealing with matters outside Aradavida, Gushi returned to the lawn of Aradavida, where the spoils had also been dealt with. When Gushi came back, Luna didn't ask why Arroyo was missing, and directly sent several items with properties that she had picked out to Gushi. Gushi took these items, and did not look at the properties of these items. Instead, he ordered Luna, build roads and all communication points here. These are not buildings, but the continuation of construction only needs people. Right? Yes. Please don't worry. Sir. These undead souls just summoned can be used. I will handle them. Okay. Then you go ahead. Robbie. Gushi called out again. As soon as he heard Gushi's order, Robbie and his troops rushed over immediately. He also saw Arroyo's situation just now. Seeing that Arroyo could directly find a place to station, Robbie was also very jealous. After all, the number of troops that a hero with a station can bring is much higher than that of a hero without a station. Robbie, who had been running around in the Aladovita Tower and visited all 13 edge towers, also wanted to get some benefits. As a result, he ran for such a long time, but couldn't get anything in the end. Naturally, he was unwilling to accept it. Grown-ups. Robbie, you have seen the current situation. We have not yet completely stabilized the distance from Aladovi City to Aladovi Tower. During this period, you are responsible for patrolling and protecting this road, until we build the road and start occupying this area. Make sure to complete the mission. When Robbie heard this, he knew this was his chance. Gushi had promised Robbie before that the resources for the upgrade of the Skeleton Swordsman camp would be provided by Robbie. As long as Robbie found enough resources, the Skeleton Swordsman camp could be upgraded to as many levels as he wanted. Gushi would not go there. Pick peaches. What Robbie lacks now is the resources used to upgrade. Gushi assigned him a task. For Robbie, it was a steady stream of resource points and an opportunity for him to upgrade the Skeleton Swordsman battalion. So Robbie immediately called his troops, as well as the 2 leaders of the bone-cutting battalion, and rushed out. After all his subordinates got their assignments and left, Gushi looked at the items in his hands. These items were dug out by Luna from all the white and gray garbage on the battlefield. Gushi didn't have time to look at it before, but now that he had time, Gushi calmed down and took a look at his previous battle gains. At this glance, Gushi's eyes widened. He thought he had gained nothing this time. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain this time. Lancer Skin Toy Tin Soldier. All Lancer units can be transformed into tin soldiers. Crow Lantern. Auxiliary. You can master the construction method of auxiliary building Crow Lantern. After mastering it, you can place Crow Lanterns in the city by consuming 100 negative energy. Locust Seeds. Green. A wilderness full of locust eggs can be placed at a designated location to turn the wilderness into an abandoned farmland producing locusts. Abandoned farmland. Large. Use 500 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build an abandoned farmland, large building, in the wild. After completion, 60 swarms of locusts can be trained every week. After completion, it can produce 1,000 kilograms of dried locusts every week. Once completed, it can produce 30 units of locust poison per week. Locust, level 1 attack 1, defense 1, life 1, skills, swarm state, swallow everything. Flying troops. For Gushi, these 3 things were all free money. Gushi has seen the spearman's skin. The front is a blue leather armor spearman unique to human castles, and the back is a British-style spearman with a red coat, black hat and tin body. This kind of spear skin does not necessarily need to be available to the spearman of the human castle. According to the above description, this skin can be used by any troops who use spears to fight. It just so happened that Arroyo already had his own establishment, and the Black Gun Battalion happened to be all spearmen. Whether it was skeleton spearmen, or Arroyo trying to make zombies carry spears, they were all within the transformation range of the skin. Inside, just take this as a reward for Black Gun or Black Gun, and unify the appearance of Black Gun Camp first. As for the Crow Lanterns and the abandoned farmland decorated with locust seeds, these are all buildings. Gushi had seen the Crow Lantern. It was a type of crow that was half alive and half dead. They would fly within a certain range, holding lanterns in their claws. It can light up the road in the fog. Gushi planned to tell Luna later about placing this kind of crow lantern between Alida Tower and Aladovi City to facilitate the movement of troops. As for the abandoned farmland, Gushi was a little surprised. This is the first building that Gushi has discovered that is not built in the city. However, Gushi looked through it and found out that locusts themselves are relatively unsolvable existences. It is true that there are many of them, but their combat effectiveness is low. The most important thing is that their vitality is low, even worse than skeleton. And their characteristic is that they can devour everything. The resources invested in raising locusts are too great. With those grains, wouldn't it be better to take care of other soldiers? Gushi estimated that the locusts would become really useful when his necromancy reached level 8, and he could start summoning ghosts. At that time, a batch of locusts will all gather together, and as soon as the death ripples are released, another wave of spiritualism will come out, and a large number of ghosts will come out. In the end, the locust corpses can be used to fertilize the land or something, which can be regarded as waste utilization. Now, Gushi is planning to build this abandoned farmland far away, so it is better not to damage the layout of Aladovi City. After seeing the situation of these things, Gu Shijing wanted to call Luna, but I found that Luna seemed to have been assigned to do something. So Gu Shi quickly put away these things, jumped on the evil coffin, and headed outside the Aladovita Tower. When passing by the city defense tower, Gu Shi handed the spearman's skin to Arroyo and watched the Black Spear Battalion complete the change. Just as Suogushi had thought. After changing their skin, all the spearmen in the Black Gun Battalion, whether they were skeleton soldiers or zombies, all turned into tin soldiers wearing red clothes, black hats, and with skin shining with metallic luster. However, their combat characteristics were not affected at all, and there was still a layer of black ash surrounding them. When they moved, they looked like a metal army walking out of the darkness, and the mere sight of them was terrifying. Arroyo, who was walking in the front, excitedly opened his clothes. In his eyes, his skin now looked much better than before. Looking at Arroyo's eyes, Gushi knew what he wanted to do. However, it was impossible to change the name now. Gushi directly said that he still had something to do and left Aladovita quickly, without giving Arroyo any chance to comment. Chapter 278 Return to the Guild. After leaving Aradovi Tower, Gushi found that the fog outside seemed to have dispersed a lot, and he could even see the gate of Aradovi City from a distance. It seems that taking down Aradovita will be very beneficial for Gushi. Gushi was certain that as long as the fog between Aradovi City and Aradovi Tower cleared, there would be another medium-sized city here. Luna, who had left early, was studying the layout of the area and allocating how much land could be allocated in the area. When she saw Gushi coming, Luna quickly went to greet him. "Sir, have you settled Aladovita's affairs?" "It's taken care of. Crow Lantern. You could arrange it later and dispel the fog first." "No, sir. The Crow Lantern is not used here." Luna knew what Gushi was thinking as soon as she heard it, but she still explained it to Gushi. "I will arrange the Crow Lanterns. This is used for patrolling in the city. It does not necessarily need to be placed in the fog. Arranging 3 Crow Lanterns for each area is enough." Upon hearing this, Gushi knew that Luna had already seen the harvest this time. The reason why he kept these 3 things was to let Gushi know what he had gained this time. As for the purpose of these things, Luna has already made a judgment. "Okay, you know better than me when it comes to urban construction. Just arrange it how you want. By the way, how do you feel about this neighborhood? It's a good piece of land. We can build a new district here. Based on what I have checked, we can get at least 3 large plots, 7 medium-sized plots, and 11 small plots. The most important thing is that there are no other buildings in this area. When we arrange the arrangement, we can adjust the position of the building more conveniently." "So big?" Gushi was stunned for a moment, and then he asked, "Luna, with our current military strength, do you think it would be better to expand the existing city outwards? Or should we use Aradovi Tower as a springboard to attack Aradovi City in the other 2 periods?" Listening to Gushi's question, Luna did not answer, but asked a question. "Sir, even if we can now reach the city of Aradovi in other times, do we have the manpower to garrison it?" This question made Gushi smile helplessly. This is really a very real problem. Gushi's troops are seriously short of manpower. Sometimes Gushi wonders, is he still a necromancer? Why does he always feel like he is short of troops everywhere? In fact, Gushi didn't know that in the eyes of others, he was a model of the necromancer. When someone's necromancer reaches level 4, he has an army of several thousand people. When someone's necromancer hasn't gotten his talent yet, he has his own city. Gushi felt that his troops were insufficient at the moment. This was entirely because his troops could not meet the needs of the rapidly expanding city. If you ask Gushi to have no city now, and only lead his troops to see if he thinks the troops are insufficient. Not to mention 3 heroes. There are dozens of leaders. Even more than 1,000 soldiers. They are all accumulated by other necromancers for many years. Gushi hasn't realized this yet. Having only been a necromancer for a few days, he only felt that his strength was seriously insufficient. No. We need to find a way to get some soldiers. It would be great if we had the Death Lord skill. We can find a world of undead and get all kinds of soldiers after a few rounds. When Gushi was complaining about this matter, he happened to enter Aladovi City with Luna. Okay. I'll leave the rest to you. I have to go back to the guild first. This dungeon is not in vain. At least I made some money. After I go back, keep an eye on those in Victoria City. Condition. If Shea needs anything, please help if you can. I think this Victoria transformation will take some time to complete. If we can't get through to the Hearthstone, let's try to see if we can contact Saya from Aladovida. I think the Victoria Tower still exists after 6 changes, which shows that this place is the eternal core of the city of Victoria. No matter how Victoria changes, it will not change much. There shouldn't be any obstacles to our connection with Victoria City. So take care of it yourself. Gushi was still relatively relieved about Luna's existence. Before returning to the meeting hall of Aladovi City, Gushi had a few more words with Luna before choosing to withdraw from Aladovi City. After exiting this time, Gushi heard the previous notification sound again. Instance, the Westminster Abbey event was destroyed, and the instance ended early. Do you want to restart the instance now or exit it directly? Gushi took a look at his attributes and finally said with certainty, exit the copy. As soon as Gushi said these words, Gushi was thrown out of Aladovi City. Fortunately, Gushi's strength has improved a lot now. In addition, the Chaoyang Guangmeng Guild has plans to deal with various pop-up worlds and dungeons. When Gushi was thrown out, he immediately felt that his body became much lighter. He felt like a feather fluttering in the wind. Gushi tried his best to turn over, but before he could straighten up, the force that made him float disappeared in an instant, and Gushi hit the ground directly, face first. After lying on the ground for a moment, Gushi got up. Looking up and looking around, he found that he was still standing at the portal where he entered the dungeon. You're out. This is your copy crystal. You have 4 more chances. Keep it yourself, and don't let anyone snatch it away. Oh! Gushi put away the dungeon crystal, and then took a look at his own attributes. The knowledge of undead and magic reached the standard, but the number of professional skills that reached level 4 was still seriously insufficient. It seems that I need to find a place to practice my skills. Next time. Wait until level 5 before playing this dungeon again. Thinking of this, Gushi asked, I want to ask. If I want to improve my professional skills, where should I go? The player looking at the portal glanced at Gushi. Come on. Newcomers. If you want to quickly improve your professional skill level, then go to the battlefield. The fastest way to improve is by brushing the battlefield level. Battlefield? Which battlefield? Gushi was about to ask about the situation here, but he was stopped by someone. Gushi. Don't mess around. Gushi looked back and found that the person who came was none other than Li Xinghui, who had brought him to the Chaoyang Guild. Brother Li, why are you here? I came here specifically to find you and find a place to chat. Chapter 279 The Hope of the Whole Village. In Chaoyang Guild's internal cafe, Gushi was holding a dark red coffee that looked like blood, with a puzzled look on his face. Is this coffee serious? Drink it. This is the Song family's specialty blood-sucking coffee. After drinking it, it has the effect of replenishing blood. Seeing Gushi's troubled expression, Li Xinghui couldn't help but laugh. After hearing this, Gushi took a sip of coffee, and a sour and bitter taste spread into his mouth. But the next moment, Gushi felt a sweetness coming from his mouth and going straight into his abdomen. All the energy he had previously consumed disappeared due to the dizziness caused by taking the magic potion many times. The whole person seemed to have just woken up for 3 days and 3 nights. Full of energy. Everything around seemed to come alive. And everything was full of color. How about this coffee? Isn't it good? Good. Gushi took another sip of the blood-sucking coffee, and then asked curiously, Brother Li, did you come to see me this time? Ah. How should I put it? I really came here specifically to find you. Li Xinghui thought about it, and decided to directly state his purpose. There is something good for you this time. Balian City is going to hold the Balian Festival once every 10 years. All official guilds on record can recommend their players to participate. Participating players require that they be a formal member of the guild, have a strength of level 5 or below, and be recommended by the guild. You are the only external member of the guild this year. You have just become an official member of the guild. And your strength is stuck at level 5. Naturally, you have become the hope of the whole village. Let me talk to you above. I hope you can participate in this Balian festival and preferably get a good ranking. After hearing the reason why Li Xinghui came to see him, Gu Shi stared into Li Xinghui's eyes. What is the goal of the guild? Does it benefit the guild to be ranked high? You've already seen this. A high ranking is certainly good for the guild. Let me tell you directly. As long as you can come back first. In the next 10 years, we will be the first to pick in the draft of Netherbone Wind Academy. After listening to Li Xinghui's words, Gu Shi blinked and said, No. How low was the guild's ranking before? Can you get into a role like me? The last one to come out? There's no way. The guild couldn't pick anyone to join before. No. I see there are a lot of players in Sanxian Garden, Gu Shi said with a puzzled look on his face. But their strength is not good. They have been around for so long, and have not reached level 4. They will be used as cannon fodder. Most of those genius children are children from high-level families in the guild. They have long become elite members of the guild, and are prevented from participating in the Balian festival. Therefore, the ranking of the guild has always been poor. Li Xinghui could only explain helplessly. But he didn't say that Qiang Guild was not a big guild among the many guilds in Balian City. And there were really only a few powerful ones. There is not much support for novice players. Most of the players come here to eat and wait to die. If they are allowed to participate in the Balian festival, what good rankings can they get? After explaining everything clearly, Li Xinghui said, It's different this time. Your talent is there. I heard that in addition to the 3 magic skills Death City, you have mastered another magic skill Death Incarnation. The president has blocked this news. Except for some people in Sanxian Garden. No one else knows about it. This is your advantage. When they plan your city of death, if you, the incarnation of death, make a move, you will be able to accomplish great feats. Seeing Li Xinghui's beaming expression, Gu Shi was not so excited, but asked calmly, Brother Li, you've been talking for so long, but I still don't know what the Balian festival is going to do. Oh, if you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten. Speaking of the Balian festival, you should know the origin of Balian City. Li Xinghui asked back. Of course. I am also a native of this city, and I have learned things in elementary school. How could I forget that the Balian festival refers to the fish festival? Gu Shi learned the origin of Bai Lianqing when he was in elementary school. The original Bai Lianqing was built here by a player named Bai Lianqiu, who controlled the game incarnation of fish. I heard that the earliest Bai Lianqing was even half a lake and half a city. The presence? Later, due to some reasons, Balian City was slowly affected by the invasion of ghosts, and slowly turned into ghosts. Especially since the 18th city lord failed to attack level 20. The undead army he controlled was scattered throughout Balian City. At this time, the city's transformation into undead has become out of control. Gradually, the underworld Ghost Valley appeared outside Balian City, and the targets of players in the city gradually turned to necromancers or death knights. Only Balian Lake, where the city was originally located, was not affected in this way. The clear water of the lake was still as full of life as before. You can even see a large number of fish near the lake. Even if you don't know how to swim, don't worry if you accidentally fall into the water. The fish and the lake will send the players to the shore to ensure that no one will die in the lake. For so many years, Balian Lake has been the main source of water and food for Balian City. It can be said that even if all the players in the city become undead, Balian Lake will not become undead. After hearing what Li Xinghui said, Gu Shi's memory about Bai Lianqing was revealed. It's not a fish sacrifice, but it's almost the same. This Balian festival is a sacrifice to Balian Lake to ensure the vitality of Balian Lake. When making sacrifices, some Yinshan Ghost valleys near Balian City will be affected, and many worlds that did not originally exist in Balian City will be automatically opened and placed near Balian City. If it were directly released by these worlds, it would be a disaster for Balian City. You should have learned what happens when a city appears near another city. Invade, devour and destroy. So the Balian festival is aimed at these worlds that suddenly appear near Balian City. A new disposable world? I understand. I'm participating in this one. Listening to Wan Xinghui's explanation, Gu Shi immediately understood what was going on. But Li Xinghui said something else at this time. By the way, for the sake of fairness, all players are not allowed to bring their own troops and contracted undead. When entering the new world, Balian City will give you 30 skeleton soldiers. 10 zombies and 5 ghosts. Everyone will be treated the same. At this point, Li Xinghui winked at Gu Shi. Gu Shi immediately understood what Li Xinghui meant. Can both Death City and Death Incarnation be used? Chapter 288 Few Days of Hard Work. You can use the City of Death to take back the undead assigned to you to strengthen or change their equipment. But it is not possible to release the original soldiers in the city. As for the Incarnation of Death, it is a skill, and no one says it cannot be used. As soon as Li Xinghui heard Gu Shi's question, he knew that Gu Shi had figured out everything here. So he directly explained the information he had just learned. As long as it's not prohibited, you can use it. Gu Shi, who understood this, also laughed. If I take first place and the guild benefits, what reward will I get? A purple outfit, a fusionable land deed, which includes the built evil temple, cemetery and some supporting buildings outside the spiritual tomb, plus the Ghost Pass trial ground, or the second floor of the Chaoyang Magic Tower, or the Ray of Light 3 days of access to the restricted book area of Cixi Library. Gu Shi's eyes lit up after listening to Li Xinghui's words. You guys are really good at judging people. It seemed that Chaoyang Guild had really figured out Gu Shi's little thoughts. These are all what Gu Shi wants. Gu Shi had heard of the Ghost Pass training ground. It was a place used for training and improving professional skills. As for the second floor of the Magic Tower, you can learn intermediate magic. And in the Forbidden Book area, you can learn more basic knowledge. No matter which one you choose, it will be quite beneficial to Gu Shi. Not to mention there is a purple suit. Plus the land deeds for the evil temple, cemetery and spiritual tomb have been built. Once the land deeds are integrated, Aladovi City can expand even more. The speed of Gu Shi's troop replenishment can also be increased. Gu Shi analyzed it quickly in his mind, but did not show any different reaction on his face. He just said something affirmative when Li Xinghui looked at him. Okay. Seeing that Gu Shi agreed so readily, Li Xinghui also showed a smile on his face. That's great. I knew that Brother Gu would definitely join the battle. So I would like to wish Brother Gu a victorious return here. After Gu Shi agreed to this matter, he no longer needed to deal with anything else, apart from asking Gu Shi to rest in the guild during this period, not to run around, and not to participate in any games, so as to avoid being found when the Bailian festival begins. The Chaoyang Guangmong Guild does not have any requirements for Gu Shi. Gu Shi also enjoyed a few days of rest. Not only did he have a good sleep, but he also took a few turns inside the Chaoyang Guangmong Guild and refreshed his memory on some common sense. Now Gu Shi could find where he wanted to go without letting the ferocious ferret lead the way. At the same time, in order to prepare for the Bailian festival that was about to begin, Gu Shi specially purchased a large amount of magic potions. Gu Shi knew very well what the biggest advantage he could take advantage of in the upcoming Bailian festival. The Incarnation of Death is the most crucial point. In order to be able to use the Death Avatar at will, magic potions are a must. Gu Shi spent the rest of the time in the Radiant Library. Compared to Gu Shi's Fairy Tale Library, the collection of books in the Radiant Library is much richer. There are many books of knowledge here that a necromancer should learn. It's just that Gu Shi no longer has so much experience to burn. And there is no Griffin Book of the Dead to protect Gu Shi from the power of the undead. Gu Shi could only make choices based on his own situation. Reading a little bit every day, working hard to improve the various knowledge needed by the undead, and consolidate his own foundation. During these few days, Luna was not idle either, although she did not touch the Aridov city of the other 2 periods. However, the open space between Aridavita City and Aridavita Tower was occupied, and most of the sewers had been cleared. New plots of land were developed, and 5 large plots of land were added, including 2 sewers and 3 open spaces between the city and the tower. There are 9 medium-sized plots, including 4 sewers and 5 open spaces between the city and the tower. There are 13 small plots, including 5 sewers and 8 open spaces between the city and the tower. The addition of these new plots of land just meets the needs of the construction of Aladovi City. In the past few days, Luna was focusing on the construction work of Aradovi City. In a hurry, she finally raised Aradovi City to level 4 before Gu Shi set off. City name, Aradovi, Urban Agglomeration. City directions, City of Death. City characteristics, original city, this city is the starting point of a metropolis, which can be expanded through occupation, attack, integration, annexation, etc. City level, level 4, 6/200. City core, Aradovi Tower. Aradovi City, capital city. Aradovi City, not captured during the Tudor dynasty. Aradovi City, not captured during the York dynasty. Core Buildings, 7-7 Assembly Hall, Level 1, gives 1250 negative energy points every day. Tavern, Level 1. Dock Warehouse, Level 1. Dock Market, Level 1. Magic Tower, Level 1. Blacksmith Shop, Level 1. Barracks, Level 1. Large Buildings, 8/12 plus 5 Evil Church, Level 1. Evil Bone Temple, Level 1. Skeleton Sword Soldier Camp, Level 2. Dragon Bone Laboratory, Level 1. Ghost Tower Bridge, Level 1. Vampire Mansion, Level 2. Bone Magic Tower, Level 1. Herb Cemetery, Level 1. Medium-sized Buildings, 17/17 plus 9 White Candle Factory, Level 1. Library, Level 1. Owl Building, Level 1. Haunted Pier, Level 1. Weird Pier, Level 1. Smuggling Pier, Level 1. Altar of Eternal Servitude, Level 1. Graveyard Herb Garden, Level 1. Alchemy Laboratory Dripping Blood, Level 1. Underground Alchemy Laboratory, Level 1. Lonely Pedestrian Square, Level 1. Blood Garden, Level 2. Blood Pool, Level 3. Haunted Mine Crystal Plan, Level 1. Endless Ore Pile, Level 1. Skinning Slaughterhouse, Level 1. Blood Eye Vineyard, Level 1. Small Buildings, 11/22 plus 13 Well, Level 4. Main City Gate, Level 1. Garrison Gate, Level 1. Corrosive Moat, Level 1. Eagle Eye Arrow Tower, Level 1. Steel City Gate, Level 1. Plunder Hall, Level 1. Vampire Statue, Level 4. Blood Throne, Level 4. Bat Crypt, Level 3. Energy Beacon, Level 1. Auxiliary Buildings, 75/90th Street Lights *20. Small Docks for Boats *15. Twisted Ancient Trees *25. Crow Lights *15. Special Buildings, Sword of Courage. Clock Tower, Level 3. Evilwood Lake, Level 1. Fire Pile, Level 1. Garrison Heroes, Robbie. Arroyo. Garrison Troops, Bone Cutting Battalion. Black Spear Battalion. Annex outside the city, abandoned farmland. The comprehensive development of Aladovi City makes Gushi feel at ease. He still needs to participate in the Balian Festival for a while this time. During this period of time, Gushi will have no time to pay attention to the construction work of Aladovi City. However, he has made it clear to Luna that the Eagle Spider Nest and Dead Eye Laboratory will be built in the Magic Plant area next. At the same time, in terms of upgrading, we will go all out to upgrade the Blood Dropping Alchemy Laboratory and prepare to build the Tomb Laboratory and Bloodfield Secluded House that Demi needs. As for the rest, it depends on the situation. After all, the team working on urban construction is already very long, and there will be no idle time for a few days. Chapter 281 The drama begins. On this day, Gushi bought the day's ration of magic potion from the guild store, and was about to go to the Radiant Library to study. Li Xinghui's raven suddenly flew in front of Gushi. Ready to begin. Looking at the information on the note sent over, Gushi understood that the Balian Festival was about to begin. He packed up the magic potion in his hand, picked up his weapons and equipment, turned around and headed towards the passage leading to the Rising Sun Guild. Seeing Gushi come out so simply, Li Xinghui, who was waiting in front of the passage gate, was also a little surprised. Didn't I ask you to prepare in the past few days? Why are you not prepared at all? No, I've prepared it. Don't worry, brotherly. You won't suffer any loss this time. Seeing Gushi's confident look, Li Xinghui didn't say anything more. As long as there are no problems with Gushi. As for other novice players, how could those rookies win 2 combinations of 3 magical skills? After leaving the headquarters of the Rising Sun Guild, the carriage headed in another direction. Gushi was sitting by the window, and could clearly see many strange vehicles, all heading in the same direction. On those vehicles, there was a player who seemed to be quite powerful, leading 7 or 8 novice players. It was very rare to see only one novice player like Gushi's side. Don't look at it. If it weren't for you here this year, our guild wouldn't even have one person. Seeing that Gushi kept looking at the situation outside, Li Xinghui said with a smile. Why? Gushi asked curiously. How should I put it? The relationship between the president and the current city lord is not very good. So the president will not listen to the city lord's orders if he can, Li Xinghui said with some helplessness. After all, having such a president made them, the guild members, very troubled. Thinking of the appearance and imagination of the guild president, Gushi had to admit that the guild president was not an ordinary person. Just when Gushi was about to say something, He suddenly found that the carriage seemed to slow down. At this time, Li Xinghui also poked his head out. Strange. What's going on? Gu Shi also looked out the window at the situation outside, and saw that the road not far ahead seemed to be blocked. Several players were arguing loudly at the intersection. Gu Shi looked in the direction the crowd was looking at, and discovered that the vehicles stuck there all had their respective guild logos hung on their exteriors. Skeleton Fish Dragon, Ghost Spear, and Steel Ghost Claw. These are the three major guilds in Balian City. Why did they start to quarrel on the road? Would you like to go over and have a look? Li Xinghui asked casually, looking at Gu Shi's curious expression. May I? Gu Shi suddenly became excited. Of course. We are almost there. We won't waste much time by going over and taking a look. Li Xinghui also looked curious. He wanted to know what the three major guilds were arguing about now. At this time, the faces of the captains leading the teams of the three major guilds became quite ugly. One of the necromancer players, who was wearing a white dragon bone, said angrily, I don't care. This was caused by the Iron Claw. You have to be responsible for fighting back. The person in charge of leading the Iron Ghost Claw team was one of their vice presidents. His face was a little pale, and he also understood that his plan this time had offended some people. But he actually didn't regret it. He was just a little annoyed that luck was not on his side this time. He had not expected that merely adjusting the rules of the Grand Festival would cause so much trouble. However, it is impossible for the other two guilds to put this responsibility on themselves. I just wanted to give the children in the city a fairer chance to challenge. And I didn't expect that Qiufeng City and Hanya City would jump out at this time. This is obviously the Balian Festival in our Balian City. What does it have to do with them? It has nothing to do with them. But they directly said that Balian Lake is just upstream and downstream of them. They insisted on joining. Is there any way for you to refuse? Besides, now it's not about refusing to refuse. But because of your bullshit suggestions, you have taken away the biggest advantage of the children in this city. For those with less than 50 soldiers, Balian City will provide them officially. If you can't take a necromancer with you to train the undead, is he still called a necromancer? Are you just pretending not to see the efforts of those children these days? The vice president of Steel Ghost Claw was also a little embarrassed after being criticized by players of the same level. He wanted to explain something more, but no one wanted to listen to him. If it weren't for the teams from other nearby guilds rushing over, they would even be arguing here. While Gu Shiwei was watching the excitement, Li Xinghui had already found out some information. What happened? Forget it. I just asked and found out that this time the vice president of the Steel Ghost Claw, in order to benefit his son, secretly promoted the modification of the rules of the Dialogue Training Festival. Let each player who participates in the Balian Festival start with only the 45 undead given by Balian City. On the surface, the situation seemed fair and just, but when it really happened, his claws became numb. Qiufeng City upstream and Hanya City downstream both wanted to participate in the Balian Festival this time for some unknown reason. According to their reasons, Balian Lake is closely related to them, and they also want to participate in the Balian Festival. You should know the situation in the two cities upstream and downstream. I know. Something strange happened in Qiufeng City, and Hanya City changed its body. Gu Shi was very clear about the situation in the nearby cities. It could be said that none of the cities built around Balian Lake had a positive direction. Qiufeng City in the upper reaches is similar to Balian City, both of which are gloomy. But they have relatively few necromancers and death knights. They follow a strange system and play with rules. The main class is a class called Order Mage and Chaos Warrior. The Order Mage can use the rules to call on the strange power that has been tamed by them to kill the enemy, while the Chaos Warrior uses the power of chaos to kill all the strange things that appear in front of him. The main participants in the festival this time were the Order Mages. But unlike the necromancers who were restricted, the Order Mages in Autumn Wind City did not have any restrictions. They could bring as much weirdness as they got in the game after graduation. It's not like Balian City, which is subject to man-made restrictions. On the other side, Hanya City takes the route of demons and demon warlocks. Killing and sacrifice are their mainstream methods of play. This time, they were also not affected by the City Guild. They took all the benefits they received after graduation with them. It can be said that their appearance caught the vice president of Steel Ghost Claw by surprise. Chapter 282: A Grand Festival Filled with Conspiracies. Brotherly, why do I always feel like the guy from the Steel Ghost Claw Guild is plotting something? You don't know this, right? That fool's son also graduated this year. It seems that he is the one who was robbed of the chief position by you. He has mastered the skill of Soul Hunter, You can get ghosts by killing them. Under the same soldier type. His undead transformation speed is much faster than others. Now you should understand the reason. Right? He's playing like this. Isn't he afraid of overturning? No. Now that he's overturned, he hasn't been punished at all. Why not? This time the matter has become a big deal. And that fool can't get anything good. But even if there is a punishment, what's the use? Players from the other two cities will also join in. The new rules have also been set. And they cannot be changed before the next Balian festival. I'm afraid there will be a big problem in the Balian festival this time. After hearing what Li Xinghui said, Gu Shi smiled instead. Brother Li, this is your fault. At this time, who is thinking about violating the rules? At this time, you should just take action and kill all the players in the city. Even if I rank last, I believe the players in Balian City will remember my methods. You're right. That's what it's like. The Balian Festival is our Balian City's festival. What does it have to do with those two cities? I don't care what the rules are. Killing all the players in those two cities is the most important thing. You all listen carefully. If you see players from Autumn Wind City and Frostleaf City, kill them immediately. Just as Gu Shi finished speaking, a voice came from behind him. Gu Shi looked back and found a middle-aged player wearing a white dragon bone robe speaking excitedly. Lu Yongsheng, you can't be like this. If they join, they will participate in the ranking of the festival. If we break the rules, we will not have the chance to be on the list. By then, Lianqing will lose face. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle this. Responsibility. The vice president of the Steel Ghost Claw Guild jumped out again at this time. The middle-aged player named Lu Yongsheng was about to speak when Gu Shi spoke. What are you afraid of? Just knock out all the players on the ranking list. I don't believe it. With so many necromancers gathered together, they will not be able to take out the Order Mages and Demon Warlocks, who were temporarily put together. Yes. What we need is this momentum. Everyone, please listen to me clearly. Don't be afraid of breaking the rules and being kicked off the rankings. Just kick other people off the rankings. This time we don't need to be number one. Qiu Fengcheng and Han, the people of Yeqing, must die. Having said this, Lu Yongsheng also looked at the vice president of the Steel Ghost Claw Guild, with a serious look on his face, as if these words were meant for him. This look made the vice president of Iron Ghost Claw very angry. But he couldn't fight with Lu Yongsheng. So in the end, he could only stare at Gu Shi with a vicious look, as if he wanted to scare Gu Shi. But Gu Shi was not afraid of such a look. Without even looking at the so-called vice president, he turned around and headed towards the opening of the Balian festival. When passing by Lu Yongsheng patted Gu Shi's shoulder. Young man, you did a good job. Balian City needs players like you. That is, who is the chief of the Nether Bone Wind this year? If I don't stand up at this time, who will? Ah. Ha ha ha. Good. That's the kind of momentum we need. Don't worry. Some people won't be able to dance for long. Hearing Gu Shi's words, Lu Yongsheng was stunned for a moment. Then he patted Gu Shi's shoulder heavily, and then turned to look at the vice president of Steel Ghost Claw. The look in his eyes almost turned into a fan shape. Gu Shi didn't even bother to look at their quarrel. He simply pushed aside the novice player blocking his way, and walked to the portal specially prepared for the grand sacrifice. Looking back at Li Xinghui, Gu Shi found that Li Xinghui was giving him a thumbs up. Gu Shi smiled at Li Xinghui and stepped directly into the portal without taking the weapon cards distributed in front of the portal. Seeing Gu Shi's behavior, the other players' eyes lit up. They tore their bodies and tore off the suppression of their own power. And undead appeared one after another behind them. Then they pushed their hands outward, pushed away the weapon cards being distributed, and decisively stepped into the portal entering the Balian festival. The vice president of Iron Ghost Claw wanted to step forward to stop it, but was stopped by Lu Yongsheng. Don't worry. It's not your son's turn yet. Don't you know the cue? Don't worry. Your son will definitely get a military badge. I think there may be more military cards. It's such a pity. These are powerful soldiers trained in the city lord's private territory. Now you don't have to worry about your son. There are so many military cards. You can choose carefully and hard. And you can always choose the right one. Don't be picky. This is a good opportunity to prove that you are fair and just, and that you have no selfish motives in secretly promoting the new rules this time. Lu Yongsheng had an "I'm staring at you" look on his face, which made Vice President Steel Ghost Claw quite angry. Ever since Gu Shi pushed away the soldier card that was sent to him and entered the portal, he knew that the situation had changed. He also didn't dare let his son play by the rules. After all, once you enter the game, your life depends on yourself. It would be fine if everyone abided by the rules. But now that everyone does not abide by the rules, it would be really fatal. But Liu Yongsheng had long been annoyed by the vice president's behavior, and he was keeping a close eye on the matter. No matter what the vice president thought, Liu Yongsheng would not let his son enter the portal easily. If you don't follow the rules, you will die. Finally, under Liu Yongsheng's strict defense, after all the new players had entered the portal, the vice president's son, the unlucky player named Song Sheng, finally entered the portal. He was the only player who took away the weapon card in this Balian festival. Because in addition to Liu Yongsheng, there are dozens of leading players from major guilds watching his every move. Song Sheng had every reason to believe that if he didn't take the soldier card, he would be killed directly by so many players present. And even his father would not be able to protect him here. For the sake of his own life, he could only take the soldier card and leave quickly. After all the new players entered the portal of the Balian festival, Liu Yongsheng closed the portal. And then he looked at the vice president of the Steel Ghost Claw. Okay, everyone has gone in. Now let's talk about our affairs. Do you think the people from Chiofeng City and Hanye City have also entered the game? Hearing this, the vice president's eyes, which were already gloomy, suddenly widened. Liu Yongsheng, what do you mean? It's not interesting. I just want to adjust it. In this Balian festival, if you are killed, you will die. Chapter 283 Rules and Tasks of the New World. Click, click, click. Gu Shi squinted his eyes and looked around. The shaky carriage and the slightly rotten smell made Gu Shi a little unsure whether he was on a normal train or some kind of weird ghost car. He lowered his head and glanced at himself. Under the influence of an unknown force, all the equipment on his body had turned into inconspicuous items. Gu Shi's most fashionable anti-lit shoulder pads were now turned into collar buttons on his clothes. It was stuck on his left and right collars. The soul lamp turned into a bracelet made of red thread and was buckled on the left wrist. The cold wind staff turned into a pen filled with blue ink and was stuck in the pocket of his jacket. In addition, Gu Shi also found that his clothes had changed into the loose suit commonly worn by office workers. And he was holding a black briefcase in his hand. After looking around, he found that there was no one else in the carriage. After a while, he opened the briefcase and took out a piece of white paper inside. Welcome to the world of 0RC2JDCT048860. Player 629SHD2S0FXC30. This is a temporary world and a dangerous world. Please note that when you take the first step, it means that you have accepted the rules and agreements of this world. Rule 1. This is a challenging, crossed-out, dangerous world. In this world, it is forbidden to exit at will. If you die in battle, it will be equivalent to a normal death in the real world. Note, the rules are subject to temporary changes, and those who died in this world war will truly die. Rule 2. This world can accommodate a total of 1,000 players. Players can get corresponding points by completing tasks and killing monsters. The points will affect the player ranking and final reward. Note, all cheating players will be removed from the rankings and prohibited from participating in the rankings. Rule 3. The rules of this world are different day and night. Players are prohibited from using their abilities during the day. If discovered, they will be suppressed by the world. Note, all players will get a new identity, including the undead, demons, and other servants brought by the players will be affected by the identity. Please be careful not to tell others about your hidden identity during the day. The above are all the rules of this world. If you can accept the rules and agreements, please enter the game world by yourself. As Gu Shi finished reading the information on the white paper, some banknotes and an ID card appeared in the briefcase. Gu Shi did not stand up in a hurry, but held the blank paper and thought for a moment, and finally put the blank paper into his briefcase. Following his move, many office workers with their heads lowered and whose faces could not be seen appeared in the originally empty carriage. At the same time, a ding sounded in Gu Shi's mind, and preliminary information about the world popped up in front of Gu Shi's eyes. Fengemo and the Warring States period. This world is a Fengemo world during the day. Among the crowd, there are countless weird existences. When you don't see the weird ones can't see you either. But when you discover the weirdness can also notice your presence. The weird ones will use various means to attract you and trigger their taboos. Until night comes, the strangeness will disappear into the darkness. When the world turns into the chaotic Warring States period at night, the weirdness, weaknesses and rules that appear during the day will appear at night. Every player needs to find Weird's weaknesses and treatments at night, and kill Weird during the day. Every time you kill a weirdo, you will get corresponding points. And the top 10 players in the points ranking will get a super grand prize. Treasures hidden in the dark. There will be many treasures guarded by everyone in this world at night. After defeating the treasure guards, players can get clues to the treasures. Through clues, players can obtain real treasures during the day. Each treasure represents corresponding points and affects the ranking of points. Scoreboard. After players choose to enter this world, they will automatically enter the scoreboard. The top 10 players on the scoreboard at the end of this world will receive special rewards. And the first place winner will receive a treasure chest Pandora's box. Battles between players do not generate points, and the winner cannot transfer the loser's points. However, the person killed will automatically exit the standings. And those who voluntarily quit before the end of the world will also automatically exit the standings. Conspiracy of the Warring States period. Every night, chaotic battles will occur all over the world. Enemies killed at night cannot get points, but you can get some supplies. At the same time, you can occupy some buildings during night battles, and these buildings will provide you with corresponding ability support during the day. In the end, the melee in the Warring States period did not occur naturally, but there were special conspiracies. If you occupy a large amount of territory, you can slowly find out the corresponding conspiracies. Note, regardless of whether the final conspiracy has been discovered and dealt with, this task will not affect the ranking points. Omonogatory, at the junction of day and night. It is the moment when weirdness and warring states appear at the same time. At this point in time, all weirdness will clearly see the existence of every player. At this time, if you are not sure about dealing with the strange things, please find a safe house to take shelter. Please note that please do not enter an unoccupied hut with a well behind the house and the sound of a ball coming out of it. There are often things more terrifying than weird hidden in such huts. Daytime identity. You have a normal identity during the day, which can hide some of your information. If you are discovered by players during the day, they will have many ways to push you to the abyss of death. Please note that when you decide to take your minions to the streets, you must consider a suitable identity for your minions. If you do not have a suitable identity, the possibility of being discovered will be greatly increased. Looking at the information that popped up, Gushi knew clearly that this was a mission and some basic rules of this world. At the same time, it is also a reminder to the players. Even though you are all at level 4 now, and all of them are necromancers, you are still weak in this world. Don't jump. Jump? Just death. Taking a deep breath, Gushi took out the ID card from his briefcase. The moment he picked up his ID card, another message popped up in front of Gushi. You get the treasure. The strongman's ID card. You get 1 point. And your current ranking is 11th. The ID card of the strong. Due to the influence of the knighthood order, you will not start as an ordinary person in the game. With an ID card, you can become a section chief of a large company, a school dean, a kendo teacher, etc. with certain status. Identity of. Note, how to use a strong person's ID card. Hold it in your hand and silently recite the desired identity for 3 seconds to complete the ID card change. However, please note that if there are flaws in the identity and behavior, the granting of the identity will fail. Chapter 284 Conflict in the Carriage. Strong? After taking a look at the description on the strongman's ID card, Gushi couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect to get such a thing when he first came to this world. However, Gushi's attention was not focused on this. He quickly studied the standings. Gushi found that there were already more than 40 people on the standings at this time, and all of them had 1 point. It seemed that most of the players had obtained a powerful item for various reasons. List. What surprised Gushi was that the standings directly listed the names of people and cities. Especially the top 3 players directly enlarged and bolded red words to mark the approximate range of the opponent. This was because they were afraid that the opponent would not survive another day. Gushi shook his head and was about to put the strongman's ID card into his briefcase. At this moment, Gushi suddenly heard a voice coming from the crowd in the carriage. That one over there. Give me your bag. Gushi raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. He found a man who was over 19 meters tall, wearing ripped jeans and with 3 rows of nails on his nose. Staring at him, this man showed off his strong arms, and his face seemed to have a smoky makeup. His eyes were blurred, with thick dark circles. When his eyes were widened, it even felt like this guy had panda eyes. On his exposed arms, 17 or 18 succubi were painted in various poses. Gushi could tell that the succubi painted on this body were all ones he had tried before. Before Gushi could say anything else, the man said again, "That man over there. Give me your bag." At this time Gushi also stood up, stared at the man and said, "Sir, you seem to want to blackmail me." As soon as Gushi said these words, all the people in the carriage with their heads lowered looked at the man. Their faces were blurry, let alone their eyes. The man was stared at so hard that his whole body felt hairy. Who said they wanted to blackmail you? I just asked you to give me your bag. But we don't know each other. Why should I give you the bag? Don't say it's your bag. Tell me, what's in your bag?" The man's face turned very ugly. The reason why he asked Gushi to give him the bag was because he just saw Gushi put the ID card into the briefcase. It is quite unreasonable to look at ID cards in the carriage. And this man believed that with his strength and size, he could scare Gushi. Grab Gushi's bag first. But he never expected that Gushi not only was not frightened, but also caused everyone in the carriage to look at him. Watching the faces of the people in the carriage become clear from blur, the man understood that he was being targeted by something strange. If he didn't solve this problem, he wouldn't be able to survive the first day. So his mind immediately started spinning. And he finally said, "Who is blackmailing you? I just want to see what brand your bag is. And I also want to buy one." Although this explanation makes no sense. But an explanation is an explanation. As the man explained clearly, the people staring at him lowered their heads again. And at the same time, their faces that had begun to become clear became blurry again. Seeing this, Gushi raised the corners of his mouth, made a disdainful look at the man, and opened his mouth at the same time. The stupid dog from Hanya City. Seeing Gushi's mouth moving, the man was a little angry. He squeezed through the crowd and walked to Gushi. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the lifting ring on the car. At the same time, he leaned down and stared at Gushi's face, because his actions were not too out of the ordinary. No one in the car noticed him. Seeing this, he danced even more happily, sticking out his tongue at Gushi from time to make faces, or bringing his face closer to Gushi and then quickly retracting it. Any normal person who sees this would have the urge to beat him up. Faced with such a provocation, Gushi had no intention of punching him, but said in a slow tone, "When will the Bosuzokas take the train? Don't you have your own motorcycles?" After Gushi finished speaking, everyone at the scene raised their heads and looked at the man. This left the man quite speechless. He was not a Bosuzoku, but the equipment he carried automatically transformed into this. No one mentioned it before, so no one would notice it. But when Gushi mentioned it, he was full of problems. At this time, the man was also angry. "How do I have anything to do with you? You don't even look at you. What else is an office worker wearing on his collar?" After he finished speaking, the people in the car turned to look at Gushi, and their faces became much clearer. Seeing this situation, the man also understood that he had found the key to solving the problem. All he had to do was find more flaws in Gushi and draw his strange eyes to Gushi. "Don't say you're not an office worker. You're holding a briefcase now. I'm an office worker, but as a public relations manager for a large company, it's only logical that I wear a collar button. On the other hand, it's you. As a Bosuzoku, your shoes are obviously wrong. These are obviously not the boots of a Bosuzoku. And your hair has never been taken care of. Right? Are you called a Bosuzoku?" In fact, when Gushi said these very logical words, those who were looking at him had already looked away and shifted their gaze to the man. As Gushi asked questions one by one, the man found that the expressions of these people had become clearer. At this time, the man quickly prepared to explain. Unwanted Gushi moved one step faster than him. "Look, your disguise has been discovered. And now you're anxious and want to attack others. You're not a biker gang. You're an outsider in disguise. Tell me, what do you want to do in disguise?" The man didn't care about anything else. He just wanted Gushi to shut up. So he punched Gushi in the face. But this happened to be what Gushi said, and he became anxious. In Gushi's eyes, everyone in the carriage rushed towards the man. The man didn't care that it was still daytime. He shook his hand, and many red-skinned succubi holding long whips quickly appeared around him. As soon as these succubi appeared, they struck the figures around them with their long whips. The man's skin also began to turn red. A pair of curved horns sprouted from his head. He pulled out a pair of scimitars from his nose and rushed towards Gushi. Seeing the man rushing towards him, Gushi raised his left hand and pointed at the man's eyes. Demagogue. Chapter 285 First Kill Player. Follow me and kill. The demon man's eyes became threaded, and he slashed at a nearby passenger with his scimitar. Under his command, Other succubi also slashed at those passengers. Seeing this situation, Gushi was also speechless. He just hypnotized the other party, and didn't give the order yet. Why did he start fighting on his own? Gushi never expected that this demon warlock, who suddenly jumped out, was actually a guy with weak willpower, and was more vulnerable to mental attacks when he usually plays with the succubus, because sometimes he is unable to do what he wants. The succubus will use some spiritual spells to stimulate his desires. It can be said that the hypnosis he usually receives is the effect of desire amplification. This time, before Gushi could give the order, the demon man pulled out his machete. It was clear that he had wanted to kill Gushi for a long time. This is obviously because he is used to hypnosis. And after being hypnotized, he instinctively amplifies his desires. Gushi was speechless after seeing the devil man act like this. He stood up decisively, holding his briefcase, and squeezed to the car door with a side step. At this time, the devil man has attracted the attention of all the passengers. Most of the passengers are crowding in the direction of the devil man. Only a few passengers are turning their heads to look at Gushi, with increasingly clear and inquiring expressions on their faces. The bus is about to arrive at the stop. As I am about to get off, I go to the door to prepare in advance. This is a very logical thing. Fortunately, after the previous encounter, Gushi already knew how to deal with this strange passenger. As long as you are willing to talk and can finally get your words to Yuan Shang, they don't care whether you are logical or not. Sure enough, as soon as Gushi said these words, several passengers turned their heads away, not even paying attention to the devil man who was beating fiercely over there. At the same time, Gushi also discovered something. He just said that the car would be arriving soon, but the speed of the car actually slowed down. It seems that he almost got offended just now. If he hadn't said this, he might never be able to get off the bus. It's different now. The scenery outside the car window has slowed down, and Gushi can even see the situation outside clearly. At this time, Gushi raised his head and glanced at the suppressed demon man. Several of his succubus were trying to drag him out. Are you planning on rescuing it? That's not okay. Gushi can't let this guy run away like this. So Gushi set his sights on the demon man. His heart moved, and he raised his left hand again. The action of raising his hand instantly attracted the attention of the passengers. And even the heads of those passengers pressing down on the devil man turned around. Fortunately, Gushi reacted quickly and quickly grabbed the ring, which made them stop looking at him. At the same time, Gushi secretly activated another effect of the spiritual lamp in his heart. Flame of the soul. This is the power of fire that can directly ignite the enemy's soul. Gushi has never used it before, because he usually fights with large armies. So it is really rare to fight alone like this. But it was different now. Gushi's movements were so small that no passengers noticed. With his movements, the demon man's body instantly lit up with flames. However, Gushi still underestimated the sensitivity of the passengers in the carriage, and they turned to look at Gushi at the same time. Fortunately, Gushi reacted quickly. He took a step back and pretended to be scared. Is this a demon from H.L.? As expected, demons are burning with fire. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, the passengers turned their heads again. Yes, the devil carries fire. Then it's okay. He's just a devil. Just hold him down and beat him. Seeing the passenger turn around, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He blinked at the demon man who had recovered from the flames, and then stood in front of the car door. The car door opened instantly, and Gushi stepped out of the car in one step. After taking a quick look around and making sure he had gotten off the train, Gushi turned around. He noticed that the devil man whose body was still burning actually struggled to stand up from among the passengers, and tried to walk to the door with the passengers on his back. When Gushi saw it, he quickly said, "Get off first and then get on." This is very logical. All the passengers who got off the train have finished getting off. Now the passengers who got on the train can get on. I remember that the train here seems to be very crowded, so no one can squeeze in. So we need help. As soon as he said this, many more passengers appeared near the door. They crowded towards the train like crazy, even trying to squeeze Gushi back. Gushi was no fool. He had managed to escape with great difficulty. So how could he go back? So he dodged and ran outside. After he got out of the crowd, Gushi looked back and found that many passengers had already squeezed into the train. Among the crowd, the last bit of flame was slowly dissipating. Duanluan died in Hanya City in battle. Looking at the message that popped up in front of him, Gushi knew that the demon man just now was finished. This guy didn't know if he was unlucky. Not only did he appear in the same car as Gushi, but he also took the initiative to provoke Gushi. In the end, Gushi pushed him back and used that weird train to kill him. It's just a pity that there are no rewards for killing players. If you want to give a reward, you have to set off fireworks to celebrate. Just when Gushi was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly felt the briefcase in his hands getting warm. Gushi was stunned for a moment. Then he looked around, then opened the briefcase and took out the blank piece of paper from before. At this time, there were 2 more lines of text on the white paper. Logical people, level 1, a relatively common type of weirdness. They are not aggressive and usually just keep their heads down and do their own thing. But as soon as you do something illogical, they will stare at you and report your illogical behavior to the nearby powerful weirdos, who are the eyes and ears of the weird. Killing method not found. Looking at the information recorded on the white paper, Gushi understood that this white paper was really useful. Fortunately, he didn't throw it away. If it was thrown away at the beginning, Gushi would not know where to check the strange information after encountering other strange things. After putting the white paper away, he glanced at the train going away, then turned around and headed outside the station. The station in front of me is obviously a subway station, but the floor is made of wood. When you look up, you will find that in addition to the dim lights, there are also some black marks on the ceiling. From time to time something pokes its head out from the shadowed corner, staring at everything around it. Gushi didn't want to think too much about this situation. He walked quickly to the main entrance of the station. When he opened the door and walked out of the station in front of him, he couldn't help but make a sound. Hack me. Chapter 286, The Most Powerful and Strange Way of Heaven. Guanyin in white. The scene that appeared in front of Gushi was something he had never expected. Outside this station is a huge city made up of countless 2- or 3-story wooden buildings, with spiderweb-like wires connecting the houses. But what surprised Gushi was not this, but a huge white Guanyin statue erected among the buildings. The statue of Guanyin was quite conspicuous. Even from where Gushi was standing, he could feel that Guanyin was staring at him. This feeling made Gushi quite uncomfortable. He was about to shrink back inside the station, but he felt that his briefcase was getting hot again. He quickly took out the white paper and found an extra line of text on it. Tiandao Guanyin in white, level 20, the most powerful strange thing in this world. The upper limit of the level in this world is level 10, and she is the only exception. At level 20, she controls the only external rules of this world. Nothing is allowed to happen during the day. Fighting. Whoever fights during the day will be fully attacked by the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven. Killing method not found. Weakening method not found. Level 20? Gushi whispered. Gushi never expected that the world would give him a direct blow as soon as he got off the train. If it was only level 10, Gushi would still have an idea to rush forward. At level 20, forget it. Death incarnate is not omnipotent. Before Gushi could figure out how to deal with this heavenly Guanyin in white, the white paper in his hand suddenly became hot. Gushi looked up and found that the great Guanyin's eyes had widened and seemed to be staring at him. Gushi understood that this was because he had been staring at the white-robed great Guanyin of heaven for too long, causing the other party to react. Fortunately, the rules here are quite simple. As long as you don't fight openly during the day, you'll be fine. Gushi quickly lowered his head, carefully put away the white paper, and walked out of the station with his briefcase. When he stepped onto the streets of the city, Gushi felt that the crowd around him suddenly became alive. The people coming and going on the street were all busy office workers. Their faces were clear, and they were not the weird, logical people Gushi had encountered before. However, their situation is still somewhat strange. When they move forward, they either look directly at the road ahead or lower their heads. They are not used to looking up. Gushi observed for a moment and discovered the reason why they were like this. There will always be something strange hidden in the shadows around these mortals. As long as they don't look into the eyes of these weirdos, the weirdos won't see them, so they can live their lives safely. It is precisely because of this living environment that they have developed such a habit. Gushi didn't have any in-depth thoughts on these mortal habits, but Gushi thought it was a good way to discover other players during the day. Most players won't notice this, and will continue to do things as they were accustomed to before. As long as you pay more attention, you can find the presence of players. As for how to cheat players during the day, this needs to be considered. After all, the number of weird things Gushi has seen now is less, and many rules have not been determined. Applying some rules to players is not Gushi's mainstream ability. Gushi planned to try it 2 days ago, but if it didn't work, he would hide during the day and wait until night for the killing spree. Just as Gushi was about to find a place to stay, he suddenly found a man in a gray suit staring at him from across the street. The man had a white mask on his face, but the people around him seemed not to notice him. Looking at the aqua blue light flashing behind the mask, Gushi knew that this was a player from Chilfing City, a mage of order. After knowing some rules and information of this world, Gushi regarded the players of Chilfing City as his biggest enemies. They have learned since childhood how to deal with weirdness, and how to control weird abilities to strengthen themselves. Although they have only graduated a few days ago, and may not have many powerful weirdos in their hands, Gushi has heard that they have the same inherent weirdness as the contracted undead. In such a world, they will really feel at home and be able to bring out their advantages over other players. On the first day Gushi came here, he didn't want to come into contact with these people immediately. The demon man named Duan Luan was killed by him because that guy jumped out of an inconvenient place like a train and actively tried to attack Gushi. Gushi was forced to fight back. If you don't care about the situation, you won't take action before things start. After glancing at the order mage from afar, Gushi had no intention of stepping forward to conflict or communicate with him. He took a step back, glanced at the sign painted on the ground, stretched out his hand, and a taxi stopped in front of him. Gushi opened the back door, smiled at the order mage, and then sat in. After entering the taxi, Gushi's brows suddenly frowned. He felt that the taxi driver in front of him seemed a little impatient, as if Gushi's appearance had disrupted his actions. Looking closely at the taxi driver, Gushi found that the driver had wrapped his whole body tightly, even wearing tight white gloves on his hands. Gushi was not sure whether all taxi drivers in this world were like this, but he always felt that the situation was not very good. "Sir, where are you going?" "Sir." "Oh." Only then did Gushi react. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, and finally he said, "Please go to a larger park nearby and help me find a B&B." "Okay. Please take a seat." The driver thought for a moment and understood what Gushi meant, so he put into gear and started. When the taxi drove out, Gushi accidentally discovered that there seemed to be some bottles and jars under the passenger seat. This situation made Gushi wake up a little. He pressed his hand on the spiritual lamp on his left wrist. If the taxi driver made any unusual behavior, Gushi would directly use the power of his mind. Fortunately, along the way, the taxi driver showed no abnormal behavior except for being a little impatient. The car drove for about 10 minutes, and Gushi had already noticed that no matter where the car drove, he could directly see the huge guanin in white when he looked up. No wonder this great guanin can suppress the whole city. It is really uncomfortable to feel that the whole city is under the eyes of this great guanin. Just then the taxi stopped. "Guest, you are here. Over there is Maple Leaf Park. The maple leaves here are beautiful in autumn. Those are good B&Bs that can be rented for short periods. By the way, over there is the abandoned old campus of Ito Middle School. There are some weird things happening, so don't go over there." Chapter 287, Staying in a Strange City. After getting off the car, Gushi looked around. For some reason, in his eyes, this city always had a shabby, desolate and miserable feeling. The Maple Leaf Park that the driver pointed out had twisted trees and eerie roads. Not to mention at night, even in broad daylight, there were not many people in the park. The nearby B&Bs are all quite old, with white lanterns hanging in the yard, and a shrine in front of the door, with some stones or wooden piles enshrined in water. As for the abandoned old campus of that unknown school, Gushi always had a feeling that dark clouds were hovering over the roof. Gushi guessed that for such a large campus to be abandoned immediately, there was most likely something going on that couldn't be solved. Based on Gushi's many years of experience in writing novels, death is the most basic. What weird place did this driver take him to? Gushi was about to turn around and ask, but the driver raised his left hand. "I'm sorry. I have to take over the shift, so I'll go first." After saying that, he got into the taxi and drove away without waiting for Gushi to say anything else. Such a funny thing left Gushi speechless. Gushi could clearly see that the driver did not have a watch on his hand. I don't know if he is deliberately tricking himself or if there is something really wrong. However, since he had already arrived here, Gushi had no plans to run around anymore. He thought about it, glanced at the nearby B&B buildings, picked the one that looked the cleanest, and walked over. "Don't knock. Just come in." As we walked to the front of the B&B building, the small speaker installed in front of the door rang. Gushi was stunned for a moment, still hesitating, when the small speaker said again, "What are you still waiting for? Don't knock on the door. Just open the door and come in." After hearing this, Gushi understood what was going on. He opened the courtyard door and walked in. When Gushi stepped into the outer courtyard of the small building, he felt that the surrounding area seemed a little brighter. At the same time, de Guanin's omnipresent eyes no longer stared at him. Before Gu, she could see clearly what was going on. The door of the small building was opened, and a woman in her 20s, wearing a kimono, walked out. This woman was pretty good looking. After seeing Gushi, she turned around in a circle and said, "Are you here to rent a B&B?" "Yes. I have a total of 4 rooms here. But I am only one person, so I only rent out 1 room. But don't worry. My B&B is relatively cheap, priced at 100,000 renminbi per day, which includes 3 meals a day, security during the day, and warring states guards at night. I am fully responsible for everything from doing laundry to going shopping. Just stay calm and be fine." Hearing how enthusiastic this woman was, Gushi felt uncomfortable. "Why? My conditions are not good? I'm telling you, the price can't be lowered any further. The ghost I keep in my small building is a level 3 door-knocking ghost. Ghosts below level 5 will not enter my yard. In addition, there are 500 Shizu soldiers enshrined in my shrine, which can ensure that the warring states battles at night will not affect the courtyard at all. It costs money to raise these things, and I will never lower the price to 100,000. Okay, 100,000 is 100,000. I want a room where you can't open the window and see the Guanin statue." Seeing the woman getting more and more excited, Gushi quickly said, "As long as there is a room like this, I will live in it." When the woman heard this, a smile appeared on her face. "Yes. Not only yes. There are several rooms. I will take you in to see now." Gushi was not in a hurry. He opened his briefcase, took out the money, and counted it carefully. "I only have 220,000 yuan now. Let's rent it for 2 days, and then talk about the rest." "Okay. Please come this way. I'll take you to your room." After saying that, the woman took Gushi's hand and headed towards the front door of the small building. In the past, the woman introduced herself there. "My name is Gotomino. This is a house passed down from my family. It has been built here for more than 80 years. The stone ancestors outside were begged by my grandfather personally. You can believe in their strength. These flowers were planted by my father, and they also have some spirituality. When Shirzu cannot resist the enemy, they can turn into a city wall to protect us overnight. My small building has 2 floors. The first floor is the living room, kitchen, hot spring bathroom, and a guest bedroom. The upstairs is 3 bedrooms. Among the 4 rooms, only the east one on the second floor can be used. No need to see the Guanin statue." "Okay, then I'll stay in that room." Gushi just wanted to see such a big Guanin statue without looking up. As for where to live, or whether the room is nice or not, he doesn't care at all. "By the way, you mentioned before that the knockers you have here are level 3 knockers. What do you mean they can't enter the courtyard if they are below level 5? Guest, you are from out of town. You may not know the situation here. There are 2 types of weirdness here. One is the weirdness that wanders around, and the other is the weirdness that has a fixed territory. Generally, wandering monsters will not run to other monsters' territories. Therefore, most people will keep a weirdo in their homes, as long as it does not violate the weirdo's taboos. It can keep the family safe. The knocking scam in my house is like this. His taboos are very simple. You cannot knock on the door. If you knock on his territory, he will appear behind you. After knocking 3 times, you will be dragged to a door that has never been used before. The door that no one sees will never appear again. So don't take the taboos seriously. In this city, even Guanin cannot save you if you break the taboos." Listening to Gotomino's words, Gushi thought of the order mage he saw in front of the station. This kind of world is probably the most suitable for this kind of profession. At least, they are the most suitable during the day. As for the situation at night, Gushi has not seen it yet, and he is not sure what the scenery in the room is like. Thinking of this, Gushi asked simply, "I won't violate this taboo, but I have something to ask. Is there anything weird about it? Why don't you just come in and care about your own business without even caring about whether there are other weird things in this territory?" "Yes, there is, but that will cause a huge reaction from the weirdos on the nearby streets, and may even become the common enemy of the weirdos on the nearby streets. Normal weirdos will not do such a thing." After listening to Widow Mino's explanation, Gushi sighed in his heart. You also know that this is just the general situation. The extraordinary situation like the Order Mage is really difficult to control. I'm afraid that the current Order Mages are all trying to find ways to come into contact with different levels of weirdness. preparing to absorb these weirdnesses to improve their own strength. Seeing Gu Shi's uncertain expression, Wu Domei now couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" "Oh, I was wondering where you usually sleep." Hearing this, Gotomino's little face turned red, and she gave Gu Shi a gentle slap. "Of course. I'll sleep wherever you sleep." Chapter 288 The Methods of Each City. During the exchange with Wu Domino, Gu Shi learned some information and hidden rules of this city. These are things that cannot be recorded or reflected in normal information when he enters this world. For example, Gu Shi always felt that the white-clad Guanyin of heaven was staring at him. This is not actually an illusion. It's just that Gu Shi has been paying attention to the location of Guanyin, which made the Guanyin react. After all, the weirdness of this world is that if you don't pay attention to him, he won't see you. It was precisely because of Gu Shi's attention that Guanyin paid a little attention to him. This was because Gu Shi did not make a move during the day. If Gu Shi had made a move casually, the Guanyin might have already knocked him down with one palm. It can be said that Gu Shi was targeted by Guanyin entirely because of his own doing. And it's not like there's no fighting during the day. Weird people only appear during the day, and there is actually a battle between them and mortals. As long as your battle is secretive enough and not discovered, it's not a battle. Just like when Gu Shi used the mind lamp on the train. It fell under this rule. As long as no one discovered it, it didn't count as an attack. Many tricksters like to lurk in dark alleys during the day and attack the weirdos passing by. However, compared to the situation during the day, Gotomino didn't know much about the situation at night. The only thing that can be known is that every night, her small B&B will turn into a castle, and the flowers and trees planted outside will turn into a city wall, and 500 stone men will guard the city wall. With the small amount of troops her family has, it can only protect itself at best and cannot expand the scope of control any further. Because he had not faced the situation directly at night, Gu Shi could not imagine what the chaos of the Warring States period was like at night. He could only get some general ideas from Gotomino's description. Just when Gu Shi was planning to take a rest first and wait until he got better at night to deal with the chaos of the Warring States period, Gotomino suddenly looked out the window. "Oh my god! Who is that?" Gu Shi quickly stood in front of the window and found that someone was climbing up the statue of Guanyin in white. Those lunatics. Gu Shi understood the identities of the people who were climbing the Guanyin statue at a glance. They were order mages from Qiufeng City. As order mages, they know the most about weirdness. So naturally they immediately focus on the most core weirdness in this world. Level 20 statue of the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes. As long as they could capture this huge Guanyin statue, or even not necessarily capture it, as long as they could borrow some of the power of this huge Guanyin statue, they would be invincible in this Bailian festival. We can't let them succeed like this. A thought flashed through Gu Shi's mind. "Mino, I have something to do. I'll be back before dinner in the evening," etc. Wu Domei grabbed Gu Shi. "What's wrong?" Gu Shi glanced at Wu Domino curiously. "Don't run around outside when day and night meet. It's better to wait until it's completely dark before coming back. If you can't find a taxi after dark, just flag down a carriage with a white lantern on it. Never ride in a carriage with lanterns of other colors. Also, bring this with you. Otherwise you won't be able to get in at night." As he said that, Wu Domei stuffed a red wooden board into Gu Shi's hand, on which the word pass was written. "You have obtained the Fidojiao pass guard. With this pass, you can freely enter and leave all rooms in the Fidojiao house." "Okay, I get it." Gu Shi turned around and walked out of the B&B. Walking on the street, Gu Shi walked quickly while thinking about his plan. It's definitely not possible to forcefully run over and stop it. Now all the players are hiding their identities. If they jump out at this time, they are going out to be targets. Gu Shi did not rule out the possibility that these players who challenged the white-clothed Guanyin statue of Tian Dao were used as bait by other players in Qiufeng City. So it is necessary to rush over. But rushing directly to stop and destroy is what a fool would do. He had to think of a way to see if there were any other ideas to deal with these players who jumped higher. Just as Gu Shi was on his way, a message suddenly popped up in front of him. Bai Lianqing Wu Hetong violated the regulations, was found guilty of cheating, and withdrew from the standings. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the statue of the great white-robed Guanyin of heaven. He found that each of the climbing players was surrounded by 4 hang ghost-like ghosts. These ghosts don't attack you. They just surround you. Wu Hetong was the master of these ghosts. He did not use the undead in the weapon card, but mobilized his own men. This naturally violated the bullshit rules that Bai Lianqing had changed this year, and lost the opportunity to rank in points. But he didn't care at all. Wu Hetong is now waiting for the Tiandao Guanyin statue in white to see these ghosts, and determine that he is at war with these players during the day. As soon as this judgment is made, Wu Hetong will immediately crush the props in his hand to surrender and leave this world. After returning, he can brag to his guild leader that he won 5 players from Autumn Wind City in a one-on-one battle. According to the urinary nature of their guild leader, there is a high probability that he will make up for his losses and give him some benefits. Although he couldn't complete the other tasks, this one was safer. And he didn't come in with a soldier card. The ranking had nothing to do with him from the beginning. It would be great if he could just watch the show outside with the title of a hero. Wu Hetong didn't know that when he took action, there were several necromancer players nearby lamenting why such a good opportunity was snatched away first. At the same time, Wu Hetong also noticed that the statue of Guanyin in white clothes of heaven opened its eyes, slowly lowered its head, and looked at what was happening in front of him. The sudden appearance of the undead was a provocation to him. But what was the situation of the people surrounded by the ghosts? And why were they hanging motionless in midair? In fact, the great Avalokitesvara statue of heavenly Tao in white didn't understand that it wasn't that these 5 people didn't want to move, but that all their roads were now blocked by ghosts. As long as they move, they will encounter ghosts. At that time, the ghosts will automatically determine that they have launched an attack. If they don't move, they still have a chance to wait for the white-clothed Guanyin statue of heaven to take action to get rid of the ghost and the necromancer who released the ghost. If it was moved, the names of the 5 of them would be eliminated. But Wu Hetong put his life on the line in order to fight for this. Now it is impossible for these guys to hide. He tightened the prop in his hand and ordered loudly, "Ghost, make a face." All the ghosts stared at several players with dead fish eyes. Finally one player couldn't stand it anymore and shouted loudly, "Get out of here." Then other players immediately attacked all around, shouting while attacking, "We are weird. We are weird." Chapter 289. Heavenly Tao White Robe Guanyin takes action. The players in Qiufeng City used their own strange and innate abilities, but they never figured out one thing. The great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of heaven does not allow any fighting to occur during the day, but it does not prevent people from releasing the undead or weird things. If you are not allowed to release it, there will be no prompt when you first enter, saying that you must ensure the identity of your undead or demons during the day. It is also the same reason that all the weird attacks in this city are hidden in places where others don't notice. Taking action in front of the great Guanyin in white clothes of Tiandao, and still saying that he was weird. This was clearly a slap in the face of this weird boss. Just looking at them, the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven slowly raised her left hand. In her left hand, she was holding Guanyin's jade purification bottle. Seeing this action, Wu Hetong's mind tightened, and without saying a word, he crushed the props in his hands and ran away. By lynching Wu Hetong, exit this world. As this voice rang in the ears of all the players, they all understood what was happening. At the same time, all the players also noticed that there was a look of doubt and anger on the face of the white-clad Guanyin statue of Tiandao. It was as if someone had punched her in the face. The eyes of the 5 Autumn Wind City players also became different. The 5 players stopped shouting when they saw it. They immediately activated their abilities and planned to get out of here quickly. But no matter how fast they move, they can't move faster than the statue of Guanyin in white. Just by raising the position of the jade pure bottle, these 5 players were sucked into the jade pure bottle. Then a prompt sound came from all the players' ears at the same time. The High Servant of Autumn Wind City died in battle. Lu Kai died in the battle in Autumn Wind City. Su Yue died in battle in Autumn Wind City. Niu Yong of Qiufeng City died in battle. Shirtu San from Qiufeng City died in battle. A series of messages of death in battle poured cold water on all players. They all understand that in front of the white-clothed Guanyin statue of heavenly Tao, they are all weak. Some players had the intention to retreat, and they quickly retreated to a place they thought was safe. But Gu Shi did not stop. He still walked towards the direction of the white-robed Guanyin statue of the heavenly Tao as before. Gu Shi wanted to go over there and observe to see if he could find some players from other cities. The relationship between the players in the 3 cities has been settled just now, and all the players want the players in other cities to die. Now a hostile player can be found. Gu Shi thought of taking this opportunity to keep an eye on a few more people. As expected, when walking towards the great Avalokitesvara statue of heavenly Tao in white, Gu Shi noticed some players walking back in a hurry. They tried hard to calm themselves down and make themselves like mortals in this world, but their steps and the frightened looks on their faces betrayed them. Gu Shi did not follow them, but watched them from a distance, memorizing their characteristics and location. and prepared to find time to come over for a sneak attack at night. Under Gushi's observation, he also discovered the difference between the players in Chiofeng City and Hanya City. The main profession of the players in Autumn Wind City is the Order Mage. According to the information Gushi knows, as long as they activate a strange person, their soul will become a spirit body to control the strange power. Therefore, as long as the strange power is used, the eyes of these players will immediately turn into luminous blue, and their props and equipment will also be transformed into strange things. Although it has become a normal prop now, it will obviously look a little awkward when worn on the body. For example, Gushi saw a male player at a glance, wearing a pair of blood-red high heels. Although no one paid attention to his condition, it could be seen that those high heels were the natal weirdness he controlled. The players in Hanya City are on the demon route. Although they are all demon warlocks, they are somewhat stained with the aura of demons. Now that they have the appearance of a normal person, their skin may have returned to its normal color, but there is no way to change their size or anything like that. The male players in Hanya City are all taller than normal people, usually starting at 1.9 meters, with strong bodies and strong muscles. Their weapons and equipment will also become decorations and hit directly on their bodies, making them look like bikers or non-mainstream people. Most of the women are succubi, and their figures will become very good, but they will become a bit slutty. The equipment will be directly attached to the tailbone. If you don't pay attention, it will be particularly conspicuous. It can be said that people in Hanya City are the most difficult to hide during the day. Their size and build are their most obvious weaknesses. On the contrary, the necromancer is actually not very noticeable during the day. As long as he doesn't release the undead troops and doesn't take a large group of minions to the streets, there will be no problem. Gushi came across several necromancers along the way. The reason why these necromancers were recognized by Gushi was not because Gushi recognized their appearance. After all, after entering this world, the faces of all players have been affected, so that they cannot be recognized, and will not scare people away because of some people's fame. Even if Gushi had a few good friends in the Nether Bonewind Academy who were in this world, he couldn't recognize them by their faces. Only through communication and habitual movements can one recognize one's companions. The reason why Gushi could recognize these people as necromancers was simply because they were better at playing than demon warlocks. The demon warlock named Duan Luan that Gushi met last time lost his life just by playing with the succubus. These necromancer players all play high-end games. The ghost girl didn't know how they managed to play the game. Gushi looked at the ghost girl in white who was following them. At first, he thought they were haunted by ghosts. Later on, we found out that they had that kind of relationship with these ghost ladies. Gushi also had to admit that sometimes the necromancer could only do anything he could not imagine. Gushi had no plans to take action against the players in the same city. It is still daytime, and most of the players in Balian City have not yet used their contracted undead or the undead troops they brought. At this time, it is still unclear whether the players in the same city are enemies or friends. But tonight, it was different. When the necromancers in Balian City use their own undead troops, break the rules, and are kicked out of the rankings, then the players on the rankings will be enemies, regardless of whether they are players in the same city or not. By tomorrow, that ranking list will become a wanted poster. Chapter 290 in front of the Guanyin statue. When Gushi walked near the statue of Tiandao Guanyin in white, the crowd watching the excitement had already left. Gushi raised his head and glanced at the huge Guanyin statue several hundred meters high, took a deep breath, and was about to walk in. Unexpectedly, a security guard stopped in front of Gushi at this time. It's 4:30, and it's time to get off work. Please come back tomorrow to visit. Closing so early? Gushi's face was speechless. He had walked for a long time to get here. He couldn't help but go up and touch the statue of Guanyin in white. There's nothing we can do. We have to clear the place before 6 o'clock. And of course, it will close at 4:30. The security guard was a mortal man. When he saw that Gushi was not weird, he naturally started talking. Hearing this, Gushi raised his eyebrows. Clear the place before 6 o'clock? Is it possible that the white-clothed Guanyin statue of heaven has other places to go after 6 o'clock? Seeing the serious look on the security guard's face, Gushi knew that he had no way to get in. However, Gushi didn't want to rush back. He couldn't run away this time in vain. So Gushi asked, is there a tavern nearby where you can see the Guanyin statue? I want to find a place to have a drink. Yes, there are roadside stalls in the alley over there. You must look for the cart with the white lantern and sit in it. Hearing the white lantern again, Gushi also had a trace of doubt in his heart. Gotomino also said before that if you go back at night, if it is too late, you can call a carriage. But it must be a carriage with white lanterns lit. Could it be that this white lantern has some different meaning? Although he had such doubts in his heart, Gushi still didn't ask any more questions. Maybe among the mortals in this world, the idea of white lanterns was their common sense. Gushi followed the direction pointed by the security guard, turned around and walked to a nearby alley. Sure enough, there were already some people pushing carts out in this alley. Gushi discovered that after they fixed the cart, they did not take out the food or anything else first, but hung up the lanterns first. In addition to the white lanterns mentioned by the security guard, there are also green and black lanterns hanging on the nearby stalls. Gushi took one look at that kind of stall, hesitated for a moment, and did not commit suicide on the first day. Finally, he sat down at a stall with white lanterns hanging on it. The boss was sorting out the ingredients at this time. Seeing Gushi sit down, the boss hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Guest, if you want something to eat, here is the menu." Gushi looked through the menu and found that the most expensive item here was only 150 yuan, and the cheapest item was almost 30 yuan. Gushi thought for a while, took out a 10,000 yuan note, and put it on the table. "Bring me some food and wine. I'll probably sit here until after 6 o'clock, and you can watch the food being served." Seeing Gushi's behavior, the boss thought for a moment, and finally collected the money. "Guest, please wait. I will serve you the food right away." As the boss spoke, he turned around and served 3 small plates of pickles to Gushi. After that, he poured a plate of sake for Gushi, and then started to deal with other ingredients. Gushi smelled the wine and found that the wine seemed very light as drinking boiled water. The food served was normal and tasted pretty good. If you don't have big requirements, it's not a problem to spend an hour or 2 eating here. But Gushi was more curious about what the other 2 lantern stalls were selling. Without getting up, Gushi took a look from a distance at the stall with a green lantern hanging. The owner was grilling the tentacles of an octopus with human eyes. The stall with the black lantern was too far away, so Gushi couldn't see it clearly. The only thing he could see was a watermelon over there, with pink brains inside. Gushi felt that these 2 stalls were not for mortals to eat and drink, but which one corresponded to the weird ones during the day, and which one corresponded to the soldiers at night. While Gushi was thinking about this, the boss had already brought up the first portion of food. It was a piece of sori, as long as an index finger. Looking at the grilled sori that could be eaten in 1 bite, Gushi couldn't help but shake his head. No wonder this thing only cost 30 yuan. It turns out the head itself is not that big. Gushi put the sori in front of his nose and smelled it. Just as he was about to take a bite, he found a woman sitting in front of the green stall next to him. This woman was wearing a mask and a long windbreaker, the kind of perverted style that can scare people when she pulls the windbreaker open on the street. After sitting down, she pointed to the freshly roasted tentacles and said, "Boss, have a bunch. For you." The boss placed a bunch of freshly grilled octopus tentacles in front of the woman. The woman patted the table, and a green light fell. Gushi found that he could not see the woman's actions clearly. "Boss, what's going on?" Gushi pointed at the green light and asked. While the boss was grilling something, he said with a smile, "Guests rarely come out to eat, right? Green Lantern is a weird eating stall. Some weird things will trigger taboos when people see their faces, but you can't eat without showing your face. So every stall will have such a lantern. And there is also one in front of you. If you don't want people to see you, and don't want to see the weirdness outside, you can tap the white button in front of the table. But you have to be gentle. My buttons are old and have been repaired several times." Gushi lowered his head and saw that there was a white button in front of the table. Gushi thought for a moment and then looked up at the lanterns on the stall. He found that there were 5 white lanterns hanging here, which corresponded to the 5 in front of the stall. Location. After understanding something, Gushi didn't say anything more. He put the sori in his mouth, bit it hard, and started to eat it with big mouthfuls. As time passed by, Gushi noticed that after 5 o'clock, there were many strange things coming from all directions towards the statue of Guanyin in white. They now seemed to ignore some of the bans and appear directly on the streets. When Gushi looked at them, they also looked at Gushi, but had no intention of attacking Gushi. They just glanced at Gushi one more time before entering the park area of the white-clad Guanyin of heaven. The security guard, who stopped Gushi before, didn't even pay attention to these weird things and just let them in. This situation makes Gushi quite puzzled. Even if these people who come in are weird, you haven't got off work yet. You have the momentum to block him before. This is a roasted lantern, Best eaten while it's hot. At this time, the boss brought the freshly baked food to Gushi. When he saw Gushi looking towards the statue of Guanyin in white, the boss also asked, "What are you looking at?" Chapter 291. Night comes, and the monster appears. It's nothing. I'm just curious as to why there are so many weird things coming here. That is the protection for underage monsters. During the day, it is the monster's home turf. But at night, even a powerful monster cannot defeat tens of thousands of soldiers. Therefore, any monster below level 5 can come to the Great Guanyin statue before nightfall every day to seek protection. For level 5 and above weirdness, you can only bury yourself. The boss placed the newly prepared food in front of Gushi and spoke casually. At this time, the boss also saw that Gushi was not from this city. He is very curious about strange things. I'm afraid it's a trick killer from other places. Although he is just a mortal and doesn't like the weird things that appear in the city during the day, the boss also doesn't want to destroy some of the customs of the city. So the boss just said one sentence and didn't go on further. Not to mention introducing those weird situations. Gushi didn't ask. The weird ones were not the target of his visit this time. At least not the weak little weird ones. His target was the nighttime warring states melee and players from other cities. To be able to make the Balian festival like this, Baliancheng's face has been greatly humiliated this time. If the top spot in the Balian festival is snatched away by players from other cities, then Balian City will not have to think about raising its head in the next 10 years. Whether for himself or for Balian City, Gushi will not target Gi. Maybe only those players in Autumn Wind City would have a need for these weird things. While Gushi was eating and drinking, the sky gradually darkened. Around 6:30, the sky was almost dark, with only some light remaining where the sun went down. At this time, the statue of Tiandao Guanyin in white was directly wiped off the map, as if it had been stimulated by something. At the same time, the sound of bells and drums rang, and Gushi found that the entire city seemed to be magnified many times. The two-story wooden buildings that originally formed the city have now been transformed into castles, such as Japanese castle towers. The distance between the houses was widened, and a variety of different soldiers appeared on the city walls. The original streets and alleys turned into wilderness, and the trees in the distance quickly grew taller and twisted into different shapes. But this was not what surprised Gushi. Gushi discovered that some shrines not far away were actually glowing with dazzling golden light. What are those places? Gushi asked curiously. As soon as he raised his head when asking the question, he was startled by the boss's situation. It turned out that there were more than 20 soldiers in armor standing behind the boss at some point. They were holding tools and roasting food, while the boss himself was sitting aside like a general, giving orders. Seeing Gushi looking over, the boss also smiled at Gushi. Later, Gushi discovered that the food in front of him seemed to have become much larger due to the darkness. But Gushi doesn't have time to talk about this now. He stood up slowly, and the various equipment decorated on his suit returned to his body. Holding the spiritual lamp in his left hand, the cold wind staff in his right hand, and the reverse lich on his shoulder, Gushi walked out of the food stall with satisfaction. The moment he stepped out of the food stall, a voice sounded in Gushi's ears. Please note that you have stepped out of the safe range, and you will be attacked by monsters in the dark. A monster in the night? Gushi thought for a moment, and looked up into the darkness. Just then, Gushi heard a voice coming from a distance. It's a human! It's a human! Where? Kill! Eat meat! Looking in the direction where the sound came from, Gushi discovered that a group of strange demon-like creatures rushed out from not far away. They are said to be demonic creatures because they have horns on their heads and their skin is red or brown. They were said to be weird because they were carrying wooden sticks and had tiger skins wrapped around their waists. They didn't look like normal beings. There were not many of them. Only 17 or 18. When they rushed forward, their steps were obviously weak. It looked like they had been hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. No wonder they rushed out impatiently when they saw Gushi appear alone. But it's understandable if you think about it. The mortals in this world all know what will happen at night. Even when he goes out to set up a stall, he is surrounded by soldiers to protect him. There is no way these monsters can find meat to eat. Nowadays, it is rare to see a mortal with nothing beside him, so they will naturally jump out to grab the meat. But they met Gushi. Looking at these strange demons rushing towards him, Gushi stretched out his hand, and the evil coffin appeared in front of him. When Gushi turned over and jumped onto the evil coffin, the city gate behind him opened, and the skeleton soldiers of the combat team rushed out quickly, followed by a group of ghosts. At the same time, a voice came from Gushi's ear. By lynching Gu, she violated the regulations, was found guilty of cheating, and withdrew from the standings. Hearing this voice, Gushi smiled, and then pressed his hand forward. Kill them! After hearing Gushi's order, the skeleton leader of Gushi's last fighting team raised his sword and rushed out. This is the skeleton leader who has been with Gushi for a long time. At first, he had 4 combat teams under Gushi, but slowly he only had 1 combat team left. Even so, he has always served Gushi's men. Even if Gushi has more undead leaders or even heroes, he has always stood by Gushi's side. Gushi released him this time, which was an opportunity for the Skull Leader. Gushi had already replenished all his troops, and also assigned several skeleton warriors to his team. Now the combat effectiveness of this oldest combat team has reached the highest level. 57 skeleton soldiers rushed forward together, raised their shields and attacked those strange demons. The strange demons that rushed over seemed to be powerful beings, but they were pushed back several steps by the skeleton soldiers. This situation shocked the Skull Leader, and he raised his sword in a slashing motion. So all the skeleton soldiers raised their shields to protect themselves, and at the same time slashed out at the weird demon with their long swords. At this time, the ghosts that flew out from behind had also arrived in front of the weird demon. They immediately pounced on the weird demon and stretched out their hands to grab the weird demon. But as soon as they grabbed it, their arms quickly retracted, and they discovered that this weird demon was actually covered with a thin layer of flames. This situation made the demons feel that they could do it again. They raised their big sticks and hit the skeleton soldiers in front of them hard, trying to carve out a bloody path. Chapter 292. Exit the rankings and officially confront. But the weird demons really overestimated their own strength and fighting ability. The wooden sticks they smashed down did not break the skeleton soldier shields, but were defended by them. At the same time, the skeleton soldiers took advantage of this opportunity and stabbed the demon's body with a backhand sword. Finally, one demon was chopped by several skeleton soldiers and fell to the ground. Your skeleton soldier, level 4. Summoned creature, kills the wild demon, level 2. You gain 1 experience point, 1 point of overflow seal. The combat team gains 1 experience point, and the summoned creature gains 6 experience points. A wild ghost. Looking at the message that popped up, Gushi knew the name of this strange demon. I also knew that this thing did not belong to Hanya City. It seems that players did not appear on the night battlefield for the first time. Kill them all. After knowing the enemy's situation, Gushi no longer held back and issued orders to his men. It was enough for 57 skeleton soldiers to deal with 14 mountain ghosts. The ghosts did not attack anymore, but took the opportunity to float around. It can be seen that they are exploring the surroundings. Originally this was a gargoyle mission, but last time when fighting crows, all the gargoyles were killed. New gargoyles have not appeared this week, so Gushi no longer has a flying unit that can move at high speed. So the ghost becomes a creature that Gushi can use to explore the way. When these ghosts flew out, Gushi also raised the cold wind staff in his hand. Spiritualism. A spiritualist spell fell, and the body of the mountain ghost that had just been hacked to death moved, and finally turned into a zombie holding a wooden stick and stood up from the ground. The new zombie skin is dark red and is obviously larger than normal zombies. You use spiritualism successfully and get a stick zombie, level 2, and 1 spiritualist experience point. Stick zombie level 2. Summoned object experience, 0/300. Attack 3. Defense 4. Life 15. Skill, stun. Looking at the message that popped up, Gushi rolled his eyes. Useless trash. Although he didn't like the attributes and information of this wooden stick zombie, Gushi still had to summon its soul when it was time to do so. After all, Gushi planned to replenish his troops this time. He relied on his men to fight along the way, and he was only responsible for summoning souls. After Gushi summoned a wooden stick zombie, the wooden stick zombie immediately joined in the attack on its original companions. The morale of the wild ghosts dropped rapidly, and soon the 14 wild ghosts turned into 9 new wooden stick zombies. Seeing that the ghosts did not come back, Gushi did not wait for them. The main city gate behind him pushed forward and took back the stick zombies and skeleton soldiers. At the same time, Gushi also got a piece of equipment that looked inconspicuous. A tooth-like necklace. You get the treasure. The demon's fang. Because you have exited the rankings, you cannot get any points. Evil Ghost's fangs. After killing the evil ghost, you can pull out his fangs. During the day, you can give orders to the fangs to let him attack nearby mortals or strange things. Note, please do not take out your fangs and give orders in the crowd. because your behavior will be discovered. Gushi took one look at this thing, and knew that it was a treasure that could only be used in this world. If he was still on the leaderboard, this thing could at least add 1 or 2 points. Now that he is no longer on the leaderboard, it doesn't matter whether this thing adds points or not. The advantage of this thing is that it can be used secretly during the day. After putting away the evil ghost's fangs, Gushi thought of the ranking list. He opened the leaderboard and took a look. Just as he thought, as the night battle began, most of the players in Balian City released their own undead troops and withdrew from the scoreboard. There are very few Balian City players who are still on the points ranking list. Among these players, Gushi saw a relatively familiar name, Balian Cheng Yusongcheng, with 3 points, ranked 33rd. It feels so good that this guy is still alive. Gushi smiled and then focused on the other city players. Now I believe these players have also discovered that something is wrong. If only 1 or 2 Baliancheng players dropped out of the rankings, they would think that it was because the Baliancheng players couldn't beat them for various reasons, and had to use their own undead or life-saving means. Now that a large number of players from Balian City have withdrawn, only players from Chiofeng City and Hanya City are left on the points ranking list. As long as they have a brain, they will immediately understand that there is a problem here. These players made what they thought was the right choice right away. Hide. This is what the players in Autumn Wind City think. The players from Chiofeng City had the least advantage at night. They were not strong enough, and they did not have enough troops, like the players from the other 2 cities. All they can use are their own strangeness and some strange methods. So they immediately chose to hide and see the situation. But everyone understood that they couldn't hide for long. This is not against them. To the players in Chiofeng City, this world is like a huge rice warehouse. The people wandering around the city were all weird things that they had never dared to think about before. For the players of Autumn Wind City, who make a living by capturing and controlling weirdness, this world is a huge treasure. The key to unlocking the door is fighting and exploring every night. If there is no way to find the corresponding weird killing or control methods every night, they can only watch those weird things swimming around in front of them. It's okay for a day or 2. They might reduce their presence due to the madness of the undead mage players in Balian City. Hide themselves and go out during the day. But as time goes by, they may not be able to sit still. On the one hand, the weird things during the day are wandering in front of them, and they have no way to capture or kill these weird things, and they are unwilling to do so. On the other hand, they will find that the necromancer's combat effectiveness will continue to improve with battle after battle. If it drags on any longer, they will only be killed. Only then will they appear on the battlefield at night. But I believe that by then, there will be nothing left for them on this battlefield. As for the players in Hanya City, they are different from Chiofeng City. They are also war-type players. It is not a problem for them to go to the battlefield head-on. They are willing to participate in the battle. So during these 2 nights, we fought against the players from Hanya City. For Gushi, it doesn't really matter who he fights. Even if the players in these 2 cities don't jump out tonight, the battle between the necromancers will not be reduced at all. Because all necromancers understand that the first 2 days after entering the game are the best time to kill and recruit souls to replenish troops. This world is a rice warehouse for the players of Autumn Wind City, and it is also a huge treasure trove for the necromancer. Time cannot be wasted. Chapter 293: The Demonic Army. Kill forward. After Gushi killed the first batch of enemies, more and more enemies appeared in front of Gushi. These enemies appear in waves. Most of their strength is at level 2 to level 3. And there are almost 30 to 50 people each time they appear. They all look different. Some were a Shigeru wearing straw armor and carrying bamboo spears. Some had wild boar heads covered in thick mud. And some were weird monks, who looked like monks but had tattoos on their bodies. Although their attack method is a frontal battle, their style is a little weird. They always try to find some weird directions when they attack, making it difficult to guard against them. However, Gushi didn't pay attention to this at all. Gushi, who had enough troops under his command, directly placed his troops in front and drove over them with his unparalleled troops. He himself kept recruiting souls and replenishing troops from behind, without even releasing the heroes. Gushi had already killed 7 or 8 troops and harvested more than 200 different undead. It's just that these undead, like the stick zombies, are ordinary undead with no special characteristics. And Gushi just threw them into the cannon fodder queue. Instead, some of the things left behind by the enemies after they were killed aroused some interest in Gushi. The Fangs of the Mountain Master. Treasure the fangs that record some information about the level 4 strange mountain master. With this, You will have a chance to kill the Mountain Master during the day. Treasures guarded by a Shigeru. Map record the location of the treasures guarded by a group of a Shigeru. During the day, you can go to this location to take out the treasures. The token of the hiking monk. Treasure the token used by hiking monks to prove their identity. With this token, they can go to nearby temples to seek blessings. However, no serious monk would use a token. Looking at these gains, Gushi slowly understood how the Balian festival would be fought if Chiofeng City and Hanya City had not joined. At that time, all Necromancer players would carry military cards and rely on the troops in the military cards to fight. After killing the enemy, use Necromancy to replenish the enemy. This method is relatively fair without the participation of Chiofeng City and Hanya City. At least everyone's starting point is the same. What remains is to compete with each player's skills, command methods when encountering enemies, and the success rate of summoning spirits. At the end of the battle, what matters is the quality and data of your troops. However, with the addition of Chiofeng City and Hanya City, the situation has become different. These fair and just rules have become unimportant to the grievances between the cities. Most Necromancer players have made a choice. Even if they don't care about their ranking in the rankings, they still have to concentrate a large force to kill players in other cities. It can be said that once the Necromancers let go of their methods, the enemies they encountered at the beginning were not enough to watch. Gushi didn't even send out his heroes, but directly released a combat team, which achieved a near clearance effect. This made Gushi change his gaze and look at the larger battlefield not far away. We'll go over there. After you clean up the battlefield, you can return to the city. After killing another batch of enemies, Gushi immediately summoned all the enemies into new undead souls, and then issued orders to the skeleton leader. Then Gushi drove the evil coffin and rushed in one direction. The reason why he came in this direction was because he heard the sound of blowing coming from this direction. The sound here was a bit loud, and there were obviously more enemies here than the miscellaneous soldiers they had just killed. Gushi's miscellaneous soldiers were also a little tired of fighting. They happened to encounter a powerful enemy here, so Gushi naturally wanted to come over and take a look. When Gushi drove the evil coffin around half a street, following the sound of blowing, he saw the enemy this time. Just as he guessed, the enemy, this time, was no longer a small group of 20 to 50 people like before. In front of us is a large army of more than 500 people. There were more than 100 trumpeters in the army, and the sound of blowing and beating the Gushi heard came from their hands. Most of the remaining more than 400 people were spearmen, wearing gorgeous armor made of feathers. Together, they guarded a 16-person sedan in the middle of the team. This large sedan was hung with silk and inlaid with gems, gold and silver. And inside sat a mummy wearing a white feather coat and a black top hat. This mummy has 3 eye sockets. When Gushi appeared, the mummy also saw Gushi's existence. He slowly raised his head, opened his mouth and said to Gushi, "Get out." After saying that, he raised a folding paper fan and pointed forward. "Let's go and ignore that trash." He said this trashy sentence loudly on purpose, clearly telling Gushi that I just don't like you. So come and beat me if you have the guts. Regarding this person's behavior, Gushi had to admit that he was the most provocative among the strange people he had encountered. I don't know where this monster got the confidence to challenge Gushi like this. No matter what the situation was with this monster, he had annoyed Gushi now. Gushi raised his hand, and a huge city gate appeared in front of the army. And at the same time a special force walked out from it. This troop was completely covered in black dust, and all that could be seen were the spears they held in their hands. The Black Gun Battalion goes out and kills them. This unit that stepped forward was the Black Spear Battalion under Gushi. Because of this Balian festival, Gushi specially gathered all the troops and placed them near the city gates. No matter he encounters some situation in the world or Aradovi encounters some trouble, he can quickly mobilize the troops. He will not be unable to mobilize the appropriate troops because the troops are not available. The situation in front of him was like this. As soon as Gushi saw the enemy's arrangement, he immediately released the Black Spear Battalion. They were both spearmen. Gushi wanted to see whether his own spearmen were stronger or the enemy's spearmen. Following Gushi's order, the attacking Black Spear Battalion began to charge forward. As they moved, the enemy finally got a clear look at the troops of the Black Spear Battalion. They were wearing red battle uniforms and black hats, and their skin shone with a metallic sheen. Seeing this, the mummy sitting on the sedan pointed forward. Thrust forward and fight them to kill. The mummy is full of confidence in his spear-stabbing skills. In his eyes, there is nothing that his spearmen cannot do. But he never thought about it at all. What he saw was just the appearance. The black gun battalion in front of them looks like metal troops. But in fact, the largest number of them are skeleton soldiers. For skeleton soldiers, they have more than half the dodge rate for piercing attacks. Normal people would choose bludgeoning as their main attack method when seeing skeleton soldiers. Those who choose piercing attacks like this are really rare. It's a pity that the mummy didn't know that he made the wrong choice. And he was still roaring loudly. Kill them! Kill all those who offend my majesty. Chapter 294 The Devil Player Who Wants to Take Advantage. The two troops collided, and each showed their best abilities. The black gun battalion's attack was like a tide, constantly rushing forward and hitting the enemy on the opposite side. But the attacks of the mummy's minions have a different style. Their attacks are like snowflakes falling from the sky, fluttering and piercing from different angles. When the two sides fought together, Gushi knew that he would win this time. Although the attacks of mummy's men looked gorgeous, their level was not as good as that of Gushi's black spear battalion. At the same time, there are so many fancy things in their attacks, which makes their attack speed much slower than that of the black gun battalion. When the black gun battalion fired 3 shots, they could only attack with 2 shots. In addition, the black ash of the black gun battalion played a role in concealing them, and the skeleton soldiers had a dodge effect on piercing attacks. Often when the black gun battalion has killed 5 or 6 enemies, they can kill 1 black gun battalion soldier. Under such circumstances, the mummy finally realized that his men were not invincible. He was careless this time. However, compared to the previous small unit, this mummy was considered a figure. Faced with such a situation, he reacted quickly, reached out, and took out something like a black chess piece and threw it towards his spearmen. A kind of black feathers fell on the spearmen, giving them a new layer of armor. At the same time, the trumpeters in front of him kept playing. For a moment, the morale of the spearmen increased greatly, and the speed of attacking the black spear battalion became much faster. But they still underestimated Gushi. Gushi did not use any spells as the mummy thought. Instead, he acted according to his own plan and used spiritualism on the corpses killed in battle. This time, when the necromancy was performed, the corpse on the ground immediately transformed into a zombie holding a spear. They followed Arroyo and joined in the attack. Even if Arroyo did not include them in the Black Spear Battalion, they could still get Arroyo's blessing and participate in the battle just behind Arroyo. As new undead are added, the proportion of troops between the enemy and ourselves begins to change. No matter how much the mummy uses spells to strengthen its own troops, it is useless. The number of those gorgeously dressed spearmen is getting smaller and smaller, and the Black Gun Battalion will soon attack the mummy. At this moment, Gushi suddenly turned his head and looked in another direction. Skeleton soldiers with swords and shields, skeleton archers, skeleton mages, and other powerful troops began to appear around him. As one army after another came out of the underground gate, a demon army also appeared where Gushi was staring. Walking in front of this army were 4 demon heroes. There were 3 men and 1 woman among them. The strongest male demon at the front had blood-red skin and looked like a peeled prawn. The 2 following him were tall and had curved horns, in the style of traditional demons. The last female demon was a bit surprising. She was actually wearing a blood-red exoskeleton mecha, which suddenly raised her height to the height of a male demon. Behind them followed a large number of red-skinned little devils, who were only half the height of normal people. Some of them held 3-pronged forks. Some raised their hands high with fireballs condensed in their hands, and some simply came out without holding anything. When he put his hands on the ground, the muscles in his arms swelled and became like a gorilla. The number of demons brought by these people was not very large, less than 400 in total. But Gushi's expression became a little solemn. The people from Hanya City united so quickly? The bone-cutting camp attacks. With this thought in his mind, Gushi decisively released Robbie. At the same time, he turned to look at the black gun camp and said, "Arroyo, go faster." Seeing the new troops coming out of the city gate, the demon troops rushing towards Gushi were stunned. What kind of army is this? They are obviously skeleton soldiers holding swords with both hands. So why do they have candles on their heads? Could it be that the skeleton soldiers are just illusions, and the candles above their heads are the real things? Several demon heroes gave orders one after another, asking their men to attack the candles above the enemy's heads. At the same time, several demons themselves rushed forward. From this, we can also see the fighting style of demon warlock players. They are also used to going straight into battle. Gushi didn't care about the attack from the demon players. There were still many skeleton leaders in John Gushi's team. The skeleton warriors who had just been arranged in could also fight. so Gushi didn't need to take action. At this time, Gushi's attention was on Arroyo's side. As the demon players appeared, Gushi felt that there might be something wrong with the mummy. These demon players were coming for this mummy. I don't know if there is anyone behind these demon players to direct them. If so, there must be others behind them. Now is not the time to mobilize all our forces. On the contrary, recruiting souls and replenishing troops now is the most reasonable choice. Sure enough, when Gushi ignored the 4 demon players and continued to recruit souls to replenish his troops, 2 or 3 kilometers away from the battlefield, several demon players were staring at a crystal ball to observe the situation on the battlefield. Leading the group was a female demon player dressed in gauze. Unlike the one who went to the battlefield, this female demon player did not wear any exoskeleton mecha. She sat gently on a piece of white feathers and floated in front of everyone. Her red feet stood out in front of the other demon players, dangling around. It stole the hearts of all the demon players. Sister, this guy has a lot of troops. What should we do next? I thought he only had more than 500 spearmen, but I didn't expect that he still has many troops hidden here. It seems that we have to change the battle plan. The eldest sister looked helplessly at the situation in the crystal ball. Big sister, you say it. We listen to you. Yes, listen to you. That's right. Big sister, wherever you point, we'll hit. After hearing what the big sister said, several demon players started talking loudly. The eldest sister nodded. Let's do it this way. We won't add any fuel. We'll just push all the troops up. I still have 3 demonized cyclops here. Sure, Shio. These 3 demonized cyclops will be handed over to me. It's up to you to control it. After attacking, you can directly attack the guy's main formation. Defeat him first. Even if you can't defeat him, you have to attract his attention to me. I will pass through the sky. This time, we must reach the treasure under the mummy in one go. Yes. All demon players responded at the same time. Chapter 295, the female boss among the demons. On Gushi's side, the troops from the Black Spear Battalion were almost in front of the mummy. At this time, Gushi's attention began to turn to other directions. The Bonjanang Battalion has already fought against the demons. As the earliest batch of skeleton soldiers under Gushi, the skeleton soldiers from the Bonjanang Battalion have gone through many battles with him, and their level can be regarded as relatively high among Gushi's troops. High, when fighting against demon soldiers. Although they are not as powerful as demon soldiers, they are not worse than demon soldiers in other aspects. It was clearly a 4-on-1 situation, but the two sides fought back and forth, evenly matched. As Gushi began to turn his attention here, the 4 demon players also discovered that new undead began to crawl among the corpses on the ground. As soon as these new undead get up, they will immediately jump into the battle, regardless of who the enemy is in front of them. This situation makes the demon players quite helpless. They also all know that this is the difference between demons and undead. The demon warlock's troops were all bought, tricked, and given as gifts for completing tasks. But none of them were resurrected on the battlefield like the necromancer. All of a sudden, several demon players felt that they had no chance of winning, and they didn't want to continue the fight. At this moment, a new batch of demon troops rushed out from where they appeared. Although this demon army only has more than 400 people, the demons in their hands are obviously more powerful. Among these demons, Gushi saw a horned demon with a horn on its head that was longer than its body, a succubus with a long whip, a blood-red void guard, and a 2-headed H-lound. However, what attracted Gushi's attention the most were the 3 huge cyclopses at the end of the team. The skin of this cyclops was still grayish-white, with blood-red lines drawn on their skin. Their one eye was pulled open with an iron hook, and their eyes were full of bright red bloodshot. The cyclops is also holding a long stick that is thicker than a normal human body. It is obvious that he is a specially created army. Seeing this situation, Gushi did not immediately send his men out, but took a serious look at the direction in which the demonic troops came out. Gushi noticed that when this army appeared, the first 4 demon players who came out all looked towards the sky. Gushi thought for a while, then turned his eyes to the mummy. At this time, the Black Gun Battalion had already reached the mummy, and Arroyo was leading his men to attack the mummy's sedan chair. It seems that he has intercepted the target of the demon player. A thought flashed through Gushi's mind. Then he raised his hand, and a city gate hidden by vines and leaves appeared near the newly emerged demonic troops. Amilcar, who had been fighting in the fog, led his troops into the battlefield through the city gate. As soon as he entered the battlefield, Amilcar noticed his current position and the situation of the demon troops in front of him. Without Gushi explaining anything, Amilcar knew his mission. Set up the formation. Amilcar's ability was activated. And the skeleton soldiers, who were originally crowded behind Amilcar, quickly appeared in different locations. A large number of skeleton soldiers appeared behind the weak defensive magic or long-range troops in the demon army. As for the more difficult troops, the defensive skeleton soldiers stood in front of them. Amilcar's idea is quite simple. First, kill all the enemy's magic and long-range enemies. Then go back and fight the harder ones. The undead under Amilcar were the elite troops, who followed him in the mist to kill for a long time. They all knew what Amilcar was thinking. When Amilcar gave the order to set up the formation, they just had to wait. In a short while, they will be sent to where they need to go. At that time, they can directly face the enemy's weakest troops and kill them. It was the same this time. When the skeleton soldiers found that they were sent behind the succubus and other magic and long-range troops, they directly raised the opening in their hands and slashed at the succubus and the others. These succubus and long-range troops did not expect that the enemy would suddenly appear next to them. They didn't even react before they were pressed to the ground by the skeleton soldiers and beaten. Seeing this situation, the demon players who led the attack no longer cared about their mission. Why did they rush to Gushi's main formation with their troops? The most important thing for them now was to protect their own troops. So they turned around and fought with Amilcar's troops. Even the 3 demonized cyclops lent by their eldest sister were used by them. At this time, the big sister in the back was full of anger. Waste. A bunch of waste. Although she cursed like this, the current situation forced her to lead the team to attack. After raising her hand, 2 cloud whales wrapped in steel SHLs rose from behind her. Above these 2 cloud whales stood more than 60 demon troops with uniform styles. These demons have bat wings behind them, hold torches in their hands, and hold scimitars in their mouths. They look like pirate sailors about to join the gang. These are the demon troops. The core strength of this eldest sister. Now she couldn't care about anything else and jumped on top of a cloud whale. Go. Grab the treasure we want. Who are we? The taboo of the demonic sea. All these demons raise their torches. What are we going to do? Kill people? Set fires? Steal things? Who do we listen to? Listen to the wishes of fate. Whose hands is destiny? In the hands of the goddess. After the big sister asked these questions while holding up the crystal ball, the golden eagle symbol rose on all the demons, and their morale was raised to an extremely high level. At this time, the cloud whale also flew towards the direction of the mummy. Standing on the cloud whale, the elder sister's head and face were already distorted, but she still muttered with a smile. This thing is mine. No one can take it away from me. I don't believe it. You can still have flying troops. Looking at the cloud whale that appeared at the end of the battle, Gushi also showed a smile on his face. It seems like there really is something good here. But do you really think you can take it away by yourself? I have been fighting for a long time, and have already reached the enemy. But if you want to come over and intercept the enemy, you are probably overthinking it. Gushi pointed at the cloud whale that appeared in the sky and said, "Extract mana." Under Gushi's command, the skeleton mages behind him raised their hands at the same time and activated the effect of extracting mana. The eldest sister, who was standing on the cloud whale, only heard a howl from the cloud whale. The cloud whale actually rushed downwards. At the same time, the crystal ball in the eldest sister's hand also lost its luster. She only felt a sense of emptiness, as if something had been touched by someone. It's like it was taken away. Chapter 296 Special Treasure. Seeing that a cloud whale was about to fall to the ground, the big sister hurriedly took out a purple potion and injected it into the cloud whale, which made the cloud whale fly again. But at this time, the way the eldest sister looked at Gushi had changed. It was just dissatisfaction before, but now it is completely filled with murderous intent. But in the end, she still suppressed the murderous intention in her heart. Grab the things and leave. When we get the treasure, we will come back and kill this guy. After giving the order, the eldest sister glanced at Gushi, thinking of taking note of Gushi's appearance. But when she looked down at Gushi, she found that Gushi was smiling at her. The eldest sister was shocked and was about to give an order, but it was too late. 30 red dragons flew out of the city gate and rushed in front of Cloud Whale at extremely fast speeds. Then 30 red dragons sprayed wildly at the Cloud Whale. The flame dragon breath melted the 2 Cloud Whales on the spot. The eldest sister stood at the forefront of the Cloud Whale and immediately became the target of the flame dragon's breath. Although as demons, they had high flame resistance. They could not withstand the 30 red dragons here. Their dragon breath comes one after another. Under the initial attack, the demon in the cloud whale was burned to ashes immediately. Next came the cloud whales, whose bodies were covered in steel. The steel covering their bodies had become their biggest weakness at this point. Under the action of the flame dragon's breath, the steel melted, and even the cloud whale protected by the steel was melted into the steel, and finally turned into an iron block, which hit the ground heavily. As for the eldest sister, under the attack of the dragon's breath, she only withstood it for more than 20 seconds before being easily ignited. 30 seconds later, she was burned to ashes before she hit the ground, and not even a body was left. Xing Yu of Qiufeng City died in battle. Gu Shi couldn't say anything about this situation. He just glanced at the position where the cloud whale melted and fell, and then focused on the mummy. As for the demon players, Gu Shi had already revealed his cards, and he no longer planned to hide them. After the 30 red dragons killed the strongest enemy, they did not return to the city, but headed towards the demon army, pounced in the direction. Those demon players didn't expect that Gu Shi could be so cruel. Not to mention thousands of undead troops. There are also dragons, and 30 of them were released at once. Is this a force that normal players can use? Thinking of this, all the demon players wanted to quit, but there was no way Gu Shi would let them leave. Anyone who dares to jump out and provoke him will be killed. So when the red dragon flew towards the demon player, Gu Shi's 2 heroes received new orders to kill all the enemies and prevent them from escaping. Upon hearing this order, both Amilcar and Robbie rushed out quickly. They kept attacking the demons around them, and sent out an army to chase the demon players who wanted to escape. At this time, Gu Shi started his work again, borrowing the corpses at the scene to temporarily summon souls on the battlefield to replenish his lost troops. Gu Shi did not immediately receive the newly recruited undead into his team, but instead released them all. In Gu Shi's eyes, the strength of these newly summoned undead is only level 2, and their current combat effectiveness is not strong. If they are included in the team, they will be harmed. Now we just want them to gain some experience on such a battlefield, as long as their level increases. And after reaching level 3, they will have their own profession. And then, they will be considered as formal troops under Gu Shi. There are undead leaders, who recruit them according to their situation. Now, they are just cleaning up the battlefield, as the number of undead on Gu Shi's side increased. Each demon player also died in the siege by Gu Shi's men. Hanya City Gu Yi died in battle. Hanya City Wan Lu Quan died in battle. Han Chung by Shui Dong died in battle. As each demon player died in the battle on the mummy side also ended. A royal killed the mummy, and pushed it off the sedan chair. And Gu Shi also saw something placed under the mummy. It was a purple crystal the size of a fist. As soon as the crystal appeared, it attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Even the undead men under Gu Shi could not help but move their heads to this crystal. Gu Shi understood that this crystal was probably a good thing. And the female demon player, who came on the cloud whale, came just for this crystal. So Gu Shi came to the crystal as soon as possible, and reached out to pick up the crystal. You get solidified purple gold liquid treasure. Solidized purple gold liquid, treasure purple gold liquid from a mysterious figure. You can use it as a tool to strengthen your subordinates. Or you can use it as a clue to find the existence of that mysterious figure. Note, when you get the purple gold liquid, everyone's eyes will be on you. Seeing this explanation, Gu Shi raised his eyelids to attract everyone's attention. This is an interesting change. While Gu Shi was thinking, he began to issue new orders to his subordinates. Under Gu Shi's order, his cannon fodder began to clean up the battlefield. Although most of the demon soldiers were turned into undead troops by Gu Shi on the spot, there were still some special corpses that Gu Shi did not move. Gu Shi's level of spiritualism has not yet reached level 8. He can directly transform ordinary corpses and produce special undead. For example, the little devils holding fireballs, and the succubi among the demons can be transformed into skeleton mages. And the H.L. dogs can be transformed into the rot-skinned wolves that have appeared once before. Therefore, Gu Shi is not wasted, and everything that can be transformed is transformed. As for those that could not be transformed, or those that looked very strong at first glance, Gu Shi did not force the souls to be summoned, but planned to take these corpses back to Aladovi City. Keep these corpses first, and then use these things when his undead research or other skills level up. And he can study the undead and make special undead. The corpses here were mainly those of 3 Cyclops. And the mummy was also sent back by Gu Shi. In addition, the melted cloud whales and the corpses of the demon players were all within Gu Shi's selection range. After spending some time to clean up the battlefield, Gushi began to command the troops to retreat. Since the three heroes still had their own missions, Gushi immediately let them go. But Gushi all stayed behind among those undead souls that had just been transformed. There were also 30 red dragons left behind. Gushi already understood that he already knew the red dragon's trump card, so he might as well put it outside to attract other people's attention. As for whether he would be besieged, Gushi was not afraid. Chapter 297, The Gains from Killing Players. While Gushi was cleaning up the corpses on the battlefield, his undead soldiers were also cleaning up the battlefield. As the main force in the battle, these newly summoned undead soldiers cannot do it. But as the main force cleaning the battlefield, they can play an extraordinary role. No matter it was something Gushi could see, or it was somewhere Gushi couldn't see, as long as it had some attributes, even gray garbage would be picked up by them. Soon there was a pile of weird things in front of Gushi. Among them were weapons used by the demon players' troops before, as well as feather spears used by the zombies' spearmen. There were also some broken weapon fragments, or things, that were thrown nearby that no one usually noticed. There was something inside that caught Gushi's attention. It was a human head carved from jade. The face could not be seen clearly, but the eyes were carved very clearly. Looking from a distance, they looked like fox eyes. Ding! Your temporary mission, the seal power has changed, and you have found a head part that suits the mission requirements. Task requirements: find 7 seal components, February 7th. Assemble and defeat the assembly 0/1. Looking at the information in front of him, Gushi picked up the jade skull. For some reason, when Gushi held the jade head, he became interested in the faceless head, as if it belonged to the most beautiful woman in the world. Fortunately, there is only one human head left in this thing. As a necromancer, Gushi has a wide range of hobbies, but he doesn't have any other ideas about human heads. He immediately got rid of the charm brought by the human head, and at the same time, he believed that the jade head in front of him was indeed a seal component. Gushi quickly asked the undead to send the head back to Aradovi City first. Carrying this thing around is a disaster. Under the current circumstances, I definitely cannot keep it around. After making this discovery, Gushi became more interested in these garbage. He rummaged around a bit more, and actually found a few decent items. Portable magma pool, green, a special product from Hanya City. It can place a magma pool with a diameter of 30 meters at a designated location. The magma temperature in the pool is below 1000 degrees. It is most suitable for demons or other creatures that need fire. This thing made Gushi's eyes light up. It has a diameter of 30 meters, which is not too small. If this magma pool can be kept there forever, then Gushi can put this magma pool in the Aladovita and let the red dragon. There is usually a place to replenish firepower. Slave column, green, a special product from Hanya City. It can be placed on the battlefield during combat. After being placed, little demons of about level 3 can be spawned at a rate of 30 per hour. These little demons will take the initiative, join the battle, which lasts 3 hours. This is used to replenish troops on the battlefield. It seems that Hanya City has embarked on a different battle route. It's just that this thing is useless at first glance. Replenishing soldiers on the battlefield is not like this. Replenishing 90 soldiers in 3 hours are all level 3 little devils. This data looks good, but in fact it is just a joke. By the time all these troops are drawn out, the battle will have been over for hundreds of years. No wonder the demon warlock holding this prop didn't use it himself. He probably knew that this thing was quite unreliable. Flame footprints, white decorations used to add a gorgeous effect to the mount. They can be placed on the mount at will. After placement, traces left by the flames will appear on the road where the mount moves. Is there such a thing? Gushi looked at the flame footprint in front of him and then placed it on the evil coffin. The next moment, the evil coffin was wrapped in flames on the spot. Looking from a distance, it was obvious that it felt like the big rice dumpling couldn't be processed and had to be burned together with the coffin. Seeing this situation, Gushi was quite speechless. But when he got closer, he realized that the flame had no temperature at all. After reaching out his hand to touch the flame, Gushi climbed onto the evil coffin. At this time, the flame on the evil coffin followed the position where Gushi sat and led to Gushi's body. Wrapped in the flames, Gushi found that the flesh and blood on his body had disappeared. And now, he was just a skeleton burning with flames. This situation made Gushi speechless. Although he was a necromancer, he didn't want to turn into a skeleton directly. As soon as Gushi had this thought, the flames on his body quickly disappeared. And then the flames on the evil coffin also disappeared, leaving only burnt marks on the ground. Seeing that this thing could have such an effect, Gushi felt a lot more relieved. He drove the evil coffin around in a circle and found that wherever the evil coffin ran, it would leave a trail of flames for about 10 seconds. And after that, there would be scorch marks on the ground. If you don't consider other things, this is a pretty cool performance. Next, Gushi rummaged through the garbage and found a few pieces of equipment that were reasonably good, but the effects were not as good as the previous ones. It seemed that those demon warlock players were not experts. The real master should be the eldest sister riding the cloud whale. It's just a pity that the eldest sister's head was sprayed by 30 red dragons, and everything on her body was burned away, leaving nothing behind. Otherwise, Gushi would have touched the corpse. See if there's anything good to mix it up with. After making sure that there were no other objects at the scene, Gushi got on the evil coffin again, pointed in a direction, and set off with the undead troops that had just been summoned after the battle just now, plus the undead souls summoned before. Gushi now has more than 600 undead souls under his command. Most of them are level 2, and a few have reached level 3. There are several undead leaders among these undead, but because the undead under Gushi are too mixed, they have not yet obtained the corresponding undead soldiers, let alone form the new combat team. However, they all knew that they were nothing to Gushi now, so they did not cause trouble, but worked hard to help Gushi control the undead team. This allowed this chaotic and expanding team to move smoothly in the direction designated by Gushi without going astray for various reasons. As for the 30 red dragons, Gushi did not let them go back, nor did he let them out. These 30 red dragons are the guarantee of Gushi's current safety. When they hovered over Gushi, Gushi was the most handsome boy on this street. Chapter 298: The Mysterious Player Who Attacked from the Dark. 30 red dragons circled in the sky, immediately attracting the attention of some people nearby. They raised their heads and glanced at these red dragons. Those who thought they had no strength shrank back and had no intention of confronting Gushi. However, some people had their eyes on these red dragons. That was a player from Autumn Wind City. Unlike other players in Autumn Wind City, who hide as soon as it gets dark, this player is quite courageous. He has 2 innate weirdnesses. One of them allows him to hide among the crowd without being discovered. This is his earliest innate weirdness. Relying on this weirdness, this player can enter and exit places with a lot of people. The more people there are, the safer it is for him. Another natal weirdness allows him to take on the identity of someone else for a period of time. But this requires him to come into contact with that person. And that person is not weird. This is actually very good. He has used this method before, and got a lot of benefits from some classmates. At the same time, it is precisely for this reason that he is favored by the people of Chiofeng City, who think that he is one of the 5 most promising newcomers in Chiofeng City. He even earned the title of the man with 1,000 faces. This time, when he saw the 30 red dragons placed by Gushi's hand, his eyes immediately went straight. These are 30 red dragons. Even the most rubbish red dragon is still a dragon. If he could sneak into Gushi's side and just touch Gushi, he could secretly borrow Gushi's identity, and then he could control these red dragons to leave. With these 30 red dragons, he couldn't accomplish anything he wanted, even if he goes out at night to sweep across the entire land, killing the weird things he sees during the day, and looking for ways to crack and control these weird things. He believed that if he was given 2 nights, he could capture at least 15 level 5 monsters or above, and his ranking would be in the top 10. After he got out, he could even challenge for the number 1 position in Chiofeng City. The player chuckled as he thought of the guy who had mastered 3 weird destinies. Kushiong, you didn't expect that I won first in this round. After saying that, the player pulled up his clothes, and a windy cloak appeared behind him. But after he put the cloak on him, he became very ordinary. When I look at him, I always feel quite natural, although the way he was wearing a cloak was incompatible with the street in front of him. When I looked at him, I always felt that he should be here. This feeling is like going to the men's room and seeing an ant. This is very unreasonable, right? But she is wearing cleaning clothes and cleaning there. You will immediately feel that her existence is very reasonable, and even thinking that you are ruining other people's work by running in. This is this player's first weird power. However, there is always a price to pay for using strange powers, even if it is your own innate strange power. After using this cloak, his body will instinctively activate some special stimulation to prove to the outside world that he is not an ordinary person. For example, while walking, he would suddenly do a handstand on the ground. For example, when he opened the door, he would walk in backwards with his back to the door. If he cannot control everything in time, he will change from the inconspicuous one to the most inconspicuous one. Therefore, he would not put on this cloak unless he encountered a situation. As for the other strange thing, it is the upper glove on his left hand. This glove is pure black. When you look closely, you will find that there are some purple threads swimming out of the inside of the glove from time to time. But he quickly slapped them back. This is his second natal weirdness. But this natal weirdness is of a higher level and has many rules. After using it, you must pay attention to the situation inside the weird gloves at all times. If the silk thread inside turns red, you need to put flesh and blood into it. If the silk thread turns black, you need to take off the gloves immediately. The thread is now purple and is in perfect condition for use. This player also had the confidence to challenge Gu Shi. So he quickly came to the direction where Gu Shi's team was heading, where he waited for the arrival of Gu Shi's team. Seeing the red dragon getting closer and closer, the player's eyes lit up. The red dragon is coming soon. And now is a good time to go out. As long as he blends into the necromancer's team, he can get close to the necromancer. As for whether the necromancer can tell who the extra people are in his team? What a joke. Point to a bunch of skulls. Can you identify who these skulls are? As long as he gets close to Gu Shi, he can use his strange handle to temporarily replace Gu Shi's position. In the end, the red dragon flying in the sky and the undead troops on the ground all belong to him. Even if it's only 2 or 3 days, that's enough. So the player waited there. After seeing a team appear in front, he observed it first. Then the player couldn't help but complain. For a necromancer to play so many tricks, it's really amazing. It turned out that what the player saw was a night wedding team. The faces of the people inside were painted white and their lips were black, making them look like ghosts. This team is not too long, but there are quite a lot of people. Put together, there are always about 60 people. Among their team, there were also people carrying a unique Japanese sedan. But this kind of sedan looked quite uncomfortable. Some people would find it too small to be a coffin. As the team turned out from a nearby street corner, the player sneaked in secretly. His strange ability was activated, and under the influence of the cloak, even if his appearance and clothing were completely different from these people, no one thought that he should not be here. The player then slowed down and quickly approached the sedan chair in the middle of the team, ready to capture the person in the sedan chair in one fell swoop. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a woman's voice coming from the sedan. "Maisie, how do you think I'm dressed? Can I attract that person's attention?" Upon hearing this, the player was shocked. "Oh no! We've walked into the wrong team. This is not the team of the necromancer, but the team that is offering sacrifices to the necromancer." The player was about to leave immediately. But at this moment, 30 red dragons fell from the sky, and there was a burst of dragon breath towards the ground. Afterwards, a large number of undead rushed out and started hacking at the enemies that had been attacked by the dragon's breath. When Gu Shi came over, he happened to hear a voice. The thousand-faced man of Autumn Wind City, Wu Tianyu, died in battle. Chapter 299, the special undead summoned from the soul. How could a title player get mixed up in a weird team? Gu Shi, who was at the back of the team, heard the voice and couldn't help but wonder. What is going on? Could it be that the players in Autumn Wind City have gotten mixed up with the local weirdos? Thinking of this, Gu Shi also raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the local demons and weirdos could not be given any chance to stand up. The blow against them will continue to be intensified. Gu Shi looked at the direction where the team appeared and made a decision in his heart. Clean the battlefield and pick out the players' corpses to see if there are any important things. Throw the other corpses aside and prepare to summon the souls. The red dragon flies in the direction where they appeared to check if there are any enemy strongholds nearby. Under Gu Shi's order, the undead, who had just completed the last hit, quickly moved into action. They quickly dragged the body aside, and while doing so, they searched through the body for anything useful they could find. This is an instinctive behavior they developed under Gu Shi. At the beginning, Gu Shi was directly summoning spirits while fighting. But later Gu Shi found that summoning souls in this way was simple, but wasteful. Those who can appear on the street at night have some strange aura about them. Whether it is the method to deal with weirdness during the day or the treasure during the day, you need to find it from this information. At the beginning, Gu Shi directly turned the corpse into an undead. Although the speed was fast enough, a lot of information was lost. It's different now. Now Gu Shi can clean up the battlefield first, collect everything he needs, and then summon the soul. In this way, some information will not be missed. On the other hand, after the corpse is processed, the effect of summoning spirits will be better. After listening to Gu Shi's order, The undead quickly dealt with it. They quickly sorted all the corpses here and put them away. The player named Wu Tianyu died when the strange power was activated. So even if he died, he was not discovered by the undead and was just put aside as an ordinary corpse. Instead, the offering that was inside the sedan was dragged out alone. Speaking of which, this offering was also a weird one. But she was a bit weak and had bad luck. She didn't get to the white-clothed Guanyin statue of Heavenly Tao before dark. So I was caught by the monster in the night. It turns out that this weirdo also has some weird abilities, which coincides with a nearby demon army. After a period of time, she became the core figure of this demon army. This time she just struck out as usual. By the way, this weird one is called Blood Warren. It's a weird way of treating oneself as a sacrifice. No matter who accepts the offering, they must fulfill the wish they made when the offering was made. And when they leave, they will also take away part of the recipient's power or military strength. It can be said that accepting this kind of offering is tantamount to becoming the victim of the Blood Warren. Not only will he pay for what he earns, but he will also pay for himself. Therefore, the team of demons controlling the Blood Warren has expanded greatly recently, and has even occupied a territory, ready to take root and become a vassal. Gushi didn't know this. The undead men under him glanced at the Blood Warren, then dragged the body aside and put it alone. After the undead were dealt with, Gushi glanced at the rows of corpses on the ground. He nodded with satisfaction, and then pointed at all the corpses. Spiritualism. Under the effect of the spiritualism, countless white light points flew out of Gushi's hands and fell into the corpse. At the same time, Gushi heard the news that the necromancy was successful. You used spiritualism successfully. You summoned a zombie level 2. Spiritualism experience +1. Milk. Looking at the pop-up message, Gushi's eyes were filled with joy. For a necromancer, there was no better news than the increase in the number of undead under his command. At this moment, a different message suddenly popped up in front of Gushi. You used spiritualism successfully. You summoned a special undead, level 2. And your spiritualism experience +3. Special undead. Spiritualism experience directly +3? What is this situation? A trace of confusion flashed through Gushi's mind. He looked in the direction where the message had just popped up. Before he could see the special undead, another similar message popped up. You use spiritualism successfully. You get a special undead, Blood Warren. Level 2. Spiritualism experience +1. This message left Gushi speechless. This time it was another special undead. But this time the information about the undead was given. Looking at the female zombie, who was all dressed in white and had a white face, Gushi knew that this was the special undead blood courtesan. Special undead, Blood Warren, level 2. Buildings that can be garrisoned, brothel, flower house, tavern. Features impact. Blood supply. As the top brass of a brothel or a flower house, the blood courtesan will always be snatched away by others. But the person who snatches her away will always encounter misfortune of one kind or another. And in the end the price of life will be paid for everything. Spy. As the leader of a brothel or flower house, the blood courtesan can obtain a lot of information. You can get one piece of information from her every day. But she cannot be designated to inquire about information about a certain person or a certain force. Killer. As the top girl in a brothel or flower house, the blood courtesan can kill some important people silently. But after she takes action, she will be hunted down. So please protect her. Explanation. This is the undead transformed by weirdness. Please note that you only killed weirdness at night. Looking at this message, Gushi was speechless. Doesn't a strange kill at night count as a kill? Could it be possible that if they were killed at night, they would be killed again during the day? In fact, Gushi was really overthinking it. There was no such thing in this world where you could kill someone once at night and again during the day. It's just that if you kill the weird ones at night, their weird power will not stay, but will automatically be transferred to the same kind. If the same kind is almost dead, it will be transferred to the weird body of the same series. This description means nothing more than this. Gushi didn't know this, so he muttered after looking at this explanation. Then he sent the Blood Warren to the drunkard. Couldn't he be stationed in a brothel, a flower house, or a tavern? Then let the drunkard deal with this one. At the same time, Gushi's gaze turned to the other undead. He really wanted to know where the other special undead was. Why did all the undead look the same? Chapter 300 Attack the Demon Fortress. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi felt a little unwilling to find out that special undead soul. So he thought for a while, and finally called all the undead souls that had just been summoned in front of him. and checked the attributes of these undead souls one by one. Soon Gu Shi found the information he wanted on an ordinary-looking zombie. Special undead, 1,000 faces, level 2. Buildings that can be garrisoned, squares, streets, sewers. Features impact. Ignore. Qianmin has the ability to blend into the environment. If he doesn't stand up on his own, most people will not find that there is a Qianmin next to them. Change. Qianmin can change himself into the appearance of other people. But he can only change his appearance. And he should not be able to change in other directions. Assimilation. If Qianmin keeps changing into a certain person or thing, then after a long time, he will also become this thing, and slowly lose Qianmin's abilities. Explanation. This is an undead transformed by the player. But before his death, he had 2 different strange items on his body. At the same time, he also activated these 2 strange abilities after his death. After finding the target, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Shi didn't care about Qianmin's situation. Nor did he care how he appeared. He was just worried that some weird things would infiltrate his team. Now that this special kind of undead has been found, Gu Shi no longer has to worry about it. His target turned to some of the items delivered. Gu Shi first took a look at the bones, or stones, that recorded various strange information. After just one glance at this information, Gu Shi planned to take it to the wine lady to help sort it out. As for how much of this is true, and how much is false, it is up to the wine lady to judge. What was delivered after that were some items or equipment. Ever since Gu Shi asked his men to clean up the battlefield first, the number of these things has obviously increased. However, Gu Shi's attention was quickly attracted by 2 damaged items. Damaged cloak, gray, a broken cloak. No one knows what this cloak looked like before, but the strange aura left on it will attract some people's attention. Damaged gloves, gray, these gloves are completely destroyed. When you hold them in your hands, you will find that they were originally a very powerful monster. Regarding these 2 things, Gu Shi suddenly had an idea in his mind. Maybe he can use these things to lure out some players from Autumn Wind City. Of course, this is all a thought for the future. After completing the summoning, Gu Shi's gaze had partly moved to the direction where the Blood Warren first appeared. Gu Shi no longer planned to only fight the enemies wandering around the streets. Gu Shi also planned to deal with the enemies, who had already established their bases. The appearance of the Blood Warren just now gave Gu Shi an excuse. Now he is looking for the location of the enemy monster. Soon Gu Shi saw an abandoned castle tower. The reason why he noticed it at first sight was entirely because of the pink clouds that shrouded the sky above the castle tower in front of him. Gu Shi understood the other party's situation at a glance, and he couldn't help but shake his head. No wonder these demons can suppress the Blood Warren. It seems that they are the kind of existence that suppresses the Blood Warren. However, these guys were not so lucky when they met Gu Shi. Gu Shi raised his hand, and 30 red dragons stopped in the air. At the same time, the undead troops under Gu Shi began to move towards the castle tower in front of him. Behind Gu Shi, a city gate appeared. This is Gu Shi's first siege since entering this game. At this time, Gu Shi was not sure what kind of situation the enemy would be in, and he didn't know whether the opponent would have any other blessings when defending. So no matter what, being cautious would not be a problem for Gu Shi. Incorrect. Under Gu Shi's order, the newly summoned undead troops swarmed towards the castle tower like a colony of ants. They had just rushed out a certain distance when a group of demons appeared in the direction of the castle tower. These demons were wearing JKs, one-step skirts, nurse uniforms, etc. But their bodies were distorted. Some heads are larger than their bodies. Some have many unnecessary organs growing on their bodies. And some limbs have turned into completely different weapons. Even Gu Shi couldn't stand the sight of these existences in front of him. Even the undead whose research failed that he had seen looked better than these guys. When these demons rushed out, they also showed their great fighting power. These demons, like the undead, do not care about their own casualties. They only care about whether they can kill the enemy in front of them. Therefore, their attack method is to rush directly in front of the enemy and kill them with their hands. Anyway, either you will die, or your enemy will die. Or if you are lucky, you can take away one more enemy. This fighting method killed more than half of Gu Shi's undead troops in just one encounter. However, Gu Shi did not send out the main force from the rear. He kept waving the cold wind staff in his hand, and each swing could make an undead stand up again. That's right. Gu Shi understood at this time that the enemy wanted to force out his main force. But Gu Shi didn't intend to follow the enemy's ideas. Gu Shi was directly summoning souls on the battlefield. He didn't want any information or equipment. He directly used the soul summoning technique to maintain the cannon fodder undead troops. Every time a cannon fodder undead is killed, 2 new cannon fodder undead will immediately stand up. Gushi didn't believe it. The commander here would be like himself, with countless cannon fodder to use. Sure enough, after the battle here lasted about 10 minutes, the number of twisted girls rushing out of the castle tower began to decrease. Some powerful units finally appeared at this time. This time, the demons that rushed out of the castle tower were a group of women with colorful hair. They were different from the twisted girls that appeared before. At least their faces and bodies were normal. In their hands, they also held some things like scepters and makeup boxes. Every prop is pink and looks quite cute. After they appeared, they first took a look at the scene. And then, they actually raised the props in their hands, as if they were about to transform. Gushi had already asked the red dragon to wait in the sky when they appeared. Seeing this abnormal situation, Gushi immediately waved his hand heavily. The red dragon rushed down and directed a burst of dragon breath towards these women with colorful hair. Unexpectedly, as the dragon's breath was about to be sprayed out, the props in the women's hands suddenly emitted a pink light, and the dragon's breath disappeared. Chapter 301 Destroy the city and get the land title. Damn it. It is a type of ability such as mind control. Gushi immediately saw the methods of these women. At the same time, I also understand that my choice is wrong. Among all the troops under his command, he should least send the red dragon to attack. Even if the other undead are not as powerful as the red dragon, they will not be mind controlled. Fortunately, Gushi is not the kind of necromancer who can only perform necromancy. Although 30 red dragons were controlled, he still had stronger tricks. Just when Gushi was about to release the incarnation of death, another change occurred on the battlefield. The red dragons who stopped breathing did not look back at the resting team, but pounced on the women with colorful hair. Looking at the red dragons, Gushi always had the feeling that these guys were not under control. They seemed to be in heat. Seeing this situation, Guzina was speechless. He thought about various possibilities, but never thought of this situation. At the same time, Gushi noticed that as the red dragon pounced, the color of their scales seemed to be changing slightly. If this goes on for a long time, I am afraid that the red dragon will become the slave of these girls. At this time, Gushi no longer waited any longer and pointed his hand in the direction of the red dragon. Skeleton Priest. A skeleton priest appeared near the red dragon, and he blessed the red dragon with various effects on the spot. The red dragon's eyes lit up immediately, and their attack speed was significantly increased. At this time, with the red dragon as the center, a new city gate appeared. Robbie and Arroyo rushed out of the city gate with the Bone-Cutting Battalion and Black Spear Battalion. When they rushed out, they had already received Gushi's order. The enemy this time was very special. Don't say anything to them. Just go on the battlefield and kill them. Because Gushi spoke very seriously. When Robbie and Arroyo rushed out, they decisively obeyed Gushi's orders and attacked with all their strength at the first opportunity. Those girls with colorful hair didn't expect that someone would suddenly appear next to them at this time. They were still seducing the red dragon, and had no time to look back and deal with the situation behind them. The undead from the bone-cutting camp immediately rushed in front of these girls, and killed them all before the girls could emit that weird pink light wave. As all the girls were hacked to death, the red dragon seemed to react and flew into the air again. They circled in the sky for a while, and finally, as if feeling a little ashamed, they all fell behind Gushi, unwilling to move any further. Gushi glanced at them and found that they had no intention of betraying him. On the contrary, their morale was boosted a lot, so he let them go. At the same time, because of the participation of Robbie and Arroyo, the battle ahead has become much simpler. Robbie and Arroyo have 2 different fighting styles, but they can cooperate and help each other. In just a blink of an eye, they entered the already exhausted castle tower and killed all the enemies inside. As the last enemy was killed, a voice suddenly came from Gushi's ear. You take down a house occupied by demons and get the title deed to the house. You can live in this house during the day and lead your troops to rest in this house at night to replenish the consumption of troops. If you choose to demolish the house, you will get 3 to 10 a copy of the random architectural design drawings and a copy of the land deed. Is this still possible? Looking at the pop-up message in front of him, Gushi's eyes lit up. As a lord, what he lacks most now is free land and architectural plans. Now this is clearly a benefit to myself. Gushi glanced at the time, then at the dilapidated castle tower, and decisively ordered, demolish the house. Under Gushi's order, without waiting for the undead to take action, the castle tower in front of him fell heavily. In the fallen castle tower, Gushi found a large number of stones, wood, and some strange items. Among them, what attracted Gushi's attention the most was a CD. Gushi personally stepped forward to pick it up, and a reminder sounded in his ears. You get the title deed of an abandoned old house, covering an area of 7,651 square meters, with 2 medium-sized plots and 4 small-sized plots. What bad luck. Gushi couldn't help but say something when he looked at the land deed situation in front of him. This time it really didn't get off to a good start. The newly obtained land deed didn't even include a large plot of land. It seemed that our luck was not that good this time. However, judging from the area covered by the title deed, it is actually quite good. There are some medium-sized and small plots, which can be used to make up for the current lack of small and medium-sized plots of land. After putting away the CD-ROM deed, Gushi looked in another direction before demolishing the house. I said that I could get 3 to 10 architectural design drawings. I don't know what my luck will be this time, and whether I can get some good things. At this time, the undead, who were cleaning the battlefield, suddenly discovered something. The undead who were carrying away stones, and would suddenly stop their work and all look towards one place, where there was a statue of a girl with green twin ponytails. Gushi understood that this should be an architectural design drawing. Although he had seen many architectural design drawings, this was the first time that Gushi had seen such a large one. At this time, Gushi stepped forward and touched the architectural design drawing. Gushi was also curious about the grade of the architectural design in front of him. Gushi thought that the architectural design was large, but when he thought that there was no large plot of land in this house, Gushi gave up hope in this situation. But when Gushi's hand touched the architectural design, Gushi's eyes still lit up. You have obtained the architectural design drawings of Green Forest, large. Green Forest, large. Use 1,500 resources and 20 units of wood to build a Green Forest, large building in the city. After completion, 50 onion farmers can be trained every week. After completion, it can produce 150 units of green onions per week. After completion, the morale of all soldiers in the city will be +1. Onion farmer, level 1 experience, 0 to 75. Attack 1. Defense 1. Life 5. Skills, pay taxes, grow onions, can improve the morale of nearby soldiers during combat. After level 3, can be upgraded to use sword militia. A farmer again? And it's also a farmer that can be used to boost morale? For such a large-scale architectural design, Gushi refused at first. But he immediately thought that there could be cities with other attributes near his Aladovita tower that had not yet become dead. If this green forest is built there, maybe something different can be added to Gushi's territory. Take it and send it back first. Chapter 302 Special Architectural Design. After getting the first architectural design drawing, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Gushi's undead men found several different architectural design drawings. Gushi's luck was pretty good this time. Not so bad that he only produced 3 designs, but not so good that he produced 10 designs, including the green forest before. Gushi got a total of 6 architectural design drawings. In addition to the lush green forest, Gushi also received a large-scale architectural design. It looked like a piece of tile, and it was obviously removed from the top of the previous castle tower. At that time, Gushi thought he had come across a rare architectural design drawing of the residence. But he never expected that this was actually an architectural design drawing for a training camp. You are given architectural plans for a pitched roof, large. Sloped roof, large. Use 1,500 resources and 20 units of wood to build a sloped roof, large building in the city. After completion, it can train 45 Crow Lancers every week. Crow Lancer, level 0 experience, 050. Attack 2. Defense 2. Life 4. Skills, flying troops. Scavenging, can be mixed with undead troops without reducing morale. This unit is a good supplement for Gushi. Gushi's previous flying units happened to be missing due to the war. Now is a good time to replenish the flying units. It can be said that this sloped roof came at the right time. These 2 large-scale architectural design drawings are a supplement to Gushi. So among the remaining 4 small and medium-sized architectural design drawings, there is a good thing that Gushi himself could not have imagined. It was something that looked like a blue orb. As soon as he got the architectural design drawing, Gushi's first thought was to give it to Luna and let her jump the queue and build it first. Energy orb, medium size. Use 500 resources, 10 units of stone, 10 units of wood, and 1 unit of gems to build an energy orb foundation in the city. The user can take an energy orb from the foundation and place it in the wild after being placed at a designated location. The energy orb will have its own energy operation effect, which is equivalent to a tent, meeting hall, in the wild, and can provide corresponding energy for the temporary camp, upgradable. With a maximum level of 5. Gushi could tell at a glance that this thing was used to open a branch base. According to the above description, this thing is to build a foundation in the city, and then take out the energy orbs on the foundation and place it in the wild to form a temporary camp. Although the level of this camp can only be upgraded to level 5. For Gushi, this was actually pretty good. You must know that Aradovi, who is Gushi, has just passed level 4. Level 5 is such a faraway thing for him. And think about the speed of urban upgrading. Even a small city at level 5 will cover a relatively large area. It was during this time that Gushi slowly began to have some non-undead architectural design drawings in his hand. Before, Gushi only placed those buildings in the Aladovita Tower. After all, Aradovi Tower has more of a strange attribute, rather than a death attribute like the Aradovi city that Gushi occupied. But there wasn't much open space available at Aladovita. And if this continued, many of the architectural plans he had obtained would be of no use. And this time, just now, Gushi saw a lot of hope. All the castle towers in front of me at night are like treasures one after another. After demolishing the house, there will be architectural design drawings and land deeds, which Gushi could not imagine before. If he didn't have other goals, Gushi would have wanted to keep demolishing the house until dawn. But even so, such a good thing still moved Gushi's heart. He quickly sent the energy orb back to Aladovi City and asked Luna to arrange it first. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just build this building first. With such a good thing, the remaining design drawings are not so attractive to Gushi. He just took a look at the condition of these things and put them aside. Of the remaining 3 design drawings, 2 are medium-sized design drawings, and 1 is small-sized design drawings. The attributes are actually pretty good. If it were normal, Gushi would definitely accept it happily. But this time it was different. Gushi really had no time to care about it. Design of the Goddess Maiden Square, medium size, use 500 resources. 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build a Goddess Maiden Square, medium-sized building, in the city. All male soldiers who pass here every day will have morale and luck +1, upgradable. Twisted digital street design, medium-sized, use 500 resources. 10 units of stone, and 10 units of metal to build a twisted digital street, medium-sized building, in the city. All shops and buildings built near this street will have their material output increased by 10%. Upgradable. Emergency traffic light design, medium size, use 250 resources. 5 units of stone, and 5 units of metal to build an emergency traffic light, medium-sized building, in the city. The movement speed of all soldiers in the city will increase by 10%, can be upgraded. Gushi directly packaged these architectural design drawings and sent them away. After taking down the architectural design drawings, Gushi started to deal with other things. Because something went wrong in the battle, Gushi did not wait until the battlefield was cleared before using spiritualism this time. There were not many bodies left at the scene, and not much could be found. Most of them are weapons used by those weird people before, and most of them are gray. However, Gushi noticed that the weapons here are mainly divided into 2 types. One is the twisting weapon, which should be used by the cannon fodder before, and the other is called the ambiguous weapon, which has the effect of attracting men. It seems to be used by women with hair of various colors. These weapons have turned gray and cannot be used anymore. But Gushi still collected them all. Once he has a blacksmith shop, he can melt them again and create new weapons. In terms of weird information and treasure information, a lot of new content was found. Gushi flipped through it roughly and found that there were at least 40 pieces of information found this time. Most of them were things that Gushi had not found before. So Gushi packed them all up and sent them back to Aryov City. This thing needs to be left to the wine girl to deal with. Gushi himself did not have the means to piece together relatively complete intelligence from this information. After taking care of everything here, Gushi took another look at his troops, and then raised the cold wind staff. Set off. Chapter 303, Fighting on the Road. Starting from the ruins of the castle tower, Gushi found that the number of demons coming to trouble him along the way had decreased. Many demons would turn around and leave immediately when they saw Gushi's team. And some nearby castle towers also raised lanterns of different colors in advance. Although Gushi didn't know what these lanterns meant, it was obvious that they didn't want to fight. Gushi wanted to pick a castle tower at random and attack it directly. But think about the homestay you rented. It might look like this at night. The other party didn't offend him, so Gushijin didn't need to go directly to someone else's house. Gushi will only appear if the opponent takes the initiative to attack. But judging from the current situation, there are very few people who would take the initiative to attack Gushi's team. This is not good news. Gushi also hoped to take this opportunity to bring back more undead soldiers. Thinking about this situation, Gushi's eyes couldn't help but turn around. The red dragon in the sky seemed to have no morale, hovering silently there, without any of its previous momentum. At this moment, Gushi suddenly heard a sharp howl. The sound was long and harsh, as if coming from the end of the street thousands of meters away. The banshee wails? Gushi was also stunned. This was the skill of the necromancer. Gushi had never learned it himself, but Luna knew it. When Gushi was still relatively weak, Luna personally helped Gushi. It seems that there are necromancers fighting in front. Normally, Gushi would not think too much about it, but it was different now. Gushi was free anyway. All the demons ran away when they saw Gushi, making him not participate in the battle for a while. It was naturally impossible for Gushi not to join in on the fun. Turn around and go. Under Gushi's command, the undead troops quickly changed direction. After rushing out for a distance, Gushi saw a tall battle flag erected on the spot. There is an ichthyosaur jumping out of the water painted on the battle formation. But this ichthyosaur is in the shape of a white bone. Upon entering the area affected by the battle flag, Gushi felt a wave of cold air and water vapor coming towards his face. Gushi immediately knew the origin of the necromancer fighting here. They came from the first guild in Balian City. Corpsefish Dragon. Looking over there from a distance, Gushi found that it was already a melee. There are 9 players on the side of the necromancer. They gather around a man wearing a white bone shirt, commanding the troops to fight against demons and monsters. On the battlefield, these 9 necromancers cooperated fairly well with each other. There were actually 2 necromancers specifically responsible for summoning souls, and the remaining necromancers also had their own tasks. The number of undead troops under their command was about 2,500, and most of them were between level 3 and level 5. Gushi even saw a group of vampires starting from level 6 next to the necromancer. It seems that the first guild is the first guild. Even ordinary players have so many powerful units at their disposal. However, the number of troops besieging them was obviously larger. There were nearly 20 demon warlocks from Hanya City. The number of demon troops they brought was more than 4,000. In addition, there are demon troops who joined for unknown reasons. It was obvious that all the nearby demons were attracted. There were more than 4,000 demons, which meant that there were more than 8,000 people against 2,500 people. The necromancer can withstand such an attack and even counterattack, which seems pretty good. But at this time, they were obviously a little weak. The undead themselves are not known for their combat effectiveness. Their biggest feature is their large number. At present, the Bone Sea has not yet formed, but is being suppressed by other troops with numbers, which makes Gushi feel speechless for a while. After taking a look at the situation on the battlefield, Gushi made a decision in his mind. Call over. Gushi opened the main city gate behind him, and a royal walked out of the city gate with the Black Spear Battalion. Kill all the way to those necromancers. A royal glanced at the demons and monsters along the way, and a smile appeared on his metal face. Such crowded battlefields are his favorite battlefields. Only on such battlefields can a royal show others what teamwork means. With this thought in mind, Arroyo raised his battle axe and took a step forward. Behind him, all the spearmen raised their spears. As soon as they moved like this, all the nearby demons turned their heads and looked over. But they didn't know what was going on. The troops that rushed out were shrouded in black dust, and they couldn't see how many people there were. The only thing they could see clearly was the cold light flashing on the skin of these soldiers. Be careful. It's the Iron Man mutation of the tower. It has high defense and magic resistance, and slow movement speed. Get ready to fly a kite. Before the Black Spear Battalion rushed to the battlefield, Gushi heard someone in the demon group roar. Following the direction of the sound, Gushi discovered that among the demons, there was actually an order mage mixed in. This order mage has unleashed his own strange nature. His face is covered with red, purple, and black palm prints, and there is an eye blinking in each palm print. This weird ability allows him to see the battlefield clearly from all angles. It was precisely because of this ability that he was assigned to patrol nearby battlefields in order to prevent outsiders from sabotaging their operation this time. Now that this person has been targeted by Gushi, there is no way Gushi will let this guy go. The troops move forward and prepare to attack with all their might. The cannon fodder undead who followed Gushi all the way listened to Gushi's words and rushed towards these monsters regardless of the situation. The demon nearby is a kind of human centipede-like thing. Even though it is long, it moves very fast on the ground. Seeing the undead troops rushing over, hundreds of these human centipedes jumped out and fought with the cannon fodder undead. These cannon fodder undead come from all types of arms, and there is no coordination among them. However, Gushi's main city gate was released and his battle flag was raised high. The undead souls under Gushi have all received corresponding blessings. Even if there is no formation of miscellaneous soldiers, their attributes have also been improved. In addition, the number was not bad, so they started fighting with these human centipedes. Gushi was still commanding his undead troops as before, placing the defensive troops at the front according to the original routine, with the skeleton shooters and skeleton mages shooting from behind. He himself focused all his attention on soul calling. Following Gushi's move, the undead mages surrounded in the center also felt happy. Finally someone came. Chapter 304 Spiritualism Upgrade and New Undead. That seems to be the sign of Chief Netherbone Wind. It seems that the guy named Breath of the Dead is here. Luer. I heard that he controls the City of Death. How many troops can he gather during this time? Because of Gushi's arrival, the pressure on the necromancers, who were surrounded in the middle, was greatly reduced. And the leader even made a joke. How many more can there be? He joined the Chaoyang Ray's guild. And the guild benefits are pretty good. Plus, with the Death City, he probably has 2,000 to 3,000 troops now. It's different when you have magical skills. You can easily have more troops than just a few of us combined. Holy shit. What is that? Am I dazzled? Red dragon? Where did he get so many red dragons? While they were talking, 30 red dragons pushed forward, burning the flames all the way to the center of the battlefield. At this time, Gushi pointed his hand towards the spot where the red dragon was burning. The Steel City Gate was released on the spot and placed at the end of the flames. Amilcar led his troops and walked out of the Steel City Gate. Looking at the situation in front of him, Amilcar showed a smile on his face. He likes big battlefields. Set up the formation. Under Amilcar's order, all his undead men regained their positions. At this time, the players of Corpse Ichthyosaurus seemed to understand what Gushi meant. Boss, he seems to be asking us to approach his city gate and engage in defensive warfare. Right? I'm afraid. Let's prepare. Wait, where is their red dragon going? Just when these necromancers were about to move closer to Gushi, the red dragon flew in another direction. As before, the red dragon still opened the way with flames. Under the flames of the red dragon, a clearing was burned out. Then, the third city gate appeared on the battlefield. The 3 city gates directly formed an equilateral triangle, cutting off a large chunk of the enemy's battle formation. The person who appeared at the third city gate was Robbie. After he appeared on the battlefield with his bone-cutting battalion, he killed the nearby demons on the spot. After lowering all 3 city gates, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The enemies in front of him totaled nearly 80 million people, and Gushi couldn't fight them head-on with the troops he had. That's why Gushi used this triangular formation to cut out the enemy troops. In this triangular formation, there are more than 1,000 monsters and devil troops. The purpose of Gushi is to deal with these enemies first and kill them one by one. If he kills more than 1,000 enemies at a time, the enemies in front of him will only be enough for him to kill 8 times at most. Now that the battle formation is set up, and the 3 heroes are blocking other enemies from entering the battle formation, the rest of the battle will naturally depend on Gushi. At this time, Gushi turned his attention to the cannon fodder undead who had just rushed out. They had already killed dozens of human centipedes. Of course, they themselves also lost nearly 100 people in the battle. However, Gushi didn't care about these. After taking a look at his remaining magic power, he raised the cold wind staff and swung it towards the direction of the battlefield. Necromancer. As the spiritualism fell, a human centipede shattered on the spot, and their bodies automatically turned into more than a dozen zombies. This situation left Gushi speechless for a moment. What is going on? It's okay for one human centipede to turn into more than 10 zombies. After all, it's reasonable for a complete body to summon the soul of a dead ghost. The human centipede itself is pieced together, so it's natural to separate it. But if you only give me 1 point of experience, this is a bit unreasonable. You get experience points based on the number of undead summoned. Fortunately, although there is little experience, as long as the human centipede succeeds in summoning the soul once, it will be a batch success. This also quickly replenished Gushi's missing cannon fodder troops. After only 7 or 8 strokes, most of the cannon fodder undead who died in battle were replaced, which greatly increased Gushi's confidence. Spiritualism is also used more frequently. It wasn't until another human centipede corpse exploded and more than a dozen translucent ghosts strung together appeared that Gucci was visibly stunned for a moment. Your spiritualism level has been increased and is now level 8. Spiritism level 6 plus 2, 0/5000 consume 1 mana point. 1 unit of soul and 1 corpse. There is a 60% chance of summoning an undead to fight for you level 2. Undead types are skeletons and zombies. Ghosts can grow. The number is unlimited. You use spiritualism successfully and get a group of ghost squads level 2. Special summons. With 1 point of spiritualism experience. Ghost squad level 2. Special summon experience 0/250, attack 4. Defense 4. Life 16. Skills, undead creatures. Flying creatures. Incorporeal. Combat squad, each enemy killed can be a ghost, add 1 ghost to the team. Note 1. The number of ghosts in a ghost squad does not affect its own attack power. Note 2. The ghost team skills do not affect the summoning or other effects of enemies killed by it. The appearance of the ghost team took Gucci a moment to react. At this time, Gucci already understood what was going on. The human centipede counts as 1 body, so spiritualism only gives 1 experience point at a time. But the human centipede obviously uses a lot of its body, so it is very reasonable that after the soul is successfully summoned, it will give many undead souls. The key now is that Gucci's spiritualism suddenly reached level 8. Regardless of whether it was increased by 2 levels through props, he can actually summon ghosts now. So this time, the ghosts became a relatively special ghost team. This kind of ghost team actually looks like there are more people. But in fact, so many ghosts are considered 1 body. They attack the enemy simultaneously. And if one of them is injured, the other ghosts will also be injured. But if you really think they are just good looking, you are wrong. As specially summoned undead, the ghost squad actually has other functions. Now, if only a dozen ghosts gather together, they can occupy a large area of territory. What if the number of ghosts increases? The number is even hundreds or even thousands. Can these ghosts hit all enemies on the entire battlefield with 1 blow at the same time? If this is the case, this kind of ghost can definitely control the whole place and attract everyone's firepower. Of course, the current ghost team has not yet reached that level. After being summoned, they have not yet received Gucci's order. They are now floating in the air, with shackles on their hands, strung together in a string, and looking around. Judging from their appearance, they seem to be looking for an opportunity to attack. The ghost team takes action, targeting the enemy human centipede. Spiritualism. Spiritualism. Summon. The incarnation of death. Chapter 305 Players gather. After Gucci used spiritualism 3 times in a row, he suddenly found that his magic power had dropped to a low point. In the end, he had to temporarily change his spell, and unleashed his biggest trump card, the incarnation of death, in the middle of the battlefield. At this time, the incarnation of death rushed out of the black mist. This time, the incarnation of death was loaded with sparks of evil shadow and melting light. It was not the fastest moving speed, but it was the most powerful one. As soon as the incarnation of death flew out, all the red dragons quickly flew in front of the incarnation of death. They used fire to clear a path in front, while the incarnation of death followed behind with the Starfire Nightmare to crush them. In just a moment, the flames pushed out the way and were already in front of the necromancers. Seeing the situation in front of them, all these necromancers were stunned. The leader even pulled his friend and said, "Luer, hit me and see if I'm dreaming. Could this be the incarnation of death among the 3 divine skills? Brother, don't be so surprised. This is the incarnation of death." Another necromancer said involuntarily, "Oh my god. The people from the Rising Sun Guild are really lucky this time. With 2 magical skills. 2 of the 3 magical skills. Such a necromancer. As long as he does not die, he will definitely become the god of death. That will happen in the future. We should take care of ourselves now. The breath of the undead is sending us an invitation." The leading necromancer could see Gucci's thoughts at a glance. He is using his magical skills to prove to us that he is capable of protecting us. Now he is asking us if we want to fight back. "No. Boss. Where did you see so many subtexts?" "Just a guess." The necromancer shrugged. "But who makes my skills better?" "Soul Master. I can know many things through face-to-face communication with souls. So trust me. When we get there, we can form a counterattack. More than 8,000 enemies are nothing. This time we are going to be prosperous. Boss, look over there. That breath of the dead has sent out all the troops. He actually has so many ghost troops under his command. Looking in the direction of his companion's finger, he found that a large number of ghosts appeared in the sky above where Gu Shi was now. The number of those ghosts has exceeded 1,000. And the number is even increasing. This is not his main force. Those ghosts had just been summoned. But to be able to increase the number of ghosts so quickly, in addition to the 3 divine skills, he also has other abilities. What will it be? Soul Hunter? The leader of the Necromancer guessed. Boss, don't make any guesses. We'll just go over and ask. Seeing that their leader had returned to his old habits, the other Necromancers also quickly began to persuade him. Only then did the leader of the Necromancer react. Oh, okay. Let's go there now. After saying that, they quickly commanded their troops and headed towards Gu Shi's Steel City Gate. This is the good thing about Necromancers. They dare to abandon some of their troops. It was the same this time. In order to break out of the encirclement, they simply left behind a level 4 undead force. The remaining undead all protected several Necromancer players and killed them. As soon as these Necromancers moved, all the demon players discovered them. In fact, when Gu Shi appeared, they were hesitating whether to continue fighting. Although they didn't know what the city gate Gu Shi released was. It was obvious that it was not an easy skill to deal with. Now that so many red dragons and a super powerful bone dragon have been released, they don't know whether to continue the fight. Fighting is a good thing, but you may not win. But if they don't fight, all the time they spent preparing would be wasted. While the demon players were hesitating, the Necromancers had already rushed to Gu Shi. They had just rushed past the Iron City Gate when the 9 Necromancers said 3 different words. Hello. I am the left tooth of the Corpse Fish Dragon, a level 4 Necromancer, Soul Mentor Root, and the leader of this team. Can you let me do the soul calling later? Brother, are you confident about so many enemies? If you are confident about me, I will shackle you. Looking at the 3 people talking at the same time, Gu Shi didn't know who to respond to first. Fortunately, Suya stood up at this time and said, You don't need to pay attention to them. I am the leader of this team. I am glad to meet you. Nice to meet you. Gu Shi, the breath of the dead, the master of the city of death, and the incarnation of death. What are you going to do next? Gu Shi shook hands with Suya, and then raised his eyebrows, because they rushed between Gu Shi's 3 city gates. And now the enemy was hesitating. Are you sure we can fight? Our combined forces now number at least 4,000 to 5,000, which is not much different from the enemy's number. If we fight, we still have a chance to win. Suya took a look at his surroundings. Then let's fight. If we don't fight, where will the corpses come from? If there are no corpses, where will the new undead come from? I'll summon the dead. At this time, a necromancer stepped forward and said, My necromancy is level 7. Undead domination is level 5. Undead enhancement is level 4. And the mutation rate of the new undead summoned is 25%. And the level is level 4. It is the best choice. If you give me the opportunity to summon souls, I will share half of your undead after the war. There are more than 8,000 enemies here, counting those who died in the battle. I want 3,000 undead. In addition, if my red dragon dies in battle, it is not allowed to summon its souls. Gu Shi put forward his own conditions. Okay. The necromancer who jumped out just now responded decisively. At this time, another necromancer said, My level of spiritualism is relatively low, but my level of undead research is already level 5. Can you give me a dragon corpse? Before the necromancer could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Gu Shi. No. Gu Shi himself wanted the dragon corpses to study various undead dragons. So why would he separate these dragon corpses? After Gu Shi confirmed everything, Suya turned to a companion and said, Put down the war shackles, and don't let anyone go. Hearing this, Gu Shi couldn't help but turn to the player. You have war shackles? These war shackles are a treasure. As long as they are used, both parties present must fight to the death. There is no choice between surrender or escape. Everyone knows that this kind of thing is quite deadly, and few people will directly carry war shackles with them, because they don't know if they can escape if they encounter such a situation. But the player raised his head, took out a black chain, and waved it in his hand. Gu Shi's sharp eyes saw the properties of war shackles at a glance. War shackles, green treasure. The battlefield is locked, and all players participating in the war cannot surrender, retreat, escape, or exit the game. The restrictions will not end until all parties on one side are killed. Can be used 3 times. Yes, none of these demon players can escape. Chapter 306 The Shackles of War are launched. As the war shackles were thrown into the air, Gushi saw a flash of silver light, and a silver shackle appeared on his wrist. At the same time, the same situation appeared on the hands of all necromancer players. Okay, I've set everything up. Except for a few of us. Everyone else will be killed. At this time, Gushi's eyes turned to the direction of the battlefield. Because of the war shackles, Gushi could clearly see the location of the enemy players. But Gushi never expected that in addition to the nearly 20 demonic players, there were 7 or 8 strange players hidden at the scene. It seems that the people from Chiofeng City and Hanya City have chosen to join forces to deal with Balian City. Gushi could see this situation. And Zuya and the others could naturally see it as well. Zuya couldn't help but smile bitterly. We seem to be a little too ostentatious. What's so ostentatious? This is a good thing. There are about 20 of them here. Normally it would take us a long time to find them. Now we just need to kill them all. The soul-calling guy over there. Please leave some of the undead summoned by the corpses of these players for me later. The necromancer responsible for summoning souls raised his head and said, I have a name. My name is Gao Tao. Okay. Good name. Gushi responded, raised his hand, and began to mobilize the troops. Now all the necromancer players are concentrated on the open space that Gushi has just cleared. Coupled with the effect of the war shackles, the situation is now under Gushi's control. The incarnation of death flew back quickly, moving back and forth between the 3 city gates. The red dragon followed behind the incarnation of death, ready to attack at any time. The necromancers looked at each other. There was only one question in their minds: how to cooperate. In the end, Gushi and Zuya looked at each other, and Gushi said decisively, draw the enemy over and fight. Our strength will only increase. So luring the enemy over to fight is the easiest option for us. When Zuya heard this, he nodded affirmatively. So several players quickly assigned themselves. The 2 players responsible for summoning souls were protected inside. Gushi led his troops to the vicinity of the Steel City Gate alone. This is the location of the deepest battlefield and the place with the greatest pressure. Gushi's Death Incarnation and the Red Dragon are the best artifacts to relieve pressure. The remaining 7 players were divided into 2 groups, and went to Gushi's main city gate and the garrison city gate respectively to attract the enemy's attention there. At the beginning, only the demons and monster troops from Gushi's side came to attack. The other demon players and weird players were thinking about how to retreat. But they suddenly found themselves locked in the shackles of war. Under such circumstances, the players who originally wanted to quit rushed here reluctantly. But the battlefield has shifted, and the current battle rhythm is no longer under their control. When facing the most enemies head-on, Gushi was not afraid at all, but instead felt excited. Gushi, who had just replenished his mana, finally no longer had to calculate the mana to summon the soul. Now he can fight normally. Bone Storm. Following Gushi's order, the Bone Storm, which had been strengthened many times, was thrown towards the location where the enemy crowd was the largest. Under Gushi's attack, all the skeleton shooters and skeleton mages behind him took action at the same time, launching attacks at the location with the most enemies. The demon troops that came over immediately launched a counterattack. One of the demon players seemed to have thought of something and threw a portable magma pool at Gushi's Steel City Gate. The magma instantly baked the Steel City Gate into a blazing red color. Fortunately, the incarnation of death flew down at this time. Just suck it into the magma pool, and the effect of spark shadow is quite powerful. The heat of the magma is sucked away on the spot, and then the incarnation of death pounces on the enemy not far away. Among these enemies, there are demon troops and demon troops. Not all the soldiers in the demon's army can withstand the heat and flames. In the flames of the incarnation of death, the demons were more or less injured. And this is even more true for those demons. Most of these demons have no ability to resist flames, and they will be ignited immediately in the flames. The flames that were originally thrown at Gushi now turned into flames thrown at them, which made the demon players quite uncomfortable. At this time, a demon player stood up and said, I can add fire resistance to all soldiers, but after the blessing, my mana will be almost gone. You guys will fight the next battle. Okay, I'll increase the combat effectiveness of all the soldiers. As long as we attack, we still have a chance. Several demon players looked at each other and quickly made a decision. Next, a demon player raised the skeleton staff in his hand and shot a red light into the air. Then, at least 2,000 demons and monsters around him all put on a layer of blood-red shields. This effect, this scene, is much stronger than Gushi's bone shield. At this time, Gushi was also a little jealous. He really wanted his bone shield to have such an effect. However, Gushi is not at this level yet. Then Gushi pointed the cold wind staff downward. It's fireproof. Right? Then I'll freeze you to death. The bone storm was released again. This time, the bone storm is still the same as before, with a chilling effect. However, because the opponent had cast spells such as the fire control magic, his fire resistance was increased. But his cold resistance was reduced a lot. Now the cold effect contained in the bone storm is no longer a +3 effect for them, but at least a +6 effect. Sure enough, as soon as the bone storm was released, the demonic troops that could have resisted were immediately knocked away. A large number of demons were turned into ice sculptures by the bone storm. Then the incarnation of death rushed down. He did not use the death dragon breath, but really widened his eyes. The melting light fell on the demon player, who was still blessing all the troops with firebending magic. As soon as other nearby demon players discovered this situation, they rushed forward to prevent the attack of the incarnation of death. However, the level of the incarnation of death is level 12. In this world, if there is no heavenly Dao Guanyin in white, he is almost a ceiling-level existence. The subordinates brought by the demon players are at around level 7 at most. When they rushed forward, their subordinates naturally followed. Without anyone in command, these demons were in chaos. Seeing the demons huddled together, Gushi habitually added 3 bone storms to the location where the demons were concentrated. Chapter 307 The Road to Skill Advancement. This time, Gushi placed the 3 bone storms in the left, center and right directions. He focused all his attention on controlling the bone storm, pushing the bone storm towards the enemy. At this moment, Gushi's heroes Arroyo and Robbie also rushed here. After all, there are other necromancers guarding the remaining 2 city gates, so there is no need to worry about the heroes occupying their positions. They can now come and help Gushi fight. Arroyo was the first to arrive at the scene. Seeing a steady stream of enemies rushing towards him, Arroyo rushed into the battlefield with his black gun battalion without saying a word. With the addition of Arroyo, Amilcar, who initially directed the battle here, also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was almost knocked from attack state to defense state. Now that Arroyo and the others have arrived, the situation has naturally changed again. The battle formation that was originally pushed back has once again moved forward. At this time, Gushi did not delay any longer. He stood on the city gate tower, facing the bone storm below. But he sent out all the troops he could fight. The incarnation of death flying in the sky rushed towards the location where the enemy player was standing. The red dragon's breath plowed back and forth on the ground. Every time, enemies frozen into ice sculptures will be blown to pieces. At the same time, the ghost team that Gushi had just recruited mixed with ordinary ghosts, sweeping all the way across, finishing off the enemies, and dealing with the chaotic battlefield. It could be said that in just a blink of an eye, Gushi's men managed to cover more than 300 meters. At this time, the player named Gao Tao also came to Gushi. Okay, brother. No wonder you can get a title. You are so powerful. Generally, how about you take care of these corpses? Don't worry and watch. As Gao Tao spoke, he took out his equipment, which was a red crystal as long as an arm. When Gao Tao held it in his hand, Gushi could even feel the yin energy contained in the crystal. Soul-calling tower? No. This is a soul-gathering staff. It cannot be compared with the soul-calling tower. This thing of mine can only gather soul fragments on the battlefield. It cannot increase the success rate of soul-calling like the soul-calling tower. I took this just to make it more convenient. While explaining, Gao Tao showed off his abilities. At the same time, he still had time to tell Gushi some gossip news from the Skeleton Fish and Dragon Guild. This kind of true multitasking ability makes Gushi envious. But as Gao Tao said, if you really want to take the path of spiritualism, you must develop this ability. Because summoning spirits on the battlefield requires large-scale and precise casting. Without the ability to multitask, the speed of summoning souls will be slower than others. In the midst of Gao Tao's chatter, Gushi also learned a lot of information that normal people didn't know. Just like a new player in the Skeleton Ichthyosaur Guild, no matter what their background is, after joining, they need to train for 3 months. In these 3 months, we will first determine the direction of these new players, and then practice to death. His route was chosen by the team leader after discussing with him, and he became a necromancer specializing in necromancy. All routes focus on spiritualism and its supporting roots. In his words, as long as there are corpses, he can quickly pull out a powerful force. However, his current level is still not good. His spiritualism level has only reached level 7, and he cannot yet summon ghosts. This is mainly because there are not enough corpses for him to practice. On the battlefield this time, there are more than 8,000 corpses, which is enough for him to pile up the spiritualism to level 8, and may even reach level 9. If that were the case, then he would be very prosperous. You must know that the upper limit of spiritualism is level 10 for the first time. After reaching level 10, you need to learn the advancement route and get an advancement book. Only then can you summon higher-level undead troops on the battlefield. Gaodin had already obtained a copy in advance because he joined the Corpse Fish and Dragon Guild, the Book of Life box that can summon the souls of corpse witches. As long as his level reaches the level, he has learned the Book of Phylactery, and when he encounters a legal corpse on the battlefield, he will no longer summon his soul to become a cannon fodder like a skeleton mage, but directly summon him to become a corpse witch. Powerful troops. The effect is equivalent to half a Ghost King's cloak. The reason why it is half a piece is because the Book of Life boxes can only target legal corpses. If it is a full set of the Ghost King's cloak, it will cover all the corpses at the scene. Even if the farmer at level 0 dies, he can still summon the spirit for you. Corpse Witch. But even so, this is quite powerful. Corpse Witches are already high-level units in the undead army. They start at level 6, and their status is weaker than that of Death Knights. They also master a wide range of spells. As long as the number increases, even the charge of Death Knights can be used. Get rid of it. The Corpse Fish and Dragon Guild even has a dedicated core of Corpse Witches, which rely on players, like them, who specialize in spiritualism to replenish their forces. After listening to the arrangements of the Corpse Fish and Dragon Guild, and then thinking about his own chance to shine in the morning sun, Gu Shi said something silently in his heart. It's okay. At least the Chaoyang Guild is free. Gao Tatai didn't notice Gu Shi's expression. He was still talking to Gu Shi about advancing in spiritualism. He also noticed that Gu Shi's level of necromancy was quite high. After all, he can summon ghosts on the battlefield, which means he has reached level 8. He could know the way ahead by asking. Talking to Gu Shi now was equivalent to making good friends with Gu Shi in advance. Let me tell you, if your guild has not prepared the Book of Advancement, then you must prepare it in advance. In your current situation, reaching level 10 is basically a matter of 1 or 2 battles. The Book of Phylactery is definitely wanted. Everyone would want it. If you have the habit of raising vampires, then the Book of Blood Feast should be prepared. And if you have so many dragons, you must learn the Book of Ghost Dragons. Once the red dragon dies, and you master the spiritualism, you can directly transform into a bone dragon. Are these books difficult to get? Gu Shi placed another bone storm downwards, and controlled the bone storm to hit the enemy's battlefield in a focused manner, while asking distracted questions. The Book of Life box and the Book of Blood Feast are fine. I heard that the city library sells them. They are not too expensive. The Book of Ghost Dragon is not so easy to find. I haven't seen it in many places. There is nothing you can do about this matter. After all, the Bone Dragon is the key point of all necromancers. Whether you can upgrade to level 10 depends on whether you have a Bone Dragon. Therefore, something like the Book of Ghost Dragons will definitely be snatched away as soon as it goes on the market. Even a player like him who relies on a large guild to specialize in spiritualism can't do anything, let alone others. At this moment, Gao Tao couldn't help but let out a sigh. Brother, I just recruited a good guy. Do you want to try it? Chapter 308, Grabbing Things on the Battlefield. Gu Shi glanced at the battlefield and found that it was still under control. So he asked curiously, What? Corpse Succubus. Don't say that I don't care about you. This is a good thing. Gao Tao blinked at Gu Shi. Compared to the succubus that sucks semen, the corpse succubus not only does not suck semen, but it will give backing energy. The most important thing is that some fine-tuning can be made through the means of the necromancer. Having said this, Gao Tao gestured to Gu Shi again, with a look that you clearly know. Gu Shi covered his nose and smiled awkwardly. I'm not that kind of person. As he spoke, he pointed downwards. Gao Tao was stunned for a moment, and then glanced at the steel city gate under his feet. He understood something instantly, so he smiled. A newly summoned undead unintentionally followed the steel city gate and entered Aladovi City. After this little trick, the cooperation between Gu Shi and Gao Tao became even more tacit. They were chatting and laughing on the city gate tower, while the undead troops below were fighting more and more smoothly. Just as Gao Tao said, the level of the undead he summoned really surpassed the cannon fodder undead under Gu Shi. Although they had no one to direct them, the fighting instinct of the undead still allowed them to quickly integrate into the battle. With their addition, the demon troops attacking here quickly collapsed. No matter how hard the demon players tried, the demons' morale could not be improved. At most, they rely on the instinct of the demon troops to fight the undead. But when there is no way to replenish new troops, it is useless no matter how much they kill. Batch after batch of new undead joined the battle, and the number of undead on the battlefield finally slowly exceeded the number of demons and monsters. The dawn of victory is just around the corner. Gushi released a few more bone storms, looked back at Gao Ta, and found that he was stuffing a black pill into his mouth. Gushi couldn't help but ask, "What are you eating?" Yulong pills are used to restore mana. Eating one pill increases the mana recovery speed by 50%. As long as you don't consume too much, you can basically regain it in 1 minute. And the effect of this thing is 5 minutes. At this point, Gao Ta didn't say any more. But Gushi could also understand the unfinished meaning of his words. This Yulong pill is probably the best choice for players who can consume all their mana in a short period of time. However, Gushi discovered a problem and asked curiously, "Gao Dan, do you consume more mana than others when you summon souls?" You can see this. This is a little trick I learned in the Bone Ichthyosaurus training class. Spending more mana will have a certain impact on the soul summoning. Although the success rate and mutation rate will not change, the quality of the undead recruited will be somewhat different. No wonder. Gushi glanced at the undead that had just been summoned below. Although there was no comparison in terms of statistics, the undead that Gao Tan had summoned would be larger in size than the undead that Gushi had summoned. Especially zombies. There is no obvious rotten flesh on the surface of the body. Thinking of this, Gushi made a thought and pointed at the battlefield. Bone Storm. This time Gushi secretly injected more mana. Then Gushi kept a close eye on the situation of the Bone Storm. He found that after injecting more mana, the size of the Bone Storm and the attack effect did not change much. But the speed has obviously increased a lot. In the original time, you might only be able to hit an enemy 10 to 15 times. But now, as the speed increases, you can hit 30 times. It seems that this method of controlling mana is useful for all spells and skills. This discovery made Gushi's eyes light up. If Gao Tao wasn't still around, Gushi would have wanted to try all his skills to see how effective other skills were. Just then, a loud bang was heard in the distance. A meteorite with green flames fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. And then a huge stone man composed of many green stones climbed up from the ground. Hellfire? Seeing the situation there, Gushi immediately thought of a unit of demon warlocks. This is considered a non-training unit among demon warlocks, and is a summon unit. The level starts at level 7, and it has the combat power to challenge Behemoth on land. Of course, the biggest feature of this kind of Hellfire is that the level follows the level of the demon warlock. This is a bit like Gushi's Death Incarnation. But Gushi believes that the level bonus of Hellfire should not be as good as Death Incarnation. Otherwise, this thing would belong to the 3 magical skills of the demon warlock. And not like now. Just any player. You can let it go. No. Another group of meteorites fell from the sky. And another new Hellfire began to crawl out of the ground. After 3 Hellfires appeared on the battlefield, the demon warlock finally stopped sending out Hellfires. Gao Ta was very excited. Gushi. Look! There is Hellfire over there. We are lucky this time. Don't fight yet. I will call Lu Fei over. Lu Fei is another necromancer player who is responsible for summoning souls. His focus is on undead research. Some information flashed through Gushi's mind. The demon warlock needed the Hellfire core to summon the Hellfire. If this thing dies, it can be used to make the Bone Dragon core. Gao Tao. Wait a minute. There are 3 here. I want to share one. Gushi, who had figured it out, said something decisively. Gao Tao, who is releasing a white bone ichthyosaur, turned his head and glanced at Gushi. I said, "Brother, please don't react so quickly. I can't even take advantage of you. Hey, there's nothing we can do about it. Who can give me a good idea?" Gushi responded with a smile. After communicating with Gao Tao for so long, he had already understood Gao Tao's character. Such a reaction showed that he had already complied with Gushi's request. Soon Lu Fei received the news and rushed over. It's really Hellfire. A demon warlock can only control one at a time. But the Hellfire core can be used repeatedly. If the opponent takes good care of it, the Hellfire core will become stronger with repeated use. There are 3 here now. We need to deal with them in the shortest possible time when the Hellfire is extinguished. I need to take action on this. Gushi, is there any way you can send me to the front line? Gushi thought for a moment, then glanced at the situation behind him and asked calmly, "How soon?" 3 minutes after killing Hellfire. This is the latest time. If it exceeds 3 minutes, it will be too late to deal with it. Gushi thought for a moment, then compared the current position of Hellfire with the enemies around Hellfire, and said one last thing. "Yes, I can put the city gate over there." Chapter 309, Grabbing Treasures on the Battlefield. Gao Tao and Lu Fei looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They all know the name of the Death City, but they have never entered the Death City to take a look, not to mention enjoying the conveniences of Death City. Now that they have such an opportunity, they are naturally willing to give it a try. However, Gao Tao still said, "Is it really okay for us to enter your city like this? Don't worry. If you can't get in, close the door." Under Gu Shi's order, the steel city gate was closed. Then Gu Shisai said to Lu Fei, "I'm going to wrong you next. Just wait here in front of the gate, and I'll do the delivery." Gu Shi pointed to the closed gate. Lu Fei nodded normally, and stood at the gate. As Lu Fei stood in, Gu Shi secretly thought it was okay. The steel city gate can be equipped with a 3-piece defense set, namely the inner gate, the city wall and the battlements. These are not buildings and do not require time, as long as there are enough materials. That's why Gu Shi could close the city gate. Otherwise his main city gate would not have a city gate yet. And where would the branch gates be available? After closing the inner door, Gu Shi waved his hand, and the steel city gate disappeared. At the same time, the incarnation of death also received Gu Shi's order, opened its mouth and let out a burst of death dragon breath at the 3H fires below. The level of death incarnation is much stronger than that of H fire, and the power of the death dragon's breath is also significantly greater. When the H fire hit him head-on, the H fire exploded on the spot and turned into burning green stones and fell to the ground. The effect of the death dragon's breath was still there for some time. The incarnation of death did not stop and swept the first one, drawing the death dragon's breath to the other 2 H fires. At this time, Gu Shi also raised his hand, and the steel city gate appeared at the location where the first hellfire died. As soon as the steel gate was lowered, Lu Fei rushed out from inside. He immediately pounced on the H fire that was blown to pieces. I saw that his hands kept moving, and a large number of soul fragments were injected into the fragments of hellfire. In less than 30 seconds, a green crystal appeared in Lu Fei's hand. Lu Fei put away the crystal and quickly rushed in other directions. There were 2 corpses of hellfire there that he needed to deal with. There is not much time left for him now. Not to mention that the position he is in is quite dangerous. Although Gu Shi's death incarnation is right in front of him, Lu Fei cannot guarantee whether Gu Shi will protect himself to the death. Therefore, Lu Fei could only rush to the second H fire corpse in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and quickly operated. At this time, the incarnation of death was really going crazy. After the death dragon breath was used up, the incarnation of death fell to the ground and fought with his own body. The body of the incarnation of death is quite weird. When he hits others, he can be as hard as steel, but when others hit him, he can turn into nothingness like a ghost. Such a weird body, coupled with the evil star fire shadow on his body, killed a large number of enemies in the first time. But after the incarnation of death lands, he must face the enemy's attacks. Even if he can avoid more than half of the attacks, even if he can ignore most of the damage is still damage. The vitality of the incarnation of death is constantly declining, and the evil star's shadow around him is becoming more and more red. Even the black mist on his body was about to turn into red mist. At this time, Lu Fei also finished processing the last H fire corpse, and he quickly ran towards Gu Shi's steel city gate. At this time, Gu Shi was not as relaxed as when he cooperated with Gao Dan before. Without the support of the city gate, the pressure on Gu Shi's side was a little greater. Even Amilca, who had already fought out, retreated. He came back and defended himself in front of Gu Shi. On the other hand, Arroyo and Robbie, with Gu Shi's 2 troops, were still fighting among the demons and monsters, preparing enough corpses for Gao Tan's spiritualism. Okay, Lu Fei has taken care of it. Looking at the enemy troops that had already attacked, Gu Shi raised his eyes, reached out and pushed forward, and the steel city gate hit hard in front of the enemy's path. Then the inner door opened, and Lu Fei ran over holding 3 green crystals. How about it? Gao Tan and Gu Shi quickly surrounded him. This is not the time to be polite. The good stuff must be obtained immediately. It's all successful. Come on. This is yours. Gu Shi. This is yours. While Lu Fei was talking, a green crystal was thrust into Gu Shi's hand. You get a piece of dead Hellfire Core, Gray. Dead Hellfire Core, Gray. The killed Hellfire Core, after being processed by the Necromancer, suppress the special energy in the Hellfire Core, so that it will not have the effect of summoning Hellfire again, and can be used to make high energy the main material that consumes the undead. After taking a look at the properties of the Hellfire Core, Gu Shi nodded with satisfaction. Then Gu Shi immediately handed over the Hellfire Core to an undead and asked him to send him back to Aladovi City. This kind of thing must not be held in hand. It must be taken to the warehouse and stored. Seeing such a convenient behavior, Gao Tao and Lu Fei were somewhat jealous. They don't have their own city, so they can only put such valuable things in their backpacks. And they have to be cautious when doing things, for fear that the backpack will be stolen accidentally. But now Gu Shi has no time to think about these things. After getting what they want, they naturally have to focus on attacking the enemy. Otherwise, they would waste the good opportunity in front of them. Gao Tao, prepare to attack. Gu Shi quickly ran up to the gate tower of the Steel City Gate and began to use his spells on the battlefield in the distance again. This time Gu Shi no longer used attack spells, because Gu Shi's troops were already fighting against the enemy. Therefore, Gu Shi used the spell of Skeleton Priest as soon as possible to strengthen the combat effectiveness of his own undead troops and restore the vitality of the undead troops. At this time, letting the undead troops fight is what Gu Shi should do. Faced with this method, the demon players on the opposite side are also preparing to use their best abilities to fight. After all, if they don't fight hard, they will die here. But just as they were about to take out the things they had packed at the bottom of the box, a demon player accidentally raised his head. Hack. What is that? What's it called? Ever since 30 red dragons appeared in the sky, I won't be scared by anything in the sky anymore. Damn it! All the demon players were stimulated by the scene in front of them. 4 to 5,000 ghosts appeared in the sky, and the crowd was so dense that it scared everyone's courage. Chapter 310. The battle ends. This is the main force. The main force of the Necromancers was released at this time. They hit it really well. Hell, ghosts are the hardest to fight. Prepare spells. It doesn't matter what type they are, as long as they are spells. What the hell are you doing? You asked me to prepare a spell when I'm in close combat. Looking at the thousands of ghosts in the sky, the demon players were a little scared. However, they didn't know that there were actually not 4 or 5,000 ghosts here, but only a small team of less than 100 ghosts. It just looked scarier because they did more last hitting. In fact, if they really compare, any unit under Gu Shi can defeat them. Gu Shi also knew the role of this kind of ghost team. The most suitable way to use them was to drag them out to do a last-ditch attack, and also to scare the enemy. Gu Shi had already thought about it. When he got back, he would ask where there were angels or other skins that looked like high-level soldiers, and put them on the ghost team first. It is also great to use it to pretend to be a high-level army and attract enemy targets. This time all the ghost teams took off. It was an experiment conducted by Gu Shi. He made the ghost teams fly forward slowly to attract the attention of the demon players. At the same time, several of Gu Shi's heroes have also opened up the enemies in front of them and headed towards the location of the demon player. This time, the number of enemies in front of Gu Shi was almost the same as the number of troops under his command. Gu Shi doesn't have to worry so much now. He can now command the troops to fight out, because their attention was focused on the sky. The demon players did not notice that Gu Shi's troops were already very close to them. By the time they reacted, Arroyo's Black Gun Battalion had already rushed out of the Black Ashes. Their attacks were like waves, constantly hitting the demons and demon troops, and charging towards the demon players. Only then did the demon players realize that something was wrong, and they quickly turned around to prepare to deal with the Black Gun Battalion. But at this moment, the Black Gun Battalion suddenly turned left and gave way. The Bone Slashing Battalion, which had been hiding behind the Black Spear Battalion, jumped out at this time. The skeleton two-handed swordsman of the Bone Slashing Battalion jumped directly in front of the demon players. The two-handed long swords in their hands started a wave of killings on the spot. The demon players immediately counterattacked, but half of their attention was still on the sky. After all, the pressure on them from the sky was too great. Even if they faced danger, they instinctively look up to the sky. They were still able to distract themselves at a time like this. And Gu Shi had to admit that these players were very careless. Because of this, these players quickly died under the attack of Arroyo and Robbie. When a demon player dies in battle, Gao Tuan will always rush to the front and drag the player's body back. Gu Shi was a little surprised by Gao Tao's behavior. Why do you value the player's corpse so much? The gossip in the guild is that if the player's corpse is processed quickly, the possibility of producing special undead is relatively high, and it has strong growth potential. It is the most suitable corpse to be a contracted undead. When Gushi heard this, he thought of the 2 special undead he got last time. Thousand Faces and Blood Orin. Thousand Faces are the undead transformed from the player's corpse. Gushi had learned about special undead things in the academy. They are undead who have their own residence and can arrange various tasks. They have fighting ability, but their biggest role is to arrange things, such as taking care of shops and farmland. Hearing what Gao Tao said, Gushi's eyes lit up. What can these players do after they can summon souls? Are there any enchanters or blacksmiths? Are you overthinking it? Which guild would release its logistic seeds to participate in such a war? Gao Tao rolled his eyes, wondering what he was thinking. If a new player recruited by any guild is found to be a logistic seed such as a blacksmith, they will be directly arranged to a special place for training. All the experience required for upgrading will be provided by other players in the guild, sending them to a place like the Grand Festival to fight to the death. I'm afraid the guild's top brass must have lost their minds. Unbeknownst to Gao Tai, somewhere in the city, Song Sheng from the Steel Ghost Hands Guild led a pitiful dozen or so ordinary soldiers and a dozen ghosts to surround a player. Lu Yongqiang, this is the material you want. Tomorrow. I hope that at this time tomorrow, I can see the war equipment I want. Okay. I promised the vice president to help you 3 times. This is the first time. Right? Yes. As long as you prepare the war equipment, it will be done the first time, Song Sheng said with certainty. Okay. At this time tomorrow, you come and get it. And bring 30 units of spider poison. I don't care where you got it from. 30 units can't be less. Gushi naturally wouldn't know what happened between Song Sheng and Lu Yongqiang. He was currently cleaning up the last enemies. After the demon players were killed, their men dispersed, and Gushi's ghost team swooped down from the sky and began to clean the battlefield. When they were cleaning the battlefield, Gushi discovered that this ghost team had another use. When there are many of them, it is quite useful to clean up the battlefield. The other undead were cleaning the battlefield from place to place, killing the undead enemies with last-minute blows. But the ghost team was sweeping forward piece by piece. After finding the items, they don't have to transport them back one by one. They often gather a batch of items together and then send them back. It can be said that instead of defeating the enemy, they are more suitable for cleaning the battlefield. After releasing the ghost team, Gao Tao also saw some clues. He asked quite simply, Gushi, you ghosts are very interesting. Where? I encountered a batch of human centipedes before. When the spiritualism is at level 7, one spiritualism can get more than 10 zombies. After the spiritualism reaches level 8, you can get these. Because Gao Tao introduced a lot of internal information and knowledge of the corpse fish and dragon guild before, Gushi reciprocated the favor and told him how he got these ghost teams. Human centipede. I understand. They are one person and a group of people. There is no way to distinguish them well. After killing them, their souls will naturally change like this. You are so lucky. No. This is all luck. It's just that I happened to encounter such an enemy. If they hadn't jumped out on their own, I wouldn't have known such a good thing would happen. While Gushi and the others were joking, the final battle ended. As Gushi's last enemy was killed, the iron chain on Gushi's wrist disappeared instantly. The shackles of war are lifted. Chapter 311 The Wealthy Skeleton Ichthyosaur Guild 1. Seeing the war shackles on his hands disappear, Gao Tao sat directly on the ground. Brother Gao, what's wrong with you? What else can I do? I finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Brother Gu, if you hadn't come here this time, we would have fought our hardest here. Just like these bastard players in Hanya City. There are also players from Autumn Wind City. At this time, Zuiya's voice sounded from behind Gao Tan. After the battle, Zuiya did not immediately go to count the losses and clean the battlefield, but rushed to Gushi. He held Gushi's hand and said seriously, Brother Gu, it's all thanks to your help that we can survive this time. If it weren't for you, we would all be doomed. It's okay. I just happened to meet it. And it's not like I didn't make a profit this time. After cleaning the battlefield, I want to share this stuff. And I also want to take the troops that have been summoned. That's different. That's what you should have divided when you joined the war. These are our thanks to you. Because we just came in. We didn't get anything good on the battlefield. My brother, you are in control of the Avatar of Death and the City of Death. This was a reward from the guild master when I joined the Shikigami Yulong Guild. I am giving it to you now. While Zuya was talking, he took out a small plate that was not too big. Inside the plate was an apple tree that was no more than 50 guilds tall. Although the apple tree was not too tall, Gushi could clearly see that it was covered with apples. This apple? Looking at the apple tree, Gushi immediately thought of the 4 apples from Britain. This is not of this level. A medium-sized plot has a ghosteen fruit tree planted in it, which can produce 150 ghosteen fruits every day. These ghosteen fruits are eaten by the undead, and can improve the quality of the undead. Of course, the improvement is not much, and it takes a long time. Edible. It's a small supplement. Every new player who joins the Corpse Fish and Dragon Guild can get something similar, so that the Necromancer can cultivate an elite force of 100 people in a short period of time. Now that you have saved us, we have nothing to give you. So this ghosteen fruit tree is our thank you gift. Gushi really wanted to refuse, but this gift hit Gushi's heart right. Then I'm sorry. I'll accept this. That's how it should be. If you have time in the future, come to the Corpse Fish and Dragon Guild to come and play with me. Just tell me my name. That'll work, Zuya said proudly. At this time, a player on the side explained to Gushi, Brother Zwa is the 3rd pick in this year's draft. Zuya glanced at Gushi with some embarrassment and said, originally, my skills were not much worse than Song Sheng's in 2nd place. But those bullies took Song Sheng's father's money and insisted that I came out slower than Song Sheng. 3 minutes, putting me in 2nd place. Brother Gu, I am convinced that you have won the 1st place. 2 of the 3 magical skills are taken away. This is not something that ordinary people can compare with. But I am absolutely not convinced by that piece of shit Song Sheng. If you're not convinced, this is a good opportunity to kill him. I just took a look at the rankings, and he is the only player from Balian City on the list. If we, by Lianqing, want to win this time, no one can be left on the ranking list. Hearing these words, Zuya's eyes lit up. Yes, no one can be left on the ranking list. I will communicate this matter with other companions. By the way, this is my contact information. If you need anything, just let him come out to me. As Zuya said this, he took out a white bone fish dragon and placed it in front of Gushi. It seems that this should be the contact information of the Skeleton Fish Dragon Guild, which is the same as the Raven of Chaoyang Guild. Speaking of which, Gushi hasn't raised a raven yet. Gushi thought for a while, stretched out his hand toward the city gate, and an owl flew out of the city gate. Gushi sent the falcon out. If you need to contact me if you need anything, you can just release the owl, and they will find it on their own. Zuya laughed when he heard this. After exchanging contact information, Zuya began to clean the battlefield and count the losses. Regarding the distribution of items after cleaning the battlefield, Zuya also told Gushi in advance. This time, Gushi occupied an area to himself, and there were no other players around to cooperate. So they discussed it, and decided that Gushi would take half of the white and gray garbage. Gushi, who is of green or higher quality, will give priority to 3 pieces, and take the rest in turn. If a purple outfit comes out, the one with the highest price gets it, and the remaining players split the money. Everyone has a share of weirdness, treasures, or other information about this world, and everyone can copy a copy. In addition, Gushi also put forward his own opinions. He wanted all the architectural design drawings and other items. Several other players have no opinions on this point. After all, only Gushi needed the architectural design drawings at the scene. Others could not use these things for the time being, so he naturally had no objection to giving them to Gushi. Besides, whether the architectural design drawings can be produced on site is still a question. While Zuya and the others were cleaning the battlefield, Gao Tao had also completed the work of summoning souls. Gushi noticed that among the undead summoned by Gao Tu, some ghosts began to appear one after another. It seems that so many corpses have also pushed his spiritualism level to level 8. After gathering the undead spirits that had just been summoned, Gao Ta came in front of Zuya. Boss, all the corpses have been processed. A total of 8,172 enemies have been killed. The success rate of spiritualism is 70%. A total of 5,724 undead have been summoned. Among them are 3 heroes, 179 bosses, 271 brave men, and 9 special undead. However, the troops who summoned souls lost about 1,000 people because they joined the battle before. Now there are only 4,931 undead souls unplanned. Do you think? Give the heroes to the 2 Gu brothers. and give the other 3,000 soldiers to the Gu brothers. 100 for the leaders, and 150 for the brave men. If you agree to this matter, you must do it beautifully. Brother Gu cannot underestimate the heritage of our skeleton ichthyosaur. Okay, I'll pick the troops now. Upon hearing this, Gao Tao decisively turned to look at Gu Shi. Brother Gu, what kind of troops do you like? I have more alienated undead here. I will arrange all the strong ones for you. No need. You also need to replenish your troops. More powerful undead will make it easier to fight in the back. I don't have to worry about it. I have a city to support me. If some ordinary troops come to my place, I can also let them transform into a unit that suits my fighting style. On the contrary, there are some who have become a little special and relatively strong. I want to take a fancy to them, and I can't bear to do anything. Chapter 3:12 Two New Heroes. Listening to Gu Shi's words, Zuiya and the others laughed. They understood that this was Gu Shi Qinrong's statement. How could any necromancer not want his undead to have more and stronger souls under his command? After thanking Gu Shi, Zuiya asked Gao Tao to choose the undead according to Gu Shi's wishes. But the undead hero Zuiya didn't listen to Gu Shi. Brother Gu, if you continue to be humble, I will take all 3 undead heroes away. Seeing Zuiya's serious expression, Gu Shi could only say, okay, then I won't be polite. The 2 undead heroes finally given to Gu Shi were of quite good quality. One of the undead heroes is a ghost hero that Gu Shi does not have under his command. This is a fresh product that Gao Tao summoned. If Gao Tao hadn't finally been promoted to level 8, there might not have been such a hero. Lewis, level 4. Summon object. Undead hero experience, 0/8000. Attack 1. Defense 1. Life 45. Mana 10. Talent, Ghost, after level 3. For every level up, the attack and defense of the ghost troops under his command +1. Skills, Ghost Body, can automatically restore life during combat. Overcast Clouds, can change the battlefield weather to cloudy. Leader, can command 59 soldiers +7 boss troops at the same time. Looking at the hero attributes sent over, Gu Shi glanced at Gao Dan in surprise. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this hero? Undead are strengthened. Can even heroes be strengthened? That's so new. Just tell me if he was summoned by me. Well, Gu Shi didn't expect that spiritualism has such convenience. If the undead are strengthened to level 20 in the future, will a powerful hero of level 20 be produced directly as soon as the soul is summoned? Thinking about it, I think this is too cool. However, Gu Shi immediately realized that the level of undead enhancement was not so easy to increase. Apart from other things, reading every day consumes a lot of time, and undead enhancement cannot be improved by constantly using skills like necromancy. It can only be improved by reading. This takes a lot of time, so Gu Shi could only think about it. And he couldn't directly enhance the undead to level 20. With the ghost hero in hand, Gu Shi immediately assigned the ghost team to Lewis's staff. And the remaining ghosts in Gu Shi's team were also arranged to go there. Speaking of which, among Gu Shi's team, the ghosts suffered the greatest loss. The ghosts that had disappeared from the guild were now not even left, and they all died in the battle at an unknown time. Now the ghosts under Gu Shi are the 100 ghosts that were exchanged from the guild. They have lost a lot, and now there are less than 60 ghosts left. However, Gu Shi was not worried about this at all. He had a complete set of ghost architectural design drawings in his hand. After returning, he would find time to build all these buildings. He could create any kind of ghost he wanted. Lewis will definitely go crazy with joy by then. Compared with Lewis, the other hero is a little more ordinary. He looks like a very depressed zombie, with a torn suit, his head lowered, wearing glasses, and not much hair on his head. A newspaper. But his attributes are not weak. He is actually a good magic hero. Yongdo, level 4. Summon object. Undead hero experience, 0/8000. Attack 0. Defense 1. Life 30. Mana 50. Talent, Eagle Eye, there is a certain chance of learning the skills and magic of the enemy hero. Skills, Secret Book, can record various magics and use them in battle. Ritual Magic, can command mage troops and use powerful spells together. Leader, can command 66 soldiers +7 heads at the same time, target force. Although I don't know why this hero is called Yongdo. His talent is really good, and he is top-notch in secretly learning spells. Gu Shi thought about it for a moment, and then brought the skeleton mage under his command, along with the leader of the skeleton mage, who had been with Gu Shi for a long time. Afterwards, Gu Shi took another look at the undead bosses. Like the undead heroes, these new undead bosses and undead warriors were all level 4. In order to express his goodwill, Galta specially picked some undead bosses and undead warriors of good quality for Gu Shi. Under Galta's arrangement, the undead leader has automatically divided the 3,000 undead troops. Now he was standing in front of Gu Shi, waiting for Gu Shi's order. Gu Shi glanced at them, then looked at his troops. Gu Shi lost more than 800 undead troops in this battle. The main losses came from cannon fodder and Amilcar's team. The loss of cannon fodder is because they are weak and play 1-for-1. Amilcar is because the position where he fought at the beginning is the core position of the devil, although he used his formation ability to make adjustments. Amilcar was still a little behind in terms of military strength, especially at the beginning. Gu Shi did not focus on this. At that time, he lost a lot of manpower. However, the Black Spear Battalion and the Bone Cutting Battalion did not lose many men due to their fighting styles, and have now recovered. Seeing the situation in front of him, Gu Shi nodded with satisfaction. This is the correct way to open the Necromancer. After every battle, the losses were severe, and the troops could not be replenished. How could they be called Necromancers? Necromancers can only be beaten more and more. Never less. Today's battle is really exciting. Instructing the undead, who had just been recruited under him to join the team, Gu Shi did not forget to thank Gaotan and Zuiya. Thank you, brothers. If it weren't for you this time, I wouldn't have gotten so many undead. It's just good luck that you met such a large number of troops. And your level of spiritualism is not weak. But the level of undead enhancement is a little lower. If you intend to go into this field, you'd better strengthen the undead enhancement. Gao Taui said with a smile. Yes, but it will definitely be a slow learning process. Gu Shi now has no time to brush up on reading, so he can really improve some skills quickly by just relying on the little reading time he has every day. You can go to the guild's library, where there will be experts to explain. If someone gives lectures, you will improve faster. Hearing what Gao Tao said, Gu Shi's eyes also lit up. There is such an operation. It seems that there is such an operation among the rewards of this Bailian festival. If it doesn't work, go back and try it. While Gu Shi and the others were chatting, one of Zuiya's subordinates came over. Boss, the battlefield has been cleaned and everything has been inventoried. Zuiya pointed at Gu Shi. Tell Brother Gu. This time, a piece of purple equipment and a blue quality treasure were revealed. Chapter 313 The ownership of the purple outfit. Hearing this, everyone's eyes focused on the player. Blue treasures are okay, but they are rare, not non-existent. Purple equipment is different. Even in some big families, purple equipment is a family heirloom. For this reason, Zuiya also looked at Gu Shi with some embarrassment. Brother Gu, I'm sorry. If it's something else, I'll just give in. But for purple equipment, I have to compete for it. It's okay. Everyone competes fairly. The winner gets the equipment, and the loser gets the money. This is very reasonable. That's good. Take it out, and let's see what it is. Zuiya also laughed when he heard this. He was just worried that Gu Shi wanted purple equipment. In such a situation, let alone whether he wanted to part with it or not, even his brothers wouldn't be able to explain it to him. If he doesn't give it to him, a conflict will immediately break out between him and Gu Shi. Even if it is suppressed temporarily, they will no longer be friends. Now that Gu Shi can have such a reaction, it is a good start. After Zuiya and the others said this, the player took out the purple equipment first. This thing is nowhere to be found, and others are not in the mood to share other things. Sure enough, when that item was taken out, everyone's eyes were focused on that item. It was a belt made of stone, green flames, and strips of cloth. However, the belt was a bit big and could wrap around the entire person. Nathrism Vampire, purple. Belt. Cloth armor. Defense, 6. After equipped, physique plus 3. Equipment requirements, strength 9. Agility 5. Constitution 5. Special 1, Vampiric Touch. When hit, you may gain demonic energy. All melee attacks can drain health from the target. Special effect 1, after wearing the equipment and activating the blood-sucking touch effect once, the user will be affected. During the battle, the user will be uncontrollable and want to rush forward for melee combat. Special 2, the giant rock of fire automatically empowers fire-bending magic and earth-bending magic during combat, and automatically refreshes the user's defense every minute, keeping the defender's defense at +3 to +9. Special effect 2, after wearing the equipment and activating the rock of fire effect once, The user will be affected by the slowness spell or blindness effect every 5 minutes. Special 3. Blood-clothed avatar. When encountering a fatal blow, the stone on the belt will self-destruct to bear the blow on behalf of the user, allowing the user to exit the attack range about 300 meters away. Can be used 5 times. Special effect 3. After wearing the equipment and activating the blood robe substitute effect once, part of the user's body will turn into stone. After using it 5 times, the whole body will be petrified and cannot be restored. Explanation: this is a piece of life-saving equipment, but it is also a deadly piece of equipment. As the attributes of Nazrism Vampire were revealed, everyone fell silent. They all understood that this equipment could be used by the necromancer, but it was not the best. Just as Gao Ta and others were about to step forward, Gu Shi took a step back immediately. "I'll split the money." Upon hearing this, Zuya looked at Gu Shi in confusion. "Brother Gu, this is a good thing, although its properties are a bit surprising. This is a purple item that can be passed down from generation to generation. It's okay. I have sold 2 purple outfits, both of which are better than this one. Besides, I am here to participate in the Balian festival, and I will be rewarded with a purple outfit when I go back. It is more appropriate for me to split the money." Hearing what Gu Shi said, Zuya was stunned for a moment. He knew that Gu Shi must have something good in his hands, but he never expected that Gu Shi would be so awesome. He sold it as soon as Zizhuang said it was for sale. In fact, the reason why Gu Shi made such a choice was entirely because of the first special impact of this, Nathrism Bloodsuckers. Isn't it a joke to let a mage rush out to fight in close combat? After Gu Shi knew that his direction was the necromancer, he knew that he must be commanding the troops from behind. With his melee strength, it was simply a matter of going forward and dying. Without this, Gu Shi might be tempted to grab the purple outfit. Now, what's wrong with sharing money? As long as the money can satisfy Gu Shi glanced at the pot of ghostine fruit tree still placed at his feet. The Corpse Fish and Dragon Guild had good stuff. At this moment, Zuya had already finished discussing with his companions. He walked up to Gu Shi, looked at Gu Shi and said, "I have already discussed with them. When we go back, we will give them guild achievement points in exchange for this purple outfit. The next step is our business. What do you want? Money? Resources or something else?" Looking at the money that was delivered to his door, Gu Shi smiled happily. "I sold 2 pieces of purple equipment before. One for 17 dragon blood crystals, and the other for a land deed with a vampire building. Let's not talk about the land deed. At that time, we encountered the best main tank, and the price was a bit high. Let's calculate it based on the price of 17 dragon blood crystals. If we divide the money equally, there will be 10 of us in total, and each of us will get 1.7 dragon blood crystals, or something of equivalent value. Thank you for including me when you divided the money, but I don't need it. 17 dragon blood crystals are really not a high price, so I will add a little more and settle the bill for you with 2 dragon blood crystals. However, our skeletal ichthyosaur does not produce dragon blood crystals, but there are similar products. I wonder if you have heard of ichthyosaur bones. Fish keel?" Gu Shi shook his head. Ichthyosaur bones are a specialty of the Corpse Ichthyosaur Guild. They are the bones left behind by the ichthyosaurs that lived in Balian Lake after their death. Because they carry a hint of dragon nature, their status is similar to that of dragon blood crystals. The only advantage is that ichthyosaur bones are produced in the real world. The output will also be higher. If you are willing, I will give you 3 copies of the copper bones in exchange. Bronze bones? Gu Shi felt a little speechless. It was another term he had never heard of. Oh, fish keels also have grades. With my current grade, I can only get bronze grade. I can't get any higher grades. How about 4 copies? 3 servings. Looking at Zuya's appearance, Gu Shi shook his head helplessly. By the way, can you give me a copy of the manual? I at least want to know what these fish bones can be used for. Of course. Just wait for me. While Zuya was talking, he went back to communicate with his companions. Taking this opportunity, Gu Shi looked at the blue treasures that could be placed alongside the purple equipment. As soon as Gu Shi saw this treasure, his eyes lit up. And he also understood why this blue treasure was taken out separately. It was a gold medal the size of a pocket watch, with a dove of peace engraved on it. Chapter 3:14 Bidding and Selecting Blue Treasures. Politician medal, blue treasure after equipped. It occupies the decorative position, enhances the effect of diplomacy, and reduces the cost of surrender by 10%. Seeing the statesman medal, a strange look flashed in Gu Shi's eyes. He wanted to win this. At this moment, Zuya had already communicated clearly with the others, and came to Gushi carrying the 3 fish keel bones he had just borrowed. Gushi then withdrew his gaze, and looked at the fish keel held by his left teeth. If Zuya hadn't said it before, Gushi would have thought that these 3 fish keel bones were made of brass. All the fish keel bones were brass-colored, and had a metallic luster when held in his hand. After taking the fish keel, Gushi thought for a moment, and waved to the sky. The incarnation of death quickly landed on the ground, and lay in front of Gushi. Gushi raised his hand, and a portion of fish keel was fed into the mouth of the incarnation of death. Then Gushi saw that the bones of the incarnation of death slowly turned brassy from burnt black. Judging from the movements of the incarnation of death, it is obvious that the hardness of his bones has been strengthened to a certain extent, and his body is obviously much stronger. After estimating the size of the incarnation of death, and the speed at which it turned yellow, Gushi estimated that at least 10 pieces of ichthyosaur bones would be needed to turn the incarnation of death into pure brass. If he hadn't come across this thing, Gushi might not have had the chance to look for it. But now, Gushi turned to look at Zuya. Brothers, what? Are your fish keels for sale? I'm sorry. We have our own plans for the ichthyosaur bones, and we won't sell them to the outside world. However, you can go to the city to find a shop that sells ichthyosaur bones. Copper bones are not a banned item, and are available in stores. For such an answer, it is impossible to say that Gushi is not disappointed. But he didn't force it. After all, this is related to the key to the necromancers reaching level 10. Gushi already has the incarnation of death here, so he doesn't have to worry about this level. But these necromancers in front of him don't. They are now preparing for level 10. Zuya had just borrowed the fish keel bone from them, and he must have promised to return it when he returned. It is basically impossible for Gushi to purchase other fish bones. Thinking of this, Gushi stopped thinking about buying it, and focused on the Statesman medal. I plan to bid on this item. Okay. I won't participate. Zuya said this, and withdrew from the bidding. He had just bought a piece of purple equipment, and now he had nothing in his hands. He was afraid that he would not have much money to buy another blue treasure. Besides, this was not a treasure that a necromancer must have. So he chose to give up quite simply. Several other players looked at each other, and either didn't need this and chose to give up, or he offered a fairly acceptable price, and explained his attitude. He had no intention of grabbing the blue treasure with Gushi. After 2 rounds of bidding, Gushi bought the Politician Medal for 2,500 units of negative energy. After receiving the Politician Medal, Gushi pinned it on the Volunteer Medal ribbon with his backhand. Such behavior made Zuya a little confused, and he couldn't help but ask, "Do you have leadership or morale skills?" "No, but I want to learn the Death Edict." After hearing what Gushi said, Zuya knew Gushi's plan. The Death Call allows all neutral creatures that surrender to join the Necromancer's army to automatically transform into corresponding undead creatures according to their soldier level and upgrade status. This is a new route for the Necromancer to replenish his troops. However, very few Necromancers are willing to take this path, because in order to take this path, they must first have a certain level of leadership skills. Only players who are unlucky at the start will make such a choice. Most Necromancers still want to rely on the orthodox route, whether it is summoning souls or replenishing troops. It is better than this way. Shun. Zuya didn't laugh at Gushi. After all, Gushi's choice had nothing to do with him. After dividing the money, Zuya and the others brought up the green and blue equipment they had obtained, as well as various information, treasures unique to this world, and so on. It was the bidding stage just now. Now is the time to tell the difference. Zuya really gave half of the white and gray items to Gushi. Gushi was not polite about this, and simply sent the ghost team back to Aladovi City. At the same time, Gushi himself focused on the blue and green items. This time the people cleaning the battlefield found a total of more than 40 blue and green items. Some are found from players. Some are left behind after powerful enemies die in battle. And some are caused by the influence of strange forces in the game world. No matter how it came about, these things are now placed in front of Gushi. Gushi has the right to choose 3 items first, and then it will be his turn to pick them. After taking a quick look at the items at the scene, Gushi immediately pointed to a few things. This one, and this one. This time Gushi was not polite, and immediately picked out 3 blue items. One of them is a piece of equipment that can be used by the Necromancer. One is an item that can be used in the city of Aridov, and the other is a gem that can be used for inlaying. These are all things that can be used quickly to increase Gushi's combat effectiveness. So Gushi made his choice right away, not afraid of anyone saying he was greedy. Among these 3 items, the most eye-catching ones are the gems that can be used for inlaying. They say it is a gem, but it is actually a painting, which depicts the battle they just had. Undead versus demons and goblin troops. This painting is a mess. Looking from a distance, it even looks like gray. Black and red dyes have been randomly painted on the canvas. Blood battlefield. Blue, the power condensed after a large battlefield with more than 10,000 people has ended. It contains random undead, demons, weird or other uncertain powers. After being embedded, it can bring 2 or 3 random characteristics to the embedded object. After that, there was a piece of equipment produced by someone who killed something strange. A pair of white gloves. Twisted human skin, blue. Gloves. Cloth armor. Defense 3. After equipping, intelligence +4. Equipment requirements, intelligence 4. Special 1, twisting the rules. The special influence of a purple piece of equipment can be randomly reduced every day for 1 day. It can only be reduced, but the special influence cannot be completely eliminated. Special 2, desire amplification. There is a 30% chance to double the attack power, including spell attacks and long-range attacks, but does not include directing attacks by subordinates. Explanation. Does the twisted power come from the mind or from the weirdness? Chapter 315, Various Harvests. The last item is a scale that looks like a flame. That thing is a prop placed in the city. Its function is equivalent to that of inlay, but it is different. Chaos Furnace, blue after being placed in the blacksmith shop. The weapons of all soldiers in the city will be updated once. The attack of all soldiers in the updated hand will be +1. And the fire attack effect will be +1. If you just look at this attribute, you may not feel anything. But a comparison shows that as long as this Chaos Furnace is installed in the blacksmith shop, even a farmer with a combat power of only 1 can have an attack power of 2 points, plus 1 point of fire damage. If you think about it this way, you will realize how good this thing is. If no one except Gushi could use it, many people might want to trade this Chaos Furnace with Gushi. After getting the 3 items he wanted, Gushi made way for others to choose, and he placed the Blood Battlefield in the evil coffin. With the placement of the Blood Battlefield, the evil coffin burned again. When the flames extinguished, Gushi noticed that the appearance of the evil coffin had changed again. In addition to the thick iron chains, the evil coffin was also coated with a layer of blood-red paint. It looked like it was thrown by a debt collector, and just looking at it lowered the quality of the evil coffin. But the properties of the evil coffin have been improved. Inlaid with Blood Battlefield, evil coffin masters new skills. Blood flow drifts. Weird flash. Blood flow drifting pestle. After the evil coffin stops, blood will automatically drip from the coffin. After stopping for 3 minutes, a blood pool will be formed, and the vitality of all undead within 30 meters around the evil coffin will begin to be automatically restored. Weird flash. The evil coffin can lock on a strange existence within a kilometer. Activate the strange flash ability, and instantly appear next to this strange person. Looking at the 2 newly mastered skills by Sia Coffin, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that he was not very lucky. If I had known it earlier, I would have embedded it into the anti-lich. Gushi complained in his mind about the idea of detaching the Blood Battlefield from the evil coffin, although the inlaid gems can be removed and reused. When they are inlaid again, the blessings received will definitely not be as good as the first time. This is information that everyone knows. After Gushi finished inlaying the Blood Battlefield, Zuya and the others had completed the first round of selection. There are more than 20 various items remaining, but the blue ones are no longer available, and the rest are all green. Zuya and the others are not stupid. In this case, there is no need to consider whether it is attributes or whether it is effective. They just choose blue without any thought. So there weren't many blue equipments originally, and now they are all gone. So the next selection will have to be among the green items. Gushi glanced at these items and sighed helplessly. Among the remaining items, there were few that could immediately increase Gushi's combat effectiveness. In the end, Gushi only picked up a red-skinned demon head. Destiny demon head, green use on the treasure chest before opening it. There is a 15% chance that the treasure chest will be upgraded by 2 levels. There is a 25% chance that the treasure chest will be upgraded by 1 level. There is a 50% chance that the treasure chest will remain unchanged. 10% the probability of dropping the treasure chest by 1 level. This is the best of all green items. Although this prop is relatively heavy on gambling, the success rate is quite high. Gushi, who often encounters treasure chests, will naturally choose this prop and take it out for a good gamble when he encounters a treasure chest. After getting the demon head of destiny, Gushi retreated. By the time of the third round of selection, most of the better items had disappeared. The rest is garbage among the items. But no matter how rubbish it is, this is still a green item. Much better than those whiteboard items. Gushi stood in front of the last items and thought for a while. Then picked up a black object that looked like a lantern. The lantern in front of me is not a secondary item like the spiritual lamp. And what a light. Daylight, green, a lamp that can illuminate a nearby area of 10 meters to the effect of noon in the daytime. It does not need to be carried in your hand. Just light it up. After getting the day lamp, Gushi hung the lamp on the evil coffin with his backhand. Although he is a necromancer, it does not mean that Gushi likes the night. The necromancer who appears during the day is so handsome. After the third round of selection was completed, Gushi once again stood in front of the last few items. This time, there are only 4 items left. Brother Gu, it's okay. Just take whatever you like. Those who can't do it can share the souls and negative energy of the battlefield later. If there's nothing you want here, you can also share more negative energy later. After listening to Zuiya's words, Gushi was about to say that he wanted to share the negative energy. But when he glanced at the last few items, his heart suddenly moved, and he took out a green item from it. It was a white A4 paper. The properties of this thing are also very simple. Recording paper, green white paper that records some information. It can be used to copy magic, or to make magic scrolls or books. Even though the paper is green, not many people would be willing to take it. But just now, Gushi suddenly thought that the paper he used to record information about this world when he entered this world was also such a big piece of paper. He suddenly felt that there should be a connection between these papers. So Gushi finally chose this recording paper. Anyway, for Gushi, he couldn't live without the negative energy. The negative energy on this battlefield is not as much as the negative energy given out by the Aladovi City Council every day. Seeing Gushi take away the recording paper, Zuiya and the others were also a little surprised, because they had also seen the remaining items in the final selection. These things are really leftovers that no one wants. They all thought that Gushi would not want it. But at the last moment, Gushi chose one and left. Boss, what does he mean by this? I'm afraid there is an enchanting table in his city. With an enchanting table, he can disassemble equipment, extract properties and characteristics, and then enchant other equipment. He wants to collect some junk equipment that no one wants. Zuiya expressed his guess. It's possible. I really envy those who control the Death City and open their own city. When can we have our own territory? Wait a minute. After you pass level 5, you can apply for a territory space mission. Once you complete the mission, you will have your own territory. It's just territory. You can't take it with you. Looking at it, I'm really envious. While Zuiya and the others were talking, they watched with envy as Gushi's men packed up all the things and sent them back to Aladovi City through the city gate. Chapter 316. Late at night. Rest. After all the things were divided and the battlefield was cleaned, Gushi and Zuiya were about to go their separate ways. Gushi had his own place to go, and Zuiya also planned to contact his companions from the same guild. However, they have agreed that starting from tomorrow, they will start to take action against the enemies on the leaderboard. No matter where they meet, players from Balian City will help each other. He raised his hand to his left tooth and said with a smile, everyone on the ranking list will die. Everyone on the ranking list must die. What Zuiya wanted to say at first was that everyone on the rankings were enemies. But when Gushi said this, he naturally followed suit. After the few people separated, Gushi did not force himself to encounter any enemies on the road. So he quickened his pace and planned to return to the BNB first. After sending all his subordinates back to Aladovi City, Gushi sat on the evil coffin. The incarnation of death was placed in the sky, and the speed was increased to the fastest, and he went all the way forward. While sitting on the evil coffin, Gushi could feel the surrounding scenery passing by in front of him. Sometimes he saw strange things or demons appearing nearby, but because the evil coffin ran too fast, he didn't have time to take action. In the end, Gushi decided to just think about it and forget it, and he would just lie down today. He also gained a lot along the way and just went back to take a rest. Organize all the gains from tonight. There are still things to do during the day tomorrow. When Gushi was rushing back, it was already 12 o'clock at night, and the fighting in the city had just begun. After 12 o'clock, the small group of troops had retreated. And now there were more than 1,000 demons roaming the streets. Demons with levels above level 5. They wander around in their respective territories, and will attack anything that does not belong to their group. It doesn't matter whether you are a weirdo, a mortal, or a demon troop from other lands. Because Gushi was in a hurry, he sometimes rushed into the group of several demons, which caused these demons to turn around and pursue them. As a result, those demons were led by Gushi to the territory of other demons. And finally a big melee broke out. These are things Gushi doesn't know. He only knows now that the speed of the evil coffin is getting faster and faster. He must find a way to sit on the evil coffin safely. If this whole thing continues faster, I couldn't even open my eyes. As the evil coffin slowly stopped, Gushi finally straightened up. He raised his eyes and looked around. It seemed that he had returned to the BNB. After jumping off the evil coffin, Gushi found that the place where he was standing was exactly where the taxi had stopped. In front of him was the Maple Leaf Park that he saw when he got off the taxi. When Gushi looked at Maple Leaf Park, the park was full of twisted trees, and even the sun couldn't shine into the park. But looking at it now, the park in front of me has become different. The twisted trees are still there, but they are covered with vermilion leaves. When viewed from a distance, these leaves do not look like maple leaves. Instead, they look like maple leaves, like ordinary leaves covered with cinnabar. At the same time, Gushi could clearly smell a sweet fragrance. But he could also smell that underneath the fragrance was a strong smell of blood. I'm afraid this place has become a gathering point for demons. Gushi took a deep look at the Maple Leaf Park in front of him, and did not rush in. Instead, he turned and looked in the direction of the BNB. Just like Gotomino said, the situation in their house at night was not bad. The house was also transformed into a small castle tower, but it was made of wood and stone. The outer walls were covered with flowers and trees, and there were warriors, like stone men, guarding the walls. A white lantern hanging high on the roof lit up, indicating that Gotomino was waiting for his return. Gushi glanced at the time, then took the cold wind staff and headed towards the 5 Dojia BNB. Just as he was walking in that direction, he suddenly discovered that the abandoned teaching building of Ito Middle School not far from here seemed to have undergone some different changes. This was the first time Gushi had discovered a building that had not been transformed into a castle tower. At the same time, Gushi discovered that the area of the abandoned teaching building in front of him had also expanded a lot. It was brightly lit, and many people were hurriedly entering in their own way. Looking at the situation of these people, Gushi always felt that there was something wrong over there. Just when Gushi was about to go over and take a look, he suddenly heard the voice of Gotomino. "Is it Gu-sang?" Gushi looked back and found that another white lantern was lit at the Widow family's castle tower. Taking a closer look, he found that he was already standing within the influence of the castle tower, and the 5 Do family pass guard he was carrying was emitting white light. It seemed that he was standing within the confines of the Goto family. So Matsumoto Mio informed Gotomino, who was waiting for his return. Gushi glanced at the direction of Ito Middle School again, and finally headed towards the 5 Do Clan Castle Pavilion. As Gushi approached, the door of the castle tower slowly opened, and Gotomino, wearing pink floral pajamas, hurried out. When she saw Gushi's attire, she was stunned for a moment, and then took Gushi's hand. Gu-sang, "You can't go over there." Gushi was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but look in the direction of Ito Middle School. "Is there any problem there? It's a ghost land there. It's said to be some kind of red thread on an abandoned campus. Inside, the 3 Ito brothers are fighting. Everyone who goes in will be sent out overnight until they are skin and bones." Ghost land? Gushi looked up at the pink cloud swirling over Ito Middle School and roughly understood what was going on. If you are a demon warlock player, you will definitely rush in happily. But Gushi didn't have that idea. He just wanted to lead his troops in, demolish the school, and see if he could grab some land deeds and architectural plans and take them back. "I really have no intention of going over and taking a look at the red lines on campus." Seeing Gushi's eyes still looking over there, Widow Mino pulled Gushi again. Gu-sang, "I think you are tired too. The resting place has been prepared for you. The house changes a lot at night. There is also a hot spring in our BNB. Why not go take a dip in the hot spring, and I will help you relax." Gushi was still looking behind him, but Wu Do-mei-nai had exerted all his strength and dragged Gushi toward the main gate of the castle tower. Gushi, who was being dragged, hesitated for a moment, and finally waved to the sky, and the incarnation of death landed on the top of the castle tower. After letting the incarnation of death guard the castle tower of the Goto family, Gushi-sai took the hand of Gotomino and entered the castle tower together. With the gate of the castle tower closed, everything outside was blocked. Chapter 317, Big Construction in the City. Digesting the harvest. In front of the Aladovi City Assembly Hall, Gu Shi's figure slowly appeared. Before he could see the situation around him clearly, Gu Shi saw a figure walking up to him and standing a little behind his left side. Gu Shi turned his head to look curiously, feeling startled in his heart. When did his city of Aladovi have any living people? No. This is not a living person. The person standing next to Gu Shi was about 1.85 meters tall, with smooth lavender skin, and a pointed face with delicate features. The reason why Gu Shi recognized this girl as a living person was entirely because her eyes were lively and even quite seductive. Hidden in the gray hair are a pair of small horns that bend backwards, looking down along the head and face. Under the uneven body are slender reverse-curved hooves. There is also a long tail behind it. They look a bit like Drenii. However, Gu Shi immediately realized that this was the corpse succubus assigned to him before. It seemed that there was something really good about this corpse succubus. If his waist wasn't so sore now, he would have wanted to take a closer look at the structure of the corpse succubus. In response to Gu Shi's observation, the corpse succubus did not flinch. Instead, it raised its head and straightened its chest, showing off its beauty. Just as Gu Shi was observing, Luna appeared behind Gu Shi. Sir, do you want to cultivate this corpse succubus? Ah, no. There is no need to specialize in training. By the way, how are the things that were sent in? Has Cain sorted them out? Gu Shi blushed and quickly changed the subject. It has been divided. In addition, the ghost-eaten fruit tree has been planted not far ahead. If you want to cultivate corpse succubi, we can think of a way. After all, their talent attributes are quite good. As Luna spoke, she showed Gu Shi the attributes of the corpse succubus. Corpse succubus, level 4. Summoned object experience, 0/750. Attack 6. Defense 6. Life 20. Ammunition 8. Skills, undead creature. Long-range counterattack. Can counterattack the enemy's long-range attack. Pain and joy. The person being attacked only takes 80% of the damage, and 20% is reflected back to the attacker. With the attributes of the zombie succubi in front of him, Gu Shi also felt that their fighting skills were surprisingly good. However, Gu Shi did not agree immediately, but looked at Luna. Luna, why are you so active? It's not that I don't have any close troops under my command, but the green fruit tree has just been planted. The 150 green fruits every day cannot be wasted like this. I plan to prepare 150 elite guards for you, to protect you. You can really think about it. Are Aradovi idle these days? Thinking about so much. Gu Shi smiled helplessly. I won't be idle when I'm idle, but I'm not too tired. I just need to prepare some things in advance. After all, my lord, you have already begun to have heroes under your command. And then the troops under your command will be divided into the hands of the heroes and the leader. You can't end up without your own troops. Then what were you thinking about? Gu Shi asked with a smile. I thought about it for a moment. Look at the 150 ghosteen fruits we have every day. It just so happens that we have 50 witherers. If there are 50 more corpse succubi and another 50 in close combat, there will be so many the combat effectiveness is now complete. Hearing this, Gu Shi couldn't help but shook his head. Luna, your idea is right. But one thing you didn't think of is that we need to consider not just 50 soldiers, but the source of reserve power among the soldiers. If we only have these troops, but no place to replenish them, what will happen if the soldiers die in battle? I am a necromancer, so I cannot treat my subordinates as preciously as other players do. Without troop replenishment, the team will only become mixed in the end. So why not choose from ordinary soldiers from the beginning? Listening to Gu Shi's words, Luna was silent for a moment. She understood that what Gu Shi said was right. But should they really use those ordinary soldiers as guards? That has no characteristics. It's not as cool as the combination of succubus and blight collar. So Luna still said, but we have the altar of eternal slavery. If it doesn't work, if you die in battle, you can just resurrect. You don't have to worry about not having soldiers. Then, there is only half the chance of resurrection, and troops will still be lost in the end. Seeing Luna's angry look, Gu Shi reached out and patted Luna. Okay, don't think about this anymore. After collecting the ghosteen fruit, find a place to store it. I will study it again before using it. No. Sir, I just looked at the properties of the ghosteen fruit. You have to eat this thing on the same day. It will have no effect the next day. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this thing to have such restrictions. So he could only say, then give it to the undead hero. And first improve the attributes and quality of the undead hero. The rest will be discussed after the training camp is established. By the way, have you merged the title deeds of the abandoned old house that I sent back last time? It has been merged, adding 2 points of city experience. Since there are no large plots, it has been merged into the giant cemetery area. By the way, the 3 demonized Cyclops corpses that were sent in before were also sent to the giant cemetery area. It should now be buried underground in the giant cemetery area and used to improve the properties of the giant cemetery area. Okay, I understand this. At first, Gushi wanted to keep the corpse of the demonized Cyclops and study it to see if he could develop a zombie Cyclops or a giant abomination. But Luna thought that these should be buried in the giant cemetery area. So Gushi would not force them to stay. She just asked, "How's the effect?" "Very good. The deed to the abandoned old house that was just merged has taken on the attributes of the giant cemetery district. It is now considered a part of the giant cemetery district. As long as it works." Gushi nodded. At this time, Gushi and the others started talking about the energy beads again. For this building, even if there was no reminder, Luna would focus on building it as soon as possible. "Sir, please rest assured. After the witch hut is built, I have already arranged the soul orbs, and it is currently under construction." "That's okay. By the way, has the witch's cabin been built? Let's go and see where it is built." When Gushi heard that the witch's hut had been built, he also became interested. You can buy 3 kinds of potions or props with different qualities and effects every day in the witch hut. Gushi would like to see what kind of output this witch hut has. Okay. This time, the witch's hut is built in the magic plant area. It was originally planned to build a corpse tree pit nearby to connect with the rotting swamp. Now this plan has been temporarily stopped. While Luna introduced the situation to Gushi, she headed over there with Gushi. Chapter 318 Good Things for Sale in the City. After entering the magic plant area, Gushi found that the magic plant area seemed to have changed. The huge tree roots that were originally erected in the Evil Wood Lake seemed to have melted and were slowly disappearing. Gushi knew that this was the result of Fugu and Amilka's efforts. The 24-hour wave of expedition missions at the barracks are all carried out around the magic plant area. Amilcar keeps going out into the fog and bringing back a lot of weird things for sacrifice. Now the activation sacrifice to Evil Wood Lake has reached the 6th round. Although I don't know how many more rounds there will be. The previous sacrifices have already affected the city of Aladovi. Evil Wood Lake activates the 6th round of sacrifice, 337/1000. All troops in the city have attack +1, defense +1, and vitality +10. The attacks of all arrow towers in the city automatically increase toxicity. The lake water can complement, strengthen, and purify corpses. The quality of the corpse caused a poisonous cloud to form over the city of Aladovi, and all non-R troops were banned from flying, changing the territorial environment in the nearby area. It can be said that the influence of Evil Wood Lake is quite large on Aladovi City, not to mention other things. Just increasing the attack, defense and life of all the troops in the city is equivalent to doubling the combat effectiveness of all the miscellaneous soldiers in the city. The reason why Gushi's undead are so powerful in combat is that they rely on cities, heroes, bosses, and other tricks to improve their combat effectiveness bit by bit. It can be said that Shiamu Lake has become the core focus of the development of Gushi Demon Planting Area. He even wanted to rename the Demon Plant District to the Evil Lake District. "Sir, the witch's cabin is ahead," Luna said, pointing to a fallen tree not far away. Gushi looked over there and saw a window opened on the fallen tree. A woman in her 30s was lying on the window looking out. She was wearing a pink dress and holding a light yellow handkerchief in her hand. When she saw Gushi looking at her, she gently waved to Gushi. "Is this a witch?" "Sir, this is a medium-sized building, not a core building. It's good to have people working on it. What other attributes do you want?" Luna said helplessly, "I originally wanted to arrange for the little sister Ashaya's neighbor to stay here, but she insisted on going to the alchemy laboratory, and I had no choice." While talking, Gushi came to the witch's cabin. However, it was only then that Gushi discovered that the woman did not pay any attention to her, and was still lying on the window looking out. Gushi pushed open the door, walked into the cabin and found that the cabin was only a dozen square meters. There are all kinds of green herbs and flowers on the walls, and a medicinal smell hits your face as soon as the door is opened. There was only a small wooden table in the room, with 3 things placed on it. Even if Gushi entered the door, the witch was still lying at the window. When he looked out from the inside, Gushi realized that the witch only had the upper body, and her lower body was gone. This situation left Gushi quite speechless. He took a step forward, reached out, and picked up the 3 items placed on the table. Scroll of Massacre Magic. Green. The Massacre Magic can be used 3 times on the battlefield. Each time is equivalent to this magic. Level 5 effect. Slaughter Instinct. Level 5. Our troops affected by magic will increase their attack by 8 points against dragons, 9-headed monsters, behemoths, angels, and demons. The effect lasts for 30 minutes. Eternal Power Potion. Green. After taking it, you can permanently increase your strength by 1 point. Flash Mirror. Green. Treasure. After equipped, it will occupy the offhand item slot, and all soldiers under your command will have the blindness effect, with a 20% chance of blinding the enemy on the battlefield. After looking at these 3 things, Gushi turned to Luna and said, "Luna, send someone to keep an eye on this place. I want all the output here." Okay. Luna understood Gushi's meaning as soon as she saw it. She didn't expect that the newly built witch hut would have such an output. When Gushi drank the potion of eternal power, Luna had already arranged for people to come over every day to buy the items that were refreshed that day. As for the refreshed items, they would be sent to the meeting hall as soon as possible. Okay, let's go look around some other places. By the way, the day after tomorrow is a new week, right? Then you can recruit all the troops in the city and give some hope to the leader who has no subordinates. Good. Luna and Gushi walked out of the witch cabin as they spoke. Also, the same goes for the library. We must get the 3 Ps per week there. We can't just waste them. Gushi and the others were about to head towards the tavern as they spoke. All the information and rumors that Gushi collected tonight were sent to the tavern for the wine lady to deal with. It has been sent there for a while now. And Gushi also wants to know how much effective information has been collected this time. In addition, the recording paper Gushi got should also be useful there. Gushi needs to go to the tavern to take care of it. Just as Gushi was about to sit on the evil coffin, there was suddenly a commotion at the distant city gate where the troops were stationed. Horns sounded wildly, as if something had happened there. Go over and have a look. Gushi was shocked and pointed the cold wind staff in the direction of the garrison gate, and the evil coffin headed that way. When Gushi rushed to the city gate to station troops, he found that Amilcar had led his troops to control the city gate. Outside the city gate, a paladin with scars all over his body was carrying something and walking towards this side step by step. The paladin had lost all consciousness, and he was just relying on his body's instinct to move forward. The person on his back seemed to be a woman. Gushi frowned. Although his face was covered with blood, Gushi had already recognized this paladin. He was the same paladin who ran to trouble the roots of the apple tree in Westminster Abbey in the mirror area. Night. What is going on with them? Could it be possible that they all died in the mirror image of Westminster Abbey? With this thought in mind, Gushi jumped off the evil coffin and quickly walked towards the paladin, who was staggering and walking slowly forward. Perhaps feeling something, the paladin raised his eyelids and found Gushi walking towards him holding the cold wind staff. He smiled at Gushi, turned his body down, and a female corpse was placed in front of Gushi. Then the paladin's eyes lost the last luster. He knelt on one knee and passed away motionless. Luna, bury him beneath the sword of courage. Gushi pointed at the dead paladin and made the final arrangement. But at this time, his eyes were not on the paladin. At this time, he was paying attention to the body placed in front of him by the paladin. That face was clearly that of Princess Anna of the British Kingdom. Chapter 319 Intelligence. Weird information. Princess Anna. Looking at the female corpse on the ground, Gushi couldn't help but shout out. He didn't expect that. He just wanted those paladins to cause trouble for the monarch in the mirror world. But they would actually carry such a corpse back. Gushi stepped forward to check and found that the situation of Princess Anna was quite bad. She had been affected by the power of the undead at least 3 times after her death, including resurrection, undead transformation, and finally spiritualism. Only 3 resurrections brought about 3 deaths of Princess Anna. Her status among the undead has been declining again and again. If the body is not brought back by the paladin this time, what awaits Princess Anna next time may be a corpse explosion or other undead methods. At the same time, there are many traces of the influence of strange forces on Princess Anna. Gushi noticed that things like wood, armor fragments, feathers, and golden pages were incorporated into Princess Anna's body. It can be said that her body is a mess. In the eyes of the necromancer, there is no need to deal with such a corpse. The failure rate of spiritualism will be increased. and turning into a ghost is not feasible. Fortunately, Princess Anna's soul was protected by some kind of power, and a little soul breath was left in the end, which prevented the corpse from turning into a ball of rotten flesh. Looking at the body of Princess Anna in front of him, Gushi thought about it seriously, turned to Luna and said, "Send a letter to Shea. Tell her what happened here, and let her find out what happened to Princess Anna. Something happened. As for this corpse, let's soak it in Shiamu Lake first, and deal with the trouble she has caused." Good. Luna also knew the identity of Princess Anna. After hearing what Gushi said, she went back to write a letter. At this time, Gushi looked at Amilcar again. "Did you see the paladin just now? There must be more than one person who can carry this body here. If you encounter the body of another paladin on the way, send it to Shiamu Lake." Amilcar also liked this kind of heroic and loyal paladin. He nodded and said he would handle it. After such an interruption, Gushi had no other thoughts. He jumped on the evil coffin and headed towards the tavern. The body of Princess Anna had long been carried to Shiamu Lake by several undead. At this time, in the center of Shiamu Lake, there was a platform of branches that had been cut off for sacrifice, and dark green liquid was flowing there. Several undead placed Princess Anna's body in the dark green liquid. Before they could step off the branch platform, the dark green liquid wrapped Princess Anna's body into a giant dark green cocoon. Gushi didn't see all this. With the speed of the evil coffin, he had already arrived at the door of the tavern when Princess Anna was sent to the platform. As soon as Gushi appeared, White Bone Wine Lady came out to greet him. "My lord, what do you mean by this? Do you think I am not working hard enough? Sending such a person in here is like trying to steal my business." Before Gushi understood what was going on, he saw the Blood Orin leaning in front of the tavern door. Her movements are similar to those of the Bone Wine Lady, but because the Wine Lady has no skin, her movements are not as charming as those of the Blood Orin. Now everything about the White Bone Wine Lady has been suppressed by the Blood Orin. Looking at the look of the Boneless Wine Lady, Gushi knew that she was really angry. Gushi shook his head and entered the tavern to find a place to sit down. "Okay, you are the owner of the tavern, so I'm sending you a helper. I just want to ask you if she will be useful after she comes." "But sir, you can't talk about whether some things are useful or not. I want to talk about feelings." The White Bone Drunkard leaned on Gushi's shoulder. "Am I having a relationship with a bone?" Gushi was made fun of by the White Bone Drunkard. The White Bone Drunkard has always said that she wants to paint herself a skin, but she has never succeeded. Now she is still in a state of bones. I don't know if she is lazy, or if she really doesn't care about this. Seeing the Bone Wine Lady applying eye drops to her face, the Blood Orin was also a little annoyed. She twisted her waist and wanted to come over to talk to Gushi, but before she could take 2 steps, she was stopped by the corpse succubus. "Okay, let's have fun, but business is more important." Gushi glanced at the blood courtesan, then turned to the Bone Wine Lady. "How was the analysis of the information sent before?" When it comes to business, the White Bone Wine Lady becomes serious. It's not that she looked down on the Blood Orin's strength. It was just that she didn't like the Blood Orin's shamelessness. But she still recognized the Blood Orin's professional level. The addition of the Blood Orin actually gave the White Bone Wine Lady a great help. As soon as Gushi said this, she immediately put down her teasing of the Blood Orin and took out the compiled intelligence materials and placed them in front of Gushi. There are a total of more than 10 books of information that have been sorted out, because the information given before was mostly weird. The White Bone Liquor Lady and her subordinates analyzed them one by one and finally transcribed them. Looking at the information on this document, it can be seen that Baidu Liquor Lady is very attentive to this. "Thanks. You did a great job." Listening to Gushi's compliment, the White Bone Wine Lady took a handkerchief and pressed it to her mouth. "No way. I just do some small things randomly. Not as powerful as you said." At this time, Gushi turned over his hand and took out the recording paper and the blank paper at the beginning. "Look, are these useful to you?" The boneless wine girl took the recording paper, raised her head helplessly, and pretended to roll her eyes. "Sir, this is a tavern, a place for drinking and eating. We do some intelligence business, but we are only responsible for speaking, not transcribing. How about my lord? You see that the bloody courtesan is idle. How about you arrange for her to go to the library and ask her to transcribe for you?" The Blood Orin, who was stopped by the corpse succubus, was so angry that he screamed loudly. But no one paid attention to him, and Gushi kept flipping through the information in his hands. At the same time, Gushi discovered that the information he had read was constantly appearing on the white paper he brought. Eating hair. Level 2, a common weird thing. It will attach itself to a middle-aged man, eat the other person's hair, and cause the other person to live in fear. If the hair growth rate is faster than the eating speed, the existence of the eating hair weird can be ignored. Killing method. 3 grams of wall ash, 10 grams of camellia oil, 200 grams of 65-degree hot water. Pour it directly on the head to eliminate the weird food. Available after killing. Black gold silk, high-quality material. Can be used for tailoring, bowstring making, etc. Capturing method. Mash 3 snails and apply them on the hair to attract food snails to eat, and they will not leave within 3 hours. You can use a cat comb to catch them. Explanation. Shifa is a servant of the big weird reverse hair Julio, and can communicate with reverse hair Julio through Shifa. Chapter 320. The situation of Princess Anna. The office worker's secret treasure house. A miserable office worker died suddenly at work. His soul turned into a strange creature that would automatically turn on the computer during the day. At the same time, he would collect some weird things and hide them in his treasure house. This is a map that records the location of the treasure house. Treasure location, number 22 to 17 Nanlu Road Street. The toilet tank in the second stall of the bathroom at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. Treasure contents, 1 strange treasure chest, white. 19 books. As the last piece of information was transcribed on the white paper, Gushi put the white paper away. The one holding the white paper found that there was only 1 piece of white paper. But as long as Gushi thought about it, he could record it by himself immediately. Information. This situation is not bad. As for the recording paper, Gushi got back. Gushi has not found any use for the time being. I'm afraid it will have to be sent to the library for storage later. While Gushi was thinking about this, Luna flew back with the owl. Did Shea get the news? We have received preliminary information. Shea said she will inquire about the detailed information. Tell me the story. Gushi asked curiously. Shea said that when we returned to Victoria City, it was already more than 10 days after the incident in Westminster Abbey, and Westminster Abbey had been dragged into the mirror space. Princess Anna died in the battle, but her body was never recovered. By sending the body back, we gave face to the British royal family. Moreover, the body we sent back was not affected in any way, although they also understood that this was not the real body of Princess Anna. But this was in the best interests of the royal family at the time. So they chose to accept the body of Princess Anna, resurrect her, and transform her into a necromancer, becoming the new guardian hero of the British royal family. There was no rumor about these things. Shaya found some people to ask about this matter, but Shaya has specifically inquired about it. And the British royal family did not blame us. Instead, they thought we had done a great service by sending Princess Anna's body back. After hearing the news, Gushi finally understood what was going on. At the beginning of the Westminster Abbey event copy, Westminster Abbey in Victoria City had already fought with the Grand Lord in the mirror world. So many days have passed, and Princess Anna has almost no chance of survival. Princess Anna's aunt, Svertana, the Flower of the North, is a level 20 legendary necromancer. She must have participated in this battle. After Princess Anna died in the battle, her resurrection and transformation of the undead were probably all done by this person. It's just that Princess Anna is a hard-headed kind of person. Facing a powerful enemy, it was not enough for her to die once, and she rushed forward the second time. He died so many times that he finally got to the point where he couldn't even summon spirits. If Gushi hadn't accidentally sent out Princess Anna's paladins, the body might have been hanging in Westminster Abbey as a decoration. That is to say, Britain no longer recognizes that the body we just obtained belongs to Princess Anna. Right? After Gushi understood the situation at hand, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. After hearing what Gushi said, Luna nodded. That's what you mean? Then let's find a way to save her. Gushi thought for a while before speaking. As for whether it could be saved, he was not sure yet. After all, the condition of Princess Anna's body was quite serious and needed a long period of adjustment and transformation. Over at Shiamu Lake, keep an eye on it. If there are any changes to Princess Anna's body, come and notify me right away. Okay. After the incident in the tavern was over, Gushi immediately rushed to the library. Gushi's recording paper was of no use, so it was naturally kept in the library. And Gushi had to go to the library to get this week's 3 Ps. After getting the 3 Ps, Gushi planned to go back and rest. He had been busy all night, and if he didn't go back to rest, it would be dawn. Gushi's luck was pretty good this time. Although he didn't produce one blue quality pea like last time, the attributes of the 3 peas were pretty good. Princess pea, green after being planted in the soil. A princess pea can grow. Although she is not big, she has all the props of a princess, no combat power. Can survive for 30 minutes. Ghost pea, green after taking it. The body can become virtual like a ghost for 30 minutes. During the ghost transformation process, the user will not be harmed by physical attacks, and can freely walk through walls, etc. Taoist pea, green, throw the pea on the ground to recruit a Taoist. The Taoist is level 4 and has the ability to attract taunts, which can quickly attract the attention of nearby enemies. After putting away all 3 peas, Gushi glanced at the empty library before turning and leaving. Outside the library, the succubus was waiting outside. Seeing Gushi come out, the corpse succubus quickly followed. It's useless for you to follow me. Why don't you go inside and read more? Although they are all fairy tales, the content is still very good. You should also study more from the books. I will have enough time later, and I'll arrange work for you. Gushi didn't want to have a succubus by his side all the time, as that would make him seem like he wasn't such a gentleman. For someone like him, the person he wants to bring is a fairy or a princess. The succubus did not speak. As an undead soldier, she would obey the orders of her superiors, without Gushi's request before. She had always followed Gushi, and helped Gushi deal with all the troubles. Now that Gushi has an order, she will naturally complete the task. So under Gushi's gaze, the corpse succubus entered the library and started reading. Only then did Gushi realize that the corpse succubus seemed to be a legal unit. It seemed that after the skeleton mages had learned enough, some other legal units could be arranged to learn skills in the magic tower. We can't just let the skeleton mage learn spell skills. After all, Gushi's team is now slowly starting to have other magic troops. They also need to learn some different techniques, so that they can play a certain role on the battlefield. After writing this down, Gushi withdrew from Aladovi City. As soon as he returned to the castle tower of the BNB, Gushi heard a chaotic sound of hacking coming from outside. Gushi, looking somewhat puzzled, opened the door and walked out of the room. He found that Gotomino, who was wearing pajamas, was huddled at the corner of the stairs, carefully watching the battle outside. Chapter 321 Late Night Chaos. What happened? Gushi walked up to Widowmanai and asked in a low voice. What are they doing in the middle of the night? I don't know. It seems like something happened over there in Maple Leaf Park. I'm afraid it's the big demon Hyakuyaku. What time is it? Gushi raised his head and glanced at the sky. The dark clouds in the sky had blocked the moon. Gushi couldn't tell what time it was. It's past 2:30. If you want to wait for dawn, I'm afraid it might be a little difficult. Our place is relatively close to Maple Leaf Park, and the big demon's night parade of 100 ghosts will affect us to some extent, just like it is now. I won't tell you anymore. I still need to strengthen the defense of the castle tower. If you need anything, you may have to wait until daytime tomorrow. I don't have time to talk to you right now. Damn it. It's the evil Yaksha troops. Hide quickly. Wudomino saw a demon army passing by nearby and quickly dragged Gushi down. Gushi didn't even have the chance to look up before his eyes were blocked by a familiar sweet smell. Let go. Don't move. There's a fierce Yaksha outside. If we're targeted by his team, we'll be in trouble. Wudomeinai held down Gushi's head. Gushi felt that the position where he was pressed seemed to slide downwards, and a smell of seafood hit his face. What's wrong with him? It's just a night parade of 100 demons. Just kill them. Gushi was still muttering there. It's easy to kill some monsters, but as long as you take action, it means that the castle tower joins the battle. From now on, monsters will come to attack every day and night, and no one can withstand it. After hearing Wudomino's words, Gushi stopped struggling. He already understood Wudomino's thoughts. Gushi is just a passerby. He can only stay here for 2 days at most and then leave. Gushi can defeat the random monsters in the past 2 days. But 2 days later, can Wudomino withstand the attacks of other monsters by herself? Taking action without being able to guarantee Gotomino's safety would be tantamount to causing trouble for Gotomino. I understand. Can you please let me go? My hair is pricking my face. Oops. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Wudomino quickly shrank back and kept apologizing to Gushi. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the threads on your clothes. It was okay if Gushi didn't explain, but the more he explained, the redder Gotomino's face became. Seeing Gotomino in a panic, Gushi simply changed the subject. What's going on in Maple Leaf Park over there? It looks like a demon's lair inside. Why are there a steady stream of demons coming out? It was originally a forest in the suburbs. Later, when the city expanded, the forest was surrounded. It seems that someone thought about leveling the park and building a building. But something always happened after the workers entered. They asked a mage to deal with it. And it turned out that there was a level 10 weirdo inside. He had regarded this place as a dojo. As long as he didn't enter, it would be fine. So the company finally gave up. The initial construction plan turned this place into Maple Leaf Park. But every year except when the maple leaves turn red in autumn, no one usually enters. What is that weird feature? Gushi immediately became curious after hearing that a big monster at level 10 was nearby. I don't know. We haven't seen it. The only thing I heard is that if you enter Maple Leaf Park when the maple leaves are not red, you will involuntarily want to commit suicide. Many people don't believe this, and don't come out in the end. Hearing this, Gushi became even more curious. He wondered if the undead under him would commit suicide if he sent them in. After further communication, Gushi and Wudo Meinai actually started chatting slowly in this dangerous situation. Their conversation slowly moved to the nearby Ito Middle School. I looked at the abandoned campus of the middle school before, and you seemed very nervous. Why is that? You don't know that the abandoned campus of the middle school is so weird that it dares to appear directly at night. And any man who goes in will be sucked out of his energy and thrown out. There are still many male monsters trying to get in every day. It's really horrible. Is that weird too? Of course. Didn't you see that their house didn't turn into a castle tower? In this city, it is safe only if it has been transformed into a castle tower. Buildings that have not been transformed into a castle tower either have powerful weirdness inside or are weird themselves. Don't believe it. There are many more rules in this city at night than during the day. What happens if you enter the school during the day? I don't know. It seems that someone went in, but they stayed inside for a whole day and didn't come out. At night, they were affected by a strange influence and turned into human beings and were thrown out. You must not mess around. The weirdness is very scary. So don't mess around until you find a way to deal with the weirdness. After hearing this, Gushi quickly said that he would not do anything rash. Seeing that Gushi listened, Wudo now also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Gushi asked again, with two such strong weirdos nearby, will it be relatively safe? Look at Maple Leaf Park. As long as you don't go in, you'll be fine. The same is true for Ito Middle School. It doesn't seem to be the case. The two of them are not the strongest weirdos nearby. The strongest one is the well. Well? Gushi repeated. Yes. There is a legend nearby. Never look into the well. It is said that the nearby well leads to Jinglong Palace. If you look into the well, your soul will be sucked away, and you will never wake up. The story of Gotomino is not spooky at all. And with the pink pajamas, it doesn't feel like a horror story at all. But what we were talking about now was key information. And Gushi didn't pay much attention to Wudomino. But I didn't seem to see any well along the way. That's because there are fewer and fewer wells now. In the past, there was a well in front of every house here. At night, the well would really turn into a huge passage. But this is what my grandma said. I haven't seen it myself. As he talked, time passed by minute. Wudo Meinai couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep in Gushi's arms. Instead, Gushi lost his sleepiness. He sat at the turn of the stairs of the castle tower with 5 measures of fine wine in his arms, observing the situation of the 100 Demons night parade and calculating the enemy's strength. These are all soldiers. If you demolish a castle tower, you can get a land deed of more than 7,000 square meters. If you can demolish this Maple Leaf Park, how much land and buildings can you get? When he looked over there, Gushi felt like he was looking at a treasure. Chapter 322, The Settlement and Beginning of a New Day. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the disappeared statue of Tiandao Guanyin in white reappeared in the middle of the city. All the castle towers quickly turned back into bungalows. The streets that had been widened also changed back to their original appearance. And all the monsters wandering on the streets retreated. At this time, Gushi also saw a message popping up in front of him. A new day begins. Now settle yesterday's information. Balian City, 319 players. 49 died in battle or quit. And first on the leaderboard. Hanya City, 320 players. 117 died or quit. And 203 ranked on the leaderboard. Autumn Wind City, 320 players. 102 died in battle or quit. 218 on the leaderboard. Below this information is the ranking list updated today. The first place on the ranking list is a player from Autumn Wind City named in Hongyun. He seems to have the nickname behind Ling. He has 16 points, and is not very far away from the players behind him. Yu Sansheng from Bailiancheng is the only Bailiancheng player on the ranking list. But with 6 points, his ranking is already above 300. It seems that he is also a sober guy. Knowing that the players in Bailian City are currently killing the players in Hanya City and Chiofeng City, he just needs to keep himself on the ranking list. But with his condition, I'm afraid he won't live to the 3rd day. For players in Bailian City, traitors deserve more death than enemies. After Gu Shi finished reading the message, Wu Domei now also walked up from downstairs. It's time to eat. Gu Shi smiled at Wu Domei Nai, cleaned himself up, and then went down to prepare something to eat. But when he saw the food on the table, Gu Shi couldn't help but shook his head. Others may be eating a diet to lose weight, but what they see in front of them is clearly like feeding birds a meal. Is that all? Gu Shi looked at a small plate with only 3 pieces of dried radish, a piece of seaweed, and a small plate of soup with less sauce than the sauce, and asked with some confusion, "Ah, isn't that what breakfast is like? I made it delicious." After taking a look at Wu Domei Nai's serious eyes, and then at the food, Gu Shi chose to believe it. He picked up the chopsticks and ate in small bites. Gotomino was watching with her little face propped up on the side, her rosy face full of happiness. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Looking at Wu Domei Nao's appearance, what could Gu Shi say? Could he say that he just had a taste and didn't feel anything else? Gu Shi quickly changed the subject. He planned to find something to eat outside later. If that didn't work, he could go back to Aladovi City. Anyway, he didn't want to eat this kind of bird feed meal anymore. By the way, I'll go to the city later. Take a look at these addresses, and tell you where they are, and how to get there better. After hearing Gu Shi talk about serious matters, Wu Domei Nai stopped watching Gu Shi eat. She took the address written by Gu Shi, and began to read it carefully. But many of the addresses here were far away from Wu Domei Nai. There were many places in Wu Domei Nai that she had never been to. She could only look at the phone book, compare the map and the bus station, and finally plan a travel route for Gu Shi. After drawing the line, Gotomino asked with some confusion, "Gu saying, what are you doing going to these places for?" "I just want to go and visit. You know the internet celebrity attractions? It's the place where I come to check in." Wu Domei Nai didn't believe Gu Shi's explanation at all. Which city's KFC is the top-ranked check-in spot for internet celebrities? This is simply not possible. But Mino Goto knew very well that it was best not to interfere with men's affairs. So she just helped Gu Shi draw the route and did nothing else. As for the weirdness in other areas, Gu Shi didn't plan to ask Wu Domei Nai. Some of the weird things that move around the city are easy to deal with. Wu Domei Nai may have heard of them. As for those weird things that have their own territory, Wu Domei Nai may not even know about them outside of this area. So Gu Shi's goal today is to find the treasure. As for killing the weird things, it depends on your luck during the treasure hunt. After finishing breakfast, Gu Shi picked up his things and said to Wu Domino, "I'll be back before dinner." "Okay. I'll prepare bath water and dinner for you." Gu Shi smiled and walked out of the door of the B&B. At this time, Gu Shi was still carrying his briefcase, looking like an office worker. But the direction he was heading was not towards the station. Gu Shi was going to the nearest treasure location. That is also the only treasure location in this area. After going out, Gu Shi did not walk, but with the idea of giving it a try, he summoned his Mount Xia coffin. Just as Gu Shi guessed, the evil coffin was also affected and turned into the mount related to Gu Shi. A bicycle. However, the footprints of fire that Gu Shi had bestowed on the evil coffin seemed to have a bad effect. When Gu Shi rode his bicycle forward, sparks kept flashing from the chain. This is really what others said. Riding a bicycle makes your anklets burn out. After having a bicycle, it is much easier for Gu Shi to go anywhere. After all, the evil coffin moves faster than a train. In addition, Gu Shi had already given the map drawn by Wu Domei to Xia coffin. All he had to do was show off and pretend that he was riding a bicycle. The rest of the time, Xia coffin was flying with Gu Shi. After a while, Gu Shi arrived at the first location recorded in the message. It's an old store that looks like it has a history of more than 100 years. But this old store has a lot of fun. The words automatic ramen vending machine are written on the door of this store. After Gu Shi leaned over, he found that he couldn't understand the vending machine. The machine's casing was made of iron. When he got closer, he felt that the thing didn't seem to be powered on. Could it be that this is a strange operation? Gushi's goal this time was this automatic ramen vending machine, because the name of this treasure sounds quite cool. Future World Mysterious Object. Treasure, a mysterious creation from the future world. This is the most powerful collection box in the future world. When it is hidden, no one will find it unless you get this mysterious record. Map of object location. Treasure location. Number 917 Black Warrior Lane. In front of the automatic ramen vending machine. The third green button from left to right. Treasure contents. Weird treasure chest. White. *1. Special coin *1. Now looking at the automatic ramen vending machine in front of him. Gushi didn't quite believe it. He hesitated for a moment, but finally stepped forward, counted from left to right, and pressed the third green button. Snapped. The green button popped up immediately, and hit Gushi on the forehead. After the spring, Gushi saw a 10 yuan coin stuck in the button position, holding the pop-up button and coin in his hand. Gushi turned to look at the owner who pushed the door open. This machine is broken. Chapter 323 Opening the Treasure Chest. The shopkeeper who walked out of the store was an old man who couldn't tell how old he was. When he walked, his steps were already very slow. But when he walked to the automatic ramen vending machine, his hand movements were not slow at all. He just moved his fingers and pressed back the spring that popped out. Then he looked around and couldn't find the green button that bounced off. He could only find a piece of wood and write the word beef on it and press it in hard. After doing this, the old man looked at Gushi. You want beef ramen, right? Come in. Gushi was a little confused. Isn't this an automatic ramen vending machine? Why should he go in? After entering the store and taking a rest, I realized that I had really thought too much. This so-called automatic ramen vending machine is basically a metal frame, with coins inserted outside and so on. It just makes the bell inside the store ring. Everything after that still needs to be operated by the old man. The prepared food will be delivered to you as soon as possible from the dining area below. So whether you use the automatic ramen vending machine outside or eat in a store, the situation is the same. Gushi found a seat and sat down, hoping that the amount of ramen this time would be larger, and not as small as the bird-feeding meal at Gatomino's. While the old man was preparing ramen, Gushi also took out the coin and the green button and studied them carefully. You opened a strange treasure chest. You got 229 gold coins. You get 260,000 yuan in cash from this world. You got wood *10. You got metal *9. You get soldier recruitment coupon, level 3, *3. You get building stone, level 1, *1. You get the bowl of Ichiraku, green *1. Cash. Cash that can only be used in this world, because the denomination is relatively large. Exchange is not available. Ichiraku's bowl, green. Helmet. Defense 5. After equipped, Constitution +2. Equipment requirements, Strength 2. Special 1, Food of Life, which can be actively activated during combat, instantly replenishing all life, and can be used 3 times a day. Explanation. You see, this bowl of ramen is wide and long. The helmet looked like a ramen bowl, and Gushi felt sick all over. Although the properties of this helmet were pretty good, he really didn't want to carry a bowl on the street, even when fighting. This damages his image as a necromancer. After secretly putting away the bowl of music, Gushi glanced at the old man who was making ramen, then lowered his head to study the special coins. Special coin, blue, a coin used for divination. It can be used to divination something, or it can prevent others from divinationing you. If you master the divination skill, the effect will be better. Looking at the 10 yuan coin with a hole in the middle in front of him, Gushi thought about it seriously. Finally rummaged through his pocket, found a thin red string, threaded the coin through, and hung it on his left wrist. This kind of thing is quite useful for Gushi. After all, you don't have to believe in things like divination, but you have to be on guard against it. When Gushi was packing up his things, the old man just brought the ramen over. Guest, your ramen. Looking at the large bowl of ramen in front of him, and the thick beef on top, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. This is how much a human can eat. The food I fed to the birds before was just a taste at most. Thank you very much. Gushi picked up the chopsticks and started eating with big mouthfuls. Seeing Gushi eating so happily, the old man's face was full of smiles. While eating noodles, Gushi felt a wave of heat rising from his abdomen and going straight to his forehead. Gushi, who had not slept well all night, suddenly became energetic. It felt as if he had slept for 3 days and 3 nights. This feeling made Gushi look up at the old man. I found that the old man had already gone to do his own business without even raising his head. Gushi didn't plan to say anything more at this time. He ate the noodles quickly to fill his stomach. While Gushi was eating, he suddenly heard the sound of a bell. He looked up and found a man outside the door playing with an automatic ramen vending machine. But there seemed to be something wrong with his expression, as if he was looking for something. Gushi frowned. This couldn't be a player. With this thought, Gushi observed this man. Gushi found that this man was dressed like an office worker like him. He was wearing an ordinary suit, and there was nothing suspicious about him. However, his actions are not like those of ordinary people in this world. When he is waiting in front of the automatic ramen vending machine, he will look around at the situation around him. Unlike ordinary people in this world, he will not look around at ordinary times. It seems to be a player, but I don't know which city he is from. Gushi was about to step forward to deal with it, but he didn't expect that the old man had already reacted, walked out from the stove, and walked slowly to the door. When the old man walked out, Gushi had a feeling that without the old man in charge, the temperature in the store would drop a lot. At the same time, Gushi could clearly see that there seemed to be a knocking sound coming from the pot, where the old man was cooking something. Gushi glanced over there, but did not go over to check. Instead, he was recalling the intelligence information he had collected in his mind. He found that among the strange things he knew, there was no introduction to the situation in front of him. So Gushi suppressed some impulses in his heart, and continued to eat seriously. At this time, the old man had already walked in with the man outside the door. Gushi could clearly feel the unwillingness on this man's face. It seems that he also got information about mysterious objects in the future world. And those who value treasures so much must be players from the other two cities. After all, they are not like the players in Balian City who just quit the rankings. They still have to compete on the rankings. Losing a treasure means losing the opportunity to move up the rankings. This player will naturally feel unwilling. Obviously, he had already collected all the information about the treasure, but he was a step too late. This made the man somewhat unhappy. When I walked in, my steps were a little heavy. After entering the door, the first thing he saw was Gushi, who was about to finish eating. Seeing Gushi's carefree look, the man immediately became angry. He had already thought that Gushi was his enemy, and that Gushi had robbed him of his treasure. Before the old man could react, the man punched Gushi. Gushi didn't expect that this guy would dare to take action during the day, and he was accidentally hit in the face. Gushi was so angry that he turned around and kicked the guy out. Just when Gushi was about to get up from the ground to fight back, the old man also took action. Chapter 324 Comprehensive Weird Field. Assault on others is prohibited in the store. The old man held his tongue and said seriously. Listening to this voice, Gushi couldn't help but raise his head and look in the direction of the old man. He found that there was a hollow feeling flashing in the old man's eyes. At the same time, Gushi discovered that many parts of the noodle shop began to undergo changes, such as the stove that Gushi had noticed just now, and the windows that looked out. All had changes. Gushi reacted quickly. He pointed at the overturned noodle bowl and said to the old man, "He knocked over my noodles. He wants to pay for it." The man who was kicked out by Gushi didn't react at all. He yelled, "Pay your sister?" As he spoke, he punched Gushi. When the punch was punched, it clearly smelled of fire and sulfur. Players from Hanya City. Gushi instantly made a judgment in his mind. After all, the Order Mages of Chiofeng City knew the strange rules best. The old man had already warned them for the first time. The only ones who still didn't stop were the demon warlocks of Castlevania. Gushi immediately dodged back, although he also knew that taking a punch at this time was the best option. But Gushi is also a person who wants to have face. If he was beaten just now, forget it accidentally. If he is beaten again after being prepared, Gushi cannot afford to lose face. When Gushi dodged back, the demon warlock also reacted. His expression changed. He immediately stopped his hand, and immediately opened his mouth to explain to the old man. At this moment, Gushi raised his left hand and activated the Soul Dark Lamp skill, confusing people, without the old man noticing. Gushi's skill fell on the demon warlock. Gushi did not ask the other party to do anything unreasonable. He just asked the demon warlock to take a step forward again and punch Gushi. This is exactly what the demon warlock wanted to do. So the effect of bewitching people is quite good. At this time, Gushi was well prepared. He rushed to the old man's side in one step, and at the same time guided the demon warlock to attack the old man. Although the demon warlock was influenced by the demagoguery, he was not really stupid. When he threw a punch and realized something was wrong, he was still thinking about retracting his fist. But it was already too late. The old man, who was obviously too weak, stretched out his hand to block the demon warlock's blow. Then the old man turned and looked at Gushi. Gushi took a look at the spilled ramen on the ground and thought to himself that this old man was very evil. If the demon warlock hadn't taken action and Gushi had finished eating the noodles, then there would have been nothing wrong. But now the demon warlock overturned the bowl, leaving Gushi without finishing the last bite of noodles. If he left like this, strange attention would fall on him. But if he doesn't leave, this old man will kill the demon warlock in a strange way. Because he can't be discovered during the day, the old man will either not take action, or if he does, he will kill Gushi as well. This is definitely not possible. Gushi didn't want to test the level of this weirdo here. But I knew that Gushi had been thinking about it for a long time. And he didn't know who this weirdo was. So must leave safely. With this thought, Gushi turned around on the spot and strode to the overturned noodle bowl. He reached out to pick up the noodle bowl and put it on the table. He raised his hand and caught the ramen scattered on the ground. In hand. Without waiting for any reaction from the old man and the demon warlock, Gushi took the last bite of ramen. It tastes good. I'm leaving first. After saying this, Gushi didn't even wash his hands and walked out of the ramen shop without looking back. Gushi walked quickly through the street and reached the turning point. He opened his mouth and spat out the last bite of ramen he had just eaten on the ground. At this time, Gushi noticed that the color of the ramen had turned dark red, as if it had absorbed blood. At the same time, Gushi's vitality was also affected by the ramen, and was directly reduced by about half. Gushi wiped his hands on his body, and took out the white paper from his briefcase. At this time, something strange about this man appeared on the white paper. Wooden ramen shop, comprehensive weird area. 1. Immortal house, level 5, a relatively common high-level weirdness. And also the starting point of the weirdness field. It can be obtained by having a house title deed and blood sacrifice a weirdness. When the house has an owner, the house will not be occupied by a weirdness, and the owner can control the house rules. Killing method, not found. 2. Bloody cauldron, level 3, a bloody cauldron used for cooking. Don't look at what's cooking in the pot. I believe that after seeing it, you won't have any appetite to eat anymore. Killing method, not found. Survival rules. 1. The cooked food must be eaten. Those who leave before eating will die. 2. Food must not be wasted. Those who waste food will have their lives deducted. 5. Warning bell, level 5, no fighting is allowed within the designated range. If an attack is launched against others, the owner of the house can actively stop it, and the strength will be twice that of the attacker. Killing method, not found. Explanation. The comprehensive weird field is a composite field formed by a variety of weird things gathered together. If you want to destroy this place, you need to face all the weird things at the same time. Strange field? Gushi thought for a while. Wouldn't this be part of the building that can be occupied in the initial mission? If that's the case, is it possible to come over and occupy this place at night? With this thought, Gushi looked back at the wooden tube ramen shop and remembered this place. He would come here again at night. After all, this place is very close to Gotomino's B&B, just a few blocks away. Once all these strange things are stopped at night, this place will be Gushi's home field. At that time, Gushi will return everything he has just suffered. After a heavy snort, Gushi got on his bike again and headed towards his next target. Not long after Gushi left the block, a loud explosion came from the wooden tube ramen shop. However, the explosion was not very powerful and did not affect the integrity of the wooden tube ramen shop. Even if it were not for this explosion, no one on the street might know what happened in the ramen shop. Even Gushi only knew that the person from Hanya City had died when he saw the pop-up message. Susong died in Hanya City in battle. This piece of information made Gushi feel that his choice to leave early was the right one. If he hadn't left at that time, his name would definitely have appeared on the death list. Now, Gushi is much more careful when traveling. He already knows that there will definitely be some strange guardians near the treasure. If he is as careless as before, he may get trapped when he is looking for the treasure. Chapter 325, The Mirror World of the Weird Zone. Riding the bicycle transformed from the evil coffin, Gushi quickly headed towards the next treasure hiding place. With what happened to Susong in Hanya City, Gushi understood that he was not the only one who discovered the treasure trove. There are some treasures that are found by quick hands, but not by slow hands. Gushi had planned to pass slowly before, but now, Gushi's only thought was to go faster and faster. As Gushi hurried on, he finally crossed a city area and arrived at the second treasure trove after 15 minutes. As soon as he arrived here, Gushi felt that something was staring at him. He looked to the left and found that there was something wrong with the reflection on the street window glass. On the glass, behind his reflection, there was a strange black figure standing. When Gushi looked over, the strange figure smiled at Gushi, looking at the scene in front of him. He also grinned. If it was some other strange thing, Gushi might still be worried. Isn't the person in front of him a target that he has delivered himself to? Is Gushi's Aladovi city really just a city of death? Mirroring is the key. I don't know if the weirdness in front of me is from the players in Cheofeng City, or the local weirdness, who actually jumped out to commit suicide at this time. Then don't blame Gushi for using his own methods. Facing the provocation of the person in the mirror, Gushi pretended not to notice him. He even stopped his bicycle and walked forward slowly. The monster in the mirror was somewhat annoyed to see that Gushi was not afraid. He had scared many people to death with this trick before. In his eyes, when most people see something strange behind them in the mirror, their first reaction is to look back. This is where you fall into this weird trap. The more you believe in the weirdness, the more real it becomes. Now Gushi pretends that he didn't see it. This is a blow to Wei. If this continues, Wei will become weaker and weaker. So when seeing Gushi ignoring him, the weird thing in the mirror decided to play a ruthless trick. When Gushi looked at the glass of the cabinet again, he suddenly jumped out from behind Gushi and pretended to throw himself out of the glass. In his opinion, this would scare people. And then he could let the enemy know how powerful he is. But he didn't expect that he would bump into something as soon as he jumped out from behind Gushi's reflection. The strange creature looked up and found that a ghost holding a mirror had appeared beside him. Wei Wei looked around and felt that something was not right. He did not leave his home court or the mirror. What was going on? Taking another look, he found that the surrounding environment didn't seem quite right. Why had he been moved to another city? Before the strange creature could react, the ghost holding the round mirror flew in front of him. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have discovered that mirror images can still be played like this. Is this mirror world built by your weird ability? Guy kept shaking his head and found that a large number of undead troops had begun to appear in the mirror. Because it is within the mirror, the battle here cannot be seen from the outside. Unless someone goes to this place to look in the mirror, most people will not notice what is going on here. As for the weirdness, even if they noticed it, it would not matter, as long as it was not noticed by the white-robed great guanyin of heaven. Anyone else who entered the weirdness would be dead. Standing in front of the display window, Gushi looked at the reflection in the glass and smiled. At this time, he could see through the glass that Luna and Aladovijo had been pressed into the world in the mirror. When he saw Luna turning around, Gushi smiled at Luna and said, "Leave it to you. Do not worry." Gushi was naturally relieved that Luna was doing the work. He didn't even study what was strange in the mirror. He just bypassed the street window and walked upstairs. The treasure Gushi is looking for this time is a group of Ashigara treasure maps. Ashigara's treasure map treasure a group of Ashigara found stolen goods during an operation. Instead of reporting them, they hid them. As a result, a major case occurred, and many Ashigaru were killed or injured. In the end, the stolen goods were also hidden, and no one could find them. Treasure location, Focus Street. Under the water tank on the top floor of Kuan Yu Bank. Treasure contents, weird treasure chest, green *1. Gangster mask *1. Ashigaru hood *1. When he first looked at the message, Gushi really thought it was a group of Ashigaru. But now it seems that the Ashigaru here refers to something. The Ashigaru mentioned here probably refers to the police or other professions in the city. It seems that they are having a lot of fun. After grabbing the stolen goods, he hid it immediately, planning to wait until the limelight was over before spending it. As a result, not only did he not spend it, but he lost it. In the end, the stolen goods turned into a strange treasure. After running to the top of the building, before Gushi saw the water tank, he saw a man sitting near the water tank with his eyes closed. At this time, his hair was emitting a light blue light. It can be seen that he is an order mage from Cheofeng City, and he is controlling his own strange battle at this time. Thinking of the strange thing that appeared in the window glass before, Gushi knew who he was. Gushi would naturally not let go of such an enemy. Gushi raised his left hand and activated the Soul Lamp skill. Soul Flame. The order mage, who was controlling the strange battle, suddenly burst into flames. This woke up the order mage. He looked at the flames on his body and screamed involuntarily. How did you get up here, and what did you do? But if Gushi takes action, he won't give the other party any chance. He raised his left hand again and activated the skill of bewitching people. not giving the Order Mage any chance to explain. The mental power of the Order Mage is quite strong, and ordinary hypnosis cannot control such a mage. But Gu Shi had no intention of controlling the other party. What Gu Shi had to do now was to amplify some of the thoughts in the other party's mind. What would the average person do if their body caught on fire? Rolling on the ground or running around? What Gu Shi wanted now was this effect. The panic in the Order Mage's heart was amplified. He didn't care about the situation around him and rolled on the spot. As a result, during the roll, the Order Mage actually rolled to the edge of the building. Gu Shi immediately stepped forward. Fire trap. 8 flame traps were placed near the position where the Order Mage rolled. As the Order Mage rolled onto the flame trap, there was a bang. The big explosion blew the Order Mage into the sky. Then a series of explosions occurred, and the Mage of Order was blown up, fell, blown up, and fell again, until a message popped up in front of Gu Shi. Chiningru died in battle in Autumn Wind City. Chapter 326 Weird Treasure Box. When the Order Mage Chiningru died in battle, Gu Shi just glanced at the corpse, and then quickly climbed onto the water tank on the roof. Looking into the water tank, Gu Shi found a khaki rice bag lying at the bottom of the tank. Gu Shi did not hesitate. He quickly jumped into the water tank, reached out, and took out the rice bag. Under the rice bag is a red mask that only covers half of his face and a blue hat. Gu Shi quickly picked up everything, called out the bicycle transformed from the evil coffin, rushed past the body of the Order Mage, and rushed down the outer wall of the building. After only 5 or 6 seconds, Gu Shi had already fallen to the ground, and quickly left here under the guidance of the bicycle. After leaving the building for some distance, Gu Shi found an alley to stop and look through his harvest. You open the weird treasure chest green. You got 1755 gold coins. You get 10 million yuan in cash from this world, stolen money. You will be targeted after using it. You got gold asterisk 10. You got gems asterisk 9. You get soldier recruitment coupon, level 7, asterisk 1. You get building stone, level 2, asterisk 1. You get rebellious heart, green asterisk 1. Gold, precious metals that can be brought out of this world, and can also be exchanged for corresponding funds or other resources in other game worlds. Rebellious heart, green. Decoration. Attack 3. After equipping, strength plus 2. Equipment requirements, strength 2. Special 1, adversity. When health drops to 1 point, the adversity effect can be activated, maintaining 1 point of health and fighting for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, all health consumed in the battle will be deducted. Explanation. Stop reading. You are a rebel. Looking at the thick stack of banknotes, Gu Shi just smiled. His attention was now focused on the level 7 soldier recruitment coupon. Carrying these things, he immediately returned to Aladovi City. Standing in front of the door of the council hall, Gu Shi said loudly, "Luna, the refugee camp hasn't been refreshed this week. Let's recruit 10 more red dragons." Gu Shi, who had the soldier recruitment coupon, said quite proudly, "There are still red dragons in the refugee camp. If you don't take the opportunity to recruit them now, what can you do with them? You must know that the red dragon is a good thing." In Gu Shi's battle last night, he relied on the red dragon many times to fight in the front line. The refugee camp has not been refreshed yet. There are level 7 soldier recruitment coupons to replenish red dragons first. This is the most basic method. However, Gu Shi called for a moment and found that Luna did not appear. Only Demi and the corpse succubus were looking at each other, as if looking for each other's weaknesses. "Where's Luna? He said he went to check out the strange mirror world and hasn't come back yet." Listening to this, Gu Shi was also a little curious about how big the strange mirror image of this world could be, and it hadn't come back after running away for so long. While thinking about this, Gu Shi rushed to the refugee camp by himself. He needs to recruit the red dragon first. As for Luna's affairs, I believe that with the current strength of Aladovi City and Luna's strength, there will be no problems. After recruiting the red dragon, Gu Shi had time to look at the remaining 2 items. Villain mask. Blue, a mask used by villains to hide their identity. No matter what your identity is during the day, no matter how glorious and great you are, after wearing this mask, you will be another person. Professional hood. Blue, a hood that represents a certain profession. After wearing it, even if it is not that profession, you can temporarily pretend to be one. Looking at these 2 items, Gu Shi was obviously stunned for a moment. The explanation was not clear. However, Gu Shi can be sure that these 2 items are the same as the strongman's ID card he obtained before. Like special coins, They are all specialties of this world. These things are the treasures hidden in the dark mentioned on the ranking list. The treasure boxes and other things I got before are just bonus items. Although he didn't know what this thing did, Gushi still kept it. Then Gushi quickly left Aladovi City. In fact, it didn't take much time for him to go in and out. However, when he reappeared on the streets of this world, Gushi could clearly feel that the number of weird people paying attention to him on the streets had increased significantly. It seems that his actions just now were a bit too big and have attracted some strange attention. Without even looking at the weird thing staring at him, he got on his bicycle, pedaled his anklets to sparks, quickly bypassed a certain alley, rushed out from the street at one end, and headed in the next direction. Go! At this time, in the strange mirror image of this world, Luna was leading the ghost team and the red dragon to sweep through strange layers everywhere. If someone hadn't used mirror images to deal with Gushi this time, Luna wouldn't have noticed. There are a lot of weird people in this world who use mirror images, because they usually move and fight in the mirror images. They know each other at the same time, because in the mirror, they can avoid the attention of the goddess of mercy in white, so the chance of them taking action will be relatively high. In this way, several big weirds discussed it, and actually organized the weird ones, who had the ability to mirror, and developed such a weird mirror space with the help of all the weird powers. This allows them to communicate freely during the day and attack their enemies freely. But this time, they met their opponents. At first, Gushi didn't know about this situation. Now I know. Sorry. Aladovi City is also located in the mirror. You and I are both mirror images. Why can't I hit you? So after killing the strange mirror image of the Order Mage, Luna immediately launched an attack on the strange mirror space in front of her. She had already realized that the strange mirror space before her was of great benefit to her. Although the former city of Aridov was located in a mirror, the rules were not clear, except for the fact that Aradovi Tower can connect Aradovi City in multiple eras. There is a basic rule for the existence of the Great Lord who is sealed in the mirror. In Gushi's eyes, Aladovi City is a city of death. As his first contracted undead, Luna is the city's administrator. But in fact, Gushi never thought that Luna represented the other side of the mirror, and that she actually had other abilities. It was different now. In Luna's eyes, she saw many weird rules about mirror images. These strange rules form a strange mirror space. Just kill all the weird ones who organize the development of this weird mirror space. Then these rules belong to Luna. For this reason, Luna immediately transferred Gushi's undead troops. She wanted to personally conquer the strange mirror space and take away everything here. Chapter 327 Luna's Ambition. In the real world, Gushi, who was riding a bicycle, slowly felt the strange gazes staring at him shrink back. It turned out that the best way to deal with strange things was to ignore them. However, Gushi also understood that he was still being targeted by the weird people. If his next actions attracted the weird people's attention again, he might not be able to get away with it that easily. He's going to speed up. Gushi's thoughts came together, and the speed of the bicycle transformed by Siakofen sped up a lot. The bicycle took Gushi down inconspicuous alleys, passed under bridges, or simply walked through other people's back gardens or walls. Anyway, as long as no one sees it, the evil coffin can always find the most suitable shortcut on the way forward. As a result, Gushi arrived at the third treasure spot more than 10 minutes shorter than planned. Number 22 to 17. Nanlu Road Street. That is the secret treasure trove of the office worker. When he arrived here, Gushi confirmed at first glance that the secret treasure house here had not been discovered or taken away. The reason why I am so sure is because this 4-story building has not opened its doors yet. A security guard at the door was holding a baton and staring around. Seeing Gushi looking over, the security guard immediately shouted, "What are you looking at? You haven't gone to work yet. Get out of here. I'll beat you if you come back again." Hearing this, Gushi also knew that someone had been here before. But because of this security guard, no one went in. It seems that we have to wait for the time to come and rush in to grab things together. Just as Gushi was looking around, preparing to find where the enemy players were, he suddenly saw Luna appearing behind him on the convex mirror on the side of the street. Gushi smiled slightly, found a corner on his bicycle, and hid in it. His actions caught the eyes of several other nearby players, and a trace of disdain flashed in their hearts. This was the first time they had seen such a cowardly player. Several of them even communicated with the security guards or tried to find a way, only to be kicked out by the security guards in the end. Such players dared to come out and seek death. How about getting rid of this player before opening the door of this small building? So several players quickly came out of their hiding places and headed towards the alley where Gushi entered. But when they walked into the alley, they found that Gushi had disappeared. Several players looked at each other. Some wanted to take action, but because they were not sure whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, they finally provoked and warned each other before turning around and leaving. At this time, Gushi was at the assembly hall of Aladovi City. Luna, whom I had not seen before, was already waiting in the meeting hall. Grown-ups, how is it going? Seeing Luna, he immediately became excited. He was no longer interested in the treasures in front of him. Now he was more concerned about the situation in Aladovi City. I discovered a treasure by accident, Luna said happily. In this world, there are many weird people who play mirror. For their own convenience, they secretly open the weird mirror space. I just checked and there are a total of 19 large nodes. As long as we capture these 19 large nodes, we can control this space. Gushi smiled when he heard it, and Luna's words made him very satisfied. Although there was no explanation in Luna's words, Gushi could fully understand that as long as he entered the strange mirror space and was willing to obey the rules of the space, he could use the strange mirror space to move freely. At most, some places belong to other weird territories and cannot be passed easily. But what Luna is talking about is mastering this space. This shows that Luna has no intention of letting go of the entire space. She plans to take down all the 19 large nodes and kill all the monsters in the strange mirror space. If you need anything, just ask for it. I just got 2 pieces of building stone. You can use them freely. If necessary, you can build all the buildings you want. In addition, the 5 old and new heroes can all be mobilized by you. You can also use the 40 red dragons if necessary. It can be said that except for the incarnation of death that cannot be assigned to Luna, Gushi gave everything in his hands to Luna. Don't worry, sir. I can definitely take down this space. Then I'll leave it to you. Don't be nervous. It doesn't matter if you can't finish it in a day or 2. I can accommodate your needs and find a place to hide at night. Gushi has already seen the benefits of the strange mirror space to Aladovi City. Compared with this kind of benefit, killing players at night and challenging weirdness during the day are nothing to see. It can be seen from the battle last night. Fighting monsters at night can not only get some new undead, but what else can you get? Isn't it nice to be in such a good place? I'll arrange it. Sir, I saw you want to enter the small building just now. It just so happens that we have a passage that can lead us into the small building. Luna just smiled at Gushi's concern, and then she explained the reason for inviting Gushi in. Oh, this way. When I go in and out of Aladovi City from now on, I don't have to enter or exit anywhere. Of course, I estimate that in the past, as long as I can capture this strange mirror space, our Aladovi City will be upgraded. At that time, we can cut off from the mirror image of Victoria's City and turn it into our own city instead of just a mirror image of Victoria's City. Seeing Luna's serious look, Gushi understood Luna's ambition. She was not willing to accept that her city was just a mirror image of Victoria's City. Nor did she want that there was a super powerful king sealed in the space of Aladovi City. There was no way before. But now Luna saw an opportunity. As long as she gets this weird mirror space in front of her, Luna can master more mirror rules. Although these rules are twisted and weird rules. But rules are rules. And it cannot be false just because it is weird. The more comprehensive the rules, the more perfect Luna's control over the mirror space. Maybe one day, Luna can use the rules to make a cut in the mirrored underground palace of Victoria's City. By then, Aridov City will be Aridov City, and the mirror underground palace will be the cage used to exile the great king. The two will become completely different. Gushi didn't say much about this. He just followed Luna, and came to the mirror channel that Luna mentioned. It was a wash basin located outside Aradovi City. The wash basin here was located alone in the wilds of Aradovi City, and it felt strange to look at it. When bringing Gushi over, Luna specially explained it to Gushi. This previously belonged to a strange mirrored entry and exit point. He was always here to observe the situation of all the bathrooms in the city. After he was killed by us, this entry and exit point was fixed here outside the city, and could not be moved back to Yali. Multidimensional City. Chapter 328 Treasure Chest and Books. Is this the big node you call? Standing in front of the sink, Gushi asked curiously. At this time, Luna was adjusting the picture on the sink mirror. Just as Luna said, most of the places corresponding to the sinks in front of them are bathrooms. Judging from the situation in front of them, most of them are women's bathrooms. No, The big nodes are the ones woven with at least 5 or 6 different weird rules. There is only one weird rule here. It's not even a node. It's just a passage at most. Okay. We have found it. The mirror in the women's bathroom on the second floor of number 22 to 17, Nanlu Road Street. Sir, please wait a moment. Without waiting for Gushi to do anything, Luna went into the mirror. Then, without seeing any movement on the other side of the sink, Luna dragged a woman wearing a red miniskirt with her hair down out of the mirror. That's enough. The weirdness has been dealt with. After rolling up the woman who was dragged out of the bathroom and stuffing it into the cabinet under the sink, Luna turned to Gushi and said, "Killed?" Gushi pointed at the woman who was stuffed into the cabinet and asked curiously, "No. This kind of weirdness cannot die. And unlike the previous mirror weirdness, she is temporarily gone after the rules are drawn. If this thing is killed, it will quickly resurrect in the same place. There is no way to guarantee that she will definitely die. So I can only stuff it here first. If you want to kill her, come over and kill her at night to see if there are any corresponding rules and treatment methods. That's not necessary. We don't rely on this to earn points." As Gushi said this, he climbed onto the sink and got out of the mirror. The next moment, Gushi seemed to have squeezed through a thick water curtain and crawled out of the women's bathroom on the second floor of number 22 to 17, Nanlu Road. Because the time had not yet come, the security did not let anyone in, and the building in front of them was still empty. Gushi checked the time and quickly ran towards the third floor without stopping. In the men's bathroom at the end of the corridor on the third floor, Gushi decisively pushed open the second cubicle. Standing in the cubicle, Gushi reached out and took off the toilet tank lid. Then he discovered that someone had packed a large stack of magazines in plastic bags and placed them in the water tank. Because they were packed tightly, Gushi was not sure what magazines they were. So he simply took out all the magazines and then closed the lid of the water tank. When he removed the lid just now, Gushi already knew that the lid was the strange treasure box he was looking for this time. After getting the treasure box, Gushi did not leave the building from the front. I didn't go back to the women's bathroom on the second floor. Gushi used his ability and returned to the assembly hall of Aladovi City in an instant. After taking a look at the surroundings, Gushi knew that Luna must have led her troops to the battle. He did not ask Luna to help him open the door, but took out the things he brought back first. Gushi hasn't looked at the weird treasure chest yet. He is more curious about the 19 books. Gushi still remembered clearly that his library was still short of books. Now there are 19 books. As long as they can produce an attribute, it will also be an improvement to the library. So Gushi quickly opened the plastic bag containing the magazine and poured out the magazine inside. Because of the tight packaging, although these magazines have been placed in water, they do not feel damp at all. When Gushi took these magazines in his hands, he couldn't help but grin, looked around, and then moved these magazines aside. But Gushi had already seen the properties of these magazines. Compared with the fairy tale books originally placed in Gushi's library, the quality of these magazines is much better. 2 are green, 1 is blue, and the rest are all white. Giant? High school student, green full-color personal photo album. A very serious magazine. Not suitable for children. Underground idol girl group. Green, a magazine used to introduce a very hard-working underground idol girl group. It introduces the hard work and poverty of this idol girl group. It is not suitable for children to watch. Gushi carefully looked through these magazines and found a very strange thing. That is, all the magazines have high and low quality, but there is no corresponding quality attribute blessing. At this time, Gushi couldn't even tell the difference between blue and green quality magazines and white quality magazines. Is it because the content in magazines is more attractive? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it will be used to add attributes. Although he looked puzzled, Gushi still read through the 19 magazines, put them into a stack, and sent them to the library. In the library, the succubus was still sitting at the desk reading fairy tales. It can be seen that she is still very obedient to Gushi's orders. When Gushi sent the 19 magazines to the library, a voice came to his ears. The collection of books in the library has increased, and the number of collected books has reached 39, 32/100. Please continue to increase the collection of books in the library. The direction of the collection of books in the library has shifted. The number of Ps produced every week remains unchanged. And at the same time, a fairy tale character will appear in the library every week, only female. Cannot be saved. Cannot be made into an undead. Can be made a wish or traded. Gushi was still watching the changes in the situation in the library. The corpse succubus, who had been reading the fairy tale book, had already picked up the newly put magazine and flipped through it. As she watched, she raised her head and glanced at Gushi. "You just like this? Ah?" Gushi then realized that he seemed to have arranged the succubus to study here, and as a result, it could speak. The corpse succubus picked up one of the magazines, opened a few pages, and said to Gushi, "I can also do these actions, and I can do them better than them. No, I brought these books here because I wanted to improve the library's level." The library had said before that fairy tale characters would be arranged every week, but in the end, there were no arrangements. "I thought there must be something wrong in this area. I found these books specifically for this purpose," Gushi said seriously. The corpse succubus looked at Gushi with a look in his eyes that said, "Guess I believe it or not. Okay. These books were picked up outside, not bought by me. And now I need to fill up the library. Then, do I still want to study here?" The corpse succubus raised the magazine in her hand and stared at Gushi and asked, "Of course. You study first and wait for you. I'll use it on you after I learn it." Chapter 329 Unexpected Item. After putting all the magazines in the library, Gushi opened the strange treasure box of white quality. In Gushi's mind, there must be nothing good in this treasure chest. He opened the treasure chest first and immediately went to the next weird treasure. Judging from the situation just now, players in the entire city are already in action. They are all going to grab treasures and kill Weird. Whoever falls behind at this time will be pushed off the leaderboard. So these players are very hardworking. If Gushi doesn't hurry up, the remaining treasures may fall into the hands of other players. For this reason, Gushi only planned to take a look at what was in the treasure chest that was opened this time, and then immediately go to the next place. But as soon as Gushi opened the treasure box in front of him, something caught Gushi's attention. You open the weird treasure chest, white. You receive 155 gold coins. You get 330,000 yuan in cash from this world. You got crystal asterisk 2. You got gem asterisk 1. You get soldier recruitment coupons, level 3, asterisk 4. You get building stone, level 1, asterisk 1. You get the Book of Time, green, asterisk 1. Book of Time, green. Magic scroll, use it on a certain place or person. After use, you can change the specified item back to before the change, 3/3. Explanation: I heard that the bathroom is a time eater. Time may have passed by without you even realizing it. Time magic? And in the name of a book? Gushi looked at the information in the Book of Time and hesitated for a moment. He opened the Book of Time, which was very similar to the magazine he had placed in the library before, and found that it contained all the information on how to use the Book of Time. This Book of Time is named after time, but it cannot really control time. This thing is more like an undo button. If you have done something somewhere before, and it doesn't feel good, just undo it. And we can't say when we will retreat. We can only retreat one step upward. At the same time, it cannot change life and death. It cannot be said that you were killed in the last step, and then you undo the next step, and come back to life. That won't work. So this thing made Gushi suddenly think of something. His eyes widened. He held the Book of Time, called out the evil coffin, and rushed towards the evil wood lake in the magic plant area. Watching Gushi rush out of the library, the corpse succubus glanced outside. She didn't understand why Gushi was in such a hurry. Soon Gushi arrived near Shimu Lake, and he waved to the skeleton, who was doing something by the lake. Go and take out the body that's soaking in there. When the skeleton jumped into the lake, Gushi finally calmed down. When he got the Book of Time, he didn't think too much about it. But as he read some details of the Book of Time, Gushi found that this thing was not very useful, and the one who could really take advantage of it was still found: the body of Princess Anna, who could no longer become undead. It was precisely because of understanding this that Gushi rushed over immediately, because he was worried that the purifying effect of evil would lake on the corpse would purify the corpse of Princess Anna. Then the Book of Time won't have any good effect. Instead, it would turn Princess Anna's body back to its original appearance, which would be an embarrassing situation. Fortunately, when Gushi came to Shimu Lake, Princess Anna's first round of purification had not yet been completed. No matter how Gushi sent Princess Anna's body in, the body was still in its original state when it was dragged out. So Gushi placed the Book of Time on Princess Anna's body with his backhand. With the activation of the Book of Time, the situation of Princess Anna has undergone some changes. Gushi saw that many of Princess Anna's bones had been removed, and then he discovered that the bones that had been replaced by Princess Anna were actually some black vines. Now that the effect has been cancelled, Princess Anna's bones are gone, and the vines have also been pulled out. Strange apple tree roots, blue strange roots affected by special powers, which contain powerful strange powers, and can be used to make various weapons and equipment. But after use, they will have certain effects on the user. Looking at the 17 or 18 roots dancing on the ground, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. The boss is the boss. He can attack casually, and use blue quality things. The same situation made Gushi more confident. He was previously worried that there would be no way to dispose of Princess Anna's body. Now it seems that there is no way. So Gushi quickly applied the effects of the remaining 2 books of time to Princess Anna. These 2 times did not push Princess Anna back to the level where she could summon souls, but only cleaned up some of the things in Princess Anna that were forced to fuse. Among them was half a set of broken vermilion armor. Cinnabar demon suppressing armor, blue. Scrap. This is a discarded armor that was originally used to suppress evil corpses, but for some reason, it was affected by a strange force. Now, not only does it not suppress corpses, but it also has the effect of raising corpses. Gushi didn't know who merged this thing into it, but it was obvious that it didn't fit Princess Anna's position. Princess Anna's body became stiff and difficult to handle because of this, and a large part of the reason was because of this. The other one was a book with no visible cover, and there were moving eyes on the cover of the book. When it was removed from Princess Anna's body, the book seemed to want to crawl back to Princess Anna's body. As a result, he was nailed to the ground by Gushi's staff. Book of Strange Possession, blue. A book of possession with strange influence. It always hopes to possess some people, and occupy those people's bodies through strange power. But his possession is always, there will be problems like this. A corpse possessed by this book cannot be resurrected. The reason was found. Picking up the Book of Strange Possession from the ground, Gushi knew in his heart that the reason why Princess Anna could not summon the spirit had been found. Now, as long as the body of Princess Anna is disposed of, Gushi will have a chance to resurrect Princess Anna. After the corpse with its problems fixed was sent back to Shimu Lake for recuperation, Gushi picked up these things and left the magic plant area. Gushi immediately sent all these items to the warehouse for storage. After all, these were not good items. They had no serious attributes, and were full of problems. If they are not stored properly, these things may cause some problems when Gushi comes back next time. Gushi is now even planning to find a place to dispose of these things after he goes out, and see if he can throw the Book of Treacherous Possession to the statue of Guanyin in white with the head of the sky. If this happens, Gushi will make a lot of money. Chapter 330. You are being targeted. After taking care of the things at hand, Gushi checked the time and immediately drove the evil coffin to the wash basin outside Aladovi City. At this time, the wash basin was still as before, unattended and standing alone on the roadside. Gushi stepped forward and took a look and found a note taped to the basin of the sink, which stated how to operate the sink. Gushi understood that this was the message left by Luna. This was because he knew Gushi would use the sink, so he stayed here specifically. Gushi glanced at the operation instructions above, and then started swiping on the mirror of the sink. Every time he swipes, the environment in the mirror changes. But just like what Luna said before, the previous weird mirror image is not a good thing. The location where he usually observes is mostly the women's bathroom, and a few places that are not the women's bathroom are women's bathrooms or women's bathhouses. Anyway, there was no serious place to go. Gushi looked through it for a while, and compared it with the map to choose where to go next. The speed naturally slowed down. Finally, Gushi found an empty women's bathroom. After making sure that no one was nearby, Gushi quickly got out. However, Gushi's luck was not very good. When he emerged from the mirror, he felt something dripping from the top of his head. Gushi looked up and found a female corpse being sealed with tape on the roof of the women's bathroom. This is the scene of a murder, Gushi thought with a speechless expression. As a necromancer, Gushi is least afraid of such a situation. It's just a corpse. Even if you have resentment and want revenge, I can lend you power. Learn about the necromancy of the necromancer. Ghosts can now be prioritized. If that doesn't work, I can call the police for you. But let's not talk about whether those useless police officers can find the murderer. How do I explain that I will appear in the women's bathroom? But what do you mean when you suddenly stared at me with wide eyes after I appeared? Treat me as an enemy? Or can't find the murderer to take revenge? So it just becomes weird? Gushi was glared at by the corpse above and felt a little unhappy. But just when Gushi was about to dispose of the corpse, he suddenly discovered that there was something wrong with the chains wrapped around the wrists of the corpse. The iron chain was a blazing red reverse cross, and looked like a hatchet. This discovery shocked Gushi. and he quickly looked at the condition of the corpse in front of him. A bad guess appeared in his mind. This is a player. She was killed by weirdness. Gushi didn't think much. He pulled out the cold magic staff that turned into a pen and turned it in his hand. Now was not the time to hide his strength. If he continued to hide it, there would be big problems. Sure enough, as Gushi moved, a large amount of yellow tape popped out from the nearby doors and windows, with the words "under renovation" written on them. The tape was also directed towards Gushi. Gushi lowered the cold wind staff to the ground. Death Ripple. Gushi didn't know where the enemy was, but the fact that the enemy dared to attack here proved that no one nearby saw him. If you don't use your ultimate move at this time, when will you use it? As the death wave was released, a black line stretched outward with Gushi as the center. When the colored tape came into contact with the death ripples, it immediately lost its strength and fell to the ground. However, Gushi didn't care about this. The death ripples pushed outward until they reached the men's bathroom opposite. They were pushed to about 30 meters outside the bathroom before dissipating. After this attack, Gushi did not relax. He always felt that something was not right. Sure enough, the next moment, the female corpse, which was still taped to the ceiling, hit the ground. At the same time the ground shook. Gushi didn't think it was the ground shaking caused by the female corpse falling down. Maybe it was something really strange happening. At this time, Gushi immediately turned the handle, and the main gate of Aladovi City appeared behind him. Because the main city gate is located inside the bathroom, Gushi's city gate only has 2 doorposts. But this was enough for Gushi. The presence of doorposts meant that the gate was open, and Gushi's undead troops quickly rushed out of the main city gate. What rushed out this time were the level 2 cannon fodder troops that Gushi had defeated last night. The number of people was not very large. Only 7 or 8 people came. As soon as they arrived here, they protected Gushi and retreated towards the city gate. At the same time, the 2 skeletons did not forget to drag the dead woman's body back. But just when Gushi was about to enter the city gate, all the water pipes in the bathroom burst, and a large amount of bloody water was sprayed towards Gushi. It's not over, right? The corpse explodes. Gushi pointed at the tape on the ground. These tapes will be affected by the death ripples, which are considered corpses. Using corpse explosion on him is the right choice. As Gushi's corpse exploded, there was another bang from the ground. All the tape on the ground exploded, and there were even deep cracks on the floor. Gushi also knew that this was not the time to dwell on these matters anymore, so he entered Aladovi City immediately. When the undead dragged the female body back, Gushi could still see a pair of crimson eyes staring closely at Gushi, who retreated into Aladovi City. After closing the gate of Aladovi, Gushi sat in front of the gate, catching his breath. He never thought that he would encounter such a thing. After stabilizing his mood, Gushi took out his briefcase and took out a white paper with strange information written on it. The strange information Gushi encountered just now was written on it. Toilet weirdness, comprehensive weirdness field. 1. House of Immortality, level 6, a relatively common high-level weirdness. After level 6, this house has mastered the ability to move freely and appear. It can only be discovered by looking for it specifically. Killing method, not found. Explanation, seriously injured by unknown reasons. 2. Universal tape, level 3, it can be used to block outside eyes. Kill enemies. Store corpses. Prevent enemies from speaking, etc. Killing method, not found. Explanation, killed once by abnormal means. It will take 3 days to be resurrected. 4. The faucet that keeps dripping water, level 3, the faucet that keeps dripping water can only be used to scare people, but it can store other people's fears in the faucet, and mix it with sewage when needed and spray it out together. Killing method, not found. 7. The door of deception, level 6, people who enter the bathroom through the door will obey the rules unconsciously, but they never think that the rules have led them to a dead end. Killing method, not found. 11. Strange heart, level 9, a comprehensive and strange subject. An unknown powerful existence. Killing method, not found. Explanation, there are many comprehensive weird fields related to toilets. It is obvious that he is turning himself into a more powerful weird. As a result, everything was destroyed. So you were targeted. Chapter 331 got into big trouble. Looking at the information recorded on the white paper, Gushi felt something. He raised his left hand and pulled up the cuff, and found that there was an extra mark on his arm at some point. This brand is the word fears. When you focus on this word, you will also find that a message will appear above the word fears. You are being targeted by the toilet ghost. As long as you enter the bathroom, The toilet ghost will come to you. Looking at this message, Gushi felt a little disdainful. Just tell me if only one of us can survive. Why bother? I don't believe it. Your influence can still affect my city of Aladovi. After thinking about it for a while, Gushi became cruel. He called the undead troops, who were staying in the city, and brought along everyone they could, including the corpse succubus, who Gushi had never liked to see. With these troops, Gushi immediately left Aradovi city. In the open space outside the city, the sink was still the same as before. But Gushi could clearly see that as long as the picture in the mirror was from the bathroom, there will be a pair of blood-red eyes staring outside. It can be said that this road has been artificially blocked. Gushi ignored all this. He climbed onto the sink and put his hand on the mirror. As he stretched out his hand, he felt his arm being tightly wrapped around something. The men who had already received Gushi's order quickly stepped forward and dragged Gushi's body. At the same time, some skeleton mages stretched out their staffs through the mirror and started their spells. Mana extraction. As soon as this skill was used, Gushi felt that the suction force on the opposite side was significantly reduced. At this time, Gushi decisively stretched out his hand, and the cold wind staff was pressed against the mirror. If you want to die, then I'll let you die. Bone Storm. Fire Trap. Death Ripple. Magic Arrow. Bone Spurs. All the spells that Gushi could think of were used. Anyway, he can hit her through the mirror. So let's hit his sister. Now Gushi has figured it out. He is in Aradovi City, and he doesn't believe that anyone can hit him along Aradovi City. As long as you can't hit me, that's the time I'll hit you. While Gushi was thinking like this, he kept using his spells in the bathroom. Moreover, he also asked his men to adjust the mirror of the sink and constantly switch the pictures of the bathroom. Under the influence of Gushi, all bathrooms in the city were unusable. The man in the toilet strangely mobilized all his strength and started fighting Gushi head-on. Everyone just needs to go to the bathroom. Whether it is a public bathroom or their own bathroom. Whether it is a men's bathroom or a women's bathroom. As long as it is within the scope of the bathroom, you will be affected by various strange effects after entering. Ordinary people have their lives sucked out of them immediately, turning into strange nutrients in the toilet. In the end, even some strange things passing by, or other weird creatures related to the toilet, became the nourishment of this toilet weirdness. In fact, in this world, weirdness is also a circle. Everyone knows who has achieved what level in the comprehensive weird field. Large and small. Something like the weirdness in the toilet is about to be upgraded from the comprehensive weird field to a big weird existence. And ordinary people will not mess with him. And such a weird person would not normally use such a big move, because unifying the entire strange realm is a long-term matter for him. What he usually needs to do is accumulate and study weird rules and understand all the rules. This world has never encountered anything like this direct madness. At this moment, there was a problem in all the bathrooms in the entire city. Both mortals and weirdos were all confused. They had no idea what was going on. I don't know what this toilet weirdo wants to do. Only Gushi didn't know all this. He was still casting various spells in front of the bathroom in the mirror. These spells cannot kill weirdness, but they can cause harm to weirdness and consume his life and rules. Many weirdos who discovered this situation did not stop it. Instead, some weirdos took action to attract the attention of the Great Guanyin in white clothes of Tiandao, preventing the battle here from attracting the Great Guanyin in white clothes of Tiandao. From the perspective of these weird people, even if Toilet Weird is not dead today, he will still have to consume a lot of energy. Then they will not be able to tear off a piece of something from Toilet Weird's body. But Gushi didn't know this. After casting a circle of spells, Gushi's anger finally dissipated a lot. At this time, he withdrew the cold wind staff and thought about what to do next. He felt good about it just now, but it had no practical effect. The toilet was weird, but he was still alive, and the mark of fierce on his hand became more and more obvious. At the same time, he also exposed his method of action. Now I believe many weirdos know that Gushi can shoot from the mirror. This is somewhat detrimental to Luna's ability to capture the strange mirror space. Now Gushi needs to make a judgment about what he should do. If only I knew the weird way this toilet is handled. Gushi felt a little annoyed. But at this moment, an idea suddenly flashed through Gushi's mind. If you are not familiar with this weirdness, just change to a familiar weirdness. It just so happened that Gushi had such a prop in his hand. Thinking of this, Gushi turned around and jumped onto the evil coffin. Before leaving, Gushi did not forget to give orders to the skeleton mage. You are here to draw mana. Draw hard. Draw him to death. Driven by the evil coffin, Gushi quickly retrieved the sealed things from the dock warehouse. That book of strange possession. Gushi was very careful when holding this book of possession. The book always stared at Gushi from time to time, as if he was thinking about where to start in order to occupy Gushi's body. Gushi could not completely suppress this weird prop. He could only find a way to control this book of strange possession through a few words in the knowledge of the undead. Magic and darkness. When he returned to the sink, Gushi finally put his own mark on the book of possession. The whole situation of the book of strange possession that was marked became wrong. The eyes on the cover of the book kept widening, and some purple tentacles appeared in the pages and kept stretching out from inside, trying to tear off the mark engraved by Gushi. Gushi was not used to the book of magical possession and brought it to the sink. Gushi stared closely at the red eyes behind the mirror. Still staring? I'm back again. Come in and bite me if you dare. After saying this, Gushi reached out and stuffed the book of possession into the mirror of the sink. Through the mirror, he threw the book of possessed into the bathroom controlled by the toilet ghost. Chapter 332. The large strange creature was killed. After being thrown into the bathroom, Gushi decisively turned off the monitoring of the bathroom. All the men retreated from the sink. The next thing is to wait. Gushi turned his head to look at the troops behind him, and was about to say something when the succubus ran out. My lord, you still have to wait here, right? Why don't you relax for a while? No need. I'll be even more nervous when you're here. Gushi shook his head decisively. And after waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, Luna came back from a distance with another group of troops. When she saw Gushi, Luna waved loudly, and then appeared in front of Gushi in a flash. Grown-ups, how about it? Did I influence your conquest of this weird mirror space? No. This is just right. The Heavenly Dao White Road Great Guanyin has already discovered where this chaos came from. All the weirdness related to the mirror image has hidden in this space. There has never been a better time to hunt. Listening to Luna's excited voice, Gushi also laughed. As long as it doesn't affect you, I'll go out after I finish taking care of the strange things in the toilet. Luna quickly said, farewell. Sir, I brought back the strange corpses that I killed. Can you help me dispose of these corpses? After hearing what Luna said, Gushi discovered that there were some strange corpses coming back with Luna's team. Gushi could definitely tell that there was some strange vitality in these corpses. It was obvious that a strange force trapped this last hope of life, preventing them from truly dying. Gushi moved forward curiously and moved the corpses, and then looked at Luna. Have you taken away these weird mirror rules? Yes, the mirror rules have been taken away, but they all carry a death rule. If they are not dealt with through rules, they will not truly die. You may still need to deal with this aspect. Gushi nodded. If his knowledge of the undead was only at level 4, and he had not learned any other undead skills, he would not be able to see anything even if the corpse was placed in front of him. But since Princess Anna helped him last time, allowing him to burn his experience and study frantically, Gushi now has a certain amount of knowledge and experience. Although he can't necessarily guarantee that he can handle these corpses, he can find the rules related to death through the corpses. But it is still possible to suppress these corpses and turn them into undead or something. Okay. Keep as many corpses as you want. I'm just doing some research. It seems I need to find some time to find some architectural design drawings for research and study. My knowledge is still a little behind now. As Gushi said this, the mirror on the other side of the sink suddenly became blurry, and a large amount of dirty water sprayed onto the mirror, blocking all the mirrors. At the same time, a message popped up in Gushi's ear. Comprehensive weird field. The strange man in the toilet went crazy and was killed by the Great Guanyin in white. Within 3 days, all strange things related to the toilet will be affected, with a 50% loss of strength and a 50% loss of life. Everyone, including mortals, players, and weirdos, who enters the bathroom within 3 days will be attacked indiscriminately by the weird forces in the bathroom. Till death. You caused 35.17% damage to the weird toilet, and served as the key node for its death. After 3 days, you will get the corresponding reward, weird treasure chest and achievement. Is this a kill? Gushi reacted immediately and quickly ran to the sink, wanting to take a look at the situation in the bathroom. But he found that no matter how he adjusted it, as long as the mirror was moved to the room related to the bathroom, it was all covered with sewage, making it difficult to see anything. Such a thing shocked Gushi. He thought for a moment, and immediately took out the dragon fish that could communicate with Zuya, and wrote a letter to Zuya. Brother Zuya, I just received news that a comprehensive weirdo has been killed. All the bathrooms in this city will go crazy. Anyone who enters the bathroom will be attacked indiscriminately, and will not stop. I feel this matter is quite serious. I don't know if you have contact with players from other guilds. If so, please inform all players in this city not to enter the bathroom within 3 days. Otherwise your life will be in danger. As for the players in other cities, let them die in the toilet. After sending this letter, Gushi commanded his men and dragged the strange corpse back to Aladovi City. Since there were no specialized laboratories or research institutes, Gushi could only find a bright place to study these strange corpses. The weirdness of this world is actually not what Gushi thought. Weird people come in all shapes and sizes, and people can tell that they are weird at a glance. And sometimes their abilities can even be seen at a glance. This was the case with these strange corpses that Luna dragged back in front of them. These guys look like kappas, but the tops of their heads are obviously mirrors. Gushi can tell at a glance that their abilities are related to the mirrors. In addition, this body was wearing a long trench coat. And even if his hands were dead, the trench coat was tightly wrapped around his body. He didn't need to look at it, but he knew that there was a mirrored body under the windbreaker. The same goes for several other corpses. Gushi can find some information about mirror images from these corpses. However, Gushi only glanced at it for a few times and ignored the strange thing about the mirror image. Luna takes care of all those things. At this time, Gushi was studying the rules of death on these strange bodies. After Gushi's inspection, Gushi found that the reason why these strange creatures were alive was not because they had strong vitality and could not be killed no matter how hard they were beaten, but because the last drop of blood of their lives does not lie with themselves. This feeling is very similar to that of a lich with a phylactery. Liches can be resurrected through phylacteries, and they can be resurrected through the contents of their life. Only through corresponding processing methods can this weird person be completely killed. Even if corpses like the one in front of Gushi are disposed of, new ones of the same kind may appear again in a few days. Gushi believed that Luna would never want such a thing to happen. The reason why Luna was so excited this time was entirely because she saw how the strange mirror space matched her own. Now he is happily grabbing these weird powers related to mirror images. If these weird things were resurrected and the weird rules were taken back, Luna wouldn't know how depressed she would be. Gushi must find a way to solve this problem. Thinking of this, Gushi suddenly thought of the strange death in the toilet. This might be an idea. Chapter 333 Inside the Guanyin Statue. How did the weird guy in the toilet die? Gushi didn't think that he could kill weird in the toilet just by throwing out the Book of Possession. Book of Possession, even if you can possess a body. Judging from the situation just now, as soon as this big weirdo died, riots broke out in bathrooms across the city. This shows that his scope of control is the entire city. How can he be killed easily if he only possesses one of the bodies? The real reason for the strange death in the toilet was probably that the incident was too big and attracted the attention of the white-robed Guanyin of heaven. The level 20 Tiandao Guanyin in white wiped away everything about this great weirdo with one strike. Gushi would not believe that the white-robed Guanyin of heaven only relied on her own level to crush everything. It seems that there is other information hidden in the white-clothed Guanyin of Tiandao. Gushi thought about it and stood up decisively. Store these bodies first. Tell Luna to store the bodies first. I'll find a place to look up some information. As he spoke, Gushi exited Aladovi City. Originally, because of the mirror effect, Gushi thought that he could freely enter and exit the city of Aridov and the real world through the mirror. Only now did he realize that the situation was not as good as he thought. The temporarily available mirror channel is temporarily unavailable, and the location where he entered Aladovi City before was still in an alley near number 22-17 Nanlu Road Street. When Gushi came out, he looked around, and then he found that no one was staring here. Thinking about it, the treasure inside number 22-17 Nanlu Road Street was taken away, so those players will naturally not stay here longer. They have other treasures to find, and can't just stay here and wait. So after coming out, Gushi didn't notice many people staring at him. As for Wei, with such a huge chaos happening right now, Wei didn't have time to pay attention to the sudden appearance of Gushi. This made Gushi seize the opportunity and walk out of the alley. When passing building 22-17 Nanlu Road Street, Gushi glanced at the security guard and found that he was staring at him from the street with an angry look on his face. On people passing by, it seems that he should have discovered that the treasure had been taken away. Regarding this, Gushi could only say sorry. Some things will be taken away by others if you don't take them. Especially since this game has essentially become a desperate game. If you don't work hard to improve yourself, then you will die. Gushi didn't even look at the security guard, and turned around on his bicycle in the direction of the white-clad guanyin of heaven. The bicycle that the evil coffin turned into moved very fast, and Gushi couldn't care about much this time. So he used the new ability of the evil coffin. Weird flash. It can be said that the evil coffin can lock onto a strange object and flash freely within 1,000 meters. Gushi didn't go too far. He only activated this skill when he encountered a bridge or where he was about to stop. Even so, Gushi's movement speed has increased a lot. In less than half an hour, Gushi arrived under the white-robed guanyin of heaven. Compared to yesterday's walk, this speed is really much faster. Stopping in front of the gate of the Tianel white-robed guanyin statue, Gushi discovered that the person guarding the gate was the same security guard from last night. Today, the uncle did not stop Gushi. He just collected 500 yuan and let Gushi in. After entering a place that looked like a park but also somewhat like a shrine, the first thing Gushi saw was the great white-robed guanyin of heaven in front of him. For some reason, in addition to the proper sense of looking down from the front, Gushi could also clearly feel that the jade purification bottle held by the white-clad guanyin of heaven was facing him. The scene yesterday made Gushi believe that this thing was not just a decoration, but a magic weapon that could directly swallow people. Faced with such pressure, Gushi strode towards the guanyin statue without even raising his head. He discovered that under the guanyin statue, what was standing was not the traditional lotus platform, but a giant dragon. The dragon's head was stepped on by the guanyin statue, and the dragon's mouth was the door to the underground palace. After hesitating for just a moment, Gushi quickly stepped into the gate. The moment he stepped into the door, Gushi felt that the space around him quickly became colder. There was something chilling in the air that blew past Gushi's skin. Gushi took a closer look and found that there were many Buddha statues inside the guanyin statue. However, the most eye-catching are the 33 statues of guanyin in different postures and forms arranged in a circle on the bottom floor. Opposite the guanyin statue are 12 demon statues. For some reason, Gushi had a feeling that these 33 guanyin statues were used to suppress the 12 demon statues. Gushi stepped forward and looked at them one by one, and finally walked to the high tower inside the guanyin statue. The tower has a total of 12 floors, and people can go up via the spiral staircase inside. At the stairs, there are 108 Buddha statues. When he saw the first Buddha statue, Gushi suddenly understood the reason why the white-clothed guanyin statue of heavenly Tao could suppress all dissatisfaction. It turns out that all the Buddha statues enshrined here have strange roots closely related to the city. All the weirdness in the city cannot be avoided by these 108 weird roots. They can fight. They can devour other weirdness. They can open up a new path on their own. But the source of everything is here. As long as they violate the taboos of the white-robed guanyin of heaven, they will all die. For example, when Gushi was on the 6th floor, he saw a filthy Buddha. There was already a crack on the Buddha statue. Obviously, the toilet that was killed before was weird and took this route. And as a great weirdo, he has been able to come into contact with the Buddha statue of the great guanyin in white clothes of Tian Dao. So when the big weird who violated the taboo was wiped out, the Buddha statue was also affected. At the same time, Gushi also saw the mirror Buddha here. It was obvious that he was the target Gushi was looking for this time. But standing in front of this Buddha statue, Gushi felt helpless. He realized that even if he found his target, he couldn't transport the Buddha statue back. After viewing all 108 Buddha statues, Gushi returned to the beginning. He always felt as if he had missed something. Trying to think back, Gushi focused on the 33 guanyin statues and the 12 demon statues. The statue of guanyin is very complete. It can be said that the most important changes of guanyin have been cast. But the golems were very weird. The positions of the 12 golems and their movements always gave Gushi a gloomy feeling. By the way, Gushi suddenly reacted. He knew something was missing here. Chapter 334 Reading Death. He did not look for a statue representing death among the Buddha statues. And Gushi came here not to find the mirror Buddha, but to find the rules of death in this world. The fact that there is no Buddha statue representing death does not mean that there is no death in this world, but that death and weirdness are mixed together to become the 12 demon statues in front of you. Gushi, who understood this, was about to get closer to the demon statue and take a closer look, when a voice reminded him, "Disbeliever, please don't get too close." Gushi turned his head and saw that a faceless monk was standing in the direction where the sound came from. Seeing Gushi looking at him, the faceless monk clasped his hands together and bowed to Gushi. The little monk's 7-person workshop was formed by burning 7 different corpses of male, female, Old, young, sick and disabled monks into ashes in the same crematorium. Gu Shi was also a little surprised after hearing Chiron Feng's words. When he came to this world, this was the first time he told his origin when he encountered something strange. Believers, don't worry. I'm responsible for cleaning up the weirdness inside the Guanyin Hall. I won't go out. So whether you know it or not, it actually doesn't mean anything to me. Seeing Gu Shi's reaction, Shi Renfeng spoke quite calmly. Gu Shi knew that weird things could be communicated with. But generally communicating with weird things was the job of the Order Mages of Qiufeng City. Faced with weird things that could be communicated with like this, Gu Shi didn't know how to speak. Finally, Gu Shi said, I want to observe these 12 demon statues. But I don't know where to start. What believers want to observe is the rules of death. Chiron Feng could see Gu Shi's thoughts at a glance. And he shook his head. No. Believers can't get too close. Although Chiron Feng rejected Gu Shi's request, Gu Shi found that the other party's refusal was not so firm. What if I donate? Gu Shi suddenly asked. 10 yuan will allow you to get closer and take a look. And don't even think about anything else. Gu Shi didn't say anything after hearing this. He decisively took out the tens of millions of dollars in cash that he found from the strange treasure box and poured it all into the incense box next to the golem. Then the hanging bell rang loudly. Chiron Feng looked at the money in the incense box and then at Gu Shi. He quickly walked to Gu Shi and said, This believer, let me introduce to you the situation of these 12 demon statues. Please don't leave me too far. I can protect your safety by my side. As he said this, Chiron Feng began to explain the situation of these 12 demon statues to Gu Shi. These 12 demon statues, just as Gu Shi thought, represented the rules of death. And it's a death rule calculated on a monthly basis. Every month there are sayings about how to die gracefully, how to die beautifully. Like the golem that represents December. It records information about how to be buried on the top of a snowy peak and sit and watch the snow cover you. Another March golem is walking into the underworld among the cherry blossoms. Anyway, there is a situation every month. Gu Shi heard it. But it was not like this. In addition to this information, prompts kept popping up in his ears. You have listened to Song of Snow-Covered Body. Your knowledge of the undead has been increased. Your control over the undead has been improved. Your undead enhancement has been improved. And your soul knowledge has been improved. You listened to Sakura Yellow Spring. Your knowledge of the undead has increased to a certain extent. And your knowledge level of the undead has reached level 7. Your ability to control the undead has been improved to a certain extent. You have slowly understood the ability to strengthen your soul. And your knowledge level of the soul has reached level 1. You listened to Deep Sea Map Under the Scorching Sun. And your knowledge of the undead has increased to a certain extent. You're undead. You listened to the poem Autumn Wind is Like a Knife. Your knowledge of the dead. You listened to Bitter Wine Lyrics. Chiron Feng explains it in great detail. And even quotes some things during the explanation. These poems or other information just enriched Gu Shi's knowledge reserves. After slowly circling around these demon statues, Gu Shi seemed to have sublimated and understood a lot of things. Gu Shi looked down and realized that he had gained a lot this time. Many undead knowledge and abilities have been improved. And he has also learned many things that he did not learn at the beginning. Passive skills, Undead Knowledge Level 8. Undead Contract Level 3. Magic Knowledge Level 6. Basic Science Level 4. Basic Reading Level 2. Basic Scribe Level 2. Undead Dominance Level 5. Enlightenment Level 1. War Mechanics Level 1. Darkness Knowledge Level 3. Undead Enhancement Level 4. Undead Research Level 3. Soul Whispers Level 3. Corpse Research Level 3. Basic Curses Level 2. Corpse Structure Level 1. Soul Knowledge Level 2. Soul Research Level 1. And Death Whispers Level 1. Soul Knowledge Level 2. Passive Skills. Mastering Knowledge about the Soul. Basic Conditions for abilities, such as Soul Extraction and Soul Transformation. Soul Research Level 1. Passive Skill. Masters the ability to study souls. And can make certain transformations and adjustments to creatures and souls. Whisper of Death Level 1. Advanced Passive Skills. Which can be learned after mastering the 3 skills of Undead Research. Corpse Research. And Soul Research. After learning, you can communicate with Death. Death will have different meanings to him. And it also means many things. The basis for advancement skills. Looking at the harvest this time, Gu Shi's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. At this time, the 7-person square has also returned to its original position. My friends, I have explained almost everything to you. Please leave now. Gushi wanted to complain again. That's all he was talking about for 10 million. I am still very energetic, and can still hear it at night. But looking at the appearance of Chiron Fang, Gushi knew that some things couldn't be forced. He has already made a lot of money this time. And there is no need to fight against him here again. Thank you, Master. After this round, Gushi also knew the abilities and strength of Chiron Fang, and he was worthy of being a master. In response to Gushi's compliment, Chiron Fang still looked shameless, neither sad nor happy. When Gushi left, he slowly retreated to where he originally stood and disappeared from everyone's sight. After exiting the white-clothed Guanyin statue of Tian Dao, Gushi raised his head and glanced at the sky outside. What's going on? Where did the time go? It turned out that it was almost dark at this time. The security guard at the door had already begun to clear the place, and some strange things began to come towards the Great Guanyin in white clothes of Tian Dao. Standing in front of the gate of the Great Guanyin in white clothes of Tian Dao, Gushi hesitated for a moment, and finally decided not to participate in tonight's hunt. No matter how great the harvest at night is, it is not as important as the city of Aradovi. Now the weird mirror space is the focus of Aradovi City. There are more monsters in the city than can be killed in a day or two. Chapter 335 The Effect of Death Whispers. Gushi's bicycle was riding very fast, which naturally attracted some people's attention. It's just that this is the time when day and night alternate. So even if most people find something unusual about Gushi, they won't meddle in it. The ones who really focused on Gushi were the players who were in disgrace today and didn't even have to go to the toilet later. The troubles during the day made some players feel unhappy and planned to come out at night to have some fun. Several players among them were eyeing Gushi. In their opinion, Gushi was riding his bicycle in one direction, clearly trying to find a safe place to take shelter before the day passed and night came. This is the best goal. This kind of coward, even if he is from my own city, doesn't deserve to be ranked. Beating him is just the right way to vent my frustration. When Gushi rode his bike out of a main street and into an alley to take a shortcut, he suddenly discovered that something seemed to be wrong ahead. No matter how fast his bike moved, he could never get out of the alley. It seemed that someone was using strange abilities to prevent him from leaving. If it were daytime, Gushi might think of another way, but it was different now. Gushi pulled out the Hanfeng staff that turned into a pen and patted the evil coffin that turned into a bicycle. Sia Coffin instantly understood what Gushi meant. Weird flash activates. The next moment, Gushi appeared behind a strange person. There is nothing particularly eye-catching about this weird one. It just looks like you are a faceless white wall. But behind this weird guy, there is a player dressed like an office worker. The player was also shocked when Gushi suddenly appeared in front of him. How did you? Gushi-sai didn't have time to talk nonsense to him. The other party has already taken action, so they are the enemy. The cold wind staff in Gushi's hand pointed at the player. Magic arrow. Following Gushi's blow, a flying sword composed of ice pierced the player. The player's reaction was not slow. When the flying sword came, he immediately shot a blue light at the monster in front of him. Confused and Strange Ghost hits the wall. After this sentence, Gushi's flying sword actually flew in a different direction, obviously not hitting the player. But his reaction was quick, and Gushi's reaction was even faster. Death Ripple. Gushi didn't care what was going on nearby. He just released the Death Ripple spell, which no one but the undead could withstand. Are you crazy? Gushi ignored the other party at all. After the Death Ripple confirmed that the other party's position had not changed, he pointed his finger in front of the other party. Bone Storm. The player had just faced the Death Ripple, and now the Bone Storm was dealing real physical damage to him. Even if he uses Ghost to hit the wall, it will be useless. Others are just standing there. Bone Storm is a range attack. As long as the person does not move, the attack effect will not stop at all. This player quickly summoned Weirdness back. Confused and Weird Deceiving Life. The strange weapon in his hand actually split into 4 and pounced on the player from 4 directions. When he threw forward, the player also transformed himself into the same appearance as Weird. It was obvious that he was preparing to escape. But can he escape? No one can offend the abbot and leave alive. Gushi immediately chose Death Ripple. As long as it is alive, it will be affected by the Death Ripples. No matter how many people the other party turns into, it is useless to Gushi. Under the ripples of death, all beings are equal. Especially since Gushi just learned some knowledge about death from the Great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven today. Now that the understanding of death has not dissipated, the effect of the Death Ripple has been significantly enhanced. Once the death wave is released, it will continue to spread outward. Not to mention that the opponent player is still here. It will be useless even if he is stealthing or invisible. The damage caused by the death ripple will still fall on this player. The player pointed at Gu Shi and wanted to say something. But Gu Shi was not the kind of person who would give his enemy a last chance to speak. So he waved his staff twice in the direction of the player. Bone Spur. Magic Arrow. The two flying swords pierced into the player's body one after the other, pinning the player to the wall. Shu Yun of Autumn Wind City died in battle. At the same time, Gu Shi's eyes were looking at the position behind him. After staring at the alley entrance behind him for 7 or 8 seconds, Gu Shizai walked towards the player Shu Yun, who was nailed to the wall. He did not call his men out, but instead touched Shu Yun's body and took out a few things from him. A photo album that is not too thick. It shows the fearful and frightened faces of some people when they got lost because of ghosts breaking through walls. Confused and Weird photo album. Gray, a photo album that provides food for confused and weird. Each photo in it can allow confused and weird to serve you for a day. A white porcelain bottle filled with a faint blue liquid. Water of Order. Gray, the unique life fluid of Qiufeng City. After taking it, you can avoid the influence of strange forces on yourself. White quality for Qiufeng City. Gray, garbage for other cities. A small pot used for traveling, with a yellow talisman paper stuck on the lid. I don't know what is sealed inside. Seal pot. Green, seal weirdness in a pot to polish weirdness temper and make weirdness obey your orders. Apart from these things, Shu Yun had nothing else that could be used. Gu Shi said disdainfully, "Such a waste dares to come over and attack me. Isn't this seeking death?" Shaking his head, Gu Shi pointed at Shu Yun's body. Necromancer. As a white light fell on Shu Yun's body, Shu Yun's eyes suddenly opened, and a bright blue light flashed at his eyes. This is the effect of the soul being nourished by the power of order. If it was Gu Shi before, he might not be able to handle this situation. But Gu Shi just learned soul knowledge, soul research and other methods. This kind of method for the soul to be nourished by external power is exactly the right one. Gu Shi stretched out his hand and grabbed it, holding down the soul that wanted to fly out of Shu Yun's body with the help of power. Then Gu Shi kept moving his hands to push the soul back into the corpse, and then used negative energy to assimilate and repair the wounds on the corpse. In Gu Shi's eyes, the effect of necromancy was broken down into many details, and he could adjust and change each detail. It seems that this is the benefit of mastering the whispers of death. Gu Shi can now master the details of necromancy, and believes that many things in necromancy will be affected, or even undergo certain changes. Chapter 336, Enhanced Spiritualism. Under Gu Shi's fine-tuning, it took Shu Yun's body an extra minute to complete the transformation of the spiritualism. Under this kind of fine-tuning, Gu Shi could even take the initiative to specify what kind of undead Shu Yun's body would be transformed into. Skeletons, zombies or ghosts. After checking Shu Yun's situation, Gu Shi immediately chose to transform Shu Yun into the special soldier he wanted. Skeleton Mage. After Gu Shi finally determined the direction, Shu Yun's body exploded on the spot. Under the protection of bright blue light, Shu Yun's bones stood up from the flesh and blood. And then, the exploded flesh and skin turned into the robe was draped over Shu Yun's bones. A skeleton mage stood in front of Gu Shi. Skeleton Mage, Level 4. Summoned Object Experience, 0/500. Attack 5. Defense 2. Life 16. Ammunition 9. Skills, Lightning Bolt. Maze. Clone. Gu Shi was still a little surprised by the skeleton mage's situation. He never expected that this skeleton mage also had skills of his own. The maze technique was probably his previous method of controlling weird ghosts and hitting walls. The art of clones should be a means of controlling the monster and trying to escape by clones. It seems that this is still a skeleton mage with potential. It's just a pity that he is not a boss, and he is not a special undead. So the corpse of such a good player was lost in vain. After sending the skeleton mage away, Gu Shi looked towards the entrance of the alley again. Just now, Gu Shi had noticed several players poking their heads in that position. However, after Gu Shi killed Shu Yun, those players quickly left. It seems that these players also know that Gu Shi is not someone to be trifled with. Gu Shi did not chase those players, but packed up the things here, turned over, jumped on the bicycle transformed by the evil coffin, and headed towards the Five Do family. This time, there were no enemies to stop him on the way. In less than 15 minutes, Gu Shi returned to Wudo's house. At this moment, Gu Shi saw again the place where he got off the taxi. Because of different moods and different levels of some skills, what Gu Shi saw in this position was also different. Just like when Gu Shi looked at Maple Leaf Park at this moment, He found that there was a strange spiritual atmosphere in Maple Leaf Park. As for the abandoned Ito Middle School, it looked like it had a strange pink aura. But Gushi could see the path of fear in it. This was completely different from what Gushi had heard before. This made Gushi think a little. He planned to deal with Maple Leaf Park and Ito Middle School after the affairs in Aladovi City were settled. As for now, Gushi plans to go back to Wudo's house for a meal first. He rode his bike to Wudo's house. Before he could open the door, Wudo Mainai took the initiative to open the door and welcomed Gushi in. Welcome back. The food is ready. Do you want to eat first? Or me first? Eat first. Gushi had never experienced such a situation before. Before he finished speaking, Wudo Mainai had already pulled Gushi into the room. Eat me first. Don't worry. I understand. The hot water has been put in. Let's take a bath first. In the following time, Gushi felt like he had watched a very real Tokyo fever. It took him more than 2 hours to have dinner. However, Gushio noticed that when he went to the bathroom to take a shower, the bathroom in Wudo's house had been boarded up with wooden boards. Standing in front of the bathroom door, you can still hear knocking sounds coming from inside. When Gushi looked towards the bathroom, Wudo Mainai said with some embarrassment, "This is an accident. It seems that all the bathrooms have problems today. The situation here in my house is not bad. It's just that there is a lot of sewage coming up. There is nothing weird. As long as the door is nailed, the things inside can't come out. That's it. I heard that the weird one next door is the flower in the bathroom. Now the owner of the house next door is gone. If Hinako hadn't been unable to come out at night, maybe Hinako would have been killed on the street by now." Oh! The owner of the house next door is gone. Gushi stood up when he heard it. Wudo Mainai, who helped Gushi wipe his mouth, immediately put clothes on Gushi. "Yes. I found it when I went to buy groceries today. It was precisely because of this discovery that I didn't go into the bathroom and just nailed the door." Goto Mino explained. "Generally speaking, what happens to a house without an owner like this? Is it waiting for other heirs to inherit it? Or is it owned by whoever enters?" What Gushi was thinking of was actually the abandoned castle tower that Gushi had built that day. If the house next door has become an abandoned castle tower, Gushi wouldn't mind knocking it down and replacing it with his own land deed and architectural design. I don't know about that either. I think generally speaking, they would find someone from their side branch to inherit. Wudo Mino had never encountered such a situation, and she did not answer Gushi's question directly. Forget about it if there is an heir. But don't go to the bathroom for the next 3 days. I went to the Heavenly Dao White Road Great Guanin today, and the filthy Buddha statue there was cracked. Everything weird related to the bathroom is gone wrong. I'm afraid it will take a few days for this to be safe. By the way, the money is rent. I will rent here for 2 more days. Gushi explained the situation to Wudo Mino. When Wudo Mainai heard that Gushi had gone to the Heavenly Dao White Road Great Guanin, she immediately responded, "I know. I will take care of it." Gushi patted the 5 buckets of fine wine, and then said, "Go to bed first, and we will talk about other things tomorrow." Goto Mino nodded obediently. Of course, Gushi did nothing. More than an hour later, he entered Aladovi City and appeared in front of the council hall. At this time, the city of Aridov is in a state of battle. Gushi saw Luna hurriedly dealing with the matters at hand and quickly leading the troops to prepare to leave the city. "Luna, how's the situation? Do you need my help?" "No need, sir. I have already taken down 2 nodes and am now fighting the 3rd node. I need to handle these battles." "Sir, you don't understand the situation of the mirror image, and taking action will cause chaos." "Well, sir, if you are free, please help me deal with these strange corpses that happen to be brought back." This time, 2 nodes were laid down and many strange corpses were obtained. If they were not disposed of, they would be resurrected soon, and the nodes would be snatched back. After hearing what Luna said, Gushi almost understood that the so-called weird mirror space node here was probably a comprehensive weird field. It's even possible that it's a big monster with some strength. 1 or 2 nodes are fine. But if there are too many, Luna may not be able to handle them. Chapter 337, Studying the Rules of Death. Okay. Leave it to me. I should have dealt with it during the day. But I have something else to do during the day. Now I can use the night time to study these corpses and see how they will deal with them. Now Gushi is quite confident about these strange corpses. Although he has no way to prevent these monsters from resurrecting through other means, Gushi can still extract the rules of death from them and suppress them temporarily for 3 to 5 days. As long as these 3 or 5 days, these weird things cannot be revived, That's enough. Gu Shi estimated that it would only take about 3 days for Luna to capture the strange mirror space. As long as those weirdos were killed and not resurrected during these 3 days, that would be enough. Gu Shi quickly prepared. He picked a relatively good location to deal with these strange corpses, which was the Evilwood Lake in the magic plant area. Although the demonic plant area is still in the midst of war, the water from the Xiamu Lake can really warm and purify corpses. So Gu Shi planned to dispose of the corpse here and study how to extract the rules of death from the corpse. Just as Gu Shi was ordering the remaining undead in the city to transport the corpses to the magic plant area, an owl flew in front of Gu Shi. This is the owl that Gu Shi gave to Zuoya. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment, then reached out to take the owl, only to see a note on it. Hello, brother Gu Shi. Your letter has been received. I have to say that your letter helped us a lot. Because of the information you sent, the players in this city suffered less losses in this incident. On the other hand, the other 2 cities were not so lucky. According to the information I received, they lost 30% of their manpower in this incident. What an achievement it was to die in the toilet. We don't intend to miss such a good opportunity. Tonight is a good time for hunting. I wonder if you are interested in joining us. If so, I am going to call a few more people and give them a big one for Qiufeng City. Looking at the letter, Gu Shi hesitated for a moment, and finally gave up the idea of going out. He casually wrote a reply letter and sent it out with a fish dragon. Brothers, what? I have encountered something. I am dealing with a large strange thing. It may take 2 to 3 days, so I will not participate in this hunting. If there is any new news, I will contact you. After sending the letter away, Gu Shi took the body to the vicinity of Xiamu Lake in the demonic plant area. After finding a clean place to sit down, Gu Shi began to dismantle the strange corpses. Because the direction of disposing of the corpse was different, Gu Shi's next actions were also different. Unlike dealing with Shu Yun's corpse as easily as before, Gu Shi used all the methods he had learned to deal with the corpse this time. And the main topic was the word split. Destroy these bodies. Anyway, Gu Shi had enough undead in his hands, and he didn't lack these corpses to transform new undead. So Gu Shi operated on these corpses with a quick knife, removing the parts with a strange aura. During the process of dismantling the corpses, Gu Shi also carefully recorded the information on the corpses, and sometimes carefully checked the quality of some things on the corpses. If there are some suitable ones, Gu Shi will put them aside specially. Even if it was inappropriate, Gu Shi would not rush to throw away the corpses, because Gu Shi understood that the corpses were here, and he couldn't throw them away before the rules of death were analyzed, because then he wouldn't know where this weird thing ended up being reborn. In order to ensure Luna's safety in this battle, Gu Shi must do this well. Gu Shi's eyes suddenly lit up after he took out a strange internal organ again. He recalled the 12 demon statues he had seen at the white-robed Great Guanyin of the Heavenly Tao. Suddenly there was a feeling in my heart. The rules are written in time, and life is hidden in rumors. I finally found it. Gu Shi stretched out his hand and grabbed somewhere, and a ball of light blue thing was pulled out. This is exactly the strange death rule. As long as this weirdness is still there, it means that this strange thing is not dead, and new weird eyes of the same type will not be born. At the same time, if this weirdness disappears, the situation needs to be analyzed in detail. If someone was killed directly by external force, new weirdness will appear in the shortest possible time. But if they are killed using the method of dealing with weirdness, then no new weirdness will appear in a short period of time. Especially for the unique, super large weird ones, the core point is often hidden in the rules of death. As long as they are not killed according to the rules, they can take the opportunity to resurrect. Then they will still be the only ones and the strongest. The current batch is all the most common mirror image weirdos. There are only 2 large and unique mirror image weirdos, but those 2 are obviously different from the normal weird ones. Gu Shi has not yet dealt with their corpses. What Gu Shi took out just now was just an ordinary and weird death rule. He held the rule of death in his hand and felt that the rule of death was fading away in his hand. It seems that he can dismantle the death rule, but there is no way to save it. Fortunately, as soon as Gu Shi thought about it, he took out the water of order he got from Shu Yun and threw the death rule into it. Afterwards, Gu Shi discovered that his choice was correct. These rules of death were soaked in the water of order and did not overflow again. This shows that there are specialties in the art industry, and Qiufeng City was really born to play weird. After discovering the way to deal with it, Gu Shi dealt with the corpses much faster. He first found the death rules on the corpses and stuffed them into the water of order. After these death rules were extracted, Gu Shi had time to deal with the corpses. Without the influence of the death rules, These corpses are just ordinary corpses. At most, they have strange powers, and have some more usable parts. Gushi's corpse research level has reached level 3. And there is a chance that some white-quality materials will appear in the dismantled corpses. At the same time, Gushi also gained a deeper understanding of these strange things through these materials. Now these strange physical conditions are no longer a secret in Gushi's eyes. So Gushi finally turned his attention to a strange corpse that had removed the rules of death, and performed spiritualism on the strange corpse. As a bit of white light fell on the strange body, the strange body moved slightly. The flesh and blood spread out on the spot. The bones crawled up from the flesh and blood, and a skeleton soldier stood out. You successfully used the necromancy technique and obtained a skeleton soldier, level 4, and 1 necromancy experience point. Chapter 338: The Weird Corpse and the Undead Transformation Technique. Looking at the ordinary skeleton soldiers in front of him, Gushi's eyes were full of excitement, which was no less than the feeling when Gushi recruited the skeleton for the first time. The weird corpses were transformed into undead troops by Gushi, but the weird death rules were not activated, and new weirdness would not appear for the time being. He did what he promised Luna. Gushi raised his hand, and an owl fell into his hand. Gushi quickly wrote a note and gave it to Luna, who had left Arida's city and disappeared. The weirdness can be dealt with, and the body will be brought back. With the tacit understanding between Gushi and Luna, Gushi knew that Luna would definitely understand what he meant. After spreading the news, Gushi took another look at the almost full bottle of water of order, hesitated for a moment, and finally called out the dragon fish in his left tooth and wrote a new note. Brothers, what? I heard that you went hunting for players from Autumn Wind City and Hanya City today. I wonder if you can find some water of order from Autumn Wind City for me. I will finance the purchase here, and as long as water of order is available, the price is negotiable. After releasing this information, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned around to deal with the corpses. These strange corpses in front of us must not all be used to summon spirits. It's not that there are enough undead under his command. It's a waste to use a strange corpse to summon the soul. No matter how strange the soul is, the possibility of becoming a special undead is relatively low. If it turns into an ordinary zombie, what is the difference between it and the monsters outside? On the contrary, the strange bodies carry a somewhat strange aura. The parts on their bodies are removed, and some of them are made of high-quality materials. A lot of this material is needed in the study of the undead and the construction of corpses. Among them, the most important Suture corpse, as well as the Black Guard, the Death Knight's subordinate. Most require viable internal organs, bones and muscles. These cannot be summoned by necromancy. The necromancer needs to provide the design and materials, and make them personally. When Gushi was in the Wind of Bones Academy, he specifically learned how to make undead structures such as stitched corpses. However, all of these require experiments and materials, and some even require specialized research institutes. Gushi only knows what is needed, but has never done it. Gushi doesn't have time to do this now. At this time, all Gushi wanted was materials that were tainted with a strange aura. These happen to be what's on the strange corpse. Gushi can get at least 3 to 4 materials from dismantling a corpse, which is more valuable than summoning souls. After having an obvious goal and direction, Gushi's movements became faster. Take away the rules of death, dismantle these corpses, pack up all the useful materials, and throw the useless parts directly into the Evilwood Lake, which can be regarded as nutrients in the Evilwood Lake. In less than half an hour, Gushi had disposed of most of the corpses here. Now there were only 2 corpses left in front of Gushi, which were obviously big weird ones. These 2 big monsters looked quite special, obviously different from the previous corpses. Naturally, Gushi would not waste such a good corpse. After he carefully pulled out the strange death rules from the corpse, he studied one of them. This corpse looks like a man wearing evening clothes, a cape, a hat on his head, a civilized staff in his hand, and a white mask on his face. There was also a note left by Luna on this corpse, which recorded where this weirdo was caught by Luna, what kind of abilities he had, and how he died in Luna's hands. This weird guy in night clothes is a mirror magician. He usually uses mirror images as magic props, mastering how to increase the number of items through mirror images, or make himself disappear from one mirror and appear in another, because he has the ability to multiply things through mirrors. His fighting style is quite fancy, but his real strength is not too strong. Luna led her troops to block the location where he could appear, and then used enough undead to attract firepower. and she easily captured this weirdo. The note left by Luna also said that after killing this weirdo, she mastered the ability to copy items through mirror images. Although the copied items are all fake, they are all usable. For example, if you copy a knife, even though the knife is fake, it can still be used to kill people. And the method of copying is quite simple. Just look in the mirror, and you can come up with something new, which can be said to be quite convenient. The most important thing is that this can be regarded as a special weird rule. The position where the mirror magician was killed belongs to the comprehensive weird field. All the items copied through the mirror in that place can always exist and never disappear. So Luna explained that there were quite a few items stacked in that location, and now even formed a key node. Although Luna now occupies this place, because the corpse of the big weirdo has not been disposed of, only half of the nodes now belong to Luna. Luna hopes that she can deal with the mirror magician so that Luna can completely occupy the node. Putting down Luna's note, she began to look at the body of the mirror magician again. She found that the strange aura of the mirror magician exceeded all the strange corpses he had dealt with before. This gave she an idea. He did not dismantle the body or use spiritualism on it. She used the necromancer's higher level ability, undead transformation, on this corpse. The operation of the undead minions by the necromancer is generally divided into several stages. Let's not talk about the special existence of the contracted undead. The necromancer start with spiritualism, then the undead transformation technique, and then the resurrection technique. These operations are improved step by step. As soon as you become a necromancer, you can use spiritualism. But if you don't reach a certain level in the art of transformation of the undead, you won't even be able to learn it. As for resurrection, it requires the necromancer to be at level 20 or above. And there are also quite strict conditions. She wanted to try the undead transformation technique this time, because he had already laid the foundation, and happened to learn some whispers of death today. Otherwise, if he wants to master the art of transformation of the undead, he must wait at least level 5. And then the 3 types of research, including undead research, corpse research, and soul research, reach a certain level. At this time, she took out all the things he had learned and mastered, drew a magic circle on the ground, and placed some things he had just removed from other weird bodies into the body of the mirror magician. Started my first experiment. Chapter 339. The undead transformation technique was successful. She said he wanted to perform the undead transmutation technique, but when he actually started, he realized how troublesome it was. The corpse reassembly requires corpse construction. The matching of various materials requires knowledge of undead research. And finally, the soul needs to be adjusted, and magic circles need to be drawn. The knowledge required here may take several years for ordinary necromancers to gain access to. If a necromancer chooses other routes, he may even have to reach around level 10 before he can meet the basic requirements of undead transformation. She now just used his own knowledge to cobble together the things needed for the undead transformation technique. The corpse that had been pieced together and strengthened, as well as the magic circle that had been modified over and over again, made she feel proud. Even if the undead transformation failed this time, this effort also provided she with an opportunity to integrate his own knowledge. It's all beneficial to she. Taking interest into account is not a loss. After placing the process body into the magic circle, she walked around outside the magic circle again. After making sure that the magic patterns, sacrifices, and materials were all placed in the designated locations, and that there were no mistakes in details, he used spiritualism on the corpse. The core of the undead transformation technique is also soul calling. It means sending the soul into the corpse. When she summoned the soul this time, he was not as casual as before. Instead, he controlled the white light spots representing the soul, followed the lines of the magic lines, entered from one end, lit up the magic circle, and then injected it into the corpse. As the magic circle was activated, she only felt the magic power being drawn out of his body. If ordinary players came here at that speed, they would definitely be shocked. Fortunately, she had experienced the summons of the incarnation of death, so he already had various ways to deal with being drained of his mana. Now it was just a large amount of loss, not a depletion of mana. He simply ignored it, and controlled everything calmly and seriously as usual. With the support of the magic circle, the soul enters the corpse, and then she only needs to provide mana. In she's eyes, the offerings placed at several key positions of the magic circle were ignited under the influence of magic power, and then a large amount of gray breath was injected into the corpse. After all the gray aura was injected into it, the corpse's hand suddenly moved. Then the black cloak spread out, and the mirror magician split into 3, appearing in different positions of the magic circle. By the time Gushi reacted, the 2 mirror magicians had split apart like a mirror, leaving only the one standing on the left, who bowed his head and saluted Gushi. Gushi found that the current mirror magician was still wearing a full set of black night gifts, a top hat on his head, and a cloak on his body. But his flesh and blood was completely gone, although his face was covered by a white mask and his hands were hidden behind his cloak. Gushi could tell at a glance that he had turned into a skeleton inside. Now he is considered an undead soldier under Gushi. You use spiritualism successfully. Spiritualism experience +1. And you have some insights into skills such as corpse structure, undead research, and soul knowledge. Skeleton Mirror Guard, level 4. Summoned object experience, 0/500. Attack 4. Defense 3. Life 13. Skills, mirror movement, mirror clone, weapon master, backstab. Regarding the skeleton mirror guard transformed from the undead, a look of research flashed in Gushi's eyes. When the skeleton mirror guard came forward, Gushi knew that the newly transformed skeleton mirror guard was not the main battle force, but looked like a soldier. The appearance of the skeleton mirror guard means that Gushi's skeleton soldiers training camp can begin training this special skeleton force. Although he is not like the special undead that Gushi summoned before, the result this time is not a waste of Gushi's efforts. At the same time, Gushi also saw that this kind of skeleton mirror guard was a kind of skeleton soldier that could grow to a relatively high level. Level 4 was just his starting point, and level 7 was the average level of this kind of skeleton mirror guard. In addition, with his ability to move through the mirror, it is a good choice to send him out as a scout, now that Luna is fighting against mirror-type weirdness. This type of soldier is the most suitable for Luna to use. Go to the evil church and give me my order. All level 2 skeletons will rush to the evil church and prepare to upgrade and change their jobs to become skeleton mirror guards. Gushi pointed at the skeleton mirror guard, and the skeleton mirror guard lowered his head, which was regarded as accepting Gushi's order. Then he dodged and disappeared in front of Gushi. Looking at the way he moved, Gushi knew that Shi's choice was right. This kind of skeleton mirror guard was the most suitable for Luna to use. After dealing with one strange corpse, Gushi looked at another large strange corpse. Unlike the previous mirror magician, this corpse is a full-length mirror that is 2.6 meters high and 1.5 meters wide, with wooden columns and gold rims. It's just that the mirror has been broken, and the message written by Luna is still attached to the original mirror position. Midnight Mirror. The most basic and common type of weirdness in mirror images. The mirror fairy, who usually plays tricks on mortals, and rituals such as peeling an apple in front of the mirror at midnight, came from this midnight mirror. It can be said that he is the most basic source of weird mirror images in this world. And naturally he is an important node in this weird mirror space. At the same time, he is also the weakest among so many mirror images. It is understandable that Luna took action immediately. It's just that such a big full-length mirror left Gushi speechless. This full-length mirror can be regarded as dead, but Gushi has never done this kind of alien corpse transformation into the undead. Although he had a record of successfully transforming the undead into a skeleton mirror guard, Gushi was still confused when facing the midnight mirror. He circled around the midnight mirror 7 or 8 times, but couldn't think of a suitable method. But this aroused Gushi's interest. He understood that the more impossible the undead transformation was, the greater the gain would be for Gushi. Even if the undead transformation fails this time, Gushi can know the reason for the failure and find a better method. Next time he encounters the same situation, Gushi will not make the same mistake again. With this thought, Gushi was not in a hurry to deal with the midnight mirror. Instead, he rode on the evil coffin and arrived at the library first. When he was making the skeleton mirror guard just now, Gushi had some thoughts that needed to be recorded, and he also needed to record some of his own thoughts. At this time, Gushi thought of the recording paper that was thrown into the library. Gushi wondered if this recording paper could be used to record some of his thoughts. Chapter 340 Luna's Battle Gains. While Gushi was resting in the library recording his insights, Luna also came back with her troops. When she heard that Gushi was in the city, Luna immediately looked for him. Grown-ups. Luna, you're here. How's it going? Did the battle go well? When Gushi saw Luna, he laughed. Wasn't he always looking for ways to deal with dead things and transform them into undead? Isn't there a ready answer right in front of me? Luna looked at Gushi's smiling face and didn't quite understand. Sir, what happened? Nothing. Just a batch of skeleton mirror guards, who who have just been trained. You can put them to use and see if they are suitable for fighting in the mirror. Okay. Although she didn't know what the skeleton mirror guard was, Luna responded immediately. Just like when Luna wanted to choose the royal guards for Gushi. Gushi would also think of Luna whenever something happened. After that, the topic between them turned to the battle in the strange mirror space. Returning this time, Luna captured 3 more key nodes. If it weren't for the huge harvest this time, Luna needed to come back and digest it. She might have continued fighting. This time, I have brought all the weird corpses back. In addition to the 3 big weirds, there are also many smaller weirdos that were killed on the road. Don't worry, sir. I have now mastered more than a quarter of the Mirror Space Authority. As long as this wave is digested, it will become easier to deal with those weird things. You can take control of the battle yourself. Just send back the corpses. I have found a way to deal with these weird things. Even if they can be reborn, it will take 3 to 5 days. You can just feel free to kill indiscriminately these days. I will take care of everything. I trust you, sir, Luna said affirmatively. After hearing what Luna said, Gushi also laughed. Then Gushi put down what he was doing and took Luna to take a look at the skeleton mirror guard. Those skeleton mirror guards in evening gowns kept flashing in front of Luna. Every time they moved, Luna could immediately see where they appeared. Not bad. After trying it for a while, Luna nodded with satisfaction. This mirror movement speed is good enough. And being able to move in the mirror means that we can fight in the mirror. So there is another node that can be captured. After bringing all the skeleton mirror guards, Luna also brought Gushi to the strange corpse, and told Gushi about the 3 nodes that had been captured this time. Because she had captured 2 nodes before, Luna's authority in this strange mirror space has become much stronger. So these 3 nodes are all considered capable nodes. The most difficult one to defeat is a giant snake with white scales. The place where he lives is a mountain forest composed of mirror fragments. He can move freely in the mirror. But the real killer move is not here. But the giant snake has the ability to rebound attacks. It can bounce back all the magic that falls on him. Especially magic like light has a 100% rebound effect. In the end, the giant snake was killed by relying on several heavily armored zombies left by Gushi to hold it back. And then letting the zombie axe shield soldiers hit it with their shields. During the attack, many skeleton soldiers and zombies were swallowed by the giant snake. It can be said that this battle was the most costly battle. But the effect after taking it is quite good. Now Luna has mastered the giant snake's magic rebound ability. She can bounce back most of the attack magic. Apart from this node, the other 2 nodes are not difficult to defeat. One of the 2 nodes is a maze composed of many plane mirrors. This kind of maze gameplay is a common means of mirror weirdness. As long as the maze is arranged successfully, often only one person is needed to turn it into an army of thousands. At the same time, only a small place is needed to form a huge maze, allowing people to get lost in the maze. The master of this maze is very similar to the mirror magician who was killed before. They are both in human form, but he does not have a complete face. He can transform into whatever appearance the person who enters the maze looks like. This way, by blending into the maze, he can sneak up on his enemies. This can be considered a pretty powerful weirdo. It's just that his methods were all based on Luna's calculations. And the little things he took out didn't work at all. As soon as she saw the enemy's ability, Luna immediately dispatched the ghost team. Gushi's ghost team is not very strong, but it looks quite intimidating. One ghost can pretend to be at least dozens of ghosts older than him. Luna stuffed all the ghosts into the mirror maze, and immediately burst the entire mirror maze. Even the big weirdo himself doesn't know which ghosts are real and which are fake. He took advantage of the maze situation to attack the ghost team. But as soon as he appeared, nearby ghosts could immediately attack him. The reaction speed is as if all the ghosts are one. This big weirdo's strength is only level 7. After leaving the mirror maze, his combat effectiveness is really not that good. So under the attack of the ghost team, he was killed quickly. And when he was finally dragged out, his body was in pieces. At the same time, Luna discovered that the ghost squad really liked this mirror maze. If it wasn't a node that had to be occupied, Luna would have wanted the ghost squad to stay here. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Gushi also laughed. It seems that the ghost team is really moving in one direction. They want to continue bluffing people to the end. After Gushi laughed, he listened to the strange situation of the last one. This big weirdo is also in human form. And he is also the most ambitious of all the weirdos. He is a person sealed in a mirror. So his daily job is to constantly arrange the mirrors in other locations, thinking to drag everyone into the mirror. forming a world in a mirror. His strength is not very good, but he is the starting point of this strange mirror space in front of him. It can be said that it was his efforts, combined with those who mastered the power of the mirror image, that finally formed such a strange mirror space. After killing him, Luna learned a lot from him about the strange mirror space. Luna even knew about the weird situation of the several big weirdos who had joined forces to form the weird mirror space. It is this that Luna needs to come and digest. After completely determining the enemy's situation, Luna can take down all the big weirdness and the entire weird mirror space in one fell swoop. Listening to Luna's explanation, Gushi also understood Luna's current situation. He said to Luna confidently, "Just do it with confidence. I will stay in Aridavi City for the next few days and wait for you to take over the strange mirror space." Chapter 341 Special Mirror Undead. While Luna was taking the troops to rest, Gushi had already dragged all the strange corpses back to Shiamu Lake. Before dealing with the big weird corpse, Gushi still dismantled the weird corpse to practice as before, and then transformed the big weird corpse after he found the feeling. Among the strange corpses brought this time, there were also non-human ones. But Gushi had already figured out how to deal with some of the corpses. Now, he just needs to understand some knowledge clearly, so that he can start taking action. Because he had direction, Gushi's move to dismantle the strange things went smoothly this time. But something soon happened that embarrassed Gushi. The water of order bottle used to store the rules of death was already full. The originally bright blue water of order has now turned pure black. Gushi only needed to open the bottle cap to hear the resentment and wailing coming from inside. Gushi knew without looking that if he stuffed it inside, the rules of death would turn this bottle of water of order into the water of the undead. Helplessly, Gushi could only temporarily stop what he was doing and deal with the midnight mirror, which had had the rules of death taken away and had become a truly dead object. When he saw Luna, Gushi had already thought of how to deal with the midnight mirror. If he's not human and has no soul, then give him an elf. Gushi brought a green fruit that looked like an apple, stood in front of the broken full-length mirror, lit a white candle, and carefully peeled the apple in front of the full-length mirror. Although the timing may not be right, Gushi still did a good job in other ritual aspects. The skin of the apple was not broken even when he peeled it, and while he was peeling the apple, his eyes were fixed on the reflection in the mirror. When the first apple was peeled, Gushi suddenly reached out to the mirror and grabbed it. And he grabbed the reflection in the mirror. I knew that if the rules were here, intelligence would be generated. Alright, we just need to seal you in. As Gushi spoke, the movements of his hands did not stop. He quickly drew the magic circle of the undead transformation technique on the mirror. And at the same time, he kept taking out various materials to serve as magic sacrifices. As for filling and modifying the corpse, Gushi has no need for it. After all, the midnight mirror is not a serious corpse. Even if Gushi wants to put the internal organs, he doesn't know where to put it. Gushi simply drew the magic circle on the mirror, and did not even fill in the broken parts of the mirror. After drawing the magic circle, Gushi casually stuffed the soul he had just captured back into the mirror. After the soul was stuffed in, Gushi's mana was quickly drained away. Gushi discovered that the mana that had been taken away was not integrated into the mirror, but was instead injected into the pillars of the full-length mirror. This left Gushi speechless. Could it be that the pillar was the key to this full-length mirror? As the pillar was injected with mana, Gushi found that the full-length mirror in front of him, which was originally more than 2 meters high, quickly rose up. The pillars that were not originally thick have become as thick as a calf, and the gold and silver jewelry on them have also changed into a black skull style. Then, a mercury silver liquid flowed out from the cracked spot on the mirror, and a struggling figure was twisting and turning in the mirror. You successfully used spiritualism. You get a special undead, death mirror fairy. Level 4. Spiritualism experience +1. And have some insights into skills such as corpse structure, undead research, and soul knowledge. Special undead, dead mirror fairy, level 4. Buildings that can be garrisoned, library, magic tower, school, feature impact, mirror immortal, as a method of weird divination. As long as you can afford the offerings, you can get the corresponding answer from the mirror immortal. However, if you do not provide the offerings, then your soul will become part of the offerings. Ritual master, as the source of some strange rituals, the dead mirror fairy has in-depth research on various rituals. If he is placed in a position where a ritual is needed, the success rate of the ritual will be greatly improved. Soul suppressing cage, some people will imprison their souls in the mirror. After a long time, some strange things will begin to appear in the mirror. Now the dead mirror immortal has reversed this method. And the soul imprisoned in the mirror will not be able to be transformed into a new one. Instead, it will become a part of the death mirror immortal. Explanation: a very special undead. Because he cannot move, you must use rituals to order him. The most important thing is that the answers he gives may not be true. Gu Shi, who had completed the undead transformation this time, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This time the undead transformation technique was successful, which opened another path for Gu Shi. Now Gu Shi has further researched the knowledge required for the undead transformation technique. If the death rules hadn't been removed from the next 3 weird corpses, Gu Shi would have already started the next action. Now, Gu Shi had to stop what he was doing and command his men to carry the death mirror immortal toward the library. Gu Shi brought the dead mirror fairy to the witch's hut, and the witch lying in front of the window waved to Gu Shi. "Uncle, come and play." "No, I'm sorry for jumping on the stage." "Guest, new things have arrived. Do you want to come in and take a look?" Gu Shi turned around and took a look. He remembered that he had arranged for people to take away all the things that were refreshed every day. What happened this time? Why didn't anyone go there to deal with it? Although he had some doubts in his heart, Gu Shi still entered the witch's cabin. As soon as he entered the door, he saw something on the table in the middle of the room. At the same time, there were some coins condensed with negative energy placed in 2 places nearby. It seemed that it was not that Gu Shi's men did not come to buy the items, but that the quality of the items left behind was beyond the normal level. The people who stayed behind from Luna were not at all there just isn't enough money to buy this thing. This made Gu Shi become somewhat interested. Gu Shi walked to the table, reached out, and picked up the thing placed on the table. It was half a pair of golden ribs. Judging from the size, it was either from a sheep or a human. The moment he lifted the rib, Gu Shi knew the condition of this thing. Golden sternum, purple. Incomplete comes from the bones of golden humans. Although every bone has purple quality, because the bones are incomplete and only have half a set of ribs. This thing can only be regarded as blue quality. It can be used to strengthen the undead, or become the main material for making the undead. Purple incomplete. It's a pity. Looking at this attribute, Gu Shi couldn't help but sigh. If this were a complete purple skeleton, even if it only had ribs, Gu Shi would dare to use it to summon spirits directly. Now, this thing is really not as good as imagined. It can only be used to strengthen the undead. What a shame for such a great opportunity. Chapter 342 Upgrade. Level 2 Barracks. After buying the golden sternum, Gu Shi and his men carried the death mirror immortal toward the library. As for the sign in front of the witch's hut, the woman lying at the window had closed her eyes and stopped moving as before. What could Gu Shi say to this unreliable living sign? Who told him that the city is full of such weird things? This time, I hope there won't be anything in the city that he can't look down upon. Just as Gu Shi was about to reach the library, a horn sound came from the direction of the barracks. Gu Shi turned his head and looked over there, and found colorful flags raised above the barracks. It looked like he had won a big prize. Gu Shi thought for a moment and waved to his men, "Take this death mirror immortal to the library, and I'll go to the barracks to have a look." After saying that, the evil coffin automatically changed direction and drove towards the barracks with Gu Shi. When they arrived at the gate of the barracks, before Gu Shi could jump out of the evil coffin, Fu Gu came out to greet him. "Sir, you are here. I just heard the horn sound. Come and see. What happened?" "Sir, the barracks has completed its first upgrade." That was the news of the barracks upgrade just now. The barracks have been upgraded? Gu Shi was a little surprised when he heard this. He never expected that inside the core building, the barracks would be upgraded one step ahead of schedule. "Yes, sir. Since the establishment of the barracks, we have been working hard to complete daily tasks and accumulate enough experience. Coupled with the sufficient resources in the city, it is normal for the barracks to be upgraded." While Fu Gu was speaking, Gu Shi had already begun to check the situation in the barracks. Building name, barracks. Level 2, can be upgraded. Characteristic: reorganize no more than 10,000 soldiers to ensure that all soldiers enjoy the special effects of the player. If a unit dies in battle after reorganization, other soldiers can be quickly replaced to replace its weapons and equipment. Send 5 troops at the same time to complete city missions. Mission levels 1 to 5. It can store 5,000 sets of weapons and equipment. Discover the invasion and attack on our city 2 days in advance. 2 troops can be dispatched to garrison at wild resource points. Looking at the information in front of him, Gu Shi thought to himself, sure enough, this barracks has really been upgraded. Gu Shi also became curious at this time. Fu Gu, What are the conditions for upgrading the barracks? Why haven't other core buildings been upgraded? Sir, the conditions for upgrading the barracks are very simple. Just complete 50 city battle missions and reorganize 5,000 soldiers. Since the establishment of the barracks, we have been working hard to complete the urban campaign mission. As soon as each mission is completed, new personnel will be assigned to go out quickly, and the standards have been met long ago. As for the 5,000 soldiers, the undead that the Lord arranged to come in last night have completed the reorganization of the troops. So the reorganization requirements for the 5,000 soldiers have been met. Coupled with sufficient resources, we started upgrading the barracks yesterday. Just now, the barracks has been upgraded. Well done. Let's go in and take a look. After understanding why the barracks could be upgraded so quickly, Gushi felt relieved. At this time, he was also more curious about what the level 2 barracks looked like. When Fugu heard this, he made way for Gushi and asked Gushi to go in. When entering the barracks, Gushi found that compared with last time, the interior of the barracks was significantly larger, and many new rooms had also been cut out. There is a corresponding sign in front of each room describing the function of each room. The weapons depot, the data room, the collection room, the drawing room, the adjutant's room, the staff room, the black gun barracks, the bone chopping barracks. When walking through these rooms, Fugu would also introduce the functions of these rooms to Gushi one by one. Needless to say, the weapons depot and data room are places used to store weapons and information on various arms of the city. The collection room is used to store achievement rewards obtained in city conquest missions, or some commemorative battle collections. However, according to Fugu, city battle missions must be of at least purple quality to be worth collecting, and forget about blue quality or below. The drawing room is used to draw maps. There will be the most comprehensive full-scale map of Aladovi City. Of course, these maps are maps of the areas that have been explored. Areas occupied by the enemy or blocked by the sky of death do not have maps. 2 adjutants can be stationed in the adjutant's room. The adjutants need special undead and a certain amount of talent. Of course, with their joining, Fugu can save a lot of things, and the details of the city battle mission will be more comprehensive. The staff room is similar to the adjutant room. 2 staff officers can be stationed there. The staff officers also need special undead and a certain amount of intelligence. Staff officers can study more combat plans and be more targeted when sending troops to participate in urban warfare missions. As for the black gun barracks and the bone cutting barracks, they are the bases of the 2 battalions here. They can communicate with the barracks through these 2 rooms at any time. When the help of these 2 troops is needed, Fugu can immediately issue orders to these 2 troops as long as he is here. While explaining these situations, Gushi and Fugu also came to the center of the barracks. As soon as he entered here, Gushi found that the map originally placed in the hall had become 3-dimensional. The 3 different layers of maps can be pushed open and put together at any time. It is obvious that this is influenced by Aladovi Tower. The barracks has begun to conduct planned research on Aladovi City in 2 different periods. At the same time, Gushi also noticed that the map on this floor had also undergone obvious changes. In addition to the main city area being made more 3-dimensional, Gushi also found that outside the magic plant area, part of the foggy area had been explored. The sewers below the city are also clearly represented, and it can even be seen that the barracks has the idea of making a separate map of the sewers. It seems that the barracks really played the map very carefully. However, Gushi soon discovered some differences. Fugu, what is here? Oh, here are some weird mirror nodes that Lady Luna just captured. Because the weird mirror space has not been integrated yet, this place can only be regarded as a conquered place, not an occupiable position. I can't send troops to station in Yun. Looking at these new locations marked with glass, Gushi couldn't help but ask, can you see Luna's current situation from this map? This may not work. Then what if the weird mirror space is merged in? Will it be considered a location in the city or outside the city? Gushi asked a question at this time. Regarding this issue, Fugu thought about it seriously. Maybe it is like a sewer that has been cleaned, and it is an affiliated location of the city. Chapter 343 The fairy tale character Black Queen comes from the library. While Gushi was looking at the map, Fugu was still introducing it to Gushi. Sir, please rest assured that our territory will keep pace with the times. As long as the size of the city changes, new changes will appear on the map immediately. You see, we are adjusting the new map now. At the same time, the city battle mission will also be moved here. Arrange. Hearing this, Gushi had to be convinced. There was a reason why the barracks could be upgraded one step ahead of schedule. Although there was a reason why Gushi suddenly added 3,000 undead troops. They have been working hard. In comparison, the white-boned drunkard, who had been chattering there all the time, was really no match for Fugu's efforts. Okay. I already know about your efforts. What are the conditions for upgrading from level 2 to level 3? Are there any other requirements besides troop strength? No. There are no other requirements before level 5. However, starting from level 2, more resources will be required for upgrading. And the special resource of Mercury will begin to be needed. Fugu immediately stated the needs of the barracks. At the same time, it is best for you to arrange for some adjutants and staff to come over, even if it is only temporary, so that the efficiency of the Barracks City campaign mission can be improved. Okay. I know about this. If there are suitable people, I will arrange for them to come in. Gushi was not worried at all that he could not do this. During this period, the 3 cities were fighting, and there would always be some players jumping out to die. Player corpses are most suitable for making special undead. If you are lucky and find 1 or 2 people who are suitable for the barracks, there will naturally be manpower available to arrange them. After walking around, Gushi wrote down the needs of the barracks and left. At this time, he did not forget his original goal. Although he transferred to the barracks on the way, he still wanted to go to the library for a walk. After all, things over there still need to be taken care of. At the same time, Gushi also planned to go to other core buildings to ask what the conditions for their upgrades were, and whether they needed any help. These matters were originally Luna's business. But now that Luna was dealing with matters in the weird mirror space, these matters naturally fell on Gushi's head. After leaving the barracks, Gushi immediately headed towards the library. At this time, he discovered a problem. It seemed that he hadn't seen Demi for a while. Didn't the original Demi often hang out near the meeting hall or the magic plant area? Why did he disappear as soon as he turned around? While Gushi was still wondering, Sia Coffin had already sent him to the library. After jumping off the evil coffin, Gushi hurriedly entered the library. At this time, the skeleton that said Death Mirror Immortal in had already left, leaving only Death Mirror Immortal as an undead soul in the library. No. When Gushi entered the library, he found a woman in black robe touching the mirror of Death Mirror Immortal in front of him. The woman turned around when she heard Gushi's footsteps entering the library. For some reason, when Gushi saw this woman, he always had the feeling that she had a hint of martial aura. Looking at this person, she felt like she was meeting a general. But her dress was obviously not that. Some people would believe her if she was dressed like a witch, and some would believe her if she was dressed like a queen. This situation made Gushi a little puzzled. At this time, the woman also smiled at Gushi. Hello, the owner of this place. I am an old woman passing by, and I would like to use your place to rest. Please help yourself. I just came here to take a look. By the way, I seem to have noticed that you have some thoughts about this mirror. When the woman spoke, Gushi realized that this should be a fairy tale character that appeared in the library every week. But the black robe she was wearing was too tight. So Gushi was not sure who she was. Faced with such a person, Gushi naturally would not let him go. He was trying to find a way to communicate with him. Yes, your mirror is somewhat interesting, but it is relatively low level. You can ask questions, but you have to make offerings. It seems that you don't have a good grasp of your own mirror. I used to have a mirror, and I could ask questions. If you have any questions, just ask them directly. There is no need to submit an offering. When Gushi heard it, he immediately understood who it was, and he asked naturally, "Is your mirror reliable?" Hearing this question, the queen in front of her with a heroic face, fair skin, beautiful long legs, was also stunned. She was silent for a while, and finally spoke slowly. Unreliable. After listening to the queen's words, Gushi couldn't help laughing. The somewhat unhappy queen rolled her eyes at Gushi. You don't know what you've missed. Gushi didn't care what he missed. He remembered that the queen was a high-level witch. Her abilities in magic were beyond the imagination of ordinary people, especially her abilities in poison and transformation, which were beyond the level of ordinary people. After Gushi smiled, he quickly came up with some questions and asked the queen. The queen was somewhat unhappy with the way Gushi asked questions. After all, you laughed at me at the beginning, and now you want to ask questions? Don't even think about it. But Gushi's attitude behind him was quite sincere, and the queen was attracted by the power of the library. So the queen started talking. I don't know if it was because of the Death Mirror Immortal's influence, but the queen and Gushi slowly started talking about ritual magic. The queen is quite aware of this. Actually, sometimes the magic is in the ceremony. For example, marriage is an irreversible ceremony. As long as the ceremony is successful and completed, even if the final step of the bridal chamber is not carried out, it will be considered a second marriage. There are also luck-changing ceremonies and life-extending ceremonies. Why do they take so many days? Because everything is done subtly. Therefore, when dealing with some powerful beings that cannot be dealt with now, you can use ritual magic to slowly affect it. I don't know what a necromancer is like, but the magic principles are the same. After hearing what the queen said, Gushi slowly came up with some ideas. You communicate with dark fairy tale characters. Learn and master ritual magic. And ritual magic reaches level 1. Seeing a look of understanding slowly appear on Gushi's face, the queen also showed a hint of smile. It seems that Gushi is someone who knows magic. I haven't communicated like this for a long time. But at this moment, Gushi suddenly asked, I would like to ask. The princess died 3 times, and was resurrected 3 times. Is this a ritual? Upon hearing this question, the queen's face quickly darkened. Was this a slap in her face? Gushi then quickly talked about Princess Anna's situation. When talking about Princess Anna being resurrected as an undead through various means 3 times, and dying in battle 3 times, the queen hesitated and comforted Gushi. 3rd time is enough. There is no hope. Chapter 344. Crazy growth of Gushi. Pity. After listening to the queen's words, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. Gushi was somewhat moved by the situation of Princess Anna. She was clearly a genuine British princess, and she had clearly gone through life and death 3 times for Britain. In the end, because of Britain's reputation, Gushi replaced him with a fake one he brought from the copy. Gushi thought that if he could find a way to help, he would help so as not to feel guilty all the time. But in the end, I got this news from the queen. All of a sudden, Gushi felt as if his heart had collapsed, and he felt weak no matter what. But at this time, the queen said something again. Actually, if you want to save her, you can change your thinking. Gushi looked at the queen with confusion. At this time, the queen smiled and said, it's still a ceremony, but this time it's a substitute ceremony. Before starting the ceremony, you have to find a princess first. At this point, the queen looked at Gushi, recalled Gushi's identity, and added, it's better to be alive before the ceremony begins. Gushi thought for a moment and said decisively, yes. Now the queen was surprised. Although in the world of fairy tales, no matter what kind of family, there can be a queen or princess, but the princess would never be like Gushi, who could just drag out someone to be a sacrifice. You have to think clearly before answering. I just said that some rituals cannot be stopped once they have started. This is true, Gushi could say with certainty. After hearing what Gushi said so confidently, the queen said to Gushi, okay, then I will believe you once. What we are going to do this time is a substitution ceremony, using this princess to replace the princess you mentioned. The last resurrection of the princess. Turn the princess into a corpse with 1 chance of resurrection. As for whether you can resurrect Princess Anna next, it depends on your own ability. Now let me talk about the process of the ritual. This substitution ritual was something I learned from a witch from the Sea tribe. She used it for their black catfish spirit, hoping that the black catfish spirit would turn into a princess and fall in love with the prince. But something went wrong during the final ritual. The black catfish spirit failed, and finally turned into bubbles, and disappeared on the sea. For the Princess Anna you mentioned, the matter of replacing the princess you mentioned should go smoothly, because the ceremony begins without speaking, and the feet are like stepping on a knife edge. These problems are meaningless to the dead. The queen explained to Gushi what was going on in the ceremony. Gushi listened very carefully, and took out a piece of recording paper to quickly record every step of the ceremony. When the queen was explaining, she would look back at the ritual steps recorded by Gushi. If there were any problems, she would immediately raise them. After recording everything, the queen said to Gushi, remember, once the ceremony starts, it cannot be stopped, and Princess Anna only has 1 chance to replace the ceremony. If this ceremony fails, it will turn into bubbles and disappear. So don't make any mistakes. Gushi nodded seriously, and put away the recording paper. The queen glanced at Gushi and said, why? Don't you go and deal with it now? I can only stay here for 1 day. You rush over now. If something goes wrong, you can't save it. Can you? Then I might as well take this opportunity to ask you more about the situation. By the way, you are a potion master. Let's see how to prepare this liquid. Gushi took out the water of order and placed it in front of the queen. When the queen opened the bottle, she was shocked by the smell of death inside. But she immediately saw what was behind the breath of death. This is a liquid condensed from the power of order. It is not a type of potion. It is considered a part of the condensed mana. I can't help you with this. But the queen has actually helped Gu Shi. She pointed out the situation of water of order and already helped Gu Shi a lot. After knowing what it was, Gu Shi could think of a corresponding substitute. Afterwards, Gu Shi brought up some magical questions that he didn't quite understand and asked the queen. Just as Gu Shi said, there is only one chance for the ceremony, no matter when it starts. If it succeeds, it will succeed. If it fails, even the queen can't do anything. It's better to just take out the things you don't know and ask them. It's rare for a fairy tale character with advanced magical abilities to appear. If you don't take this opportunity to make up for some things you don't know, how long will it take? So Gu Shi spent the next period of time studying in the library. He didn't ask about the battle situation on Luna's side, nor did he go back to Wudo's house. He stayed in the library all day, and even the food was brought from the tavern. The only thing that reminded Gu Shi that he was still in the world of Bailian Festival was the reminder that popped up in the early morning of the third day. It was this that dragged Gu Shi out of his crazy studying. A new day begins. Now settle yesterday's information. Bailian City, 319 players. 109 died in battle or quit. And first on the leaderboard. Hanya City, 320 players. 235 died or quit. And 85 ranked on the leaderboard. Autumn Wind City, 320 players. 244 died or quit. And 76 ranked on the leaderboard. It was this reminder that told Gu Shi that the second night had passed, and it was now the third day of the Bailian Festival. To tell you this data, they played very well last night. Pressing his temples, Gu Shi couldn't help but say something. Why is it so powerful? The queen, who was explaining the situation to Gu Shi, raised her head and looked at Gu Shi. She also didn't expect that Gu Shi would be so crazy when it came to studying. It's nothing. Now is not the time to talk about this. I still have some energy and can just study. Gu Shi did not explain what he knew to the queen, but quickly changed the topic to the knowledge he had learned. Just like this, time passed by minute by minute. When the queen's existence time reached 0, Gu Shi put down the book in his hand, stood up, and said to the queen, "Thank you, queen. No need to thank me. These are all your own efforts. I hope I have a chance to see you next time. By the way, I think this will be useful to you, so I gave it to you." As the queen spoke, she placed a small bottle on the table with a drop of blood in it. How do you know? Please don't underestimate the ability of a witch who masters divination. I see that I will need your help in the future, and I hope you will not hesitate to take action. I will. Gu Shi stood up straight and watched the queen leave. Only when the queen had completely disappeared did he sit down at the table in the library and review the results of his hard study throughout the day and night. In addition to raising his magic knowledge to level 7, he also learned 3 more knowledge that were not very related to the undead. Ritual Magic Level 3, Passive Skill. Perform various magics through rituals. As long as the ritual is logical and runs according to the ritual, you can use high-level magic beyond Level 3. Magic Potion Making Level 1, Passive Skill. Can make magic potions, and can learn all magic potion and alchemy potion recipes below Level 1. Divination Knowledge Level 1, Passive Skill. Can divination some things, and learn divination spells below Level 1. Chapter 345 Continuous Letters from All Parties. Where did Luna hit? After walking out of the library, Gu Shi immediately asked about Luna. The one guarding Gu Shi at this time was the succubus, who had been reading in the library. Upon hearing Gu Shi's question, she immediately came up to him. "Sir, when you were studying, there were owls delivering letters all the time. The letters are all over there." Gu Shi looked in the direction pointed by the corpse succubus, and found 5 owls parked on a nearby street lamp. When Gu Shi looked over, all the owls quickly flew down, landed in Gu Shi's hands, and handed over the letter on their talons. Gu Shi took the letter and found that it was from Zuiya, and the time should be this morning when the settlement was made. It can be seen from the content of the letter that Zuiya is quite excited. "Brother Gu, have you seen today's settlement data? Both Qiufeng City and Hanya City were crippled by us. Haha. They deserve it. Let them come over and provoke us." By Lianqing. But that guy Yu Sansheng was too naughty. He even brought war equipment with him. Finally, he had a chance to catch him, but he ran away. I don't know when I want to catch him next time. By the way, I found a few bottles of the water of order you wanted and sent them back with the owl. What do you want this water of order for? Can you share it? Of course. If this is a secret, it goes without saying. I don't know if I'm free tonight. If I have time, let's go hunting together. After Gushi read the letter, his eyes turned to the owl from before. The owl stretched out its other leg and placed a bag in front of Gushi. Opening the pocket, Gushi found that there were 7 bottles containing water of order inside. It seems that in a certain aspect, the left tooth is still very generous. So Gushi quickly took out a pen and paper and started writing. Brothers, what? Water of symbol has been received. Thank you for your support this time. The function of water of symbol is actually very simple. This thing can suppress the weird rules of resurrection after death in this world for 3 to 5 days. In other words, as long as we extract the strange death rules for killing and put them into water of order, we can kill the weird without considering the strange killing rules. This is also of some benefit to the necromancer. In addition, after the death rules are soaked in water of order, when the death rules are excessive and reach the overflow effect, different changes will occur. I haven't yet figured out what this change is, and I don't know if it's good or bad. I'm just giving you a brief reminder here. In addition, these 2 days are critical moments for my actions. I am temporarily unable to participate in the hunting. Please forgive me. After summoning the arowana from the left fang, Gushi put the letter in it. Then he thought for a moment, found a small bottle, separated out a little water of order that had been dyed black by the rules of death, and packed it up and sent it over. After sending the reply to Zuya, Gushi looked at the other owls. Gushi discovered that 3 of the remaining 4 owls were from Luna. On this day and night, with detailed intelligence supporting Luna's rapid advancement, she has now captured 8 strange mirror space nodes. In addition to the 5 previously captured, there are now 13 nodes in Luna's hands. There are only 6 nodes left that have not yet been captured. Judging from the current speed of the advance, this time tomorrow will almost be the time for the final decisive battle. Gushi calculated that tomorrow morning should be the beginning of a new week, and he could just replenish Luna's troops, if necessary. It's not too late now. Gushi can go out and kill some demons to replenish his troops. Of course, Luna did not complain to Gushi about the lack of troops. She would write the letter mainly to ask Gushi to bring back the 8 weird corpses, hoping that Gushi could help deal with these weird things. Only by dealing with big weirdness can Luna completely occupy the defeated node. Naturally, Gushi would not refuse this matter. He immediately took out the other 2 letters and started calling people. This time, it was Demi who was called over by Gushi. As usual, Demi walked on tiptoes, carrying her high-heeled shoes. Sir, you are looking for me. Demi, I know that I haven't met the conditions you need yet, and I haven't conquered you yet, so you can't fight for me for the time being. But I shouldn't embarrass you by helping me get some things back. Gushi took the letter in his hand and patted it gently. Of course, it's not difficult. What do you want to take? Demi thought about it seriously and realized that he was just going to get something, which was not against the rules. Besides, there is another person in the city of Eridovii who also has the potential to become a leader, and Demi is not unaware of it. If Demi's tone hadn't been too high at the beginning, she would have thought about joining Gushi's team directly. Gushi was already working hard anyway, and the rest would only take time. There is actually no difference between joining earlier and joining later. But the request had been made, and she didn't know how to say it. In the end, you can only take action near the authority that you can relax, such as helping Gushi guard the magic plant area, or cleaning up the internal problems in Aladovi City. Now that Gushi was willing to give her the task of transporting the corpse out of the city, she was naturally happy. This is the location of the 8 big weird corpses. You go all the way and bring all the corpses back to me. I will wait for you at the Evilwood Lake in the magic plant area. Don't forget the little weird corpses on the way. Okay. I understand. Demi took the letter, glanced at the location recorded on it, and then turned around and left gracefully. After Demi walked away, Gushi put away the last letter. It recorded the situations of the 8 big monsters, which would be the most critical when Gushi dealt with the corpses of the big monsters later. Without this letter, Gushi might not even know what the big weird situation was, nor would he know how to deal with it. After putting the letter away, Gushi looked at the last letter. This letter is from Shea. Since the last time Gushi asked Shea to inquire about Princess Anna, Shea sent some preliminary information in the shortest possible time, but she did not forget to inquire about some things about Princess Anna. After confirming some situations, she sent over the information she obtained. In this letter, Shea once again confirmed one thing. The body of Princess Anna, which was taken out of the copy by Gu Shi, was confirmed to be authentic by the British royal family. At the same time, she has been resurrected in the British ancestral magic circle to become a powerful necromancer at level 20. According to the rules of the magic circle, she has become a part of Victoria's City and is responsible for suppressing the dark side of Victoria's City. Chapter 346 Weakened Level 6 Soldiers. In Shea's letter, it was written in great detail about Princess Anna's strength and power after being transformed into a necromancer, especially the news that one of them got from unknown lord's descendants. It is said that Princess Anna can be resurrected this time mainly because all the blood in her body has been replaced by the magic blood stored inside the Victoria Tower. The 1-to-1 mixture of demon blood and mercury was poured into Princess Anna's body, and the remaining demon blood was poured into the underground veins of Victoria's City. Even though Princess Anna's strength is level 20 on the surface, as long as she is located in Victoria's City, she is almost invincible. When Shea wrote the letter, she specifically pointed this out in order to tell Gu Shi that they had sent back the body of Princess Anna. Now, please do not send back the second body of Princess Anna. If you give it again, we will become enemies. If you come across Princess Anna's body, and if you don't want to turn her into a ghost, then find a place to bury her. I heard that the place where a being like Princess Anna is buried will have special spirits. After reading Shaya's letter, the last trace of hesitation in Gu Shi's heart disappeared. This is really the ultimate one-for-one exchange. The corpse that comes out of the dungeon is replaced with a real corpse. However, there were too many things to deal with now, and Gu Shi was not in a hurry to deal with the body of Princess Anna. He transported the dead mirror immortal back to the Evilwood Lake, and processed it first. But it was still piled in the Evilwood Lake for the time being. The big strange corpse comes in front of you. We have dealt with large and strange corpses in the human form before, and the snake form is considered a living creature after all. No matter how difficult it is, it will not be as difficult to deal with as the Death Mirror Immortal. Therefore, Gu Shi can be considered handy in handling it. He first dealt with the ordinary weirdness that had not been dealt with before, put these strange death rules into the Water of Order, and then disassembled the various materials, and threw the remaining flesh and blood corpses into the Shimu Lake. After preparing all the materials, Gu Shi placed the two large and strange corpses into the undead transformation array at the same time. Because the two corpses were both in human form, Gu Shi treated them as humanoids. In addition to placing different viscera or other materials according to the condition of each corpse to supplement the completeness of the corpse, there was no basis for each corpse. A lot of weird and different features to adjust. The two weird situations were somewhat similar, so Gu Shi's choice was to deal with them together. Gu Shi's choice seemed a bit reckless, but it was actually within Gu Shi's calculations. During this day's exchange and study with the Queen, Gu Shi understood a truth. Magic is actually like that. The more careful you are, the more things will suddenly go wrong. It's better to deal with it generously, as long as there are no big mistakes. Of course, Gu Shi also understood that this was the witch's idea of using magic, and it might not necessarily be applicable to him. But this also affected some of Gu Shi's actions to some extent. This time, the undead transformed two corpses, which can be said to have exceeded Gu Shi's normal level. After placing the dead mirror fairy back on the edge of Shimu Lake, Gu Shi began to initiate the ritual of undead transformation. Yes, Gu Shi planned to use ritual magic this time to increase the success rate of undead transformation. The existence of the dead mirror fairy can improve the success rate of ritual magic to a certain extent, and ritual magic can allow Gu Shi to use some things that he could not use before. Adding this together, it means that Gu Shi can use abilities that can only be used by level 5 or above necromancers in advance. This time, although the undead transformed two corpses at the same time, the operation was not as difficult as the previous two times. After Gu Shi activated the soul calling effect, he began to inject mana into the corpse. With the injection of mana, Gu Shi discovered that one of the strange corpses was actually disintegrating. That is the source of the strange mirror space. The big boss who wants to fill the entire city with mirror images. He was sealed in the mirror and slowly became weird. Judging from the current situation, Luna seems to have said less. I'm afraid it wasn't his body that was sealed in, but his soul. Although in the weird mirror space, his body was replenished. But after all, it is not a real body. This guy may become a ghost in the end. This is actually possible. After all, ghosts are not bad beings. But at this moment, another corpse exploded. This explosion was like countless glass fragments exploding at the same time. There were reflections and mirror images among the fragments. Gushi felt as if countless spaces were unfolding in front of him. Every space requires mana to fill. 1 or 2 spaces are fine. But Gushi can't hold up to so much space. When his mana was about to be exhausted, Gushi immediately thought about whether to place an incarnation of death. After all, there is only a little magic power left, and it seems a little uncomfortable not to release an incarnation of death. Perhaps these two weirdos are not suitable for transformation into special undead, but are more suitable as kits for the incarnation of death. With this thought in mind, Gushi gritted his teeth, withdrew the injected magic power, and was about to use the incarnation of death when another change occurred. As Gushi withdrew his magic power, the broken mirror and corpse fragments quickly stuck to the virtual corpse. Then the two of them actually merged together on their own initiative. The flesh and blood were like missiles, pieced together on the virtual body, turning his body back into reality. Things like mirrors were mixed with flesh and blood and integrated into his body. Because the piece together this time was not handled by Gushi, nor was it guided by Gushi. So when it was put together, it was quite random. It was originally a human-shaped corpse. Although it had become blurred, it still looked somewhat human. But now, after being pieced together like this, it no longer looked like a human. In the end, the guy was 2.5 meters tall and had 2 identical heads. It was obvious that the 2 heads were like mirror reflections, and even his movements were exactly the same. He has 3 arms on his body, a thicker one on the right and 2 thinner ones on the left. The main feature is asymmetry. The body also became chubby, like an oversized bun, with a meat filling spilling out. You can still see the flashing light inside where the body is cracked, which is reflected by the fragmented mirror. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, Gushi regretted for the first time why he had been a step too slow just now. If we release the incarnation of death and suck away all the corpses and fragments that just exploded, then everything will be fine. How could such an ugly thing appear like now? This left Gushi quite speechless. But he still took a look at the monster's attributes. Stitch monster. An undead unit that should start at level 6. You use spiritualism successfully. Spiritualism experience +1. And you have some insights into skills such as corpse structure, undead research, and soul knowledge. Maze Devourer, level 4. Summoned object experience, 0/500. Attack 13. Defense 7. Life 35. Skill, Maze in the belly. There is a mirror maze covering an area of 5 square meters in the body, which can swallow weapons. Items and enemies are stored in the maze. Digestion, when the body is damaged. The items in the maze can be used to repair itself. And dual heads, can learn and use spells. Note, the Labyrinth Devourer should start at level 6. Now this is a weakened version. Please upgrade it in the cemetery above level 2. Or in the suture base above level 1. Chapter 347 Princess Anna's Replacement Ceremony. Looking at this attribute, Gushi knew that the Maze Devourer in front of him was the same as the skeleton mirror guard before. And both looked like soldiers. It's just that this soldier is in an incomplete state. The arms that normally start at level 6 have only reached level 4 due to Gushi's undead enhancement. It can only be considered half done. If you want to make this Labyrinth Devourer normal, it must be placed in a cemetery above level 2, or in a suture base above level 1. Cemeteries above level 2 can produce high-level zombies, and stitching bases are where stitching monsters are produced. Both places are suitable for filling the gaps in this type of troops. Now that neither of the two buildings has a suitable one, there is nothing he can do. He will collect the Maze Devourer first, and then consider completing it after one of the cemeteries is upgraded. Before that, the Labyrinth Devourer might not be able to go to the battlefield. After sending the Labyrinth Devourer away, Gushi took another look at his own mana. He still had 19 points of mana left. For Gushi, he was not used to not letting the incarnation of death go out. As for using this little mana to transform the undead, this is obviously inappropriate. Gushi simply studied the steps required for the replacement ceremony. Because the queen did not see the princess in Gushi's hand, she just used the name princess instead when introducing her to Gushi. There is something in this that the queen specifically brought up. The lord must be a real princess. You can't use a wild boar called a princess to make up the number. She was deceived by the hunter in the first place, and mistook the wild boar's heart and liver for the real princess's heart and heart. The ceremony failed from the beginning. Otherwise, it will be her who has 3 chances to be resurrected, not her gray-black successor daughter. So she raised this point. If you want to correspond to a princess, you must be a real princess. It would be best if Gushi could find another Princess Anna. Gushi suspected that the queen saw that she could enter and leave the replica of Westminster Abbey. or even divine something. So she said such a thing. But if he really brought the real body of Princess Anna into the dungeon, I'm afraid that the small number of troops he brought with him would be killed by Princess Anna's men at the first moment. Gu Shi is not that stupid. His target has been on the princess and the P-prop from the beginning. Anyway, this ritual magic only requires rituals, and does not require investment of mana. Gu Shi simply took this opportunity to start a substitute ceremony. He first had the body of Princess Anna transported out from where it was kept. Because time has been reversed 3 times, coupled with the warmth of the corpse-raising ground, Princess Anna's body is obviously in much better condition than before. The strange aura on her body also dissipated a lot, and the negative energy of death began to penetrate into Princess Anna's body. Gu Shi boiled a pot of potion according to the recipe left by the queen, and then poured half of the potion into Princess Anna's mouth. With Gu Shi's level of potion making, he just put the appropriate ingredients in a pot and boiled it. Anyway, the formula was correct. As for the effect of the potion, he really wasn't sure. The only thing that was certain was that because the snake blood was needed in the potion, Gu Shi took some blood from the strange snake-shaped body that was thrown aside and used it to cook the potion. After pouring the magic potion on the corpse of Princess Anna, Gu Shi said to Princess Anna's body with a serious face, "From now on, you will not be able to speak. And when you walk, your feet will be as if you are stepping on the tip of a knife until the ceremony is completed." After saying that, Gu Shi put Princess Anna's body back into the pool for keeping corpses warm. After that, Gu Shi poured all the remaining potions on the ground nearby, and then Gu Shi buried Princess P in it. The next step is to wait for the P to grow. Gu Shi squatted where Princess P was buried and watched. Not long after, a little P crawled out of the ground. She cleaned her body first, then took leaves from the newly grown P vines nearby to make a princess dress, used P flowers to make a princess crown, and even made a princess carriage. Although she is relatively small, her creations are full of magical effects and are made very quickly. It only took less than 15 minutes to complete the full set of princess rituals. After everything was done, the princess and the P glanced at Gu Shi. It seemed that he was waiting for Gu Shi's order. However, Gu Shi did not give any orders. He planted Princess P just so that Princess Anna could take her place. He really didn't have any commands to use on the princess and the P. Of course, Gu Shi can assign several tasks for Princess and the P to complete. But looking at Princess P's big eyes, Gu Shi felt a little unbearable. He was waiting for the princess and the P to die. What was the name of the task he was giving her now? Waste utilization? So the two of them just stood there staring at each other. 15 minutes later, Princess and the P was no match for Gu Shi and closed her eyes unwillingly. At this time, Gu Shi started the next step of the ceremony. He put the body of Princess P into the small carriage, and then placed the full set of ceremonial guards on the edge of Xiamu Lake. Then Princess Anna's body was put into Xiamu Lake and brought to the shore through the lake water. The two bodies were placed side by side. There was no prince, nor any ball, but Gu Shi could see a green breath floating from the body of Princess and the P towards the body of Princess Anna. At the same time, some black liquid also gushes out of Princess Anna's body. This black liquid flows to the Princess P with a strange power that has not yet been cleaned up from Princess Anna's body. In the black liquid, the princess and the P's ceremonial guard was slowly melting and disappearing. But something different began to appear in Princess Anna. For example, a green princess dress made of leaves, and a lavender princess crown appeared on the top of her head. It can be said that the honor guard that Princess and the P should have is now being transferred to Princess Anna. At the same time, the aura of Princess Anna is also changing. Although unlike the princess and the P, her temperament had changed to the state she had just died. Gu Shi could clearly see that Princess Anna's condition was improving. It's just a pity that Princess and P's quality is relatively low. And the replacement ceremony was quickly interrupted because Princess and P's carriage and body were melted by black liquid. The remaining black liquid mixed with strange power flowed back into Princess Anna's body. At this time, Gu Shi had already figured out that the ceremony was quite successful, and Princess Anna already had a chance to summon the spirit. Chapter 348. The player in the next room. You can perform a soul summoning, but the body is not complete. Part of the bones are missing. The soul fire is extremely unstable. There are many wounds on the body, and there are still some weird auras in the body that have not been dealt with. Whether it is summoning spirits or transforming undead, there is an 80% chance that a ghost will emerge. This is a bit wasteful. Gu Shi, who has carefully examined Princess Anna's body, has now determined her condition. It's a little worse than what I imagined at first. But not that much. For Gushi, it can be used. But the current processing is a bit wasteful. After confirming the situation here, Gushi was not so anxious. He sent Princess Anna's body back to Shiemu Lake. It seemed that the purification and warming of the body could not stop. After dealing with this matter, Gushi looked back at his remaining 19 points of mana, and finally stood up. Forget it. Go back to sleep and recover your mana. If this continues, I will want to release the incarnation of death. Gushi muttered, walked out, and exited Aladovi City. The next moment, Gushi appeared in the Five-Do clan's castle tower. Gushi's news lasted more than a day and a night, and the current time was just past midnight. As soon as Gushi appeared, Wudome Nai walked over quickly. You're back. The bath water is still warm. Let me take a bath with you. Why don't you go outside to soak in the hot spring? Goodbye now. Do you have anything to eat? I'm a little hungry. When Gushi returned to Aladovi City, he had told Go Domino, so it was quite normal for Go Domino to wait for him here. Yes. Please wait a moment. Gu sang. After saying 5 buckets of beauty, he hurried down to prepare food. Gushi opened the door of the castle tower, walked to the corridor outside, and looked at the situation outside. The neighborhood was unexpectedly calm tonight. The 100 Ghosts night walk that Gushi had seen the night before did not appear today. At the same time, there were no accidents nearby, and there was a rare trace of tranquility in the night. Feeling the fresh breeze blowing towards him, Gushi wanted to close his eyes comfortably. At this moment, the door was open behind him, and Gotomino walked in holding food. Gushi turned around and found that he had underestimated Wudome's appetite. He thought that the amount for breakfast was small enough, but he didn't expect that the amount for midnight snacks wasn't much either. This is a midnight snack, which is eaten at night because you are hungry and want to fill your stomach. Are these foods authentic? A quarter piece of tofu with some soy sauce drizzled on it, 3 nori slices with 4 plums on top, and a small dish that normal people would use to dip it in soy sauce, with a little sake poured into it. Putting the food on the railing of the corridor, Wudome now whispered, Gu sang. Please use it. Gushi's face twitched. Mino, I want to ask, do you usually eat this amount? Aren't you hungry? Wudome Nai thought about Gushi's question seriously, and finally shook her head. I won't be hungry. I usually stay in the house, and don't have to go anywhere. I only eat so much. Gushi stared at the 5 buckets of beauty for a moment, then finally picked up the food and changed the topic while eating. Isn't that the house you mentioned where the whole family died? Why is the castle tower lit up today? Today during the day, the heirs of their family came over. They are the 4 grandchildren of the original owner, a little boy who is still in high school, and 3 girls. I have seen people. One has just graduated and is working. One is in high school, and one is in junior high school. It is said that they are the children of the 4 daughters of the original owner. I have never seen it before. This time it was because something happened to the owner's family, so they were notified and came to receive the inheritance. Talking about the gossip in the next room, Gotomino suddenly became energetic. Tell me everything you heard yesterday. Gu sang. You may not know that the reason why their family was able to find a suitable heir so quickly is because there is a stone that seals a demon in their basement, and it needs the same blood to suppress it. If no one suppresses it, something big will happen. Now there are only 4 bloodline heirs of the master's family over there. This is a warning to us. Is the stone that seals the devil the legendary killing stone here? Gushi was a little curious. How is it possible? The killing stone was broken into 9 pieces in total, and each piece has its own destination. Now every year, people stare at the 9 killing stones, fearing that something went wrong and release the 9 tails inside. If this was really a sealed killing stone, I'm afraid not a single street around here would be inhabited. What's going on? Gushi stared at a place not far away with some curiosity, wondering in his mind whether this thing was worth his effort. It seems to be a Western-style demon. I'm not sure which one it is. Before Gotomino finished speaking, there was an explosion from the house they were talking about. Then Gushi flipped over and jumped onto the roof of the castle tower. Looking in that direction, he found that the spirit body of a man wearing autumn clothes was floating on the top of the castle tower of that house, constantly sending out spiritual bullets to attack various monsters that wanted to get close to their house. Most of these monsters are ghosts, and they are Japanese-style ghosts that look a lot like rice cakes. The man's spiritual strength was pretty good, and he could crush the ghost with every blow. However, Gushi soon discovered that as the ghost was defeated, a red or yellow aura would enter the man's spirit body. At the same time, the man's body will undergo subtle changes. Nothing could be seen now, but Gushi could imagine that after a while, this man's spirit body would turn into red skin, with sharp horns on his head and bat wings on his back. Isn't this the demon warlock from Hanya City? Is it possible that someone is hiding directly here? If it were any other demon, it might not even pay attention. But it's different for players. Gushi turned over and jumped off the roof, grabbed the tofu drenched in soy sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. Open the door for me. I want to take a look. Okay. Wait, Gu sang. At this time, just open the door. It won't affect you. Widow Mano finally reacted and quickly stepped forward and ordered. Open the door. Gushi hugged the 5 buckets of fine wine, then turned over and jumped down from the top floor of the castle tower. The next moment, the evil coffin appeared at Gushi's feet. Gushi tightly grasped the iron chain on the evil coffin and lowered his head. He changed his clothes into the robe of the necromancer, held the cold wind staff in his hand, and quickly rushed out of the 5-Do clan's castle tower. Chapter 349: A war that may happen at any time. After rushing out of the 5-Do clan's castle tower, Gushi was immediately spotted by a nearby demon. But Gushi didn't pay attention at all. With only 19 points of mana left, he had already taken out a bottle of magic potion and put it at hand, ready to drink it for himself. Death incarnate. As the bone dragon shrouded in black mist rushed out from behind Gushi, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. It doesn't feel right if I don't put some mana in it, Gushi muttered as he drank the magic potion to replenish the drained mana. At the same time, the incarnation of death had already rushed towards the castle tower surrounded by demons. Before the demons could react, a black crystal storm was brought up, and the demons involved were instantly torn into pieces. At the same time, the incarnation of death rushed over the opponent's castle tower. Since there was only one bone dragon, the incarnation of death, there was no need to attack the city. The incarnation of death directly came face to face with the spirit of the man on the castle tower. The man who turned into a spirit had a puzzled look on his face. Didn't he promise to fight ghosts? What is the situation of such a big bone dragon in front of you? In fact, Gushi guessed wrong. This family really had no direct relationship with Hanya City. If we insist on talking about the connection, just like Gotomino said, there is a stone sealed in the basement of their house. What was imprisoned in that stone was a serious Western-style demon, the kind used by Hanya City's demon warlocks. The level may be stronger, but the strength should be 1 level weaker than the big devil. The man's name is Ban Tianping, and he is the grandson of the original owner of this house. He was found today, informed of the incident, and moved into this cabin. As a result, something like this happened just at the beginning of the night. This left him quite speechless. Didn't you agree to only fight monsters? What's going on with such a big bone dragon? Gushi didn't know what Ban Tianping was thinking. Although the opponent didn't show his identity as a player now, Gushi had already seen that his power was that of a demon. So Gushi didn't care whether he had found the wrong enemy. He waved his hand downwards, and the eyes of the incarnation of death glared, and 2 melting rays of light fell on the spiritual body of the spotted crane balance. Ban Tianping has just mastered special powers from the stone in the basement today. He can see through things during the day, and can leave his body to fight monsters at night. Originally, Banzuru Tianping was wondering if he could become the strongest person in the city. I didn't expect to meet such a big guy on the first night. Faced with such a big bone dragon, Ibera Heppenping was a little hesitant, but he still raised his right hand and made a shooting motion. And then a spiritual bullet hit the face of the incarnation of death. The incarnation of death, who was really slapped in the face, just released the melting rays, and 2 melting rays accurately hit Banzuru Tianping's body. Banzuru Tianping's strength was still a little weak, and his soul was dissolved by just 2 beams of light. As the spiritual body of Ban Tianping dispersed in the air, Gushi below could not help but frown, because he didn't hear the prompt sound of killing the Hanya City player. This somewhat embarrassed Gushi. He had already seen that he seemed to have hit the wrong person. Just when Gushi was unsure of what to do, a roar came from below the opponent's castle tower. Then a crimson beam of light shot out from under the castle tower, and a demon flew out from below. This demon has a face like a spotted crane and a scale, with horns as thick as a thumb on top of its head, and a pair of bat wings on its back. But what surprised Gushi the most was that when this demon was flying, it had a girl in one hand and another hanging at its feet. The 3 girls dragged into the air by the devil have yellow hair, brown hair and red hair. I don't know if it was dyed, or if it was like the girl in the castle tower that Gushi captured. Her hair was naturally this color, judging from the movements of being carried out by the demon. These 3 girls had already passed out. After flying into the air, the demon laughed loudly. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, this guy's body wouldn't be. Before the devil could finish his words, the incarnation of death shot down 2 more beams of dissolving light. At this time, the demon still wanted to have a good oral pleasure, but he didn't expect that the incarnation of death was so ungrateful and started a sneak attack without saying a word. 2 rays of melting light fell on this demon. The condition of this demon was a little better than the previous spotted crane balance. At least, he has a physical body. But this entity of his only borrowed the body of Ibra Crane and injected the power overflowing from the demon sealing stone into it. It was not a true escape. In addition, Ibra Timping's body was not affected by the spilled magic power for a long time as he planned, and could not store all his power. Therefore, under this blow, Ibra Timping's body was also different from his. Like the spirit body, it turns into powder. Then the incarnation of death immediately discovered the location of the devil. He ignored the 3 women who smashed towards the castle tower, and instead crashed towards the lower part of the castle tower. With such a collision, the incarnation of death knocked open the ceiling of the castle tower on the spot, and the destructive effect of the crystal dust storm cut through everything nearby on the spot. With this collision, the incarnation of death broke through the ceiling of the 4th and 5th floors, and crashed directly from the roof into the basement at the bottom. In this basement, a red crystal as tall as a person is emitting red light. The beam of light that hit the sky just now was emanated from this crystal. Now with the castle tower outside being dismantled, the red beam of light has become more obvious. Gushi could even hear various wailing sounds coming from the red light. Gushi was also speechless at this voice. Otherwise, Bai Lianqing, Qiufeng City, and Hanya City are one family. The styles of doing things are very similar. The undead let out a wail, and the demon still wailed when it appeared. Maybe because it was afraid that the wail was not enough. The sound was so sharp that even Gushi outside the castle tower was disturbed. However, Gushi immediately discovered that it seemed that not only he had heard the sound, but some nearby players had also heard the sound. After all, the red light beam that was so tall just now is still very attractive. I am afraid that players from several nearby urban areas have already set their sights on this place. After taking a look at his own incarnation of death, Gushi hesitated for a moment, but finally suppressed the idea of starting a war. For Gushi, it was more important to support Luna in taking over the strange mirror space. Gushi stretched out his hand and summoned the dragon fish that was in contact with Zuya. Brothers Zuya, we found a treasure targeting Hanya City. The remaining players in Hanya City will gather here. Come quickly. Chapter 350 players coming to support. Somewhere in the city, a large number of undead troops were fighting a group of demonic troops. Among the undead troops, Zuya was looking through the letter that had just been delivered to him. Zuya actually didn't care much about this letter at first. Today is a very important point for them. They need to kill as many players as possible who are still on the leaderboard tonight. It can be said that most of the players in Balian City are mobilized by Zuya in order to prevent any enemy from escaping. The arrival of this letter made Zuya's eyes widen, and he quickly asked loudly, "How long will the fight continue here?" The necromancer who was directing the battle from the front didn't even look back. "At least half an hour." "What's the matter? Have you made any new discoveries?" The breath of the undead just sent a message, saying that he is something that all the demon warlocks want to get. Now I am afraid that all the living demon warlocks are rushing there. Zuya raised the letter in his hand and said with a smile. It could be seen from his words that he didn't really believe the meaning of Gushi's message. Didn't he say he couldn't get out of trouble in the past 2 days? Why did he show up again and cause such a big thing? The necromancer was also a little surprised. He looked back at Zuya and stopped commanding his troops to fight. Instead, he started talking to Zuya. "I don't know either, but I'm a little unsure about Gushi. He seems to be one of those little transparent beings in the school. He got the top job all of a sudden and didn't do anything special. Instead, he kept hiding himself. Strength. If it weren't for the Bailian Great Festival this time, we would never have known that he had mastered 2 of the 3 divine skills. This time he asked us to come over, fearing that this was really the case. I'm just a little curious. With his current strength, wouldn't it be great if he could defeat all his enemies by himself? Why do you have to take us with you?" Listening to Zuya's question, the necromancer laughed. You have been on top for too long. And you have never thought from the perspective of a player at the bottom. Our Breath of the Dead. What has it been like before? No. He got a title, and the position of chief, by relying on 3 magical skills. If he wants to go further, he must have connections. And what could be thicker than the connections made on a battlefield like the Balian Festival? Zuya also nodded. I understand what you mean. But he is the chief of our class after all. So we should give him some respect. I'll ask anyone who is near him, and ask them to go over and take a look. As Zuya spoke, he began to write letters to deliver orders. As for himself, Zuya is not willing to give up on the Hanya City players he just surrounded. He will wait until these players are killed. At this time, near the 5-Doja Castle Pavilion, Gushi had already entered a fighting state. The incarnation of death was lying on top of the castle tower whose ceiling had been knocked open, staring at the red crystal stone as tall as one person below. Anyone who wanted to get close to this place would receive a full blow from the incarnation of death. And Gushi also had some more troops around him. This is the army he temporarily dragged up with the help of spiritualism. On such a battlefield, even though Gushi came without anyone, he only had to release a wave of death ripples and another spiritual summoning spell. And there would be more than 200 undead troops around Gushi. Because he wanted to stick here this time, Gushi specially fine-tuned the effect of the spiritualism and summoned a batch of level 4 zombies. After doing this, all Gushi had to do was wait. He believed that everyone had seen the red light just now. The demon warlocks in Hanya City should know better than him what the red crystal does. Unless they were surrounded by people, they should be heading here now. Come! As for Zuya, Gushi was not sure whether he would believe what he said. If no necromancer came to help him, Gushi would have no choice but to send the red crystal to Aladovi City and take the things away first. Fortunately, Gushi didn't have to wait long before the sound of horse hooves came from a distance. Gushi looked in the direction from which the sound came, and found a necromancer riding a bone-white horse charging towards him. Behind this necromancer, there are a large number of skeleton soldiers. Seeing Gushi from a distance, the necromancer immediately put up his own banner. It was a battle flag with a blue background, with a skull palm extending from the ground on it, and a black crystal ball held in the palm. Looking down at the Dark Guild, Gushi knew how to look down on the Dark Guild. This guild is different from other undead guilds. In addition to undead knowledge, this guild also requires priority to learn dark knowledge. Finally, with Soul Link and Curse Master, you can master an ability called Dark Regeneration. After mastering this ability, as long as dark magic is used and the spell is successfully cast, the caster can recover about 30% of the mana. If the spell fails or the spell is resisted by the opponent, the caster will be able to recover all of the mana. This is not the key point. When the skill level of Dark Regeneration is relatively high, you can also set a locked skill. Locked spells will automatically activate when all mana is recovered. You can ignore the enemy's magic resistance and use this spell directly on the enemy. It can be said that this is a very rogue method. I heard that the leader of the Overlooking Dark Guild had used this trick to deal with black dragons before. And I heard people say that looking down at the darkness is not looking down at the skill of dark magic or dark regeneration, but looking down at the darkness of the black dragon, because they often slay dragons. Players who overlook the Dark Guild have a very high success rate in reaching level 10 after level 5. In addition, the rewards from defeating the Dragon Lair are huge, so all of them are relatively rich. In school, when most students discuss where they want to go in the future, they always put the Overlooking Darkness Guild at the top of the list. Now that he saw this player, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. The player looking down at the guild was really rich. In order to rush forward, they actually used a magic scroll of rapid march, which was a bit too awesome. As soon as the player who rushed over saw Gushi, he said loudly, "Hello? Are you Gushi? Breath of the Dead? I am Xiaoyi, who is overlooking the Dark Guild. I am here to fight the Demon Warlock. You came just in time. The enemy is almost here. Come here." Gushi waved to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi also quickly rode his horse to Gushi's side, and after his men stopped, they quickly stood behind Xiaoyi. Gushi noticed that although most of Xiaoyi's men were skeleton soldiers, the armors and weapons they wore were not the rusty stuff used by skeleton soldiers, but exquisite weapons and equipment made of fine iron. The quality was obvious at a glance. Wide level. They just have to be enchanted. If it weren't for the fact that the skeleton soldiers were cannon fodder, Gushi would have believed them to equip the skeleton soldiers with green quality weapons and equipment. At this time, Xiaoyi also saw the huge red crystal stone stared at by the incarnation of death. His eyes widened, and he said with disbelief, Isn't this what it is? Chapter 351 The Legendary Soul Stone. You know this stuff? Gushi has been looking at the red crystal here for a while. Although the enemy castle tower has been blown open a crack, allowing Gushi to see the situation inside. The main road has not been opened yet, and Gushi has not brought it with him yet. Rush in with the troops. Naturally, he has never come into contact with red crystals, so he doesn't know where this thing comes from. Seeing Xia Yi's reaction, Gushi knew that this was probably a good thing. I have seen it. But have you heard of the Soul Stone? The one where the demon warlock binds lives? I heard there are some restrictions. No demon warlock knows this move now. But it's so big. Oh, it's not that one. The demon warlock wants to cut his own soul, and it can only be as big as a fist at most. This soul stone is used to seal the devil. After the devil's power overflows, the sealing stone will be slowly affected and turn into a red stone. Judging from the size of the stone in front of me, it seems that the demon sealed inside is a level 9 demon. As for what kind of demon race it is, I don't know. But you are right. This thing is a treasure for a demon warlock. As long as they see this red light, the demon warlock will pounce on it like a dog seeing meat. But Gushi was even more curious. Does it contain the body and soul of a demon? After it is dismantled, can it be used to create high-level undead? No, Brother Gu. You may not understand the meaning of the soul stone to us. The most important thing about this thing is not the soul inside. Didn't I tell you that I have seen this kind of soul stone? This is what I have encountered in the guild. As long as you take this kind of soul stone to a high-level blacksmith and smash it with a hammer, you will definitely get a purple outfit. At the same time, you can also get at least 15 perfect quality gems. This one is bigger, so you might get more gems. Hearing this, Gushi's eyes lit up. Not to mention the must-have purple equipment. It is a gem of perfect quality. It is not an ordinary gem used to build buildings, but a gem that can be inlaid on various props or weapons. The number of such inlays is not very large, and more than 15 inlays are also a large amount of wealth. Gushi glanced at the soul stone, then at Xia Yi, and then laughed. Brother Xia, you know something about this soul stone. Is there any way to make it shine more? Xia Yi was stunned for a moment, and then said, I heard that attacks on the soul will cause the soul stone to react violently. The sound of this resistance is quite loud, and can be heard more than 100 miles away. When Gushi heard this, he raised his head, and said something to the incarnation of death. Death Dragon Breath. Without saying a word, the incarnation of death breathed the death dragon's breath at the soul stone. The same screams and wails as from the soul stone came from the green dragon's breath. At the same time, the sky turned red instantly, and in the red light, a demonic figure with bone wings growing on his back and a big sword in his hand appeared for 3 minutes. When the shadow disappeared, Gushi discovered that a crack had appeared on the soul stone. He turned to look at Xia Yi and said, Okay, let's get ready. The enemy is coming. Xia Yi also nodded. The scene was so big that if the demon warlocks from Hanya City didn't come over, their eyes could be used as light bulbs. However, Xia Yi is also a little worried. If other players from Hanya City come over, will they have enough troops? Gushi ignored all this. He stood on the evil coffin and looked around. As time passed by, another burst of rapid footsteps came from the alley in the distance. Before Xia Yi asked his men to stand up, Gushi smiled. Don't be afraid. We are comrades. Xia Yi was stunned for a moment, then looked in the direction where the footsteps came from, and found that it was indeed an army of undead rushing out of the alley. This undead army is quite mixed. There are large and small skeletons, zombies of various colors, plus some miscellaneous existences, which makes people feel chaotic. However, Gushi could tell that their steps were quite orderly, and even if they were fast, there was no confusion. At least it can be seen that the necromancer's control of these undead is not as random as the undead arms. Seeing this troop, Xia Yi also glanced over there, and finally shook his head. I don't know. This flag is unfamiliar. Gushi was also a little speechless. Fortunately, at this time, the necromancer also came to Gushi. Hello everyone. I'm not late. As soon as I received the news, I rushed here. My name is Wang Baojin. This is my army. How about it? The training is good. Looking at the not-so-tall necromancer, Gushi laughed and said, The training is good. How many troops do you have? 730. For the 736 people, I summon them one by one. I promise to be obedient. Listening to Wang Baogen's words, Xia Yi's eyelids also jumped. This is a lot of troops. Xia Yi himself brought more than 600 soldiers. Mainly skeleton soldiers. Now Xia Yi also saw the situation of Wang Baogan's troops. He thought that in addition to weapons and equipment, Wang Baogan's troops are no worse than his own. As for Gu Shi's strength, Xia Yi was not bragging. He could wipe out the more than 200 zombies under Gu Shi with just one charge. The only thing Gu Shi could show off was the bone dragon. With the bone dragon in hand, even if you bring 10 or 8 skeleton soldiers, you will be treated as a large army. Not to mention that Gu Shi discovered such a good thing as the Soul Stone. So Xia Yi already had an idea in his mind. When the troops from Hanya City came over, he must perform well. Apart from anything else, he couldn't let other necromancers gain the upper hand in terms of performance. Otherwise, he would be too embarrassed to ask for more loot. Thinking of this, Xia Yi raised his hands, preparing to let his troops take up their positions. At this time, the first batch of demon troops appeared. When the Hanya City players came out and saw the Soul Stone cracked open by the incarnation of death, their faces looked as if their biological father had died. In his eyes, those necromancers were doing evil. Such a big Soul Stone was actually broken into pieces. You know, if it was a complete Soul Stone, it would definitely produce a brave level demon. This is a treasure for the players in Hanya City. Players in Hanya City pay more attention to the combat effectiveness of their subordinates. As for the level of the commander, it actually doesn't matter in their eyes, because the battle between demons seems to be good on the surface. But it really doesn't matter. If you enter the battlefield, you may turn around and rush out, and no one can take command if you want to. Seeing a good Soul Stone turned into this, the demon warlock was also a little angry. Kill them! I want to kill them! Chapter 352 The Battlefield Meat Grinder opens. Seeing the enemy demon troops charging, Gu Shi turned his head and glanced at Xia Yi and Wang Baojin. Protect yourself. Then Gu Shi raised the cold wind staff and hit it heavily on the ground. There was a loud bang as if the ground was struck. Then a black ripple with blue light spots spread out around Gu Shi. This is Gu Shi's death ripple. However, ever since Gu Shi mastered the whisper of death, his understanding of the ripples of death has been significantly improved. Although the level of the death ripple has not increased, its power has become significantly greater. In the effect of the death ripple, there is also a certain chance of instant death. However, the death ripple still has the effect of not targeting the undead. After this blow, Xia Yi and Wang Baogan's eyes went straight. They all understood that there was a reason why Gu Shi could stand here with just those few tattered undead. That bone dragon is one aspect, and this hand of death ripples is another aspect. Wang Baojin leaned close to Xia Yi and said cautiously, "Brother, when that necromancer took office, he was afraid that he would choose this death ripple. When the ripple pushed through just now, my soul was almost gone. I'm afraid that's the case. I think he was a mercenary in the past. Have you seen the troops under his command?" "I saw it. What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Wang Baojin had a puzzled look on his face. And he looked a little silly with this look on his face. "Didn't you notice that those are all level 4 miscellaneous soldiers? They obviously haven't received any special training. And the weapons in their hands are also the most rubbish. They are undead troops that have just been summoned. If you think about it, he can kill a large number of enemies with just one death wave. And then, he can summon a random soul, and he will be at level 4 in no time. Such a player should have enough undead troops under his command. But what about his undead army?" Wang Baojin didn't react until Xia Yi said this. "Yes. Where are his undead troops? Don't you understand this? He sold his undead army. Otherwise, how could he have such a big bone dragon? He is such an amazing businessman." Xia Yi looked at Gu Shi and couldn't help but admire him. This is also a big deal. Look at the necromancers who are waiting to come over. Anyone who can defeat the demon warlock will have to agree with him. If you get benefits, you even have to give him face. There is no need for anyone to ask him about the Soul Stone. He really has to accept this. Wang Baojin was still looking at everything in front of him stupidly, somewhat confused about the meaning of Xia Yi's words. While they were talking, Gu Shi had already fought with the enemy's demon. Because the death ripples contained some instant death effects, part of the demonic troops fell down on the spot in the death ripples. Gu Shi was not polite and used spiritualism on those demons. As the souls flew out, the corpses of these dead demons turned over and turned into zombies, attacking other demons around them. And the situation of those demons, who are not dead, is not easy either. The effect of the death ripples had somewhat injured these demons. Now when these zombies attack, the weaker demons are directly killed. Then Gushi's spiritualism failed again, and more demons turned into zombies. For a moment, the subordinates of this demon warlock player fought with the zombies that Gushi had just summoned. Even if he wanted to rush towards Gushi again, he didn't have the strength to do so. But even so, Gushi had no intention of letting him go. With a magic potion in one hand, Gushi didn't worry about mana at all. When there was no corpse that could be used to summon souls, Gushi would cast Bone Storm and Death Ripple. Anyway, Gushi didn't consider how much magic power he had at all. Such a domineering situation has a different interpretation in the eyes of Xiaoyi and others. In their eyes, Gushi must be a big businessman. Otherwise, where would there be so many magic potions to consume? Just when they were still preparing to observe, 2 more demonic troops appeared not far away. At this time, Xiaoyi and Wang Baojian looked at each other and said, "One for each of us. Whoever gets it gets it." After confirming the situation, Xiaoyi and Wang Baojian rushed out with their troops. He rushed head-on into the ranks of the demon troops. The demon soldiers are relatively strong, but Xiaoyi and Wang Baojian are obviously relatively powerful necromancers. Xiaoyi is rich, and the cannon fodder's equipment is of the highest quality. Wang Baojian was well trained. Looking at the chaotic troops, they were quite cooperative when fighting. Every soldier will appear where they should appear. It can be said that his cooperation is the strongest among the necromancers Gushi has ever seen. When the two of them fought with the demon army, they fought against the demon army. However, they did not do what Gushi did, fighting one wave after another, and then reviving. It was obvious that they wanted to wait until the battlefield was cleaned up before dealing with it. At the same time, the two necromancers also had obvious changes in their attitudes towards using spells. Xiaoyi looked down on the Dark Guild. What their guild was best at was dark magic and undead magic. Among dark magic, they were the best at all kinds of curses. In this way, they will naturally take the curse route in undead magic. When using magic, when Gushi saw Xiaoyi, he would directly curse in an area, either to weaken the enemy or to make the enemy blind. Anyway, he could always find a way to prevent the opponent from successfully attacking. With weakened enemies and strengthened weapons, even the weakest undead troops can still produce very good results. In just one move, he reached the rear of the demon army and was about to cause trouble for the demon warlock. On the other side, Wang Baojian was different. His fighting style was steady, and his men's coordination was quite good. Although he was facing the demon troops head-on, it still looked like they were defending. It's just that his troops are like the center of a tornado, constantly dragging the demon troops here, grinding them to death bit by bit. At this time, new necromancers and demon warlocks rushed over. As soon as they saw this situation, they immediately took action. The necromancer who rushed over knew exactly what he was going to do, and he faced the demon warlock as soon as he took action. But the goal of those demon warlocks is not to fight the necromancer. They want to grab the soul stone. Therefore, they all rush towards the soul stone first before being blocked by others. As long as no one stops them, they will not take the initiative to fight the necromancer. But the problem is that the number of necromancers coming over is actually relatively large. After 2 days and 2 nights of fighting, the number of players in Balian City was already greater than the total number of players in Hanya City and Qiufeng City. So as time passed by, the number of necromancers increased, and the battle situation here became the focus of the night. Chapter 353: The End of the War. Cleaning up the battlefield. What are you talking about? The main force of Hanya City went to Gushi's side? Zuiya was also a little surprised when he got the news. He didn't expect that after working for half a night, all he had to block was scraps from the players. The real main force is not here. They fought for a long time before killing a dozen demon sorcerers. As a result, Gushi lured nearly 50 people over. This can be said to be Hanya City's last fighting strength. If all these 50 people are killed, then all that will be left in Hanya City will be some stragglers. It's a pity that none of us are here. The necromancer who fought with Zuiya said it was a pity, but there was no trace of pity on his face. He is a player in the Ghostwalker Guild, and his status is the same as Zuiya's in the Corpse Fish and Dragon Guild. The two of them can now be regarded as the public leaders of the players in Balian City. With their efforts in the past 2 days, the necromancers killed many players in the other 2 cities. As a result, in the final finishing stage today, something like this happened. This made Zuiya somewhat dissatisfied. Let's go and take a look. We still have some time. After the main force of Hanya City is defeated, we will go out and look for it. We will try to deal with this trouble in Hanya City tonight. Starting tomorrow, we will clean up those people in Qiufeng City. There is no time to delay. Brother. Forget it. Let's go. Even if it ends in the past. We still have to come forward. I have to say that Breath of the Dead only has the wrong name. Not the wrong nickname. His presence is like breath. Unnecessary but everywhere. Zueya said with a smile. And then began to call for people. Preparing to rush to the location, Gushi said. But they were still a little slow when they set off. Gushi had no intention of commanding the necromancers to fight. But he used his own method to show the undead mage, who came over what the 3 divine skills were. As a necromancer, Gushi held a magic potion bottle in one hand and a cold wind staff in the other, charging into the demon team with his undead. His undead troops did not care about losses and would kill the enemy on sight. Gushi only uses 4 magics: Death Ripple, Bone Storm, Skeleton Priest, and a lot of spiritualism. When all the magic power was almost used, Gushi immediately transformed into the incarnation of death. The incarnation of death that comes out will sweep and attack the demon's troops. After consuming all the death dragon breath and melting light, it will fly to the castle tower and guard the soul stone again. There were as many as 3 demon warlocks who died from the attacks of the incarnation of death. It can be seen how powerful this incarnation of death is. Although he had only resummoned the death incarnation twice, everyone already understood that the bone dragon in Gushi's hand was quite powerful and could kill people. The most important thing is that he can also teleport to Gushi. As long as Gushi wants to, he can summon the bone dragon to fight at any time. This teleportation seemed to consume some mana. Gushi kept making moves without intending to drink the magic potion. However, when teleporting to the bone dragon, Gushi had to drink a bottle of magic potion. For a moment, most of the demon warlocks wanted to go around Gushi instead of fighting Gushi head-on. But Gushi did not let go of the demon warlock's idea. After all, he had brought everyone here, so there was no way he could just leave everything to the undead mages who came over. Gushi still took the initiative to face the demon warlock in one direction. Even if the demon warlock wanted to escape, Gushi had no intention of letting him go. With Gushi fighting so hard, the other necromancers also fought at their best. As time passed, more and more necromancers arrived to join the battle. They surrounded the demon warlocks, and did not give these demon warlocks any chance to escape. At this time, the battlefield here has spanned several blocks, and even attracted some of the demons in the maple leaf forest. It can be said that this place has now turned into a melee with tens of thousands of people. There are more than 50 players on the demon warlock side, a total of more than 10,000 troops, and more than 40 undead players on the necromancer side, a total of more than 20,000 troops, plus tens of thousands of demons who have been involved for unknown reasons. The rest, 40,000 to 50,000 people, were fighting here. The necromancers were quite happy. In such a battle, their troops were getting more and more numerous. The demon warlocks also worked very hard. They cooperated with each other, and used such a small number of troops to fight against the undead. But no matter what, the demon warlock cannot compare with the necromancer, whose troops can be replenished immediately after they are killed. When the demon army dies, it really dies. When Zueya and his troops arrived, they just happened to see the end of the battle. Gushi, who had already drunk 4 bottles of magic potion, did not make any more moves. He knew he could not drink any more. If he drank any more, he was afraid he would vomit. Now Gushi is holding the cold wind staff and standing on the evil coffin watching the ending of the final battle. Looking at Gushi's actions, no one among the other necromancers thought that Gushi should rest. They all saw Gushi's madness when fighting, not to mention anything else. Just looking at the undead troops in Gushi's hands, which numbered 1,200, we can know that the number of demons and monsters who died in Gushi's hands ranged from 3,000 to 4,000. This accounted for almost 1/5 of the enemy's strength, not counting the troops that Gushi died in battle. If those troops were included, Gushi's achievements would be much higher. Moreover, Gushi had already got everything he wanted, and his troops had not gone to the battlefield, but were approaching the castle tower where the soul stones were stored. You can see his thoughts from his actions. What Gushi means is that he has already taken the things on the battlefield that belong to him, and you can divide the rest among yourselves. But the soul stone in the castle tower was discovered by him and belongs to Gushi. No one can snatch it away. Thinking of Gushi's fighting prowess, and then thinking about it, Gushi really won the castle tower. Regardless of emotion, reason, or combat effectiveness, Gushi has the initiative. Now Gushi is waiting for everyone to clean up the battlefield and clear out all the demon warlocks, so that he can transport the soul stones back to Aladovi City. As for the spoils here, Gushi had already taken all his spoils, so he didn't need to grab the rest. Just then, Gushi heard the sound of an army advancing in the distance. He looked in the direction of the sound and found that Zuya was heading here with a large number of necromancers. Gushi smiled at Zuya. You're late. Chapter 354, Post-War Exchanges and Transactions. Brother Gu, you have done a great thing. When Zuya and the others came to Gushi, the battle was really over. The necromancers who finally arrived didn't take any advantage at all. They didn't even have a chance to clean up the battlefield. But they had to come here once. They didn't show up for such a big event. If this matter were to get out, who knows what people would say about them? Gushi smiled and was about to speak when the necromancer standing beside him spoke. Okay. Stop bragging to each other here. There are only 7 players left in Hanya City. It's a good time to catch them all in one fell swoop. Now is not the time to delay. You guys, hurry up. We don't have much time. When daylight comes, we won't be able to catch them. After listening to the necromancer's words, Zuya just nodded to Gushi and quickly left with the necromancers who followed him. Also taken away was the undead mage, who did not gain much benefit from this battle. After all, these necromancers are rushing here and there at night just for a little loot. If they don't get it here, they will naturally go to other places to grab it. Those who stayed behind divided the spoils on the spot. Gushi turned his head to look at Xiaoyi and waved to him. Brother Xia, I would like to ask, what level of blacksmith is needed to process the soul stone? There is no level requirement, but there are certain requirements for the hammer in the blacksmith's hand. It seems that no matter what blacksmith you give it to, you will be asked to find a special hammer. As long as the hammer is retrieved, it can be broken. But I heard that this hammer seems to be disposable and is gone after you use it. You should take good care of it yourself. After saying this, Xiaoyi glanced at the soul stone, feeling secretly regretful. If such a large soul stone were smashed, the number of inlays would definitely reach more than 20, not counting the purple equipment. This is a huge benefit. Now it's all down to Gushi. But they couldn't say anything yet. After all, Gushi discovered this castle tower and conquered it alone. No one else had any reason to grab it. And Xiaoyi could only watch Gushi lead his troops into the castle tower. When Gushi stepped into the castle tower, the defense troops of the castle tower did not come out to stop Gushi. It's not because this defense force is weak, but because when the demon possessed them just now, all 3 women and 1 man in the castle tower were killed. The man died under the melting light. The woman fell from the air and hit the ground of the castle tower. She was too dead to die. The castle tower is currently undefended. Otherwise Gushi's incarnation of death would not have been able to lie on the castle tower for such a long time. Now after entering the castle tower, Gushi found that he had not received the prompt to dismantle the castle tower in front of him. This surprised Gushi, who was thinking about making another fortune. With doubts, Gushi looked around and found that not far away, a pink-haired girl was lying on the pile of rocks. Looking at her undulating body, it was obvious that she was still alive. Gushi stepped forward and lifted the girl to turn over, but then hesitated. The treatment methods Gushi had in hand were all aimed at the undead. Now that the little girl was not dead, if he used this method again, he would probably turn the little girl into a dead person. Gushi could only lay the little girl down and look around. But the following discovery made Gushi shake his head helplessly. The other 2 girls were no longer breathing. Gushi stretched out his hand and pinched the 2 corpses. The quality was average, and there was no level. If he summoned their souls, they would be at the level of a 4th level skeleton soldier. They might not even have a decent appearance. What a waste. While shaking his head, Gushi moved the 2 corpses and arranged them upright. Then he glanced at the little girl. It was about to dawn. He hoped that the little girl could wait until dawn. Thinking of this, Gushi waved his hand, and a city gate appeared in front of Gushi. The undead troops under Gushi quickly rushed into the city gate carrying various items. At the same time, some zombies carried the soul stone together and moved in slowly. When the city gate was released, Xiaoyi and Wang Baojian were speechless. Wang Baojian looked at Xiaoyi and said with some uncertainty, "Brother, please hit me. Did I see it wrong? This is a city of death." "It's the city of death. I think I've heard of it. There is a big shot in our class who won the city of death at the beginning. It couldn't be him. Oh my god. What were we talking about just now? We thought our brother Gu was a businessman, but he turned out to be a real boss. By the way, Brother Xia, have you left Brother Gu's contact information? Keep it. He gave it to an owl. And you? I'll keep him too. Brother. See if I can be called Brother Goo's lackey in the future. Are you stupid? That's not how you use the word running dog. Xiaoyi said with a speechless expression. While he was speaking, Gushi had already transported the Soul Stone back to Aladovi City. After sending all the troops back to Aladovi City, Gushi walked out of the castle tower holding the cold wind staff. At this time, the battlefield has been almost cleaned, and the players are gathering together in 2s and 3s to exchange their gains this time. Seeing Gushi come out, they all stopped what they were doing and looked at Gushi. They all saw the scene of Gushi leaving the city gate just now. At this time, they all understood that Gushi was the best in their class. The gap between them is a world of difference. Now they don't dare to come over to communicate with Gushi. Seeing the players like this, Gushi was stunned. But he still walked towards the players. The harvest this time is not bad. Is there anything I can't use that I can trade? I also got some green and blue quality things this time. And some of them are really useless. After all, the directions are different. So I want to ask if there is anyone willing to trade with me. I promise not to lower the price. After listening to Gushi's words, these players quickly gathered around. And they were all willing to believe in Gushi's character. After all, Gushi generously lured everyone here at the beginning to encircle and suppress the demon. If it weren't for Gushi, they wouldn't have gotten so many good spoils. So these players also gathered around, wanting to communicate with Gushi more and express their gratitude to Gushi. At the same time, they not only took out the things they had just obtained on the battlefield, but also took out some useless goods in their own hands to trade with Gushi. In the process of communicating with these players, Gushi also learned a lot of information that he didn't know before and made quite a few friends. Chapter 355, Replenishing Demons Late at Night. After a round of communication, Gushi traded all the useless green equipment he had collected this time, in exchange for something he wanted. Among these things, what attracted Gushi the most were the 2 copper fish dragon bones. No one knew where the player got them from. After replacing the 2 bronze bones, Gushi fed them to the Incarnation of Death on the spot. Now more than half of the body of the Incarnation of Death has turned into the color of brass. Only 5 more copper bones are needed for the Incarnation of Death to complete the transformation of the entire body. It's just that things like copper bones can be said to be something that can be encountered but not sought. Gushi can only collect it based on the situation. And there is no guarantee that he can collect it. There was another thing that made Gushi quite satisfied. This is a troop skin that a player got from a weirdo. Ghost Skin by Wu Chang can transform all ghost-type troops into the appearance of Bai Wu Chang. This is the skin that Gushi found for the ghost team. Otherwise, there were many players who took out the skins of the troops this time. And Gushi would not have just chosen this one. After exchanging items, Gushi left everyone's contact information, then stepped into the city gate and returned to Aladovi City. When he appeared in Aradovi City again, Gushi couldn't help but press his forehead. He originally wanted to go out and recover his mana. As a result, not only was his mana not restored, but he also drank several extra bottles of magic potion. Now his head felt like it was going to explode. I'm afraid it won't be possible to go back to Wudo's house now. Gushi thought for a moment and looked up at the sky. To the pub. After saying that, Gushi laid down on the evil coffin and let the evil coffin find its own way. However, Gushi did not forget the things he brought back. The soul stone is sent to the blacksmith shop, and other things are sent to the warehouse for sorting. After saying that, Gushi closed his eyes directly. Gushi believed that he was safe in Aladovi City. Just as he thought, Gushi fell asleep as soon as he laid down on the evil coffin. When Xie Coffin arrived in front of the tavern, he didn't need any instructions at all. The bone-skinned wine lady in the tavern ran out excitedly and hugged Gushi. Mine. This is mine. But soon the bone barmaid was dragged aside by the blood courtesan, and the corpse succubus carefully carried Gushi into the tavern. Although the corpse succubus is dead, she still remembers her ability as a succubus. Succubus is a powerful race that can still do what it should do even if a man is unconscious. Although Gushi is asleep now, he is not dead. The succubus naturally knows how to deal with it. After moving Gushi into the tavern, the corpse succubus asked for wine to replenish his mana, and fed it into Gushi's mouth one by one. At the same time, a trace of mana appeared on the fingertips of the corpse succubus and lightly pressed on Gushi's temple. This is the succubus's specialty. With this little magic power, the succubus can make people move faster or slower. It can make people feel it, and it can also make people fall prey to it without even realizing it. The sleeping Gushi felt as if he was soaking in warm water, and he was about to float. This feeling made Gushi so comfortable that he didn't even want to open his eyes. I just want to sleep like this forever. It wasn't until he heard a voice in his ear that he woke up. A new day begins. Now settle yesterday's information. Balian City, 319 players. 138 died or quit. And 1 on the leaderboard. Hanya City, 320 players. 320 died or quit. And 0 players on the ranking list. All players in Hanya City were wiped out. Autumn Wind City, 320 players. 267 died or quit. And 53 were on the leaderboard. Hearing this voice, Gushi sat up instantly. Before he could realize where he was, he felt a bullet on the top of his head. Gushi opened his eyes, and found that he was lying on the corpse succubus lap. Where's the wine girl? Bring me some wine to wake me up. How's the situation over there with Luna? After taking a look at his own magic power and pressing his forehead, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. After sleeping this time, my mana has been restored. And the headache caused by drawing too much mana before is gone. It seems that I had a good sleep. How's the situation over there, Luna? After regaining consciousness, Gushi asked again. At this moment, the boneless wine lady, who had been dragged by the blood courtesan, had a chance to come over. Whatever you want to ask, come and ask me. Gushi looked at the white-bone wine girl who raised her head, and said with a smile, Wine girl, didn't you say you were going to change your skin? Why is your skin not ready yet? Good skin is hard to find. But it's rare that adults still care about me. I'm very happy. When you are happy, can you try harder? The barracks over there were built much later than yours. And they are already level 2. How about you now? The Blood Court lady is a permanent resident. But her level is still level 1. You need to work harder. That's not the case. What you need to upgrade the tavern is to master the types of drinks and food. I am also working hard. It's good if you work hard. By the way, didn't you ask me? How is Luna's situation now? I heard that there are still 3 big weird nodes that have not been defeated. They have joined forces. The most important thing is that one of them wants to resurrect the other big weird nodes and take back the territory that Lady Luna took away. The 2 sides are fighting now. Listening to these words, Gushi knew that it was his own side that was holding him back. If he hadn't run out last night, he would have been able to dispose of the strange corpse just by relying on the magic potion in his hand. The situation will not be dragged out like this. Thinking of this, Gushi quickly stood up and said, Ask them to send the big weird corpse to the Evilwood Lake. Where is the evil coffin? Let's go! By the way, the wine girl, prepare the wine that can restore mana. I'm afraid there will be a lot of demand later. After saying that, Gushi rushed out of the tavern holding the cold wind staff. Seeing Gushi jump on the evil coffin and leave in a hurry, the 3 people in the tavern looked at each other, not knowing what to say. After a while, the corpse succubus said, I should be the one to take action this time. You should prepare some food and wine. I will send them over now. The weather is so good today. I really deserve the benefit. While corpse succubus and the others were discussing this matter, Gushi had already arrived at Shiamu Lake. At this time, there were several more corpses at the Evilwood Lake. Dimi was taking off his stockings and soaking his feet in the Evilwood Lake. The water of Shiamu Lake also has a certain strengthening and stimulating effect for Dimi. At this time, Dimi was closing his eyes and kicking the water with his feet. It would be a beautiful sight if she weren't so big. When Gushi arrived, Dimi looked up at Gushi and pointed at the body on the ground. The bodies have been brought back. Chapter 356 Changes in Evilwood Lake. No more words for now. Dimi, come and help me. As Gushi spoke, he personally lifted up a corpse and started dealing with it on the spot. This time Gushi didn't have time to pay attention to the ordinary weird corpses. He was heading directly for the big weird corpses. Only when the materials are not enough, he will extract them from small weirdos. If there are enough materials, Gushi has no idea of taking action against ordinary weirdos. Because of drinking alcohol, Gushi's total amount of mana increased. In addition, he had a good night's sleep and was very energetic. His current processing speed was extremely fast. Under Gushi's handling, an undead transformation circle was quickly set up. What was pushed in this time was a large and strange corpse in the shape of a snake. At this time, Gushi had a further understanding and knowledge of the undead transformation technique. The newly prepared magic circle was arranged more smoothly than the last time. After the strange snake-shaped circle was sent in, Gushi did not rush to start, but carefully checked all the details. and then completed the ritual of transforming the undead. During the Gushi ceremony, Gushi did not let the undead transformation circle extract his own mana like the previous 2 times, but controlled the output of mana. In some places where there is no need to use magic power, Gushi will save it. Where a large amount of mana is needed, Gushi will not stop the loss of mana. As mana was injected into the giant snake-shaped strange thing, it also began to change. The snake in front of me has obviously grown in size, and its skin and scales have slowly turned into a strange mirror color. You can even see reflections in the scales. However, this change only occurred for a moment. Under the control of mana, this strange snake-shaped thing actually flew up on its own, and its body slowly became extremely stiff. But no matter how stiff it is, for a snake, the body can still twist continuously. This is also a characteristic of snakes. Even if it has no head, its body can still twist 3 times. Now that Gushi's spiritualism had inspired death, the situation was different. At this time, the snake's upper body stood straight up. At this moment, Gushi suddenly felt a strong suction coming from under the Evilwood Lake, as if he wanted to suck the snake in. Under normal circumstances, Gushi only needed to express his attitude to block the suction force. After all, this city is his city. But this time Gushi had a feeling that Shiamu Lake needed this snake, and this city needed this snake. This feeling was what Gushi felt when he made a contract with Luna. The connection between him and the contracted undead was not comparable to that of ordinary undead. As soon as he felt this way, Gushi raised his hand without even thinking, and the snake, which had not completely completed its undead transformation, fell into the Evilwood Lake. Then Gushi saw a waterspout rising from Shiamu Lake, entangled in the tentacles of tree roots that were still stuck in Shiamu Lake and had not been digested. As the waterspout moves upward, large amounts of lake water pour down from the top. The tree root tentacles no longer exist. Normally, it only takes 3 more rounds of sacrifices before the tree root tentacles will be completely integrated into the Evilwood Lake. By then, this Evilwood Lake will become the most important part of Aladovi City. But Gushi never expected that a strange snake-shaped thing could cause such a change. This made Gushi's heart move, and he began to inject mana into the weird snake-shaped position. But with the injection of Gushi's mana, a big wave started to rise in Shiamu Lake. The huge wave knocked down the last of the tree's roots and tentacles. Then Gushi heard a bang coming from Shiamu Lake. After that, the huge tree roots that were originally planted in Shiamu Lake disappeared. The originally green lake water was now like a green mirror, with a large number of dark green lotus leaves floating on the lake's surface. Looking at it from a distance, it's like the mirror is inlaid with snake scales. At this moment, a voice came from Gushi's ear. Shiamu Lake has completed the 6th round of sacrifices. All troops in the city have attack +1. The lake automatically gathers energy. The city produces +500 negative energy every day. Evilwood Lake activates the 7th round of sacrifice, 0 out of 2000. All troops in the city have +2 attack, +1 defense, +10 vitality. All arrow towers in the city automatically increase toxicity. The lake water can replenish, strengthen and purify corpses to improve the quality of corpses. Poisonous clouds form over the city of Aryov. All non-friendly troops are banned from flying. The environment of the nearby territory is changed, and negative energy is generated +500 per day. Looking at the message that popped up, Gushi was speechless. He didn't expect that a snake-like monster could be comparable to the sacrifice of so many monsters. It seems that there are really many differences here. Although the transformation of the snake-shaped strange undead failed, Gushi still gained something. So Gushi didn't feel depressed at all. Instead, he quickly took out the letter he had left before and looked at the strange situation. This time, there were 8 big weirdos dragged back by Demi, 5 of which were humanoid corpses. Gushi planned to deal with the human body first. After all, many things can be reused when processed. Moreover, these strange human figures in front of us obviously have some abilities that are connected or mutually reinforcing. When Gushi looked through the detailed descriptions of these 5 strange human-shaped figures, he found that 2 of them had more prominent characteristics, while the other 3 were relatively ordinary. Gushi dragged these 3 corpses with more weird characteristics than ordinary ones together. First took out their death rules and poured them into the water of order. Then Gushi dealt with the 3 corpses one by one. The 3 corpses were a man, a woman and a child. The man looked like an office worker, but his hair was almost gone. If Luna hadn't explained his situation in detail, Gushi would have even thought that the top of his head was the source of his strange power. The woman was in her 20s and was wearing a red dress. I don't know how Luna treated her when she died. Anyway, she was bleeding from her orifices and her limbs were blue. At a glance, she could tell that she died in a relatively violent manner. As for the child, if he hadn't fallen to the ground, Gushi would have thought he was in an undead state. Just that little eyeball. It looks like a white eye. Gushi handled these 3 bodies carefully. They all belong to the weird mirror images related to life. Anyone who triggers their taboos in life will be led into their own mirror image and killed, using the lives of other people to improve their sense of weirdness, power and control over mirror space. Just like the office worker, his strange power comes from the glasses on his face. He can observe everything comprehensively without saying anything. This is his ability. Chapter 357: The Success and Failure of Undead Transformation. After placing the 3 corpses into the undead transformation array, Gushi's eyes fell on the child's corpse. Among these corpses, the corpse of this child was the most difficult to dispose of. With such a small stature, none of the undead he knew were suitable for such a being. When Gushi took action, when the spiritualism fell on the child, his movements obviously paused. It was precisely because of this meal that the originally smooth mana injection showed a slight fluctuation. This wave exploded 3 corpses on the spot, at the scene where blood and flesh were flying everywhere. The skeletons of the 3 corpses flew together on their own and were quickly pieced together. Finally, these bones floated in the air, forming a large skeleton creature made up of many bones. This large skeletal creature has no legs, and its back is composed of bone wings composed of ribs. 3 skulls hang on its chest. In front of the huge sternum is an arm holding a bone sickle. Gushi recognized the skeletal creature in this state. This is the skeleton creature among the undead that corresponds to the Stitch monster. The skeleton demon is also a high-level undead unit starting at level 6. It seems that the situation of the undead in front of me will be the same as that of the previous labyrinth devourer. Sure enough, as the skeleton demon's condition stabilized, Gushi saw the pop-up message. You use spiritualism successfully. Spiritualism experience +1. And you have some insights into skills such as corpse structure, undead research, and soul knowledge. Skeleton of Doom, level 4. Summoned object experience, 0/500. Attack 14. Defense 9. Life 41. Skill, Sacrifice of the Undead. When each skeleton of Doom dies, 15 to 20 will appear in the same place. Temporary skeleton soldiers. Unlimited counterattack. Will actively counterattack when faced with all attacks. Range attack. Can attack enemies at multiple locations around it. Explanation. Evil spirits blessed these bones, and the necromancer resurrected them. Looking at the explanation in front of him, Gushi knew that his guess was correct. This was another high-level undead soldier. But Gushi also understood that compared to the cemetery, Gushi had 3 large buildings that could produce skeleton troops. As long as anyone can be upgraded to level 2, this kind of doomed skeleton can be trained immediately. The combat effectiveness of these doomed skeletons can only be considered average. Even with the attribute blessings of the city and Gushi, their combat effectiveness can only be considered average. This is the characteristic of the undead arms. The strong ones are extremely strong, but the weak ones are just scum in the same level. But this kind of skeleton of doom still has its own advantages. Whether it is a one-to-many range attack, or a direct infinite counterattack after being hit, it is a good skill. Not to mention that after he dies in battle, he can turn into 15 to 20 skeleton soldiers. This is the final function of the Doom skeleton. From this point, we can see the positioning of the Doom skeleton on the battlefield. Although he is not as good as various knights, he will definitely not lose money by training such a soldier. Yes, please come and take this to the evil church. Gushi decisively issued the order to send the Doom skeleton back. This kind of soldiers must be protected first, and we don't need this few troops now. After sending away the Doom skeleton, Gushi disposed of the remaining corpses. Originally, Gushi thought that with the previous successes, the subsequent undead transformation would become easier. But Gushi never expected that all 5 of his subsequent undead transformations would fail. All 5 bodies exploded on the spot, turning into flesh and bone fragments that were scattered all over the ground, leaving nothing behind. Regarding the situation in front of him, Gushi was speechless. He never expected that the final situation would be like this. Fortunately, before these weird corpses were disposed of, their death rules were extracted by Gushi and soaked in water of order. Even if the transformation of the undead failed, it would not affect Gushi's ability to prevent the resurrection of these weird corpses. With a depressed look on his face, Gushi easily dealt with all the ordinary and weird death rules here, and then disposed of these weird corpses. Gushi had always thought that if the transformation of the undead failed just now, it must be because the materials were wrong. And now he must process and distribute the materials. In fact, this is not the case. Gushi is just forcing himself to use the skills he has not learned yet. So problems are bound to happen. It would be strange if there were no problems. The previous successes were just due to Gushi's good luck. It's just that Gushi hasn't figured it out yet and thinks he made a mistake in the materials. After processing all the materials, Gushi turned his attention to the body of Princess Anna, which was already soaking in water. Gushi had previously thought that after taking care of the big weird corpse, he would go back and deal with Princess Anna. As a result, the 5 consecutive failures just now dampened Gushi's confidence. In a short period of time, Gushi might not have much confidence to carry out undead transformation again. Princess Anna only has one last chance to summon the soul, and Gushi is unwilling to waste the paladin's hard work. Finally, Gushi glanced at Princess Anna, waved his hand, and sent her body into the deepest part of Shimu Lake. It is now used to purify and strengthen corpses. Gushi needed to ensure that the quality of Princess Anna's body was maintained at an extremely high level. He asked people to pack up the materials on the edge of Shimu Lake, and then Gushi asked the undead to send the Death Mirror Immortal back to the library. After doing all this, Gushi jumped onto the Sia coffin. This time Gushi planned to go to the blacksmith shop first. On the one hand, the soul stone is very important. And on the other hand, the full set of war equipment Gushi ordered from the blacksmith shop should be ready by now. After taking care of the matter at the blacksmith shop, Gushi would like to visit several other training camps. Today is the beginning of a new week, and this is a good time to call it a day. Gushi, especially the gargoyles and vampires, is currently in short supply. If these troops are not taken back, Gushi will naturally be thinking about it. So Gushi sat in the evil coffin and ran around the city. After a while, he came to the blacksmith shop. As a core building, the blacksmith shop is naturally built in the main urban area. As soon as Gushi arrived here, he felt that the style of architecture was completely different from that in the main city. When he saw Gushi, a bearded muscular man whose body was half made of iron came out. "Sir, can't you move the blacksmith shop to another place? It's really inconvenient for me to work here." Gushi laughed when he heard this. "Anderson, there is nothing I can do about putting this first core building here. But I promise you, when I build the second blacksmith shop, I must choose a better place and send you there." Chapter 358 Blacksmith Shop and War Machinery. Building name, Blacksmith Shop. Level 1, can be upgraded. Characteristic: the weapons and equipment of the soldiers in the city can be upgraded. Each level up will increase the attack and defense of all soldiers by 1 point, and increase the life by 10 points. The progress is 1 level, 33%. Heroes can purchase war equipment at the blacksmith shop. Healing tent is a special product of this city, and slings are common in all blacksmith shops. Iron ore can be smelted and gray metal waste recast. Some building prerequisites. Blacksmith, Anderson, Level 1. Feature impact. Mechanization. The quality of the war equipment produced will be enhanced by 1 level. Powerful ones. When recasting metal junk, the chance of finding the best ones will be higher. Charging. The soldiers produced use ordinary weapons, which are more suitable for enchanting. Explanation. Anderson is the first blacksmith, and his existence represents the lower limit of weapons for the soldiers in the city. So please make sure there are enough materials in the blacksmith shop to ensure that the weapons of the soldiers are upgraded at all times. After taking a look at the progress of the blacksmith shop, Gushi walked to the side, where there was a not too big wooden box. Gushi opened the box and took a look and found that inside was a thick cloth that looked like woven wire. This is the city's specialty war equipment. The treatment tent. Healing tent. Level 1. The first aid tent can restore the life of friendly troops during combat. Cannot be resurrected. Note: the treatment tent is affected by skills such as war mechanics and first aid. Without first aid, it can restore up to 25 points of life per minute, and cannot choose to restore the target, etc. Looking at the treatment tent in front of him, Gushi's eyes lit up. This is what he wants. The war mechanics that Gushi mastered has a function similar to the first aid technique. It can increase the number of life points restored per minute for the treatment tent, and can even specify the recovery target in the later stage. After he learns the branch abilities of war mechanics, he can even master the 2 branch skills of first aid tent and plague tent. One of these 2 skills is to revive troops on the battlefield, and the other is to attack enemies on the battlefield. It can be said that this is a weapon on the battlefield. If Gushi had brought a treatment tent with him during last night's battle, he wouldn't have been helpless when he encountered that little girl's situation. Not to mention, Gushi will encounter more of the same thing in the future. He must also think about treatment options for the rest of his troops. After hanging the box containing the treatment tent behind the evil coffin, Gushi came to a trebuchet. The trebuchet in front of me is a medium-sized trebuchet. It is only 5 meters long and can be pushed by 3 people. However, it is impossible to operate it without more than 10 people. The most important thing is that the stone bullets required for this trebuchet are specially made. There are 4 different kinds of specialized stone bullets placed next to the trebuchet. Trebuchet. Level 1. The trebuchet can attack city walls and arrow towers in siege battles. The attack order is city wall, gate, and arrow tower. Explanation. The trebuchet is affected by skills such as war mechanics and ballistics. If it does not have ballistics, it can shoot once per minute. It cannot select the attack point when shooting. Trebuchets, like healing tents, are abilities that war mechanics must master. After mastering it, you can also learn ballistics, and then learn skills such as sulfur rain and magic stone bullets. It can be said that like the treatment tent, it may not be used on the battlefield, but as long as it is used, it will be a great weapon. Seeing Gushi circle around the trebuchet, Anderson also laughed. Sir, you can rest assured. There is nothing I make that is not useful. I can see it. Although this trebuchet is small, it is powerful. Have you tried it? How far can a stone bullet go? 350 meters. This is a conservative distance, Anderson said proudly. As soon as Gushi heard this, he knew the power of this thing. The attack range of his death ripple was 50 meters centered on Gushi, and the farthest magic he could hit, the magic arrow, had an effective attack range of 100 meters. Among Gushi's men, the best skeleton shooter had a range of about 150 meters. Beyond this distance, they basically can't shoot anything. The trebuchet in front of him can hit a distance of 350 meters. Just by looking at this, you can know Anderson's level. And the 4 types of stone bullets have different functions. The ones with cracks on them are recast stone bullets used when attacking city walls. Don't use this smooth polished ground stone bullet to attack enemies in the city. The square ones are the ramming stone bullets used to smash the city gates, including ordinary stone bullets. We only have these 4 types of stone bullets available. As for the shotguns you mentioned, there really aren't any. Slingshots are used against city walls and gates. The trebuchet does not hit anyone. Gushi also knew the rule that trebuchets should not hit people. If he wanted to use trebuchets to hurt people, he could only use some marginal means at most. For example, when smashing the city wall, you accidentally hit some people, or if the stone rolled an extra distance on the city wall when you threw it. Other things are not allowed. So Gushi didn't object much to Anderson's words, but asked directly, Anderson, have you seen the soul stone I sent over before? Do you have anything to do with it? Yes. This thing is simple. The top of the thing has already cracked. All you need to do is give it a strong impact. What other artifacts, hammers, etc. are used by other people? I don't need it. We have a mechanical hammer. Just wait for me for a day, and I will make the mechanical hammer. And then you can come over and smash the golden eggs. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. As Anderson said, smashing the soul stone is just like smashing the golden egg. Okay. I'll come back tomorrow. Now I have to go to the city to recruit troops. You should be busy first. Gushi walked out of the blacksmith shop with a smile. And then he jumped onto the evil coffin. Let's go. Starting from the cult church. We have a lot of places to run this time. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, the evil coffin went towards the direction of the evil church. Normally, Luna would do things like recruiting soldiers. This time Luna was still fighting, and Gushi became a support staff instead. At this time, Gushi felt for the first time how many things Luna had to deal with every day. As for recruiting soldiers every week, you need to travel around the entire city to complete the recruitment of soldiers. After recruiting all the soldiers, Gushi came to the fire in front of the main city gate. Today's fire has been replaced by a new batch of refugees. As soon as Gushi arrived here, he got a piece of news. The fire attracted a group of refugees this week. Do you need to meet them? Chapter 359. Send troops to support Luna. As Gushi stood next to the fire, he saw a squeaking sound coming from the fire. The sound was like someone sharpening a weapon with a stone. It seems that this time the people refreshed in the fire are humans. But when Gushi glanced inside, Gushi's brows couldn't help but frown. This week's output is 10 Minotaur. requiring 200 units of resources to recruit. Minotaur, level 3 summon troops experience, 0/350. Attack 5. Defense 2. Life 31. Skills, bravery, morale at least +1. Double attack, actively attack the enemy twice. Blood of the earth, standing on the ground. You can recover 3 points of life per minute. Looking at the soldiers in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but press his forehead. Maybe it was because he directly spawned the red dragon last time, and used up all his good luck. This time he encountered the weakest Minotaur called the Blood Bull. The Minotaur is a very common type of soldier, and it is also the basic condition for the spiritual transformation of certain Eastern Ghost soldiers. Therefore, in the Netherbone Wind Academy, there is a special class about Minotaurs. Minotaurs range from level 3 to level 6. The most common one is naturally the Minotaur mixed with the Shadow Dragon. Starting at level 6, you can master initiative, counterattack before the enemy attacks. / not immune to counterattack. Small large creatures will be knocked back, and fighting spirit, each normal attack will increase its own morale by 6 points, with a maximum limit of 30 points. This kind of Minotaur is called a ferocious bull. Then, there is the Tauren series that mixes with the Black Dragon. They start at level 5. They have unlimited counterattacks, and are invincible powerful bulls in melee combat. Next is the Beef Cattle starting at level 4, which is also a Minotaur. At least this type of Minotaur starting at level 4 is full of muscles, has high strength, and has the ability to charge short distances. Only the Blood Cow in front of me is the weakest. The only thing that is stronger is that it has longer vitality, and can replenish blood on the spot. It is the best material to act as a human shield. Gushi never thought that he would produce such a Minotaur. Even if he produced a batch of beef cattle, it would be better than this. But since they have already appeared, Gushi will naturally not let go of these blood cows. No, they are Minotaurs, and Gushi will naturally not waste such a good opportunity. He recruited these Minotaurs on the spot. Gushi didn't say anything when he saw the Minotaur in front of him with a bull's head, a hatchet in his hand, and no clothes on his body. Although these Minotaurs don't look very good, one thing is good. Their morale can always be maintained at 1 point. In other words, although they will hate the undead troops, they are rare beings who can mix with the undead troops without reducing their morale. Looking at these Minotaurs, Gushi pointed at them. You're here just in time. Help me transport the trebuchet and stone bullets. The Minotaurs were quite obedient. They all knew that they had no fighting power, and just relied on their muscular frame to scare people. So they did whatever Gushi asked them to do. When Gushi asked them to move the catapults, the 2 Minotaurs simply lifted the catapults and walked forward. Each of the remaining Minotaurs carried at least 3 stone bullets. I have to say that their team of Minotaurs is quite powerful. Even if they are carrying such heavy things, their movement speed is not slow at all. In this way, Gushi didn't have to worry about being unable to transport his war machinery. After incorporating all the new Minotaurs into the army, Gushi took a look at the new troops under his command and waved decisively. Following Gushi's movement, an owl fell into Gushi's hand. Gushi casually wrote a note and stuffed it into the owl's talon. Go find Luna. Gushi wanted to tell Luna that he had already dealt with several big weirdos, and now he needed to deal with the corpses of other big weirdos. At the same time, he also told Luna that this time he had already trained this week's troops, and the more than 1,200 undead soldiers he had brought back had also completed the transformation of their arms. Now you can participate in the battle at any time. If Luna needs it, you can have people arrange for troops to go there. After sending the owl away, Gushi returned to the library. Now he didn't want to create any more trouble. While waiting, it would be most appropriate for him to read a book and restore his magic power. Only when he was studying here and something happened, he could immediately put down the books in his hands and deal with it. As for going back to Wudo's house to rest, Gushi didn't think about this idea at all. There was such a big fuss when I got back last night. Gushi was afraid that if he went back, he might cause some trouble. Then he might as well read in Aradovi City and solidify his foundation. So in the library, Gushi took out a magazine, sat at the desk, and read it carefully. Sometimes he would put his hands on the table to show his innocence. About half an hour later, an owl appeared at the window near the library, knocking against the window constantly, as if to remind Gushi to pay attention. After a while, he stood up and took the owl into the library. Then he took out Luna's reply from the owl's talon. Sir, there is a problem with the last 3 nodes. Please support. After seeing the letter, Gushi stood up immediately. As soon as he let go of his hand, The owl flew away. Gushi walked out and started calling people. His undead troops had already been gathered together, and the evil coffin was waiting outside the library. As soon as Gushi came out of the library, Sia's coffin moved in front of Gushi. Gushi turned over and lay on top of Sia's coffin. Then the undead troops began to move forward, following Gushi, and rushed out of Aladovi city together. After leaving the city, the owl led the way. It seemed that Luna had discovered how to use the owl. But at this time, Gushi was still thinking about the Raven of Chaoyang Guild. Before starting the Balian festival, the Chaoyang Guild gave Gushi 5 raven eggs and told Gushi that they would hatch slowly if placed in a place full of deathly energy. As it turned out, it had been several days, and the raven's egg hadn't hatched yet. If Gushi didn't have an owl hut, he wouldn't have known how to contact other players. Now Luna has discovered the function of owl leading the way. It looks like the owl house is about to be upgraded. With such thoughts, Gushi also looked back at Aladovi City with a smile on his face. As Aladovi City prospers, Gushi's Death City skill level will also steadily increase. I believe it won't be long before the City of Death will reach level 5. Just when Gushi was thinking about good things, he suddenly discovered that the sky not far away was dyed blue. Chapter 360 The Last Enemy. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi was shocked. He did not expect that there was such a large defensive barrier only 40 kilometers away from Aladovi City. Is this an enemy forward base? Before Gushi gave the order to get his men ready for battle, 10 red dragons flew out of the blue light curtain. These red dragons were hovering near Gushi's team and did not attack. Only when Gushi took a look did he realize that this was his team. And the light curtain that dyes the sky blue in front of you is actually the function of the energy orb. For this battle, Luna really moved out all the wealth in Aladovi City. The energy orb was moved here right after it was built and used as a temporary base. Seeing the situation in front of him, Gushi knew that the enemy Luna faced this time was relatively powerful. Otherwise Luna would not have done such a thing. Following the red dragon into the light curtain, Gushi saw the situation in the temporary base, except for a fist-sized blue orb floating in the center of the camp. The most conspicuous location in the entire base is the square table under the orb. This square table is the same as the square table in the meeting hall, with a map spread on it. Luna and Gushi's 5 heroes were studying the situation around the map. At the same time, all the undead troops under Gushi were stationed nearby, because most of Gushi's men were undead, except for the red dragon which was accustomed to hovering in the sky. The other troops did not make any movement when they were resting. When Gushi came over, they took the initiative to give up their seats. Seeing the situation in front of him, Gushi divided the troops he brought and said to the troops surrounding the perimeter, "Let the leader come over and recruit troops." After hearing Gushi's order, all the leaders walked out of their respective teams and faced the undead troops brought by Gushi. Taking this opportunity, Gushi also came to Luna. "Luna, how is the situation now?" While talking, Gushi had also seen the map. He discovered that what was drawn on the map should be the strange mirror space that Luna had just taken down. This space is not too big, but the map is a little weird and winding. Just looking at the map, Gushi felt that his mind was in chaos. He really couldn't recognize the route in front of him. There is some trouble now. There are 19 big weirdos occupying the nodes, and now only 3 are left. There are only 2 nodes left. However, there is one person here who is more difficult to defeat. He is the only one among these strange mirror images who does not take the direction of the mirror image. The mirror image is just one of the powers he has. In addition to mirror images, he also has strange attributes such as water, dragons, legends, and rumors. His name is Jing Longwang, and his strength is about level 9. The mirror ability he masters should be the mirror entrance and exit. That is, he can freely enter and exit his territory through the mirror or the water surface. This is the last place we are going to hit, Jinglong Palace. The problem now is that the territory of Jinglong Palace is not in the strange mirror space. Instead, you can place a water well at any time and place the entrance and exit anywhere in this space. If I lead the troops over there, the other 2 mirror monsters will be released by him, and then they will go to grab the nodes occupied by me. But if I don't send troops, the node here will not be defeated. If time goes on, new mirrors will appear strangely, and everything will be in vain. Level 9 Well Dragon King? How many troops does he have? Gushi asked curiously. There are about 4,000 people in the 3 armies in total. I asked Bone Wine Lady to help me check this. Then do you know what the other abilities of this Well Dragon King are? Gushi asked again. Yes, He has the strange ability of mirror image. He can take people away through the well. And he can also place the well wherever he wants. Just like opening a portal. This is his only connection with the strange mirror space. However, I guess that he should also have a strange mirroring ability. I fought with him once, and could not force this trick out. In addition, he can use water spells, and can transform into a dragon for close combat. It's relatively difficult to deal with. Luna quickly talked about the situation of King Jinglong. Where are the other two great weirdos who are still alive? One of them gave up his territory right at the beginning of the battle. He is the big monster of this Spike Mountain. His ability is mirror assassination. That is to say, he will not appear when you are not looking in the mirror. But as soon as you look in the mirror, he can attack you through the reflection you see. I ambushed him once, and cleared out all the nearby mirrors and water surfaces. As a result, he was able to attack through the reflection in people's pupils. If it weren't for the skeleton mirror guard given by the adults, this guy would be really difficult to deal with. Now that he has the skeleton mirror guard, he is easier to deal with. But he ran to the Jing Dragon King. He only came out to cause damage when the Jing Dragon King took action. And the rest of the time he hid with the Jing Dragon King. The other one is this location. Mirror Lake. This is an awesome man. He used fragments of mirrors to piece together a lake. However, he always calls this place the Lake of Connecting the Sky. And it feels like the hub of the entire weird mirror space. Every time I want to attack here first, the Jing Dragon King always comes out to cause trouble. And when I dig the well, the Dragon King will come out and destroy it. Now this matter is dragging on. At this time, Gushi finally understood Luna's difficulty. I'll help you beat the Well Dragon King. Didn't you say that the Well Dragon King has the least connection with the strange mirror space? I'll handle this. If not, I'll hold the enemy back. You take down that mirror lake first. After killing the last two big weirdos, go back and deal with the Jing Dragon King. That's exactly what I think. Sir, King Jinglong is relatively strong, so you should be more careful. Gushi nodded affirmatively and asked in detail about the other battles of the Well Dragon King. Luna and Jinglong fought twice, but there were not many head-to-head confrontations. After all, the difference in strength was quite large. Luna's level cap was affected by the Death City. Although she had gone through many battles, her level was stuck at level 4, which was worse than Gushi. Fighting head-on with the level 9 Well Dragon King is not Luna's style. Therefore, she had never seen King Jinglong take action seriously. There isn't actually much to say. When Luna explained the situation of the Well Dragon King, the undead leader over there had already distributed the undead troops brought by Gushi. After seeing Gushi and the others finish chatting, the undead leaders quickly surrounded them. Gushi didn't stop much and quickly counted his troops, preparing to go out to deal with King Jinglong.